As a top superstar, all I want is to stay in my beloved wife's arms. Jiang Chen, a top superstar in the entertainment industry, transmigrates into a parallel world, only to find that he has suddenly married the nation's goddess, Luowei. So, he gives up all ambition and decides to live off his wife. For 3 years of marriage, he never works, collecting a huge allowance from his young wife every month. Life couldn't be more comfortable. He thought this carefree life would go on forever until one day, Luowei goes live and accidentally comes across the lyrics and melody he had written. Chapter 1, Jiang Chen's Little Wife. Afternoon. The sunlight was just right. Jiang Chen lounged comfortably on a sunbed on the penthouse terrace, lazily flipping through a fashion magazine. A gentle breeze rustled the greenery along the balcony. On the small side table beside him sat a glass of fresh juice and a plate of delicate pastries, afternoon tea specially prepared by Luowei. Jiang Chen thought he was incredibly lucky. He had just been reborn into this parallel world and immediately married the nation's goddess, Luowei. 3 years ago, Luowei was 21 years old. She was the undisputed nation's goddess of the Chinese entertainment industry. Only 3 years into her career, her popularity had already surpassed 90 million. She excelled at singing, dancing, acting, and variety shows. At the year-end award ceremonies, she practically swept all the best newcomer awards in Chinese music. Time magazine named her the most beautiful face in China. In film, she also won Best Actress, becoming the most eye-catching celebrity of the night. Her future was limitless. With such a beautiful and money-making little wife, Jiang Chen thought for 3 seconds and decisively abandoned the shameful idea of working hard and supporting a family. In his previous life, he had worked himself to death. Early mornings, late nights, 20-plus years of struggling to climb to the top of the entertainment industry. He barely got to enjoy life before dying of exhaustion at an awards ceremony. This time, he just wanted to enjoy life. Work? Forget it. His little wife earned enough he could just lie back and relax. Moreover, a mysterious, freeloading system had appeared in his mind. Accumulate 10 years of freeloading, and you'd receive a $300 billion reward. Instantly becoming the richest person in the world. Absolutely incredible. In short, Jiang Chen was serious about freeloading. 3 years of marriage, and he had never told Luowei that he could sing, play piano, write scripts, or act. His only daily job was staying at home writing. Of course, this job was carefully chosen. What he wrote didn't matter, as long as he could stay home. Being a writer was convenient. You could say you were gathering inspiration when going out to see women. Sitting in front of the computer, who could tell whether you were working or playing games? Besides, Luowei was too busy to supervise him. As a top celebrity who had opened her own studio last year, she was constantly occupied. If no work came out, there were countless excuses: lack of inspiration, bad mood, poor focus, bad weather. After all, writers sometimes don't produce anything, right? He had plenty of excuses for Luowei. And if all else failed, he could always claim to be a passionate, ambitious writer aiming for a masterpiece that would stand the test of time, rather than just writing commercial hits for money. Master Cow spent a lifetime on Dream of the Red Chamber. Did anyone complain? No. Luowei, you're really being irrational. Why did you marry someone like him? You're the nation's goddess. Jiang Chen can't do anything. What's so good about being with him? In the tidy study, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting faint streaks of light across the desk. Luowei wore a fitted dress, her ponytail revealing a fair, elegant neck. She stared at her computer screen, where dense comments from fans scrolled by. Pouting slightly, she looked a little unhappy. Today she was live streaming from home, originally to talk about a possible delay in her new song release. But, for some reason, fans suddenly started asking about her marriage. 3 years ago, she had married Jiang Chen in a flash marriage. She hadn't hidden the marriage, so fans all knew she was married and that her husband's name was Jiang Chen. At the time, her popularity was rising at lightning speed. The sudden news of her marriage shocked the entire internet. The nation's goddess, only 21, was already married? How could this be? Who exactly was Jiang Chen that he could win the nation's goddess? Curious fans quickly dug up all the information about Jiang Chen. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 21. Occupation, suspected writer. Works, none. Income, none. Honors, none. Staring at a page full of nones, their whole internet seemed to freeze. This Jiang Chen was essentially a nobody, no stable job, no income, no background. Who was he to be worthy of Su Luowei? The internet exploded with debates. Countless messages and calls told Su Luowei not to be impulsive, urging her to think carefully before marrying. But Su Luowei seemed not to hear them at all. She continued trying on wedding dresses, selecting the venue, drafting guest lists. On the appointed day, she wore a stunning gown and a radiant smile, like a fairy stepping out of a painting, and married Jiang Chen without hesitation. On their wedding day, photos of them holding hands and embracing were widely shared by the media. Countless young men fell silent in internet cafes overnight. Suddenly, it seemed that every street corner in China was filled with young men smoking, wearing faintly melancholic expressions. Luowei, why did you marry Jiang Chen? Faced with the relentless questions of fans, Su Luowei pouted slightly, her fair face flushing pink. After a moment, she shyly whispered. Because he is good-looking. Fans froze again. Good-looking? Jiang Chen. That was her reason. Sure, they had seen his photos. He was indeed handsome, sharp brows, chiseled features, tall and lean, easily as attractive as any rising star. But looking good doesn't he pay the bills? Jiang Chen had nothing else. How could he make her happy? Luowei, you're crazy. There are plenty of handsome guys. You can't just care about looks. I can't believe you're like this, Su Luowei. Oh my goddess, are you love-brained? Su Luowei's blush deepened. She truly was a face lover, completely captivated by Jiang Chen's looks, unable to resist. She didn't even know why she was like this. She had been embarrassed to admit it, but couldn't avoid answering persistent fan questions. The fans' reactions were intense. Luowei, divorce him. You can do better. Jiang Chen isn't right for you. Look at what he has done in 3 years. Staying at home all day, relying on you to support him. This kind of man is a loser. Are you planning to support him forever? Luowei, your taste in men is terrible. Let me introduce someone better. Seeing all the criticism, Su Luowei pouted again. She knew Jiang Chen's situation. In 3 years of marriage, he hadn't earned a cent. She covered all household expenses and still transferred 200,000 yuan a month to him as pocket money. He had written for 3 years without producing anything. She knew all this, yet she had wanted to marry him. Sure, she had thought it would be better if Jiang Chen worked harder, was more accomplished. Then fewer people would oppose their marriage. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to care about the outside world, staying home to write every day. He rejected several high-paying jobs she recommended, and hadn't even visited her newly established studio once. He just liked being a writer. Though he hadn't produced anything significant, he persisted. For this, Su Luowei could only sigh. Maybe let us go back to talking about the new song? She looked at the screen, softening her voice to change the topic. Fans watching couldn't help but sigh heavily. A perfect nation's goddess, yet a face lover. But they hadn't given up. Looks couldn't pay their bills. A man like Jiang Chen, with no talent and no career, didn't deserve Su Luowei. They believed one day, she would realize Jiang Chen wasn't suitable. The new song, originally scheduled for release in 3 days, may be delayed by a week, Su Luowei said, her pleasant voice tinged with apology. I've been busy, sorry for the delay. But I will keep working hard, and the song won't disappoint everyone. Fans responded warmly. It's okay, we understand. We can wait. Luowei, take care of yourself, don't overwork. The new song will definitely be a hit. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. A grown man, doing nothing, relying on his wife, making Luowei work so hard. Exactly, divorce him. Su Luowei frowned slightly at the comments. Why did they bring up Jiang Chen again? Originally, her song could have been released on schedule, but her studio had some recent troubles, causing a delay. She hadn't explained it to fans. After chatting a bit more, she prepared to end the live stream when a fan suddenly asked. Luowei, show us your wedding photos. Fans chimed in. Yeah, let us see. I only have 5 or 6 online. I want more. Please, we love you, Luowei. We want to see. Although fans opposed Su Luowei marrying Jiang Chen, they all wanted to see her in her wedding dress. The photos circulating online didn't do justice to her beauty. It wasn't enough. On the wedding day, when Su Luowei descended from the car in her gown, everyone present couldn't help but think, how can such a beautiful fairy be paired with that? God is blind. Seeing the fan requests, Su Luowei blinked, smiled, and didn't refuse. Okay. But the albums are in the cabinet. Let me get them. She walked to a drawer by the bookshelf and opened it. Inside were several exquisite wedding photo albums. Found it. She picked up an album, and a piece of paper slipped from between its pages. Huh? What's this? Su Luowei picked it up and saw it was covered in writing, elegant and free-flowing. It was Jiang Chen's handwriting. The Wind Rises. Chapter 2, The Wind Rises. The slip of paper was filled with short lines of text. At the top, a title of just 3 characters, The Wind Rises. What's this? A poem by Jiang Chen. Why is it tucked into the photo album? Su Luowei stared at the paper in her hands, puzzled. Fans in the livestream noticed the paper too, quickly typing their thoughts. The lines are so short it really does look like a poem. Did Jiang Chen write this? Wait, did he really spend 3 years just to write this one poem? Probably. Think about it, have you ever heard of him publishing anything else in 3 years? I saw him hiding at home all the time. He never seriously wrote anything. Just wasting his days at home, and claiming it's for his dreams. With Luowei supporting him, of course he's comfortable. The chat buzzed with chatter. Then, one fan commented. Wait, doesn't it look a bit like song lyrics? There's even a melody written next to it. Her comment drew attention not only from the live stream fans but also from Su Luowei herself. As an idol singer, she was far more sensitive to lyrics than ordinary people. Taking a closer look, she nodded slightly. Yes, this was indeed a set of song lyrics. Each line was short, yet the lines carried a subtle rhythm. The phrasing was elegant, with a strong sense of imagery. Most importantly, the melody next to the lyrics matched each line perfectly. But The Wind Rises. What kind of song was this? Why had she never heard it before? Fans soon noticed the notation beside the lyrics. Looks like it really is a song. So Jiang Chen has been stuck at home, bored enough to copy lyrics? No way. I thought he at least wrote a poem, turns out he copied. But what song is this? I've never heard of it. Su Luowei didn't rush to look at the melody yet. She softly read the lyrics aloud. Walking and stopping along the way. Following the traces of a drifting youth. Just before stepping out of the station. Hesitation lingered. She sensed the lines were beautiful and captivating. After reading only a few lines, she paused, her eyes glimmering. Though simple, each line seemed worth savoring. I once lost myself in the vast world. And indulged in its dreamlike whispers. Neither truth nor falsehood could I resist. Unafraid of ridicule. The evening wind lifts the silver in your hair. Smoothing the scars left by memories. In your eyes, the mingling of light and shadow makes a smile bloom. Su Luowei froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. The lyrics were truly remarkable. Each line seemed to carry a story, a memory that tugged at the heart, drawing one in. Together, the lyrics told the story of a young man leaving home, journeying into the world, chasing his future. His adventures, regrets, confusion, and struggles were all present, yet through it all, a belief in the future and courage endured. Where did Jiang Chen get these lyrics? Su Luowei couldn't fathom it. As an idol singer, she had sung countless songs, yet she had never heard anything like this. The lyrics were that good. Fans in the livestream were equally puzzled. I can't find The Wind Rises anywhere online. Whose song is this? Could Jiang Chen have just made it up? Maybe he modified someone else's lyrics. Su Luowei noticed the comments and paused. Could it really be that Jiang Chen had borrowed and modified someone else's lyrics? She glanced at the melody notation. Compared to the lyrics, it was simple, just a few numbers in a slightly messy layout. But with her skill, she could just make sense of it. Clearing her throat, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, she began to sing the lines along with the melody. Walking and stopping along the way. Following the traces of a drifting youth. Just before stepping out of the station. Hesitation lingered. The gentle, slightly wistful melody flowed with the words, telling a story. After only a few lines, Luowei was already captivated. The melody was surprisingly beautiful, yet she had never heard it before. Fans typed in amazement. Wow, this is so good. What song is this? Sounds amazing. Never heard this melody before. Is this Luowei's new song? The fans realized this was an unfamiliar melody. Luowei's soft, warm voice added a special kind of emotional touch to it. She took a deep breath and continued. The sky over Nagano. Still warm as ever. The wind lifts memories of the past. Memories of first encountering this world. Lingering in every moment. Watching the horizon as if it's right before my eyes. Willingly braving everything to live it all once more. The melody rose, yet a faint melancholy lingered, as if telling a story, pondering, reminiscing. The light in Luowei's eyes grew brighter. The chat went quiet, fans intently listening to her a cappella singing. This song seemed magical, just a few lines were enough to convey a hidden story. It was a song with a story. And, surprisingly, it sounded good. Luowei continued. Now traversing this world. Lingering in all its wonders. Passing through different phases of time. Unexpectedly stumbling into your smile. The melody reached its peak, approaching the chorus, the climax. Fans held their breath in anticipation, wondering how magnificent it could be. But just as everyone leaned forward, Luowei's voice abruptly stopped. The live stream fell silent. Fans blinked in surprise. What happened? What about the rest? Why did she stop? Luowei, are you okay? Luowei glanced at the dense flood of comments, then back at the paper. With an innocent expression, she said, the notation ends here. The melody for the rest of the lyrics isn't written. She held the paper up to the camera. Indeed, the lyrics were complete, but the notation had only a few lines. What? The chat erupted. This melody is way too short. Not nearly enough. Jiang Chen, why didn't he write it all down? Too short. Luowei, what are you going to do about it? In just a brief moment, the wind rises had made a deep impression on the fans. Even though Luowei only sang the intro and had no accompaniment, the subtle, wistful melody had woven a delicate thread around everyone's heart. Hearing only half, many fans felt it wasn't enough. Frustrated, some tried searching online for the full song, only to realize. Wait, this song can't be found anywhere online. And the melody was completely unfamiliar. Could it really be that Jiang Chen had written this himself? Chapter 3 Oops, the song I wrote was discovered. Sisters, I just looked up this song online, but I can't find any information about it. I searched for The Wind is Rising, but all I got were news reports about people being ravaged by typhoons. So, this is an original song. Written by Jiang Chen. No way, original song, why would he hide it in the closet? This piece of paper has turned yellow. I don't know how long it has been there. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Luowei gently grasped the piece of paper, and a look of disbelief gradually flashed in her beautiful eyes. This song was written by Jiang Chen. But, isn't he a writer? How do you write songs? And, even if Jiang Chen is a writer, he has been staying at home for 3 years and hasn't written anything. How can you write lyrics and melodies of such high quality? What puzzled her even more was, since it has been written, why not publish it instead of putting it in this album? Isn't it a waste to put such a good song here? If she hadn't responded to her fans' request today and suddenly opened the photo album, she wouldn't have discovered it. What is going on? Various questions kept popping up in Luowei's mind. The two beautiful eyebrows were slightly squeezed together. A woman's intuition told her that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding something from her. But when they got married, didn't this guy solemnly promise that after marriage, they would be honest with each other and not hide anything? Thinking of this, she bit her lip lightly. Then he grabbed the paper, took the camera, and walked towards the rooftop balcony. Are you going to look for Jiang Chen? Seeing this, the fans in the live broadcast room became excited. Hey, there's going to be some fun. Jiang Chen is done. Let's see how he explains it later. Jiang Chen, this bastard, only knows how to make our Luowei angry. We can't let him go so easily. Husband. Jiang Chen covered his face with a magazine to block out the sunlight, and lay in a chair, taking a light nap. The afternoon sunshine is so comfortable that it makes people sleepy. Sudden. Someone opened the magazine, and the dazzling sunlight shone directly on his face, causing him to frown slightly. He opened his eyes slightly and was about to say something when he suddenly saw Luowei's beautiful face appear in front of him. Her beautiful eyes stared at him intently, her expression a little cute, yet a little serious. Wife. What's wrong? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat and he sat up with some confusion. Look, what is this? Luowei pouted and then handed over a piece of paper. Jiang Chen took a look at it, and was stunned. The wind rises. This. Aren't these the lyrics he wrote casually when he was bored at home? How did it end up in Luowei's hands? Then. Where did he put it after he finished writing? Shit, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, it seems to be stuck in some book. Could it be that Luowei found out? What a fuck. Didn't she already know that she could write songs? Jiang Chen felt as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. I regret it so much. Why didn't you throw it away in the first place? Although I was a little panicked. However, he remained calm on the surface and did not show any panic at all. In his previous life, he was a top star in the entertainment industry and had won the Best Actor award several times. Managing facial expressions was not difficult for him. This, where did you find it? Luowei kept staring at Jiang Chen, but didn't see anything unusual on his face. Curiously asked. It's in the wedding photo album. Honey, did you really write this? Oh, yeah, I just wrote it when I was bored, what's wrong? Jiang Chen's back was actually sweating slightly, and his brain was working at full speed. Two options came to mind: admit it, or refuse to admit it. However, after glancing at the piece of paper in his hand, he had to give up the latter idea with some helplessness. Luowei recognized his handwriting. Now, the criminal has been caught red-handed. You can't deny it even if you want to. Did you really write this? Hearing Jiang Chen's admission, Luowei's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes flashed with disbelief. Before she went to ask Jiang Chen questions, she was actually still a little bit unconvinced that her husband could write such good lyrics and melodies. After all, the song written on this piece of paper is of very high quality. She has released more than a dozen songs since her debut, but none of them can compare to the quality of this song. Aren't you a writer? How come you can write songs? She asked somewhat incredulously. Really? Jiang Chen looked as miserable as if he had eaten expired instant noodles. Luowei finally asked this question. How did this draft, which I wrote casually, get discovered? The fact that he can write songs can no longer be concealed. What should I do? I hesitated for a second. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Now that things have come to this, it seems that I can no longer deny it. Oh. I learned a little bit before. He said this with forced calmness, but in his mind he was frantically thinking of reasons to explain. At this moment, I can't take care of my facial expression. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did Jiang Chen really write this song? He admitted it himself, so he can't be wrong. You can write a song like this after learning a little bit. Are you bragging? But Luowei found the lyrics herself in the closet, so they can't be fake, right? Having said that, I still don't quite believe it. Me too. How could Jiang Chen write such a good song? It seems a little unrealistic. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Although Jiang Chen admitted it himself, many fans still couldn't believe it. However, Luowei could not see these comments. She was looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This song, The Wind Rises, was actually written by her husband. She pointed at the music score on the paper and asked in disbelief. Then why don't you finish it? The melody above is only half there. Where is the chorus melody? Where else can I go? I was halfway through writing when I got tired. Jiang Chen coughed, glanced at the piece of paper, and said modestly. Honey, I learned a little bit about composition back then, but not much. I was only half-baked and couldn't compare to a professional. So, I haven't figured out the melody for the chorus yet. What? Luowei's little mouth gradually opened wider and she stared at him blankly. Didn't learn much? Only a half-baked level? With such a mediocre level, can you write a melody like The Wind Rises? Can you write lyrics like The evening breeze blows the white hair on your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories? Are you speaking human language? What do you mean? Are you saying that professionals like us don't understand music and can't write songs? For some reason, Luowei's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. She had systematically studied composition and music in college, and after her debut, she has never given up studying in this area. In her latest album, there are 2 songs written by her. However, those 2 songs were not very popular. So, strictly speaking, she is what Jiang Chen calls a professional. His level is not even as good as that of a half-baked professional. She glared at Jiang Chen angrily, gritted her teeth, and asked again. Then why didn't you tell me that you could write songs? The sweat on Jiang Chen's forehead kept gathering. He hasn't figured out the answer to this question yet. I was a little speechless and could only say dryly. Wife, didn't I just tell you? I just learned a little bit at the time. It was a completely half-baked skill. It was so bad. It's not worth mentioning at all, so I didn't tell you. This answer again. Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's very humble expression, but she couldn't help biting her teeth. She didn't think Jiang Chen's behavior was a bit strange, but instead felt that this guy was deliberately showing off and mocking her. Half-baked, very bad, not worth mentioning at all. These adjectives always sounded a bit harsh to her ears. Although her fans have been praising the songs she wrote, the data cannot be faked. The data of those 2 songs is the worst in the entire album. This matter has always been a little knot in her heart. Therefore, she always felt that Jiang Chen's words were just a disguised way of saying something about her. She stretched out her little foot and stepped hard on Jiang Chen. Then, he sat down on a chair nearby, with a stern face, looking away. Angry. Chapter 4, Admit Mistakes. Why? Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his feet and stared at Luowei. This little girl is really ruthless when she kicks. However, after seeing that Luowei seemed a little angry, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. The little girl won't find out that he is deliberately being lazy and living off his wife, right? It would be terrible if this ended my life of being a gigolo. Luowei, actually, this is the case, oh. He coughed and tried to explain a few more words. But unfortunately, after thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't come up with a suitable reason. His mouth opened. He closed it again awkwardly. Damn, it's so hard to make up a story. I really can't think of it at the moment. Luowei looked at his stuttering and finally realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen's condition is a bit abnormal. Could it be that? I don't know why, but when women think about issues related to their husband's abnormality, their IQ always goes above and beyond, and their intuition is terrifyingly accurate. So Luowei reacted almost instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, she turned around and looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Chen, have you been lying to me for the past 3 years? Oops. Discovered. Jiang Chen shouted in his heart, and sweat began to flow down his forehead involuntarily. Oh, wife, this matter is not what you think. Luowei's beautiful eyes flashed with thought, and she quickly figured out the whole story. She stood up angrily. You've actually known for a long time that you could write songs, right? But you've always kept it a secret. There's a reason for this. Honey, please listen to my explanation. Okay, go ahead and I'll listen to your explanation. Luowei put her hands on her hips and looked at him angrily. No matter which woman it is, she would not feel good if she suddenly found out that her husband had cheated on her for 3 years. Jiang Chen glanced at Luowei secretly and sighed with some discomfort in his heart. Forget it, now that things have come to this, I might as well just admit my mistake. There is no end to a woman's anger. Apologize early and you may be able to get forgiveness. Otherwise, when the girl really gets angry, my comfortable life of living off her will be completely over. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden from you that I could write songs. He said somewhat dejectedly. Seeing Jiang Chen's resigned look, Luowei couldn't help but let out a smile, but she still kept a straight face. Now that you know you're wrong, what should you do next? What to do? What else can I do? For Jiang Chen, this was simply a life or death question. If the answer is, I will work hard in the future, stop being lazy and slacking off, be proactive and strive to be the best, then I might as well kill him. That's $300 billion US dollars. Besides, he had been exhausted enough in his previous life. He had finally enjoyed life for a few years, so how could it end like this? But if I answer otherwise, the girl will definitely not be satisfied. From now on, Jiang Chen asked tentatively, cook meals for you for a week. Luowei frowned and shook her head. So I'll do their housework for 2 weeks. No, that would be too hard for you. The girl seemed to be losing her patience, and her eyes gradually became fierce. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. I know. I'll start writing songs. That's more like it. Luowei snorted coldly with a hint of arrogance. But after coming to his senses and thinking about it, he felt that forgiving Jiang Chen like this seemed too easy. After all, this guy actually hid it from her for 3 whole years just to be lazy. It's so abominable. I'd be furious if I didn't teach him a lesson. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She crossed her arms again, having originally put them down. No, you write it now. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Luowei with a confused expression. Right now. Damn, writing songs is not bullshit. How can something just come as it is said? No need to brew. I don't care. I want you to write it now and sing it to me when you're done. Luowei looked at him fiercely, with an unreasonable look on her pretty face. Have to. This is to coax. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl and the corners of his mouth twitched. How could he not understand what she was thinking? Women always like to do this kind of thing where they take off their pants and fart. However, he also knew that at this time, as long as he wrote a few nice lyrics and coaxed her with sweet words, Luowei would calm down. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Luowei would torture him in various ways. Cold War, crying, deliberately finding fault, hunger strike, until he surrenders and admits his mistake. After 3 years of marriage, he would definitely not make a mistake on this easy-to-answer multiple-choice question. He turned his head and saw some ready-made paper and pen on the coffee table beside him. They were left behind when he was playing with paper airplanes out of boredom yesterday. He sighed, walked over, picked up the paper and pen, and asked with a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Okay, honey, what song do you want me to write? TSK, who doesn't he know how to use the self-torture trick? Luowei's beautiful eyes rolled, and she deliberately asked. You did something wrong, so, then, write a song admitting your mistake. Admit your mistake. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. That's right, I want to hear you sing a song of admitting your mistakes. He said in a very awkward manner. Wife, writing a song is not like buying groceries on the street. You can't just say whatever you want. How can I write a song to admit my mistakes in such a short time? I don't care. I just want to listen. Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's conflicted expression and actually found it a little funny. However, she still didn't intend to let Jiang Chen go. She proudly waved her fist at Jiang Chen and said in a protest. No more wasting time. Go and write. I'm going back to my room to get my guitar. When you're done, you have to sing it live for me to pass. In the live broadcast room, fans cheered. Well said, Luowei, that's what we should do. We can't forgive him easily. I've known for a long time that Jiang Chen wasn't a good person, but I never thought he'd been deceiving Luowei for 3 years. This bastard doesn't deserve to be forgiven. He must be taught a lesson. HMPH, in my opinion, it's better to just get a divorce. Jiang Chen was speechless and looked at Luowei in disbelief. But the girl ignored him and went back to her room to get her guitar in a haughty manner. Jiang Chen watched his lovely wife walk away gracefully. But I gradually felt relieved. Damn, I finally passed this level. Fortunately, Luowei's focus did not seem to be on the fact that he was deliberately being lazy and living off his wife, but just asking him to write a song. To be honest, writing songs might be considered a job for others, but for him, it is nothing at all. In his previous life, he was a top star in film, television, and music. There are so many songs in my mind that it takes less than 5 minutes to write one. Can this be called a matter? As long as he could stay at home and continue to live a carefree life, he could just spend 10 minutes every month to write a couple of songs to fool the girl. As for the life of living off others, har, not affected at all. Their 10-year countdown, in my mind, is still running. Jiang Chen relaxed and resumed his lazy posture, leaning back on the sofa. Thinking slowly. What song should I sing to cheer up the little girl later? Admit mistakes. A song popped up in his mind, but he curled his lips and gave up. Admit your fault. A real man can make mistakes, but never admit mistakes. He thought about it for a while, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Chapter 5. Jiang Chen, are you provoking me? When Su Luowei came back with the guitar, she found that Jiang Chen had already spread out the paper on the table, holding a pen, and was writing something on it seriously. His brows furrowed from time to time, as if he was racking his brains thinking. Seeing this scene, Su Luowei couldn't help but smile and stick out her tongue mischievously. She is also a singer, so she naturally understands that writing a song actually requires a long time of preparation. Lyrics, melody, arrangement. Each step requires a lot of time investment. Sometimes even after writing something, it still has to be revised over and over again. She spent more than a month polishing the lyrics for the 2 songs she wrote, and the melody was also continuously improved with the guidance and help of her teacher. The difficulty of this can be imagined. She asked Jiang Chen to write a song on the spot to admit his mistake. It was a request she made out of anger and was deliberately making things difficult. The purpose was to deliberately punish Jiang Chen and make him realize his mistake. Just to be lazy, he actually dared to deceive her for 3 whole years, huh? It's so bad. However, now that she saw Jiang Chen's distressed look, the anger in her heart had completely disappeared. I couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Writing songs live is so difficult. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even her teacher couldn't do it. If I make things so difficult for Jiang Chen, he won't be angry later, right? After being married to Jiang Chen for 3 years, she naturally understood that Jiang Chen was not a man without temper. If you push him too far, he'll get mad. If she continued to act unreasonably, she might be the one to receive their punishment tonight. By then, she will have to beg for mercy. Or, maybe I should find an opportunity later to forgive him. Su Luowei blushed and took 2 steps closer, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was writing. In the live broadcast room, fans seemed to see Su Luowei's softness and started shouting. Luowei, hold on, don't be soft-hearted. This bastard is only thinking about living off his wife. We must teach him a lesson. Let him write and see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. Let him sing. I'm going to record it and make fun of him later. Su Luowei couldn't see the barrage in the live broadcast room. She walked behind Jiang Chen and found that the small piece of white paper was already densely covered with words. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How come Jiang Chen wrote so many words in such a short time? She looked at Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen wrote very quickly, and it looked like he was copying rather than creating something. The handwriting is still the same as before. Free and unconventional, between the lines, there is a sense of laziness. After writing a few words, his brows would furrow slightly. Then he slapped his calf with his left hand, muttering curses. Damn, it's broad daylight, where do all these mosquitoes come from? Su Luowei stared at the scene in a daze. After a while, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his little face turned a little blue. She had just thought Jiang Chen was thinking seriously. But looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he was just making things up and didn't write it seriously at all. This guy was just thinking about how to fool her without realizing his mistake. Su Luowei was furious. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something. Okay, it's done. Jiang Chen put down his pen with a pop sound, looking somewhat smug. Su Luowei glanced at the paper and only saw the first line of words on the white paper, the moon is to blame. I couldn't help but feel even more angry. Is it the moon's fault? What kind of messed up song title is this? He was clearly asked to write an apology. What does it have to do with the moon? This guy not only made up stories, but also went off topic. Just as she was thinking angrily, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her with a smile. Wife, I've already written it. Where's the guitar? Is it finished? You're pretty fast. Su Luowei said with a stern face and a somewhat cold expression. In her opinion, Jiang Chen's smile looked completely deceptive. The time it took her to get the guitar and come back was less than 5 minutes, right? In just 5 minutes, you told me you finished writing a song. Isn't this just a random trick or something? The content on that paper must be completely irrelevant. That's natural. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's abnormality. He took out a cigarette box from the drawer beside the table, lit a cigarette for himself with a pop, and then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said. In fact, he doesn't usually smoke, but at this moment, he can't help but want to light one. No reason, just want that slight feeling of pretentiousness. Although I always think about living off others and being lazy. But he is serious about songwriting. The songs written by the former top stars in the entertainment industry should be respected. However, what he didn't know was that in Su Luowei's eyes, his pretentious appearance made him look like he deserved a beating. She was almost furious. She knew that Jiang Chen smoked. However, she didn't like Jiang Chen smoking at all, and Jiang Chen knew this. Because in the past, when Jiang Chen smoked, she would always sneak up and put out the cigarette when he wasn't paying attention. As time went by, Jiang Chen started smoking less and less. So, why did this guy light a cigarette at this time? What was the reason? To provoke her. Su Luowei gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Jiang Chen hard right now. However, she still held back and handed the guitar to Jiang Chen with a cold expression. Okay, sing, I'll listen. After saying that, she walked to a chair nearby and sat down angrily. His arms were folded across his chest, his expression cold. This time, she was really a little angry. The kind that is hard to coax. How dare you, a bastard, be so perfunctory? I'm so pissed off. He didn't realize his mistake at all. Look how angry Luowei is. Luowei, we can't spoil him. Pack your bags immediately and let him sleep on the street tonight. We're already married, so if you encounter problems, you should solve them calmly. I suggest you go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the live broadcast room, a group of fans were also very angry about Jiang Chen's behavior. They were tapping away on their keyboards, clamoring for sanctions against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's emotions, and his attention was all focused on the guitar that Su Luowei handed him. The guitar is very finely made and you can tell it's very expensive just by looking at it. It was the New Year's gift Su Luowei gave him last year. However, he never played it. I've been lazy for 3 years. Now, pick up the guitar again. That extremely familiar feeling still slowly emerges in my heart. Looking quietly at the guitar in his hand, his eyes also changed. All kinds of memories of the past keep appearing and disappearing in my mind. His gaze towards the guitar gradually became deeper and more complex. How many years has it been since he last played guitar? I can't quite remember. However, he still remembers the days when he was young, when he practiced singing and playing the guitar in the training room day and night. During that time, he was still a nobody in the entertainment industry. At that age, all he had in mind was hard work, music, and training. It's hard work, but also fulfilling and happy. He suddenly remembered a lot of past events. They are happy, painful, exciting, and lost. He held the guitar in his arms and gently plucked the strings. Ding tilde. Yes, this guitar must have been tuned by the girl, the tone is very accurate. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No one knows how much effort it takes to grow from a trainee to a top star in the entertainment industry. But he knows. Chapter 6: The Moon's Trouble. Perhaps I was attracted by the sudden sound of guitar. Su Luowei glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. She is still angry. No matter what Jiang Chen sings later, she has no intention of forgiving this guy easily. However, after looking in Jiang Chen's direction, she couldn't help but be stunned. I don't know why. It only took a moment. The feeling Jiang Chen gave her suddenly became a little different. She was still sitting on the same chair, still holding the guitar she bought. But Su Luowei just felt that way. Jiang Chen seems to have changed. Jiang Chen in the past was just like his handwriting. He does whatever he wants, is lazy and has no manners at all day long. But at this moment, he seemed to have completely put away all his laziness and was no longer smiling. He slowly took the cigarette butt out of his mouth. He exhaled a deep breath of smoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of arrogance in his deep eyes. That's right. Su Luowei blinked her beautiful eyes carefully to confirm that she was not mistaken. It means looking down on others. Look down on the world. He looked at the guitar in his hand, just like a king holding a scepter, examining his subjects. That is not a deliberate pretense, but a kind of appreciation and control. Complete control. She had only seen this feeling in a senior singer who was a king of pop. At that time, she was not as famous as she is now. The teacher took her to ask the old senior for advice. The old man was very kind, but when he demonstrated it to her personally, he suddenly became like a different person. The aura displayed in an instant was so powerful that it almost suffocated her. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was not inferior to that of the old senior. How is this possible? Luowei looked at Jiang Chen in a daze. In the live broadcast room, the number of barrages suddenly decreased. The fans also looked at Jiang Chen sitting on the chair in surprise. Their feelings may not be as direct and strong as Luowei's, but they also noticed a slight difference. Jiang Chen seemed a little different. Ding ding ding. A faint melody sounded. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but started plucking the guitar strings. His expression was calm, his movements were skillful, and there even seemed to be a faint sense of rhythm to them, which was very nice to look at. Perhaps he was thinking of something, his gaze gradually became deep and reserved, and his aura strangely disappeared at this moment. But Luowei felt that the inexplicable sense of oppression seemed to be stronger. She couldn't help but hold her breath. Jiang Chen had never played guitar in front of her. She also never knew that Jiang Chen could play the guitar. However, people who can write songs usually play the guitar. This was the reason why she went to get the guitar just to give it a try. But Jiang Chen's performance really surprised her. The skillful technique and calm state were no worse than any master she had ever seen. Jiang Chen in the sunshine did not look like he was fooling around. His expression was very pious and his movements were not exaggerated at all, as if what he was doing at this moment was what he wanted to take seriously the most. Could it be? Did she misunderstand? Was Jiang Chen really working seriously on his creation just now? Luowei opened her eyes wide, her heart filled with disbelief. Then, she couldn't help but clench her fingers, and her heart gradually became full of anticipation. Before the song even started, she felt something very different. So what kind of song will Jiang Chen show her next? Will it be as amazing as The Wind Rises? However, with such a short creation time, it shouldn't be possible. Finally, the guitar prelude melody came to an end. Jiang Chen spoke softly in a hoarse voice. It's all your fault that you fell in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. What? The moment he opened his mouth, Luowei suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to be spinning, and the sun above her head became dim. Above my head, question marks popped up one after another. She widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What is? It's all your fault. She remembered clearly that she had just asked Jiang Chen to write a song to admit his mistake, right? How did it become her fault? However, Jiang Chen seemed to be completely immersed in the song at this moment, and his expression was still extremely serious. He slowly closed his eyes. Ding ding ding. Fingers flew up and down, and the guitar melody continued. So, his singing continues. It's all your fault, you spoiled people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes. There is always a haziness that makes people love and pity it. It's all your fault, your dream of love. Like a spell. After being loved by you, who else can I still be moved for? There were several, it's all your fault, in a row. It was like a huge brick falling from the sky, hitting Luowei's face hard. She was hit so hard that she saw stars and clenched her teeth. Beautiful fingers, clasped together. The nose on her pretty little face was almost crooked with anger. What exactly does this lyric written by Jiang Chen mean? She asked Jiang Chen to write a song admitting his mistake, and he wrote this. This bastard, he clearly did something wrong, but he still dared to say it was Luowei's fault. He wrote this in 5 minutes. Damn it, that's too much. As long as Jiango isn't eliminated, Luowei will be irritated by him for another day. Brothers, let me go, I want to die with him. Mr. Dai, after you leave, Luowei and I will visit your grave every year. In the live broadcast room, Luowei's fans were all so angry that smoke was coming out of their mouths and noses. He wished he could immediately put Jiang Chen in a sack and give him a good beating. On the balcony, Jiang Chen's hoarse singing continued. He opened his eyes and looked at Luowei, his voice charming and serious, his eyes extremely pious. The tone continued to rise, as if something that was being suppressed was about to be released. Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully, and her beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anger, suddenly froze. Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. So serious that she couldn't bear to be angry any longer. Because in her impression, Jiang Chen rarely did anything so seriously, and she had never seen Jiang Chen show such a serious expression. The anger in my heart, at this moment, inexplicably began to dissipate. She looked at Jiang Chen, and her eyelashes suddenly trembled. Because, this moment, she seemed to suddenly understand Jiang Chen's eyes. Take it seriously and listen carefully. Emotions reached their peak at this moment. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You are so beautiful and gentle in that night. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. Just a few sentences. Jiang Chen sang it out with all his might. It was like a flood that completely broke through the riverbank and rampaged across the fields unscrupulously. Su Luowei listened to the lyrics, her beautiful eyes looking ahead at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were filled with deep affection, and she gradually became stunned. Just a few lines of lyrics. The meaning contained in it completely changed its style at this moment. She is a singer who loves writing songs and delving into lyrics. She heard the lyrics Jiang Chen sang very clearly. I admit that it was all the moon's fault. You are so beautiful and gentle in that night. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. As soon as these 4 lines of lyrics came out, coupled with Jiang Chen's magnetic voice, their high tone, yet extremely gentle voice. This is. An indescribable strong feeling suddenly came over her. Because, she suddenly realized. This. It's not a song of admitting fault, nor is it a song that accuses her of doing something wrong. This is actually a love song. Jiang Chen in those short 5 minutes. Instead of writing a song about admitting your mistake, you wrote a love song? Chapter 7 A live broadcast room full of sourness. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. Sugar and honey are the most touching words. No matter how hard your heart is, it will become soft as silk. Jiang Chen's singing continued. The singing with all her might hasn't stopped yet. However, Su Luowei had already been stunned. She stared at Jiang Chen in amazement, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to sense her gaze. He raised his head and looked at her deeply. Then, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The song continues. It's all your fault that you fell in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, you spoiled people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes. There is always a haziness that makes people love and pity it. He sang the same lyrics again. But this time, Su Luowei had a completely different feeling when she heard it. Every line of the lyrics seems to contain deep affection. This is a love song. It's all your fault. But what Jiang Chen sang was not her fault, but the reason why he loved her. There was no acknowledgement of fault in his singing, but it was gentler than any words of apology and more beautiful than any love words. This is the love song Jiang Chen wrote specifically for her. This is the love song Jiang Chen wrote specifically for her. I don't know why, but this voice suddenly became the only thing left in my mind. Her thoughts seemed to go back to 3 years ago. The scene where I first met Jiang Chen. That night, under the moonlight, he walked a long way, carrying a lost little girl on his back. Along the way, he spoke in a gentle tone, constantly telling the girl jokes and fairy tales, comforting her and making her giggle. A 2-hour journey. Jiang Chen didn't complain at all, and didn't even take a rest. But along the way, he used various methods to divert the little girl's attention and patiently answered every innocent and strange question of the little girl. The little girl didn't cry or get anxious. They get along very happily. 2 hours later, he successfully sent the little girl home without leaving any words. He simply waved goodbye to the little girl and then turned and left. He thought no one knew what he was doing. But what he didn't know was that the girl had the program crew's camera and microphone hidden on her body. And she, in the coffee shop not far away, watched Jiang Chen's every move. That's a show. The little girl was arranged in advance by the program team. She is the special guest invited by the program team. That night, she heard every word Jiang Chen said to the little girl. She also memorized every strange fairy tale told to her. Originally, according to the program arrangement, after Jiang Chen sent the little girl home, she should come forward to commend Jiang Chen for his courageous act and interview him. However, that time, she unexpectedly rejected the program team's request. She suddenly wanted to appear in front of Jiang Chen in another way. Perhaps because of her refusal to show up, the scenes related to Jiang Chen were ultimately not broadcast on the show. And later, she had a flash marriage with Jiang Chen. Now, Jiang Chen's singing once again awakened her memories. The night I first met Jiang Chen. The moonlight is indeed beautiful and moving. So, according to him, was it his fault that she fell in love with Jiang Chen? Luowei suddenly revealed a beautiful smile, and her eyes looking at Jiang Chen were full of tenderness. What kind of deep affection? It will make two people take their whole life as a commitment. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. Sugar and honey are the most touching words. No matter how hard your heart is, it will become soft as silk. The song gradually came to an end. The sound of the guitar gradually subsided. The song ends. The empty balcony suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Luowei didn't say anything either. She looked at Jiang Chen quietly, her eyes slightly red. Wife, forgive me, okay? Jiang Chen put down his guitar and spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Luowei didn't hesitate at all. The next moment, she threw herself into his arms. The voice was low and choked, okay. In the live broadcast room, the fans were stunned, staring blankly at the two people hugging each other in front of the camera. What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen did not write a song admitting his mistake, nor did he apologize. He even said shamelessly that it was all Luowei's fault. How come Luowei just forgave him directly? What kind of devilish operation is this? The originally noisy live broadcast room became a little quiet at this moment. The fans who had previously clamored for Jiang Chen to look good were completely dumbfounded. After a long time, someone slowly typed a line of words on the screen. This song is kind of nice. Gradually, the barrage of comments became active again. It's actually a love song. Who could have predicted this? Did Jiang Chen really write this in just 5 minutes? That bastard, all his sweet talk, his singing was pretty good. Jiang Chen is really good at coaxing women. Luowei is even more dangerous. Hubby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be angry with you. Luowei snuggled in Jiang Chen's arms and spoke softly. Jiang Chen touched her head and said gently, "It's okay, I've already forgiven you." Live broadcast room. Luowei might have been really moved by Jiang Chen's song. She kept lying in his arms and refused to come out. The entire live broadcast room seemed to be filled with a faint aroma of dog food. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with sourness, but didn't know what to say. The song Jiang Chen just sang had quite a big impact on them. I'm still a little dazed now. Jiang Chen held her for a while, feeling the soft and delicate body with curves in his arms, and his hands couldn't help but become a little dishonest. He coughed. Ahem, honey, I suddenly feel that the sunlight is a bit dazzling. Why don't we go to the room and continue talking? Luowei's head popped out of her arms. He glanced up into the air with some confusion. At this time, the sun had been hidden in the clouds for quite a while. Her cheeks suddenly became even redder. He gently pushed Jiang Chen. Not serious. The live broadcast hasn't been turned off yet. In the live broadcast room, fans were already fed up with the dog food and started typing on their keyboards and cursing. You bastard, where are you putting your hands? Let go of my goddess right now. Oh, I want to duel you, you can choose the time and place. Oh my god, where's my knife? Where did my knife go? Luowei, don't believe his lies, he's up to something bad. Wow, Yaroiling, someone is being a hooligan here. I suggest a direct death penalty. Jiang Chen also noticed the camera nearby and shook his head with some regret. Today I finally managed to move the little girl, and now it's time to take it one step further. Unexpectedly, I encountered so many light bulbs. These guys, if they have nothing to do, they should just go to a class. Why are they spending all day in the live broadcast room? Are they going to light up the earth? Husband, I'm going down first. Maybe she was shy, or maybe she was afraid that Jiang Chen would lose control. Luowei broke free from Jiang Chen's arms in panic and said with a red face. Only then did she remember that she was still broadcasting live. I even forgot to show my fans my wedding photos. Chapter 8, Invisible Wings. Looking at the little girl's back as she left in a panic, Jiang Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Then, he continued to lie down on the chair. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds again, shining brightly on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. He put his hands behind his head and adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. The feeling of the afternoon sun shining on his body was so comfortable that he soon couldn't help yawning again. Har! The sleepiness came again. Jiang Chen picked up the magazine from the floor, covered his face with it again, and squinted his eyes slightly. He hadn't sung for many years, and he sang the song just now very comfortably and enjoyed it very much. In just a few minutes, he recalled many past events. At that time, he loved singing and dancing. After all, in his previous life, he started his career as a singing and dancing trainee. He doesn't have much talent, so he is always the last one to leave the company's practice room. Sing day and night, dance without sleep or food. He will not miss any job opportunity. Always work harder than anyone else. Final. He climbed to the position of king step by step. However, those trainees who were once more talented than him could no longer even see the back of his neck. During that time, he was really happy. Immerse yourself wholeheartedly in your dreams and pursue them with all your might. Although in the end, he lost his life. But for some reason, he didn't regret it at all. He chose his own path, and this path to the King of Heaven at least allowed him to appreciate scenery he had never seen before. There is nothing to regret. If he had never taken this journey before, even if he had to choose again, he might still embark on this path without hesitation. Etc. Jiang Chen's brows suddenly furrowed. Why did I start to recall the struggles of the past? No. This is a very bad habit. Now he has chosen to take another path. His current goal is to lie down leisurely every day, enjoy life, enjoy time, and live off his wife for 10 years. Anyway, I have already seen the scenery at the top. It seems meaningless to go through the same old path in the entertainment industry again. So, what to do when you think about those bad things? He yawned and lifted up the magazine that was about to fall from his face. Then, a smile of relief unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, although she was a little exposed today, the girl did not make any excessive demands. Moreover, she only found one manuscript. He remembers. I wrote a lot of random things on a whim at the time. After a long time, I don't know where the money went. It would be bad if the little girl found out again. In the study downstairs, the voices of Luowei and her fans could be faintly heard. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I hope these things will not be discovered by the little girl again. Damn it. Why were you so naughty in the first place? I think I wrote something weird yesterday, luckily I threw it away. In the study, Luowei picked out 2 wedding photo albums from the cabinet at random, and after letting her fans feast their eyes on them, she couldn't wait to say goodbye to her fans and turned off the live broadcast. Then, she returned to the table and looked at the 2 pieces of paper on it, her eyes still flickering with a faint, incredible light. These 2 pieces of paper. One of them was the lyrics and melody of The Wind Rises that she had found earlier in her wedding photo album. This piece of paper has probably been stuck in the photo album for at least a year. The edges of the paper have turned slightly yellow, and even the color of the ink on the writing has faded a lot. On the other one, Jiang Chen had just written "The moon caused the trouble." The paper was still brand new and white, and the ink color of the handwriting was very bright, but there seemed to be some oil stains in the center of the paper. These should be the traces left by Jiang Chen when he was eating potato chips yesterday. Luowei pouted a little unhappily, then stretched out her slender hand and gently touched the oily area, seeming a little distressed. This guy Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention at all. After wiping gently for a while, the oil stain finally became a little lighter. Her eyes also fell on the affectionate lines of lyrics. I admit that it was the moon that caused the trouble. That night is so beautiful and gentle. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. She recited it softly, and the light of disbelief in her eyes intensified a little. Is this really a work that Jiang Chen wrote in 5 minutes? The lyrics of this song are more straightforward than those of The Wind Rises. But the quality of the whole song is not inferior to that of The Wind Rises. After all, The Wind Rises is still a semi-finished product. However, The Moon's Trouble expresses the love for one's lover from a very special perspective. It's all your fault. Made me fall in love with you. It's all because the moonlight is so beautiful and charming that I just want to grow old with you. What's wrong with Jiang Chen's brain? I can actually come up with such sweet words. The more Luowei looked at it, the sweeter she felt in her heart. She originally thought that Jiang Chen's ability to write The Wind Rises was already a remarkable achievement. Unexpectedly, just 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen played and sang the song The Moon Causes Trouble right in front of her. This guy is usually lazy, but I didn't expect him to be so talented. Luowei was filled with surprise. She recalled the way Jiang Chen sang to her with such affection a few minutes ago, and the sweetness in her heart increased even more. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stood up, walked to the cabinet, and took out a beautiful notebook. Carefully put the 2 pieces of paper in. Just when she was about to put the notebook in the drawer, her cell phone suddenly rang. Buzz buzz buzz. Luowei picked up the phone and saw that it was her agent, Zhang Jingchu, calling. Hello, Sister Jing. Hey, Luowei, I'm almost at the door. On the green path in the community, a tall woman held up a phone, looking at the exquisite villas scattered on both sides, sighed softly, and continued. I'm sorry, music director, I couldn't stay. He seems determined to leave, and he chose this very moment. Your new song is about to be released, what should I do? Okay, let's talk about it when we meet. After hanging up the phone, the woman took a deep breath and continued walking forward. The fountain statue not far away was spurting water. Around each villa, there were lush green lawns, dotted with flower beds and trees. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers and plants. However, Xu Jingqiu was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She walked quickly, and in a moment, she arrived in front of the gate of a villa. Ding dong tilde ding dong tilde. Xu Jingqiu stretched out her slender fingers and pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang crisply, and she put her phone into her bag. While waiting, she looked around with a bit of anxiety and boredom. However, when her eyes fell on the green plants not far away, she couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? There was a paper airplane stuck on the green plant that was trimmed into the shape of a little bear. Coincidentally, the paper airplane was stuck right on the little bear's face, which looked very strange and funny. I don't know which kid played this prank. Xu Jingqiu smiled helplessly, took 2 steps forward, and took down the paper airplane. I originally wanted to throw it into the trash can. After a quick glance, I found that there were some faint words inside the paper airplane, as if something was written. She took apart the paper airplane out of curiosity. However, I saw that there were indeed quite a few words written on this small piece of creased paper. Those are lines of short sentences. There were 5 words on the top of the paper: invisible wings. Invisible wings. Xu Jingqiu looked at the contents of the paper carefully, his eyes full of confusion. Every time. We are all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time. Even if it hurts. No tears in my eyes. I know. I have a pair of invisible wings. It's such a short sentence. Who wrote this poem? She flipped through the piece of paper for a while and thought the poem on it seemed pretty good. The font is a bit disappointing. Crooked and arbitrary, every stroke seems to reveal a sense of laziness. It doesn't look like a child's handwriting. Which guy wrote it? Forget it. Anyway, I found it at Luowei's door. I'll ask her later. Without giving it much thought, she put the piece of paper into her bag. Chapter 9: The Trouble with Chenwei Entertainment. Luowei hung up the phone and carefully put the notebook into the drawer where important documents were stored. As I closed the drawer, the doorbell rang downstairs. She picked up her phone and walked towards the stairs. Xu Jingqiu is the agent she has been working with since her debut. So this is not the first time I have come to her house. Whenever there is something important, I will go straight to her house to discuss it. A year ago, she left her original company and set up her own studio. At that time, Xu Jingqiu also submitted her resignation to the original company and continued to work in the new studio as her agent. In her villa, she even reserved a room on the first floor for Xu Jingqiu. Sometimes when they chatted till late, Xu Jingqiu would just rest here for a night. Generally speaking, Xu Jingqiu is not an outsider. There was a click. Su Luowei opened the door. The person standing at the door was indeed the tall Xu Jingqiu. Sister Jing. She smiled and said hello. Xu Jingqiu didn't hesitate. After changing her shoes, she walked straight in, complaining. It happened to be rush hour, and the traffic was stuck for too long, otherwise we would have arrived a long time ago. Drink some water first. Su Luowei handed her a glass of water. The two chatted for a while and then walked to the sofa and sat down. Su Luowei waited for Xu Jingqiu to drink a few sips of water before continuing to ask. Sister Jing, what happened on the phone just now? When she talked about work, she put away her homely demeanor. Her pretty face gradually became serious and cold. She was able to become a new popular little queen and win the title of national goddess in just a few years, and it was not just her good looks that helped her. The effort behind the scenes is no less than that of others. Half a year ago, her studio began to develop into a formal entertainment company. In addition to her assistants and agents, the studio also recruited a number of trainees. Therefore, she often appears in front of everyone as their boss. Over time, her aura of a female CEO became stronger unconsciously. But the strange thing is, no matter how cool and domineering she is outside, as soon as she returns home and sees Jiang Chen, she can always instantly return to her little woman state, acting coquettishly and playing tricks, and is proficient in everything. That guy Jiang Chen is really her weak spot. Luowei, this is what happened. Xu Jingqiu sighed again and said, didn't Yao Sikun, the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, suddenly resign 2 days ago? Su Luowei nodded. She knew about this matter. Xu Jingqiu continued. During this period, in addition to trying to keep him, I have also been contacting new music directors. There was some progress. During the negotiations, several veterans in the music industry expressed a clear interest in collaborating. But when I contacted them again today, they suddenly changed their tune for some reason and said they would not cooperate with Chenwei Entertainment. When I asked them why, they were unclear. Even Yao Sikun stopped replying to my messages. Hearing this, Su Luowei frowned slightly. Her new song was originally scheduled to be released in 3 days, but during this period, the studio's music director Yao Sikun, for some reason, kept delaying the production of the new song with various excuses. When the new song was about to be released, he suddenly resigned. As a result, her new song has been on hold until now. The lyrics and melody are not yet completed, let alone the arrangement, production, promotion, and release. In the live broadcast just now, she told her fans that the release of the new song will be postponed for a week. But even if we add another week, time is still very tight. The only way to catch up is to find a new music producer immediately and work overtime to catch up. After all, Yao Sichuan's deliberate delay had wasted too much time. However, what she didn't expect was that today, Sister Jing went to negotiate with those music producers who were interested in cooperation, but was stood up by them all. Now, it's a bit too late to find a new music producer. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, her new song will probably be postponed again. Breaking promises to fans again and again like this will have a certain impact on her popularity. Luowei, I suspect someone is behind this. Xu Jingqiu looked at Su Luowei's pensive expression, hesitated for a moment and said. Su Luowei heard this, but shook her head and said calmly. Sister Jing, there's no doubt about it. Someone is playing tricks on us. And, this person must be Yao Sikun. In fact, she also felt something unusual during this period. In the past 2 weeks, several announcements originally prepared by the company for new employees were suddenly intercepted by someone, and the reasons were unclear. And these things were originally the responsibility of Yao Sikun. In addition, Sister Jing is facing a strange thing now. Several music producers stood up at the same time. It is such a coincidence that she doesn't believe that there is no one behind the scenes deliberately pushing it. However, after thinking carefully for a moment, she frowned again. Continue shaking your head. Wrong. Yao Sikun is just a music director. Even if he has some fame in the music industry, he can't have such great power to command other music producers. Behind this, there's probably an even greater force driving this. Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. You mean, other entertainment companies are involved? Su Luowei took a deep breath, nodded, and her eyes gradually became affirmative. There must be, only they have such great energy to contact so many music producers at the same time. Moreover, they are the only ones willing to pay the price and convince those music producers to give up working with us. After all, the entire music industry isn't controlled by just one or two entertainment companies. Yao Sikun doesn't have the ability or the reason to do this. Chenwei Entertainment has been doing very well lately. They just want to take advantage of the time when my new song is about to be released to catch us off guard. Speaking of this, Xu Jingqiu also gradually figured out many things. She gritted her teeth and cursed indignantly, "This Yao Sikun is such a traitor. Has he forgotten that when he was still relatively unknown, it was you who insisted on using his songs, which allowed them to continue to appear in the music scene? Now that he's a little famous, he's started doing this kind of inhumane stuff." Su Luowei remained silent and did not speak. Yao Sikun's betrayal also made her feel a little bad. Yao Sikun is her senior in the same school, majoring in composition. When she just debuted and was short of songs, her teacher recommended Yao Sikun to work with her. It was precisely because of this relationship that she had been collaborating with him for so many years, with the idea of mutual support as fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, now. But the most important thing right now is not to deal with Yao Sikun's affairs. During this period, due to the continuous interception of new talent announcements and the sudden resignation of the music director, the morale within the studio has been somewhat unstable. In the trainee circle, there are even some rumors that Chenwei Entertainment is about to be banned. Thinking of this, Su Luowei's brows couldn't help but frown again. The entertainment industry itself is a world of fame and fortune, where infighting and intrigue can be seen everywhere. During this year, as her popularity grew, Chenwei Entertainment's development momentum also got better and better, and it was already showing signs of becoming a formal entertainment company. Such a rapid development speed has certainly affected many people's cake and eat cake. Being targeted was only a matter of time, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. At this time, Chenwei Entertainment is still a little unprepared. What should I do? Chapter 10 Questions from the Agent. Forget it, Luowei, there's no need to think so much now. Xu Jingqiu was angry for a while, then looked at Su Luowei with some heartache. "I'll hurry up and contact a few other musicians. No matter which company did this, I want to see if they have the final say in the entertainment industry. With your current popularity, there will definitely be people willing to write songs for you. At worst, we can lower the quality of the songs a bit and get through this difficult time first." Su Luowei shook her head. "No, Sister Jing, if you do that, you'll be falling into their trap. My song isn't really important." Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment and looked at her with some confusion. Isn't he the most important thing right now to resolve the issue of Su Luowei's new song first? Su Luowei did not continue speaking. There was a thoughtful glint in her beautiful eyes as she pondered quietly. At this moment, her thoughts were very clear. Yao Sichuan's betrayal and all the things that happened in the company slowly passed through her mind. After a while, she took a deep breath and said slowly, "They came here for Chenwei Entertainment, so deliberately attacking my new song is just the first step. But that's not their real goal, because even if my new song isn't released on time, it will just mean a loss of popularity, which won't have a big impact on me." Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Then what is their goal?" Su Luowei was silent for a while, then she gritted her teeth, moved her lips slightly, and slowly uttered two words. "Build momentum. Build momentum." "That's right." Su Luowei nodded, took a deep breath, and continued, "Chenwei Entertainment has been established for less than a year, and its foundation is still very shallow compared to those big-name companies in the entertainment industry. I guess what they want is for everyone to see the gap between us, Chenwei Entertainment, and those big-name entertainment companies. As long as they can make everyone realize that Chenwei Entertainment is not a strong enough entertainment company in the future, that will be enough. This is Chenwei Entertainment's biggest shortcoming." Xu Jingqiu's eyes opened wide. She was just an agent, and her mind was a little slow to catch up when she suddenly heard about the fierce confrontation between companies. But, is there any benefit for them in doing this? Su Luowei suddenly smiled and looked at Xu Jingqiu. "Sister Jing, if everyone has already seen Chenwei Entertainment's shortcomings and decline, then when the confrontation really begins, do you think anyone will still choose to stand on our side?" Hiss. When Xu Jingqiu heard this, he took a breath of cold air. After Su Luowei said this, she immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. She has been an agent in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. If she were to make an analogy, the companies in the entertainment industry are like a huge pool. Any resource in the entertainment industry is just a drop of water in these pools. Water droplets can flow freely between pools. And if all the water drops suddenly knew there's a pond on fire, all the water that flows into it will evaporate. Then, all the water drops will no longer move towards that pool. Over time, even if the pool is not actually on fire, the water in it will gradually dry up. Without the nourishment of new water droplets, the ultimate fate of a pond can only be extinction. So, what should we do now? Xu Jingqiu said in a panic. Regarding this issue, Su Luowei actually already had an idea in her mind. She said calmly, "First, we must immediately find a new music director for Chenwei Entertainment to stabilize the situation within the company. Secondly, the release of my new song must not be delayed any further, and the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it will definitely be used as a target for attack." Xu Jingqiu looked conflicted, but where can we find a suitable music director in such a short time? And it can't delay your new song, which is really difficult. Su Luowei didn't say anything, and a lazy figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That guy can write a song in just 5 minutes. Can he solve my problem? Or try to make him the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Will he agree? Sister Jing, regarding the selection of music director, I have an idea in mind. Su Luowei looked at Xu Jingqiu, hesitated for a moment, and said. But she didn't say Jiang Chen's name directly. I will try to talk to him. If he agrees, maybe we can solve our current problem. We have a candidate, who is it? Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. She knows almost all the famous music producers in the entertainment industry. She hadn't thought of a suitable candidate for a while, but she didn't expect that Su Luowei already had a direction. The expression on Su Luowei's face was a little uncertain. His situation is a little special, and I'm not entirely sure. After I talk to him, I'll tell you. Xu Jingqiu looked at her expression and suddenly understood something. She hesitated for a moment and asked. Luowei, is this person not famous? Su Luowei thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Chen is actually quite famous, but it's all a bad reputation. In the music world, he is not very famous. Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath. Sure enough, Su Luowei was planning to take an unconventional approach. Ever since she met Su Luowei, this girl has never been a stable person. Although she is smart, she is not steady at all when doing things. Back then, when I got married, I chose an unreliable man and married him off early. He won't listen to anyone's advice. Now that I have started a company, I didn't expect that my personality is still the same as before. Luowei, our current situation is indeed a bit bad, but if we think carefully, we can still contact some experienced music producers. You can't joke about things like this, she advised earnestly. Su Luowei smiled. Sister Jing, how could I make fun of Chenwei Entertainment? Although the person I'm looking for isn't famous, he's actually a true musical genius. He may not be famous now, but I believe that he will become famous in the music world soon. When Xu Jingqiu heard this, she curled her lips in disapproval. Genius. She has seen too many geniuses. What the entertainment industry lacks the least is talent. Only those who can persist on this path are true geniuses, and the others are at most just individuals. She frowned and continued to ask. Has the person you have in mind ever written any works? After thinking for a moment, Su Luowei smiled and said. Yes, I saw he wrote one today. As she spoke, she found paper and pen. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the names of the 2 songs on the paper. The Wind is Blowing. The Moon's Fault. Chapter 11. When Su Luowei puts on sexy lingerie. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he slept until he felt a chill on his body. He sneezed and woke up. The magazine on his face had already fallen to the ground. He sat up, sniffed, and looked forward in confusion. Damn! Who is plotting against me behind my back? At this time, the sun had completely set in the sky, and only a light red sunset glow remained on the horizon. Night was gradually falling, and in the distance, many houses were lighting up. Jiang Chen yawned, stretched, picked up the juice on the table, and leaned lazily in his chair, biting the straw while admiring the sunset glow in the sky. I had a really comfortable sleep and I can play a few more games tonight. So, what should I do tomorrow? I haven't been out for a while. How about going fishing? The weather seems to be pretty good recently. As a writer, it is normal to go out and look for inspiration, or play chess with the old man at the gate of the community. Last time, I wasn't paying attention and lost 3 games in a row, which made those old guys show off a lot. Damn it, he must get his revenge this time. Just as I was thinking about it, Luowei's cute voice suddenly came from downstairs. Hubby, it's time to eat. Jiang Chen felt his stomach and was indeed a little hungry. He put on his slippers, stretched lazily, and walked downstairs. However, as soon as he reached the restaurant, he was stunned. Because the restaurant is usually bright and spacious, but the lighting today seems a little hazy, and you can vaguely see swaying light and shadow on the wall. He was a little confused and took a few steps forward. A long dining table appeared in front of him. On the dining table, a few slender candles burned quietly, emitting a faint warm yellow light, swaying gracefully in the breeze. In the center of the table, carefully prepared dishes were placed, with attractive colors and overflowing aroma. Next to the exquisite tableware, there were 2 beautiful high-heeled glasses, half filled with red wine. What's going on? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Although Luowei would occasionally cook at home, due to her busy work schedule, she mostly made simple meals. It was quite rare for her to make such a sumptuous meal as today's. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Luowei coming out of the kitchen with dishes. She was wearing an apron and her soft silk hair was tied behind her head. She looked like a gentle and well-behaved housewife. Noticing his dazed look, she smiled shyly. What are you looking at? Come and sit down. Tonight, I'll reward you. Jiang Chen immediately became excited when he heard this. Reward him? Could it be that the song she just sang moved the little girl? So, she specially prepared this table of dishes to reward herself. He touched his nose and grinned. He sat down in the main seat without any hesitation, and then reached out his hand to hold Luowei's slender waist. Wife, stop being busy and let your husband hold you for a while. Wait, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Unexpectedly, Luowei struggled with an embarrassed look on her face. Jiang Chen thought she was talking about the apron, so he cooperated and let go of her. Then go quickly. I'll wait for you here. Come have a couple of drinks with me tonight. Luowei ran away with a red face. Jiang Chen sat alone at the dining table waiting. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no sign of Luowei. Why does it take so long to change my apron? He muttered in confusion and was about to stand up to see what Luowei was doing. But I saw Luowei had already changed her clothes and was walking down the stairs gracefully. Jiang Chen was stunned when he looked up. The girl was wearing a tight black dress. The delicate fabric was close to her skin, gently outlining her curvy figure. Of course he recognized this dress, because he had carefully selected it. The design of the neckline perfectly showed off the girl's collarbone and elegant neckline. The hem of the skirt swayed gently, and as Luowei walked, her white and smooth legs swayed in front of him. Like a charming landscape, it gracefully walked into his field of vision. Damn! Today's reward is quite impressive. Jiang Chen touched his nose, thinking blankly. Hubby, let me pour you some wine. Luowei walked lightly to Jiang Chen's side, her face flushed. She sat down coquettishly and handed the red wine glass to him. Drink wine? Jiang Chen glanced down at the red wine glass and swallowed involuntarily. It's already this late, why are you still drinking? The fire in my heart, which had been unable to be suppressed, rose again. Depend on this little goblin. I have to clean up tonight. He picked up the wine glass that Luowei handed him and drank it all in one gulp. Then, amid the little girl's exclamation, he picked her up by the waist and walked straight to the second floor. What are you going to do? I haven't eaten yet. 2 hours later. Jiang Chen walked down the stairs again, carrying Luowei in his arms. Luowei's face was red and her hair was a little messy. Jiang Chen gently placed her on the chair. It's all your fault. The food is cold. Luowei said angrily as she looked at the table full of untouched dishes. It's okay, it will be fine after a while. I'll go and heat it up, you rest here for a while. Jiang Chen said with a smile, then walked to the kitchen with the dishes. Compared with serious matters, what does it matter if he eats some cold dishes? 10 minutes later, he came out of the kitchen again with the dishes. Dinner officially began. Come, have a bowl of soup first. Jiang Chen was very considerate and served Su Luowei a bowl of soup. The intense work just now must have made the little girl very tired. Su Luowei gave him a glare with her beautiful eyes, but did not refuse. He took the soup and drank it in small sips. After all this trouble, she was really a little hungry. After eating for a while, most of the dishes on the table were gone, and both of them were half full. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes then secretly looked at Jiang Chen. The timing was just right, and she planned to get to the point. Husband, she said in a coquettish manner, can you promise me one thing? Chapter 12. Jiang Chen, you regret it now that you've put on your pants? The flickering candlelight made Su Luowei's face even more charming. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. But he just shook his head. No. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Why? How could you say no? That shouldn't be the case, the atmosphere is already so tense. Wife, you haven't heard this saying, if a man learns to say no, he can reduce 90% of his troubles. Jiang Chen, of course, had his own theories. He proudly explained, especially in front of beautiful women, if you can refuse, do so. If you can't, you should find a way to refuse. Develop the habit of saying no, and trouble will naturally disappear. After several years of living a bad life, Jiang Chen has also summed up a lot of experience. The first thing is that most of the troubles a man has in his life often come from women. When you are a child, you are controlled by your mother. When you grow up, you are controlled by your wife. When you are old, you are controlled by your daughter. You can't lie down while watching TV, you can't smoke more than one cigarette, and you have to apply for a Coke. So men must learn to say no, especially requests from beautiful women. Those are not requests, but huge pits. He spoke clearly and logically, with a half-joking tone in his voice. But Su Luowei was really angry to death. Jiang Chen was right. He really did have something to trouble him with. Although the two had agreed before their marriage that they would not interfere with each other's work, isn't this a special case? The music director of Chenwei Entertainment resigned, and she wanted Jiang Chen to be the new music director of the company. She still looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, her beautiful eyes blinking beautifully under the flickering candlelight. Hubby, even though I had the inspiration for today's song, The Moon's Trouble, long ago, you wrote it in just 5 minutes. I think you're definitely capable of that. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Having lived 2 lives, I immediately noticed something was wrong. The girl's attitude was very abnormal. I've never talked to myself like this before. There is a knife hanging over your head when it comes to lust. Could it be that the time has come to pay the price for all those excessive demands I just made? Thinking of this, he coughed and stopped pretending, choosing to reveal his hand immediately. Who said I wrote that song in 5 minutes? Su Luowei was puzzled. No, isn't it? I clearly saw you write it right there. Actually, I wrote this song a long time ago. Jiang Chen sighed. As he spoke, he stood up and lifted the table with force, then picked up a small piece of folded paper from the bottom of the table leg to pad the table legs. Take a look. When Su Luowei took it and looked at it, her mouth couldn't help but open in surprise. Because when the dusty paper was unfolded, the content on it was the song The Moon's Trouble that Jiang Chen sang on the roof today. The lyrics and melody are all there. But she clearly remembered that Jiang Chen had used this paper as a table leg pad more than a year ago. When did this guy write this? And he actually used such a good song as a table leg? Su Luowei opened her mouth slightly and looked at the piece of paper in her hand in disbelief. The creases on the paper are very obvious, the color is slightly yellow, and it feels a little damp, proving that this paper was indeed placed under the table a long time ago and it is impossible to forge it. Has this song been written long ago? She suddenly felt her brain wasn't enough. So, how long did it take you to write this song? I don't remember, it was quite long anyway. Jiang Chen looked at the chandelier above his head and thought silently. 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes? Anyway, it's definitely not short. Su Luowei changed the question. So how many songs have you written in these years? Of course it's 2. It's not that easy to finish a song. Just these 2 songs took me a lot of time. Jiang Chen sighed. After 3 years of marriage, he would never make a mistake in this kind of choice. Exposing one's strength without reason is tantamount to self-destruction. Besides, he didn't lie. The two songs together would take at least more than 20 minutes, which is indeed a lot. Luowei stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have turned his back on her. Her thoughts were completely confused at this moment. What? Did Jiang Chen write The Moon's Trouble a long time ago? He spent 3 years and only wrote 2 songs. So, his abilities are not actually suitable for being a music director. How could a music director only write 2 songs in 3 years? A normal music director, regardless of the quality, must produce at least 10 songs a year. With Jiang Chen's speed, he simply couldn't be a music director. So what is she doing tonight? Jiang Chen now began to come to his senses. The reason Luowei wants to trouble him is probably related to songwriting, right? Wife, you know, my dream is to become a great writer and write works that will be passed down through the ages. This has always been my dream. If it can't be realized, I won't be able to sleep at night. Can you understand? He said with a stern face and very seriously. Luowei stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was talking seriously and eloquently. I don't know why, but I gradually became angry and wanted to pounce on him and bite him right now. I don't understand. She snorted coldly at Jiang Chen in anger. Then he stamped his feet, stood up angrily, and walked upstairs with a deng-deng-deng sound. She wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, not because she really couldn't solve those problems, but because she didn't want to bury Jiang Chen's talent. But now things are completely different from what she expected. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw her back. This little girl, why does she change her mind so suddenly? Didn't you promise to write a song for her at home? Just thinking about. After a while, Luowei's somewhat annoyed voice came from upstairs again. Eat quickly and wash the dishes after you're done. 10 o'clock in the evening. When Xu Jingqiu returned home and was searching for her keys in her bag, she suddenly found the paper airplane with the words, "Invisible Wings," written on it. She patted her forehead gently. Oh, why did you give this thing to Luowei? Never mind. I have to go to her place tomorrow morning anyway, so I'll give it to her then. As she said this, she shook her head and put the paper airplane back into her bag. Then he took out the key and opened the door. Chapter 13. Oops, the song I wrote was discovered again. The next morning, Luowei got up early. Last night, she was really angry. Although if you think about it carefully, it seems that Jiang Chen cannot be blamed entirely. After all, he is just a writer. Being able to write 2 songs in 3 years is already very impressive. But for some reason, she was so angry that she ignored Jiang Chen the whole night. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still sleeping in upstairs. This is his habit. He won't get up until 10 o'clock every day. Because as a writer, you have to keep a clear head at all times. She took a big sip of water angrily, then looked out the window dejectedly. Actually, she also thought carefully about what Jiang Chen said last night. There is indeed no music director who only makes 2 songs in 3 years. After all, the music director is in charge of the music creation of the entire company. She is not the only artist in the studio. There are also many newly signed artists who also need music works. If Jiang Chen were really appointed as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, under such intense pressure, it might even have the opposite effect and undermine his creative confidence. Luowei sighed softly. Never mind. After all, Jiang Chen is only 24 years old and not a professional yet. It is already difficult for him to write 2 high-quality songs. As for the music director, we should not force it too much, let's look for other senior musicians. Ding dong tilde ding dong tilde. Just as I was thinking about something, the doorbell rang. Luowei put down the cup of water and opened the door. Xu Jingqiu appeared at the door in a hurry. She was carrying a shoulder bag and holding a phone. It was unknown who she was talking to. After a long while, she hung up the phone. Luowei, I have arranged everything about the studio. How was your talk with the music teacher yesterday? She asked while changing her shoes. Luowei's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, No, we didn't reach an agreement. Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. What is going on? She thought yesterday that Luowei had to be certain that she would talk to the music producer. Why didn't we reach an agreement? That person. I thought about it later and he doesn't seem to be suitable to be a music director. Su Luowei sighed, her face a little depressed. Xu Jingqiu changed her shoes and walked into their house. Luowei, can you tell me who that music production teacher you mentioned is? Someone who can write 2 songs of such high quality shouldn't be unknown in the entertainment industry, right? Su Luowei hesitated for a long time. Since it was about Jiang Chen, she actually didn't want to say it. However, the 2 songs, The Wind Rises and The Moon's Trouble, will be released sooner or later, and it will be impossible to hide it then. So, after hesitating for a while, she continued. It's Jiang Chen. What? Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, and opened his mouth wide. Jiang Chen, isn't he a writer? How could he have written those 2 songs? I couldn't help but add. What kind of writer? This guy hasn't written anything in 3 years. A pure gigolo. If he hadn't been relying on Luowei for support, he might be begging on the streets now. A guy like this can actually write songs. Of course, it was difficult for her to say these words in front of Su Luowei, and only the expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. Sister Jing, those 2 songs were written by Jiang Chen. Su Luowei pouted and said helplessly. This is why she was reluctant to talk about Jiang Chen. Everyone around her seemed to have a lot of opinions about Jiang Chen. Every time Jiang Chen was mentioned, everyone reacted very strongly. Etc. Xu Jingqiu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Luowei, you're not thinking of letting Jiang Chen be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, are you? Before Su Luowei could speak, she immediately said with a stern face. No. Luowei, this is absolutely not possible. How can Jiang Chen be the music director? You know his personality. If he were to be the music director, there would definitely be trouble. As she spoke, she looked at Su Luowei nervously. Luowei, please don't bring your personal feelings into your work. Sister Jing, don't get excited. I talked to Jiang Chen about this yesterday, and he didn't agree. Su Luowei didn't find a chance to speak until Xu Jingqiu stopped, then she smiled bitterly. He didn't agree. Xu Jingqiu was stunned and a little surprised. Then she immediately curled her lips. Fortunately, she didn't agree, otherwise Chenwei Entertainment would have been ruined by this gigolo. Su Luowei nodded and sat down on the sofa somewhat depressed. Xu Jingqiu looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief. Nizzy, it's a good thing he didn't agree. Listen to my advice. Jiang Chen is truly not suitable to be the music director. This position is too important. Jiang Chen, you know how he's been at home these past 3 years. If he's truly talented, how could he not have written anything in 3 years? There must be some misunderstanding about those 2 songs. Anyway, your marriage to Jiang Chen is your personal matter, and I can't stop you. But letting him be the music director is absolutely not an option. Su Luowei looked at Xu Jingqiu with a nervous face, and didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she could only nod helplessly. I understand, Sister Jing. She actually figured it out. If Jiang Chen only wrote 2 songs in 3 years, then he is indeed not suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Okay, Luowei, don't be too anxious. There will always be a way to get there. We'll think of a way to contact the music director. I thought of several seniors in the music industry yesterday, and I'll call them later. Xu Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to comfort her. Su Luowei nodded. By the way, Luowei, this is the paper airplane I picked up at your doorstep yesterday. I saw words written on it, so I didn't throw it away. Take a look, is it yours? Xu Jingqiu suddenly remembered something and took out a paper airplane from her bag. What paper airplane? Su Luowei took the paper airplane with some confusion and spread it out in her hands. She originally thought it was just a child throwing it around, but when she saw some familiar handwriting on the paper, her beautiful eyes were stunned. There were lines of short sentences written on the paper, and she recognized it almost immediately. It was Jiang Chen's handwriting. And the above content. Invisible wings. Every time. Are all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time. Even if it hurts. No tears in my eyes. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying. Flying over despair. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Su Luowei might still think that this was some strange poem written by Jiang Chen. But now, she understood. Here are the lyrics. And these lyrics. The more she looked down, the more frightened she became. I finally see. All dreams blossom. Chasing the young. The singing is so loud. As a professional idol singer, Luowei is very sensitive to words. Sometimes she can tell whether a song is good or bad just by looking at the lyrics. She only glanced at the lyrics written on the paper and vaguely felt the faint sense of melancholy contained in them. This lyrics is very well written. This song will definitely be a good song. The only pity is that there is no melody written on the paper. So, this is the third song written by Jiang Chen. Chapter 14. What song did he sing? The early morning sun holds the hand of the breeze, pulling the curtains at the window one by one. The light and shadow flickered, and in front of the window, a graceful figure looked a little angry. Luowei, do you recognize this paper airplane? Jingchu asked curiously from the side. Luowei gritted her teeth in hatred, clenched the paper tightly, and a hint of danger flashed in her eyes. I recognize it. Of course I recognize it. I saw a similar one yesterday. Jingchu was stunned when she saw her gritting her teeth. Why does Luowei look so angry? What's so special about this paper airplane? Who wrote this? Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen? Luowei gritted her teeth. She looked down at the creased paper again. The paper was clean and white, and the ink on the paper was clear and bright. It was obvious that it was written just a few days ago. Most importantly, the day before yesterday, Jiang Chen was playing with paper airplanes on the rooftop. She knew about this and had told him not to throw them around. The truth came out almost instantly. The content on this paper was written by Jiang Chen 2 days ago. Luowei gritted her teeth in anger. Jiang Chen deceived her again. Honey, I've only written 2 songs in 3 years. The guy's solemn words last night seemed to ring in my ears again. If this guy really only wrote 2 songs in 3 years, then what's the point of this paper? Luowei, is this poem really written by Jiang Chen? Jingchu asked curiously. Luowei nodded. She was absolutely certain that these lyrics were written by Jiang Chen 2 days ago. Jingchu was surprised. How could Jiang Chen write such a poem? But after a moment, she was a little disapproving. What is the use of writing good poems? They can't be exchanged for money, and I still have to rely on Luowei for support. I write these useless things every day. No wonder I haven't published any works until now. As she was thinking, she heard Luowei say angrily. These are the lyrics written by Jiang Chen. If nothing unexpected happens, this could very well be the third song he's written. Song, lyrics? Luowei, does Jiang Chen really know how to write songs? Jingchu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luowei in surprise. She always thought that the content on the paper was poetry copied from somewhere. Luowei nodded and was about to say something when Jiang Chen came down from upstairs unsteadily. Har! He yawned loudly and walked to the hall in his pajamas with lazy steps. Honey, I'm hungry, where's breakfast? He walked towards the restaurant, but found that there was no breakfast there. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Whenever Luowei was at home, she would usually prepare breakfast for him at this time. What happened today? He turned around and saw Jingchu and Luowei sitting on the sofa in the living room. Both of them looked at him with complicated and strange expressions. Hey, Lao Chu is here too. He raised his hand in a lazy greeting. As Luowei's agent, this was not the first time Jingchu came to their house, so he naturally recognized her. However, when Jiang Chen's words fell into Jingchu's ears, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Her name is Jingchu. People younger than her usually address her as Sister Jing, while older people just call her Xiao Jing. Only Jiang Chen had been calling her Lao Chu since the first time they met. It sounded like old animal and was very unpleasant. And no matter how many times I tell him, this guy never changes. She took a deep breath, turned her head slightly in anger, and didn't intend to continue paying attention to Jiang Chen. Luowei's expression did not change at all. Jiang Chen thought she was still angry about what happened yesterday, so he walked over with a smile. Hey, wife, are you still angry? Luowei looked at his playful appearance and felt even more annoyed. With a cold expression, he asked, did you sleep well last night? Okay, I slept soundly. Jiang Chen didn't notice anything unusual and deliberately moved closer to Luowei and sat down next to her. Xu Jingqiu was watching from the side and curled her lips in her heart. Jiang Chen was so shameless. Oh, really? Luowei didn't react at all, and continued expressionlessly, but I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I got up early this morning and found a paper airplane at the door of our house. She gently shook the paper in her hand, a little puzzled. What's strange is that there's some inexplicable writing on this paper airplane, and the handwriting is very familiar. Honey, do you know what's going on? After saying that, she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the familiar white paper in Luowei's hand, and the faint handwriting on it. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh my god. No way. Didn't he fold that thing I wrote the day before yesterday into a paper airplane and throw it away? Luowei can pick this up. What kind of shit luck is this? Damn it. Why did I feel so guilty at that time? Jiang Chen looked as if he had eaten a fly. Wife, please listen to my explanation. He forced a smile and looked at Luowei. Okay, you explain, I'm listening. Luowei smiled and didn't seem angry at all. However, Jiang Chen knew that this was a sign that the girl was really angry. If he continued to smooth things over, the girl might really lose her temper. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decisively gave up the idea of continuing to struggle and honestly admitted his mistake. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I made a mistake yesterday. In the past 3 years, I've actually only written 3 songs. Jiang Chen is indeed a seasoned veteran who has been married for 3 years. He was apologizing 1 second and preparing to lie to the girl the next. Luowei really wanted to grab Jiang Chen's wrist and bite it hard. But Xu Jingqiu was still here, so she could only look at him angrily. Jiang Chen, how long are you going to keep lying to me? Wife, this is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and said sincerely, I promise, this is the last song. Luowei gritted her teeth inwardly and took several deep breaths before she felt a little better. However, when she wanted to continue speaking, she found helplessly that she seemed to have no way to deal with Jiang Chen. After all, there doesn't seem to be much difference between writing 2 songs in 3 years and writing 3 songs in 3 years, so Jiang Chen still cannot be asked to serve as the music director. Ahem. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy first. I don't know why, but I feel particularly inspired to write today. Jiang Chen was also very sensible. Seeing that Luowei didn't say anything, he immediately planned to retreat. However, Luowei did not intend to let him go, and gritted her teeth and said, etc. What else? Jiang Chen turned around and smiled sincerely. Luowei took a deep breath, waved the paper in her hand, and said angrily, You can only leave after you finish singing this song. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally understood. Jiang Chen was just lazy and it was useless to force him. Although he lied to her, this guy didn't do nothing. At least the song written on the paper was quite suitable for her and was just right to solve her urgent problem. As for the music director position, we just need to find the right person before the new song is released. No problem. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and made an okay gesture. It's just a song. Not much impact. He knew that the girl's anger had actually mostly subsided, so after she finished singing the song, he would say a few nice words to comfort her, and the matter would be over. By then, he can still continue to live a carefree life and still be the most handsome guy in the whole neighborhood. When Jiang Chen returned to the living room with his guitar, Luowei's expression had indeed improved a lot. He smiled, held the guitar and gently plucked the strings. In the living room, the 2 women looked at him curiously. Xu Jingqiu's eyes were still full of doubts. Could Jiang Chen really write and sing songs? How come she can't see it at all? This guy is always smiling, lazy, unambitious and has no serious behavior. How could he have the talent to write songs? But at this moment, Jiang Chen's attitude gradually became serious. No matter how bad you usually act. But he is serious every time he sings. This seems to have become a habit of top stars and is difficult to change. Feel the gradual changes taking place in Jiang Chen. Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Luowei also gradually held her breath and stared at Jiang Chen intently. The inexplicable feeling I had from Jiang Chen last night seemed to slowly reappear. Jiang Chen closed his eyes slightly and adjusted his posture. Then his fingers skillfully plucked the guitar strings. Ding 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 tilde. The string sounds as dense as raindrops suddenly rang out. This is a sound check. Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but open her eyes wide as she watched Jiang Chen's fingers moving up and down. She had never seen Jiang Chen's audition technique before, but she could intuitively feel that this technique was not simple, because Jiang Chen's movements were not only fast, but also looked very comfortable, with bursts of rhythm. The strings sounded so quickly, continuously and densely that the sound test was completed in just a moment. Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. Singing requires emotions, and he is looking for the emotions he wants. Luowei and Xu Jingqiu looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's approach is more professional than many singers who have debuted for many years. A moment later, Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, and at this moment, his eyes suddenly became sad and deep. Fingers gently plucked the guitar. A melody with a hint of sadness sounded. Luowei listened attentively with bated breath and couldn't help nodding in her heart. This prelude has an inexplicable sadness, but the melody is extremely catchy. Then, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. I forgot how long it's been. I never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. A sad and hoarse singing voice sounded. But Luowei and Xu Jingqiu were stunned almost at the same time. Because the song Jiang Chen was singing at this moment was completely different from the lyrics written on the paper plane. Chapter 15, Fairy Tale. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Only Jiang Chen's hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy. Luowei picked up the lyrics in her hand and read them carefully again, only then was she sure that she was not mistaken. The song written on the paper was called Invisible Wings, and the lyrics were completely different from what Jiang Chen was singing now. So, what song is Jiang Chen singing now? I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen sang the lyrics one by one. But Luowei and Xu Jingqiu's eyes were wide open, and their faces were dazed. Because they found that although they had never seen the lyrics of the song Jiang Chen was singing, the song seemed quite nice. Jiang Chen's singing skills are also unexpectedly good. His voice is very charming, his pronunciation is clear and standard, and his emotions and pitch are very well grasped. Xu Jingqiu opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Her job is an agent, so she has a very good eye for artists. She fell in love with Luowei at first sight and was sure that this beautiful and simple girl would become a big hit, so she was willing to be Luowei's agent. But now, she felt a completely different temperament from Jiang Chen. Elegance, mastery. What's going on? She didn't know how to describe this temperament. But she remembered that this feeling seemed to only be felt when facing the few top stars in the entertainment industry. What on earth is going on? Is he really the Jiang Chen I knew before? Besides, this guy, isn't he a writer? Why do you sing so professionally? I can't be your prince. Maybe you won't understand. Ever since you said you loved me, my sky is full of stars. Jiang Chen didn't notice that the two women in the living room had the same expression. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his high school youth. That year, at the school anniversary party, he sang this song affectionately on the stage and dedicated it to the girl he liked. Under the stage, the lights swayed left and right, and screams rose and fell. The classmates were all shouting his name. That year, he fell in love for the first time and expressed his feelings in the boldest way. The girl is very beautiful, and when she smiles, two small canine teeth are exposed. That night, she accepted his confession and they got together. The carefree and sweet times of that time are really memorable. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just 1 month later, the girl transferred to another city because of her father's job transfer. The night of farewell. His eyes were red, and he sang this song alone in the room until very late. In the hall, Jiang Chen's singing continued. However, he kept suppressing his emotions. Suppressed. As if waiting for an opportunity to explode. Finally. I want to become a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your hands. Turning into wings to protect you. You have to believe. I believe we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu were completely stunned. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen in the middle of the hall, their minds stopped thinking for a moment. The climax of this song. It was clearly just a calm song, but it seemed to convey a heart-wrenching feeling. A faint sense of sadness makes people's hearts tremble. The lyrics and melody reveal a heart-wrenching love and regret. You have to believe. I believe we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen's singing continued. But Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu's eyes gradually turned red. She stared at him blankly. If nothing unexpected happens. This guy Jiang Chen seems to have created another super high-quality love song? Oh. Right together. Our ending. Finally, the singing slowly subsided. There was silence in the hall. Jiang Chen waited quietly for a moment, until his emotions gradually subsided. He then took a deep breath and put down his guitar. Looking at the two women who were already in a daze on the sofa, a faint and pretentious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he gently took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it with a click. This was a prop he had prepared long ago to show off. White smoke was billowing. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, tilted his head back slightly, and looked at the ceiling, as if he was thinking about life. The pose is very handsome and he feels good too. He was very satisfied with the dull expressions that Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu had just shown. Good. The performance of the top singer should be shocking. He turned around calmly and found a chair to sit down. Next, it was time to accept flowers and applause, and he was ready to accept all the glory that belonged to him. But strangely, he waited for a long time, but the imagined praise did not come. Huh? What's going on? He looked forward with some doubt. But after Su Luowei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, she looked at him blankly. Honey, what song did you just sing? Fairy tale? Isn't it already written on the paper? Why are you asking me? Jiang Chen said casually. Su Luowei grabbed the paper again and looked at it, then placed it in front of him with an expressionless face. What's going on? Any questions? Jiang Chen came forward with some confusion and looked at the paper. On the paper, his own handwriting was very familiar. The title on the first line is 5 words written in a flamboyant style, Invisible Wings. Looking at the title that seemed to be glowing, Jiang Chen's expression was completely stunned. With his mouth slightly open, the cigarette butt fell to the ground involuntarily, sparks flying everywhere. Oh shit! This. What the hell is going on? He clearly remembered that what he wrote on paper the day before yesterday was a song full of faint sadness. Isn't it a fairy tale? How did it become Invisible Wings? This moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his brain had been hit by a meteor, with stars appearing in his head and the world turning upside down. Damn it! He got it mixed up. Both songs are filled with a touch of sadness. But what he wrote on the paper the day before yesterday was Invisible Wings instead of fairy tale. It doesn't matter. Su Luowei suddenly showed a beautiful smile, squatted down, picked up the cigarette but he dropped on the ground, and patted his shoulder gently. Hubby, this time, I'll give you some time to think about it slowly. Once you've figured out the reason, explain it to me. After saying that, she crushed the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. Then he walked upstairs with a calm look on his face. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky with a dull expression, as if he had lost the ability to think. At this moment, he felt as if 100,000 alpaca horses were running wildly in his heart. What the hell is going on? How could he get it mixed up? At the same time, he also regretted very much, why didn't he check the paper just now? If I had checked, I wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? Regret. Not like before. On the side, Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Jiang Chen's performance today really shocked her. This song, Fairy Tale, coupled with Jiang Chen's voice that is not inferior to that of top singers. She was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen could debut with this song now, he would become famous immediately. But isn't he this guy a gigolo? When did you become so talented? What is going on? Could it be that he has been deliberately hiding himself all along? Chapter 16 Jiang Chen's plan to play badly. If sadness had a name, Jiang Chen felt that it should be called a fairy tale. Top floor, great weather. The sun is shining brightly, and it feels warm on my body. The breeze was still blowing, and the green plants on the balcony were swaying gently, making a pleasant rustling sound. However, Jiang Chen's mood hit rock bottom at this moment. He collapsed on the recliner, looking at the blue sky with dull eyes. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. One wrong step, all wrong. If he could do it again, he would definitely check the paper carefully from beginning to end. That way, he'll never make a mistake singing a song. Nor will it reveal more of your strength. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. So, after playing tough for 5 minutes, he had no choice but to admit the truth to his wife. Yes. He can write songs, and in 3 years, he wrote more than 3 songs. Final. He won the girl's forgiveness. But at the same time, under the coercion and inducement of the little girl, he got the position of music director of Chenwei Entertainment. From the little girl, he learned that the music director of Chenwei Entertainment had resigned, and the reward last night was to make him the new music director. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky silently and sighed silently. My life of living off my wife was going well, how could it suddenly turn out like this? Thank you, husband. In the sunlight, Su Luowei's eyes were like crescent moons, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Chen sighed again in his heart. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more it will affect a man's sword-drawing speed. If the little girl hadn't been able to act coquettishly, how could he have easily agreed to such a thing? He just loves writing so much that he deliberately hides his songwriting talent. He's afraid that if we ask him to write songs, it will delay his writing time. He should be given some experience as a music director to help him change his lazy nature. On the side, Su Luowei pouted and explained something to Xu Jingqiu with a proud look on her face. Is that so? Xu Jingqiu looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the recliner like a pile of mud, in disbelief, but the shock on her face still lingered. Just now, at Su Luowei's plea. In front of the two of them, Jiang Chen also wrote the melody of the song Invisible Wings. Su Luowei followed the melody on the paper and simply played and sang, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. She also listened from the side. It's really beautiful and nice to listen to, better than any song Su Luowei has released since her debut. Such a song. Jiang Chen actually folded it into paper airplanes and threw them everywhere? This is too. Xu Jingqiu was shocked and thought for a long time before a word slowly emerged in his mind. Spendthrift. That's right, a spendthrift. She was sure that no matter which singer got a song like Fairy Tale or Invisible Wings, he would treasure it. Just one song of this quality can establish a firm foothold in the music industry. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to care at all. If Luowei hadn't kept asking him to do so, he wouldn't even have bothered to write the melody for Invisible Wings. This guy, is he really that casual? Just now, Su Luowei once again proposed that Jiang Chen be the new entertainment director of Chenwei Entertainment. After hesitating for a while, Xu Jingqiu rarely raised any objections. She has watched all 4 of Jiang Chen's songs. If she really had to use one word to describe Jiang Chen, it would be genius. A true genius. For consecutive songs, all of which are of rare and super high quality. This is rarely seen among the old veterans in the music industry. No one can guarantee that their creations will always be highly stable. Inspiration sometimes depends on luck. Jiang Chen was still a newcomer at only 24 years old. He didn't even devote all his time and energy to songwriting. If only Jiang Chen wasn't so obsessed with writing. Xu Jingqiu thought for a long moment before he couldn't help but look at Su Luowei and sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's such a pity that Jiang Chen has such talent but wastes his time on writing. What's so good about writing? I haven't written anything in 3 years. I might as well focus on writing songs. Not yet. Su Luowei glanced at Jiang Chen and snorted coldly. Then her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly again, and she continued to appreciate the lyrics and melody in her hands happily. She was in a good mood. She liked the song Invisible Wings very much. It fitted in perfectly with her usual singing style, as if it was tailor-made for her. She looked at it carefully for a while before putting the lyrics away with satisfaction. Then she walked lightly to Jiang Chen's side, leaned over and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Hubby, this is a reward for you. Delicate soft lips gently kissed the face. However, Jiang Chen was in no mood to feel anything at all. He stared with his eyes wide open and turned his head away with an uncomfortable look on his face. Ignore me. I'm mourning a dying dream. Su Luowei covered her mouth. Jiang Chen's words made her laugh again. After agreeing to the position of music director, this guy has been looking listless, as if all the strength in his body has been drained away. Humph, what a dream. I've been writing for 3 years and haven't produced anything. Su Luowei gently twisted Jiang Chen's waist and said with a pout, I think you should give up your dream of becoming a writer as soon as possible. That job is simply not suitable for you. You'd better focus on writing songs. You will definitely have a successful career there. Jiang Chen's expression became even more distressed. Was he talking about becoming a writer? He was commemorating his leisurely life. I don't want to talk. My stomach hurts. He turned away depressed. Seeing that Jiang Chen still refused to pay attention to her, Su Luowei stood up angrily. With his hands on his hips, he said, then you can continue to reminisce here. Anyway, you have already promised me that you will start your job at Chenwei Entertainment in 3 days. Unless you can write a decent book within these 3 days, otherwise, you should go to work honestly. After saying that, she snorted coldly and walked downstairs. Although she has got the new song, there is not much time left before its release and she still has a lot of things to do. Xu Jingqiu sighed and followed her downstairs. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the sky, lost in thought. 3 days. There are still 3 days left. Is his leisurely life going to end in 3 days? No. This is not the result he wanted. But, now that things have come to this, what else can we do? Suddenly, what Su Luowei had just said came to mind. Unless you can write a decent book within these 3 days, go to work honestly. Wait, who said I couldn't be a good writer? Jiang Chen suddenly reacted. As long as he can produce works, isn't that enough? Even if I quit my job and stay at home to write, the girl should be able to say something, right? After figuring this out, he suddenly sat up, slammed the table hard, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Yes, why didn't he think of it before? Writer equals leisurely life. Leisurely life equals writer. If you want to continue your leisurely life at home in the future, you must maintain your identity as a writer. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and then he suddenly stood up from the recliner. Put on your slippers, go back to your room and turn on your computer. Time waits for no one, he wants to start his own journey as a writer immediately. However, he doesn't have much time, and it's not easy to become an excellent writer in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen typed in essay contest on the search page. As an author who has not produced any works in 3 years, he does not intend to start slowly from scratch, but instead plans to directly participate in a writing competition. This kind of competition itself is popular and can quickly spread his pen name and works. Soon the search results appeared on the computer screen, but they were all from major websites, online literature writing competitions on fantasy and urban themes. Jiang Chen browsed for a while and shook his head in disappointment. This was not what he was looking for. Publishing a novel on such a platform required signing a copyright contract, which did not meet his requirements, and the subject matter was not the type he wanted to write. After thinking for a moment, he typed literary writing competition into the page again. This time, there weren't many things that came out, but they basically met Jiang Chen's needs, and they were all writing competitions from major literary forums. There is no contract requirement, just post the document. Jiang Chen silently screened through the entries before his eyes landed on the title of a writing competition. Drag the mouse and click in. When the page unfolded, it turned out to be a rules page for the Women's Literature Writing Competition, with a registration entrance at the bottom. Wuxia Literature Forum. The 17th National Women's Literature Fiction Writing Competition. Writing theme, love. Subject, no limit. Number of words, more than 500,000. Participation method, forum post. Selection method, live online voting. Registration requirements, forum real name authentication account. Women's literary novels. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. This writing competition is organized by the largest literary forum in China, a semi-official organization with great influence. It does not require a contract, which perfectly meets his requirements. The only problem is that this is a novel writing competition for women's literature. The theme of the writing is still love. As a grown man, when has he ever read any sweet romance novel? What to do about this? Jiang Chen frowned and began to think again. Love. Are there any novels he has read that write about love? Several epic works came to mind, but he rejected them all. Although these novels are well written, they lack the element of love and do not meet the requirements of the writing competition. Suddenly, a book that he had read in the middle of the night, forgetting to eat and sleep, slowly emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That book seemed to contain a love story. Why not just write this one? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer. He dragged the mouse to register an account in the forum and directly clicked on the registration entrance below. A page pops up on the screen where you need to fill in the work information. Title. Pen name. Male and female protagonists. Message from this book. After Jiang Chen browsed through it, his eyes stopped at the title column. Use the original title. But the original title has the element of ghost, which doesn't seem to fit the theme of the competition, love. Why not change your name? Although that book is mainly about tomb raiding, it also has a lot of love stories in it. Why not call it? He tapped the keyboard lightly and entered the corresponding information on the page. Title, Those Years, The Lights We Blow Out Together. Pen name, Jiang Langsai Jin. Male and female leads, Hu Xiaoba, Yang Meili. Message from this book, are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. After filling in the information, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then opened the document on his computer. Start typing your first line of text. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Chapter 17. The school beauty's breathing gradually became heavy. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen also found it very strange. I don't know if it's because of rebirth, but when he came back to life in this world, he found that all his memories of his previous life seemed to have been saved. Deep in his mind, there is a place filled with densely packed drawers, and these drawers contain all the memories of his previous life. As long as he gently opens one of the drawers, the memories inside will appear in his mind. He could look back on his entire life as if he were flipping through a photo album, and every detail, every picture and fragment, was so clear, as if it had just happened. It's a magical feeling. He could even see himself peeing on his homework book when he was in kindergarten. So, when he recalled the horror tomb raiding masterpiece in his mind, the memory of reading the book all night long slowly emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it, the original text of the book kept popping up in his mind. His fingers tapped on the keyboard quickly. In just over 10 minutes, thousands of words appeared on the document interface. During this time, Luowei came over with breakfast and a fruit plate. Seeing Jiang Chen typing away at the keyboard, she was instantly both angry and amused. Why, you haven't given up yet? Certainly. Jiang Chen nodded and said stubbornly, I'm laying it all out. I want to be a great writer. Let's see what you have to say then. Then keep working hard. Luowei stomped her feet in anger. But on second thought, this was probably Jiang Chen's last struggle. Jiang Chen had said this countless times in the past 3 years, but he had never written anything. Thinking of this, she didn't take Jiang Chen's words to heart. Anyway, this guy will naturally give up after a while when he finds that it has no effect. She put down the fruit plate, said something to Jiang Chen and went out. Xu Jingqiu was still waiting for her downstairs. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the room, still fighting furiously. 4:32 p.m. Ding dong tilde. In the Wuxia Literature Forum, editor Xiao Sun suddenly received a message in the background. Registration for writers. He was stunned for a moment and looked at the time in the lower right corner. There were only 5 minutes left before the registration deadline. The writing competition designed by the forum has a total participation period of 2 months, and you can register in the first month. However, those who really want to participate in the competition have basically completed their registration in the first half of the month. After all, registration is too late, leaving little time for writing, and the time for displaying works is too short. There is not enough time to get results. What is the point of participating in the competition? Thinking of this, he kindly reminded. Hello, I'm Sun Ruanan, editor of the Wuxia Literature Forum. Registration is almost over, and it's harder to get results at this time. I suggest you enter the next round of the writing competition. We hold similar writing competitions every few months, so don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities. After sending the message, he yawned and prepared to close the window, but before he could close his mouth, a new message appeared on his computer. No need, just join this round. Sun Ruonan was stunned for a moment, but couldn't help but smile when he saw this light message. Having worked as an editor for many years, he has seen many stubborn newcomers like this. The other person's pen name also looks unfamiliar to him. He probably just started learning to write. He is confident in what he writes, but he doesn't know how deep the waters of the writing industry are. He couldn't help asking, "Is this your first time writing a book?" In that case, I suggest newcomers don't be so stubborn. There's only a month left until the competition ends. Even if you write 2,000 words a day, it still wouldn't be enough to finish the beginning of your story. So, prepare well and enter the next round. I've seen too many newcomers like you give up in frustration because they didn't achieve anything. I'm offering this advice because I don't want to dampen your confidence and creative passion. The other party seemed to be completely unconcerned. I am different from them. Sun Ruonan laughed. He had seen many stubborn newcomers, but he had never seen one as stubborn as this one. Meeting such a stubborn person, for some reason, he suddenly felt the urge to give this newcomer a good fight. What do you think is special about you? Is it that you have a better brain? Do you find inspiration pouring out as soon as you lie down? Or do you have countless stories in your head? Can you write plots just by typing on the keyboard? Can you write 150,000 or even 200,000 words in a month? No one is disturbing me, so it should be fine. Well, take my advice, young man, and prepare well for the next round of competition. Writing a book is not as easy as you think. Sun Ruonan shook his head and still advised. He felt that the other party was either being stubborn or blindly confident. There are too many newcomers like this. Thinking back, he also started learning writing in this way, submitting his works everywhere with full of enthusiasm and confidence, but ended up with nothing. After several years of painful suffering, he gradually began to learn to write. Hello, so long-winded. Sun Ruonan was so angry when he saw this news. Your kindness is taken for granted. Forget it, forget it. In the end, he sighed and chose to approve the application of this new author. There was no way. Although there were still 2 minutes before the registration ended, it was still within the registration time range and he had no right to refuse anyone's registration. Besides, some people have to bang their heads against an iron door before they feel pain. Since this young man is so stubborn, let him try. How does the saying go? People cannot teach people, but things can teach people, and they will learn it once they are taught. After this creation is badly damaged, he will realize how practical the advice he just gave is. After passing the registration application, Jiang Chen can now upload his own works. He didn't take the conversation with editor Sun Ruonan seriously. In this world, he is the only one who knows what kind of achievements his book can create. In his world, this book pioneered a completely new genre, so how could it not be popular? Thinking of this, he shook his head and started clicking on the work page to upload his own content. Chinese Literature Forum. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the registration for the women's literature competition with the theme of love had closed for more than half an hour. Sun Ruonan sorted out all the information for the registration books and prepared to report it. However, when he caught sight of the pen name, Jiang Jin, he couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered that this pen name seemed to be the same as that of the stubborn newcomer just now. The title of the book he uploaded is The Lights We Blew Out Together in Those Years. Sun Ruonan clicked on the book information and took a look. Well, the title is okay. It should be a love story of the older generation in the last century. However, the title of a book is only a small aspect. The most important factor in determining whether a book can achieve success is its content. Newcomers are most lacking in this aspect, both their writing skills and plots are very immature. Most importantly, they don't like to hear opinions. Given Jiang Lang's stubborn personality, he is probably the most difficult newcomer to deal with. I don't have much knowledge, but I always want to become famous with one book. But the reality for these newcomers is that they often can't finish writing 2,000 words even after a whole day. He shook his head and sighed softly. After carefully reading the information about this book, I found that Those Years We Blow Out the Lights Together has been updated, and I couldn't help but smile. He dragged the mouse and clicked on the detailed information of the book. He wanted to see how many words this guy had written so as to prove his idea. However, when the pages of the book were unfolded, the expression on his face suddenly became as if he had seen a ghost. Because the book information clearly shows the updated word count for this book today. 60,000. This Jiang Chen has already updated 60,000 words on the first day. He rubbed his eyes several times before making sure he was not seeing things. Not 600, not 6,000, but 60,000 words. He opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Even the top writers can't update so many words in one day, right? Is this guy just writing nonsense? He quickly clicked on the main text of the book. Chapter 1, the blank paper of that year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Kyoto. Communication University of China. 4:30 in the afternoon. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. A class just ended in the lecture hall. Okay, that's all for this class. Now let's assign homework. At the podium, a professor in his 50s was writing the assignment content on the blackboard, while the students in the classroom had begun to pack up their things. Today is Friday and there are no classes for the next 2 days. Everyone is thinking about their plans for the weekend. Some people want to participate in club activities, while others plan to go to the internet cafe and spend the night. Some local students in Kyoto plan to go home directly. Miu Miu, do you want to go shopping together later? Bai Miu Miu was conscientiously writing down their homework on the blackboard when her roommate, whose hair was dyed light pink, suddenly came over and asked with a smile. Shop. Bai Miu Miu was a little moved when she heard this, but after hesitating for a while, she shook her head and said, No, I want to read a book in the afternoon. Oh, your head is full of thoughts. Why do you think about studying all day long? The pink-haired girl nodded her head, somewhat disappointedly. If you keep going like this, how are you going to find a boyfriend? I'm telling you, there might be a handsome guy this afternoon, Tilda. Bai Miu Miu's face turned slightly red. In fact, she didn't want to study. Last night, she paid attention to a women's literary writing competition on the China Literature Forum. It seems like a lot of new works have been published there. She has been a bit out of books lately and wants to go there to see if there are any books she likes. She is a senior book lover. She has loved reading since she was a child, especially novels. Once she starts reading, she will often be immersed in it and forget to eat and sleep. However, no one around her knew about this. Because her academic performance has always been good, everyone thought she was studying hard. I'd better read a book. I'll go shopping with you on the weekend. Bai Miu Miu whispered a little embarrassedly. Oh, okay, then I'll bring you something delicious tonight. Seeing that she really didn't seem to want to go shopping, the girl with pink hair stopped trying to persuade her. After gently pinching her cheek, she turned to invite other roommates. Bai Miu Miu packed up her things, said goodbye to her roommates one by one, and went straight back to the dormitory. Maybe it's because most students have plans in the afternoon. The dormitory building, which was originally unusually noisy, seemed a little quiet at this time. There were almost no people in the corridor. Her dormitory was also quiet. My roommates obviously all have their own plans. Those who had boyfriends went to look for their boyfriends, while those who didn't have boyfriends went shopping together at the invitation of the pink-haired girl. Bai Miu Miu put her school bag on the table. Slowly climbed onto the bed and lay down. In fact, she really enjoyed this feeling of tranquility. As a senior book lover, she prefers to read in such a quiet environment, without being disturbed by the outside world. However, such quiet time is obviously very rare in school. So, she didn't waste too much time. After lying on the bed for a while, she took out her mobile phone and opened the website of the China Literature Forum. The Women's Literary Fiction Writing Competition has a special page for displaying works. All the participating novels can be found above. There are thousands of them, and there are several ranking lists on the side of the display page. Popularity list, update list, most updated list, there is even a complaint list. Bai Miu Miu did not search for books aimlessly on the main page, but directly clicked on the popularity list. The book titles above are the works with the highest number of votes so far. The Wrong Person on a Blind Date, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me. After the flash marriage, the wealthy husband's vest can no longer be hidden. I won't pretend anymore, the boss wants to tear me apart every day. Bai Miu Miu's fingers gently slid across the list page, but her brows were slightly furrowed. She has read many novels of this type. Isn't there something fresher? Soon, she went through all the book titles on the list, but she still couldn't find the book she wanted to read. She could only sigh and look at the update list on the side. The update list shows the works with the most words updated on that day. The main feature of this type of book is the large quantity, but the quality may be a little worse. However, Bai Miu didn't care. She was very short of books at the moment, and as long as there were suitable books to read, it would be fine. I originally thought that there was little hope of finding a good book on the update list. However, when Bai Miu saw the first book, she couldn't help but be stunned. Number 1 on the update list, Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together. Updated word count, 60,000. Looking at this somewhat strange title of the book, Bai Miu was also a little confused. Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together? What book is this? There are 60,000 updates in one day. Isn't that too much? But, this book title seems quite romantic. Is it a romantic love story from the 1950s and 1960s? It seems there was no electricity at that time. Out of curiosity, Bai Miu slid her finger and clicked on the book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Author Jiang Chen. Message from this book, are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. Look at the author information and the somewhat strange message on their homepage. Bai Miu couldn't help but smile. Has Jiang run out of talent? It seems to be a man's pen name. Can men write good women's literature? And he even pretended to say that this would be a brand new way to open a love story. What? You need to be prepared before reading your book. Do you look down on us female readers? Humph. Bai Miu snorted inwardly. From childhood to adulthood, what kind of love stories had she not seen? How dare you look down on me? Looking for a beating? She slid past their homepage with some disapproval and went straight to the main text. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. To Bai Miu's surprise. Although the update volume of Jiang Cai Jin is huge, the writing style is very good. The stories written have a strong sense of time and are very touching. It seems like a good book. Bai Miu thought to herself, no wonder this author is so arrogant. She adjusted her posture and continued to look down carefully. White paper, rats, desolate graves, ancient tombs. In the following time, she gradually immersed herself in the story, maintaining her original posture and not moving again. In the empty dormitory, she could even hear her own breathing becoming heavier. Chapter 18, The School Beauty Who Was Tormented All Night. Time passes by every second. On the Chinese Literature Forum, Sun Ruonan spent more than an hour to finally finish reading the 60,000 words uploaded to Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. He received several work text messages on his computer urging him to submit materials, but he ignored them all. In fact, it wasn't that he wanted to spend so much time on this book, but he simply couldn't control himself. The editor's ability to read 10 lines at a glance was completely useless in front of this book. The writing style of this book is very mature, which makes people want to read it carefully. The most important thing is that the story presented in this book is very novel. He has never seen a similar tomb-robbing theme. Love, adventure, with a touch of horror. This is a master at writing books, and one of the best. Sun Ruonan thought of the conversation he had just had with Jiang Cai, and suddenly felt like he was slapped in the face. Holy shit, is this a newbie? This guy's writing skills are much better than most of the authors he has seen. He would never believe that he is a newcomer. Could it be that this old guy in his 40s is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in front of me? He clicked on Jiang Cai's message in disbelief, only to find that the age column clearly stated, 24 years old. His eyes became dull again. No. No way. Can a 20-year-old young man write something like this? Is this true or false? Kyoto, Communication University of China. A breeze blew by, lifting the curtains of the balcony door and bringing down a thermos cup on the table with a crisp, clang sound. R. Bai Miu felt as if her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she couldn't help but scream. He suddenly turned around and looked around the dormitory with a look of horror. She breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the sound was caused by the cup falling to the ground. Get out of bed and close the balcony door. After returning to bed, she couldn't help but shiver again. For some reason, she originally felt that the dormitory was very quiet and comfortable. At this moment, it seemed to become suddenly too quiet and eerie. Especially after she closed the doors and windows, the only sound in the whole room was her breathing, which made her scalp tingle. I always feel like there is a pair of eyes behind me, staring at me blankly. Her heart was beating violently. She turned her head and looked around the dormitory for a long time, making sure that she didn't find anything unusual. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief, pick up his phone, and look at the words on the screen with shock. This book, those years, we blew out the lights together, is too scary. Is it really a love story? By Miu Miu didn't dare to look down. But for some reason, my hands picked up the phone again. What's with this compulsion to keep reading even though I know it's terrifying? By Miu Miu had a sad face and hesitated for a long time before she gritted her teeth, found a seat against the wall, and continued reading. Time passes by little by little. The sky gradually darkened. Finally, when the sun had completely set, Bai Miu Miu finally finished reading Chapter 10, Adventure in the Underground Lake. She took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and looked at her phone in disbelief. Are you done reading this? What happens next? What's the plot like? Can Hu Xiaoba and the others escape alive? She always felt that the plot had just begun to get exciting, but the author deliberately stopped here. It's so hateful. At the end of Chapter 10, there is a message from the author: I'm tired of writing, I'll take a nap and continue writing tomorrow. Bai Miu Miu looked at the somewhat lazy message and was a little speechless. What the hell did this guy write? Wasn't it supposed to be a sweet love story? How could it be so horrifying? This kind of book really should. She gritted her teeth and moved Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together off the bookshelf. This kind of book? It really should be banned. However, after a while, she swallowed again and couldn't help but add Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together back to the bookshelf, and clicked several times at the end of the chapter to urge for updates. This book is poisonous. It's so scary, but people still can't help but keep watching. Bai Miu Miu felt like crying but had no tears. And when she turned off her cell phone and wanted to calm down, but suddenly discovered the dormitory seemed to be getting a little darker. The originally quiet room seemed to become even more eerie and strange at this moment. Crack tilde. Suddenly, she heard a slight noise, as if something was moving gently in the room. All sorts of horrifying images flashed through Bai Miu Miu's mind in an instant, and her whole body was filled with horror. She was so frightened that she dared not move. It lasted for quite a while. She only breathed a sigh of relief when nothing unusual happened in the room. But his face quickly turned strange and red. But, I want to go to the bathroom. She had a sad face and curled up in the quilt. He showed a pair of pitiful eyes and looked around nervously, but he didn't dare to get out of bed. Because she always felt that there seemed to be something waiting for her under the bed. The dark, empty corridor outside the house was even more terrifying. Wow, who the hell is the author of Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together? Why would you write such a horrible book about a women's literary contest? What a jerk! Woo woo. 9:50 p.m. The pink-haired girl and her roommates came back from shopping, chatting and laughing. But suddenly I found it strange that the dormitory, which should have been lit, was now pitch black. What's going on? Isn't Miu Miu in the dormitory? The girls pushed open the dormitory door with some confusion and turned on the lights, but were shocked by the scene in front of them. Bai Miu Miu was seen covering her stomach with a flushed face, kneeling on the bed in a very strange posture. A pair of beautiful eyes were wide open, looking at them pitifully. Miu Miu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The girls hurried forward and asked. Bai Miu Miu almost cried. Wow, Miu Miu, you're so timid. You're alone in the dormitory and you don't even dare to go to the toilet. Outside the bathroom, the pink-haired girl said with some disappointment. No, it's not. In the bathroom, Bai Miu Miu's somewhat weak voice could be heard. I was scared like this because I read a book. Huh, what's so scary about reading? Did you read a horror novel? The pink-haired girl snorted coldly and said disdainfully. No, it's a novel that's entered into a women's literary competition. The theme is about love. Bai Miu Miu's weak voice was heard again, but this time, she stopped talking halfway. So, is the book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, really a romance novel? Why does it always feel a little different? Har, moo, you said you were quite courageous, but you were actually scared by a romance novel and dared not even go out. Outside the bathroom, the pink-haired girl's somewhat arrogant laughter was heard. Send me that romance novel. I want to see how scary it is. Bai Miu Miu sighed softly, her face slightly red, and she took out her cell phone and sent, "Those years, we blew out the lights together," to their roommate group in room 323. Ding dong tilde. Several girls received the message on their phones almost at the same time. It's this one. Bai Miu Miu said softly. Har har, let me take a look. The pink-haired girl snorted coldly, took out her phone and clicked on the message in the group. Those years, we blew out the lights together. That title sounds quite romantic. It's about a love story from the 1950s and 1960s. The pink-haired girl pouted and said without caring at all. Then she opened the book and started reading. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo B.A. Chapter 19, What Do Women Do When They Can't Sleep? At 11:30 p.m., the lights in the dormitories of Communication University of China are turned off. All the lights in the girls' dormitory building went out in an instant. Because the next day was the weekend, their whole building was much quieter than usual. The noise outside the house gradually quieted down. The atmosphere in dormitory 323 seemed a little weird. The night breeze ruffled the curtains, as if someone was hiding there, secretly watching them. Oh. Miu Miu, I'm going to strangle you to death. The pink-haired girl nervously poked her head out from under the covers and observed the pitch-black dormitory. For some reason, after reading Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, recommended by Miu Miu, she always felt that there was something weird hidden in the dormitory. Why did you send this book to me? She looked towards Bai Miu Miu with a look of grief and anger. I can't sleep at all now, woo-woo. I have a date tomorrow. Bai Miu Miu had already curled up in the bed. I didn't mean to do that. It was you who kept asking to see it, and you just urged me to update. Half an hour ago, in dormitory 323, all the girls clicked on Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. So now everyone is huddled in their beds, not daring to show their heads. This book is horrible. Why would an author write such a book? Wow, I was deceived. This is not a love story at all. I want to report it, report this book. How about we send this book to other people to read? After a while, a girl suddenly said. Hearing this, the dormitory suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then, several girls picked up their phones at the same time. Such a good-looking romance novel. It should indeed be shared. 10 o'clock in the evening. Xu Jingqiu dragged his tired body back home. After leaving Su Luowei's house today, she first accompanied Luowei to record songs, and then went to the company to register the copyrights of Jiang Chen's songs. She was busy until this time before she came back, and she was really a little tired. Jiang Chen's performance in the villa that morning was completely beyond her expectations, so much so that she still found it hard to imagine that those high-quality songs were actually written by a lazy gigolo. What's wrong with this guy? Isn't it said that he is illiterate and a mediocre writer who cannot produce any works in 3 years? How come he suddenly changed his personality? Did he really write those songs? Xu Jingqiu finished her shower with a hint of doubt and questioning, exhaled softly, came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, and half lay on the sofa very comfortably. In the living room, she only turned on a small night light. The soft and warm light made the night seem particularly peaceful and comfortable. She enjoyed the feeling of relaxation. She picked up her phone from the table. She had just washed her hair and planned to watch some videos before going to bed while her hair was dry. This had always been her habit. However, just as she was about to click on the video, her phone dinged and she suddenly received a message. It was sent by her best friend. Jinga, I saw a romance novel on WeChat Moments today. It's quite good, so I'm sharing it with you. There was a link after the text. Xu Jingqiu was a little confused. Why was her best friend sharing a novel with her so late at night? Her best friend doesn't seem to like reading either. Besides, today's novels are always about domineering CEOs and blind dates, which are not interesting at all. She clicked on the link with some doubt, only to find that it was a novel with the theme of love. The title of the book is Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, author, Jiang Chen. Xu Jingqiu looked at the title and introduction of the book and felt that it seemed a little different from other types of romance novels she had read before. The things we did together during those years? This title of a book seems quite romantic. So, is this a nostalgic romance? Is it a love story from the 50s and 60s? Xu Jingqiu is in her early 30s this year, and her favorite genres are novels with a sense of time. This kind of novel makes her feel very real, very peaceful, and closer to life. How about not watching the video tonight? It's rare for a novel to be recommended by a best friend, so it shouldn't be too bad. She flipped through the pages and found that this book seemed to be participating in the women's literature writing competition held by the China Literature Forum, and it seemed to have performed quite well. Without further hesitation, she moved her finger gently and clicked on Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo B.A. I don't know how long it took. Xu Jingqiu suddenly felt a little cold. She raised her head and found that her hair was dry. By this time, it was already 12:30 in the evening. She couldn't help but wrap her bathrobe tighter around herself. But for some reason, that chilly feeling never went away. The room seemed eerily quiet. She could even hear the cold wind outside the house blowing through the doors and windows, making a slight whoosh sound. In the living room, there was a night light that originally looked very warm and cozy. At this moment, it seemed to become strange, like a pair of emotionless eyes, silently observing her. Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but shudder. He quickly stood up and turned on all the lights in the living room. I thought this would make me feel more at ease. But unexpectedly, under the illumination of the light, there were many more shadows in the room that were not reached by the light. After sitting on the sofa for a while, she looked behind the bookcase, under the sofa, and the shadow inside the door of the room not far away, and her heart couldn't help but tighten again. Could there be something scary hidden in these shadows? Room is a bit afraid to go back. What should I do? Xu Jingqiu felt a little embarrassed. I'm a woman in my 30s, but I was scared by a romance novel and I didn't dare to go back to my room. If this were to be told to others, people would probably laugh to death. Which bastard wrote this damn Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together? Who taught him to use this kind of book to participate in the women's literary writing competition? Want to scare people to death? Xu Jingqiu took a few deep breaths. She is so scared even at her age, so wouldn't those girls who are 18 or 19 years old be scared to tears? After looking around the living room for a while and confirming that there was nothing unusual, she leaned back on the sofa and relaxed a little. Then, she clicked on the link sent to her by her best friend. This bastard, how dare he send her a book like that at night? She is now afraid to sleep because of this. I will definitely settle the score with her later. But now. She looked at her phone and thought for a long time, then clicked on the link and forwarded it directly to her blog, which was her place dedicated to sharing and recording her life. The years are quiet. After reading this book at 12 o'clock in the evening, I was deeply moved and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Below the text, she attached a link to Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. After doing all this, Xu Jingqiu showed a slightly evil smile. Such a good book should not be kept to oneself. Such a quiet night shouldn't leave her alone unable to sleep. Sharing it is the best approach. Moreover, she felt that she had not deliberately lied at all. She was reading this book and couldn't sleep. You are absolutely right. If you want to blame someone, blame the author of this book, this bastard, who let him write a love story like this. Xu Jingqiu's account has several thousand followers. So I got a response pretty quickly. Wow, really? I'm really short of books to read. I'll read some too. Thanks for sharing. It looks like a romance novel, my favorite genre. I'll save it first and read it after I take a shower. I love reading books that stir up emotions. Thank you, good people will have a peaceful life. Xu Jingqiu looked at the comments and silently closed the blog. Then, she gritted her teeth and called her best friend. She wanted to ask if this silly woman was getting tired of living. Why send her this book in the middle of the night? Chapter 20. How many young ladies has Jiang Chen tortured? Early the next morning, Xu Jingqiu appeared at Su Luowei's home with huge dark circles under his eyes, which scared Su Luowei, who had just woken up. Last night, she didn't fall asleep until after 3 o'clock. If she hadn't set for 5 alarms this morning, she might not have gotten up. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Su Luowei asked in surprise. Ever since she met Xu Jingqiu, she had always appeared as a capable and strong woman. This was the first time she had seen her look so listless. "Oh, don't mention it. I met an asshole best friend and an unscrupulous author last night." Xu Jingqiu sighed, took a sip of the coffee in her hand, and spoke with forced energy. "I have to admit that the book, Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together, is so well written that she was completely addicted to it, and she didn't know which unscrupulous author wrote it. To publish such a horrible book in a romance novel competition. Su Luowei was even more confused. Asshole best friend? Unscrupulous author? What author? There's no point in talking about this now. I'll tell you in the evening. Xu Jingqiu twitched his lips and whispered. Let's talk about work first, Xu Jingqiu suddenly couldn't help yawning, and tears came out from the corners of her eyes. This action made her feel a little embarrassed. Su Luowei was now her nominal boss. Although they had a good relationship in private, she still didn't want to appear too lazy during working hours. This is the current situation. Xu Jingqiu pinched her thigh lightly, and after she felt a little better, she continued to report. In the studio, the notice of the new music director's upcoming appointment has been sent out. The trainees are stable for the time being, but the two artists who have already debuted seem to be wavering. Su Luowei nodded slightly when she heard this. There were 6 or 7 debuted artists in the studio. If that entertainment company really wants to take action against Chenwei Entertainment, it will definitely contact these artists. There have been a lot of messy rumors coming out of the studio recently, and it's probably related to these volatile artists. After thinking slowly for a moment, she asked, Sister Jing, have you found out which entertainment company is targeting us? I contacted many old friends and got some news. I heard from a friend that after Yao Sikhan left Chenwei Entertainment, he seemed to have joined Qingcheng Entertainment. Xu Jingqiu hesitated before speaking. She was not sure whether the news was true or not. Qingcheng Entertainment. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Qingcheng Entertainment is a relatively well-known entertainment company in China. Although the company's scale is not as large as the top ones, it is definitely not small. This entertainment company is famous for signing only female artists. All the artists under Qingcheng Entertainment are female. A few years ago, when she debuted, Allure Entertainment extended an olive branch to her. However, Qingcheng Entertainment's reputation in the circle was not very good, so she did not choose to join at that time. The founder of this entertainment company is also a female star like her. Chen Yuman is a first-line female artist in the entertainment industry. He debuted 5 or 6 years earlier than her, released records, and acted in many TV series, so he is quite popular. Qingcheng Entertainment is an entertainment company founded by Chen Yuman 5 years ago. After several years of development, it has grown to a considerable scale. Unexpectedly, the company that wanted to take action against Chenwei Entertainment would be this company. Su Luowei frowned slightly, and Xu Jingqiu's expression was also full of worry. Although Qingcheng Entertainment only signed female artists, its strength in the entertainment industry was not bad. Chen Yuman is a very beautiful person. She was once a top actress and had extensive network of contacts. She actually couldn't understand why Qingcheng Entertainment was developing well and suddenly they wanted to attack Chenwei Entertainment. How should they respond when faced with such a powerful enemy? Xu Jingqiu turned her head and looked around, but didn't see Jiang Chen. She couldn't help but ask. How's Jiang Chen doing now? Is he ready to take on the role of music director on Monday? Speaking of Jiang Chen, Su Luowei seemed to gradually come back to her senses, but her expression was a little strange. That guy. I originally thought he would be depressed for at least a while, but unexpectedly, since yesterday afternoon, he seems to have completely recovered and started writing again. At the end, Su Luowei shook her head helplessly. Xu Jingqiu frowned slightly. She still had some doubts in her heart about whether Jiang Chen was qualified for the position of music director. This guy may have some talent for songwriting, but he is too obsessed with writing. I clearly don't have the talent to write a book, so what's the point of persisting like this? She sighed secretly in her heart. Chenwei Entertainment is currently facing internal and external troubles. I really don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to let such a person serve as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. 11:30 in the morning. Jiang Chen walked out of the room yawning. The girl had just called him and said that she and Xu Jingqiu were going to the company to deal with some things. She asked him to eat lunch on time. Breakfast had already been prepared for him and was on the table on the rooftop balcony. After checking the time, Jiang Chen decided to eat breakfast and lunch together. This would not only save food, but also free up some time for a nap. Sure enough, by the time he finished washing up and had breakfast, it was already noon. He looked at the sun above his head, then picked up a piece of buttered bread and stuffed it into his mouth. I just had breakfast, so this piece can be considered lunch. Jiang Chen walked into his writing studio while biting a piece of bread and calmly turned on his computer. After publishing Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together yesterday, he turned off the computer directly without looking at the specific data. He plans to update another 60,000 words today, but before that he needs to see what the data is like. In fact, he was a little unsure when he posted Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together on the platform of the Women's Literature Writing Competition yesterday. After all, this book is essentially a tomb raiding novel, not a romance. Yesterday, I suddenly thought of this novel, so I didn't think much about it and just chose to publish it. However, when he thought about it carefully during his nap, he found that there were still several books that were more in line with the love theme required by the competition. For example, Myth and Chinese Paladin. But now that the matter has been settled, it's a bit too late to make any changes. Never mind. That's it. Who says there is no love in tomb raiding stories? His book is not completely off topic. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Afterwards, he logged into the back end of the China Literature Forum, found the Writer Center, and clicked on the background data of Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together. But after just one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. Readers, 34,335. At to bookshelf 12392 people. Repeated update 3394 times. Recommended 1244 votes. Comments 1024. What the hell? Last night, more than 30,000 people read his novel. Chapter 21. The forum management is shocked. The tidy studio is filled with a subtle and tranquil fragrance. Luowei knew that Jiang Chen liked to stay in the studio, so she placed some flowers and plants there to add fresh air. However, Jiang Chen must be too lazy to take care of it and often forgets to water it, so someone has to come and replace the plants every once in a while. At this time, the green plants by the window had just been replaced a few days ago. The little copper coin leaf did not know its future fate. It swayed its light body in the breeze and looked carefully at the new owner in front of the computer desk. The old man's eyes gradually became surprised. What's going on? Is this women's literary writing competition really that popular? Or do all the young ladies in this world like to read tomb raiding novels? What he didn't know was that last night, many girls who had read the book, with the idea of good things should be shared with best friends, forwarded his novel everywhere on various social platforms, resulting in tens of thousands of young ladies not being able to sleep well that night. Jiang Chen looked at the data for a while and thought to himself, girls in this world really have a book shortage. They actually like to read romance novels that mainly focus on tomb raiding. He clicked on the novel's homepage to see everyone's comments, but when he scrolled down to the comments section, he found that the comments section was full of curses. Author, are you human? You actually submitted such a horrible book to a women's literary competition. Oh, author, I'm going to kill you. Do you know what time I went to bed last night? Do you know? You guys are nothing. I got up in the middle of the night to change my pants last night and my mom thought I wet the bed. You idiot author, no more updates today. Otherwise I'll definitely send you razor blades. You guys are exaggerating. I read this book while walking at night and it didn't make any sense to me. It's just a rip-off. It's over. Upstairs, are you still alive? Do you want me to help you call the police? Jiang Chen looked at the various angry comments and was stunned again. Damn, what's going on? What about likes? What about good reviews? Why are all the words insulting him? Are these women crazy? This book is indeed a bit scary, but can you blame him? Yesterday he thought of a novel with love elements. What else could he write if not this one? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and then he scrolled the mouse and continued to slide down. After reading hundreds of comments in a row, he found that there were actually some positive comments in the comments section. For example, author, please update quickly. I really want to read the rest of the story, even though it's a bit scary. Thanks to the author. My girlfriend read this book yesterday and couldn't sleep all night, so she asked me to stay with her. I was scolded by my teacher tonight, so I sent this book to her anonymously. Guys, did I do the right thing? It's scary, but I like it so much. What should I do? Am I a pervert? Why is it only 60,000 words? Are you any good enough, author? If not, I'll take over. Seeing these comments, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that some people still like to read this novel. After all, the data cannot be falsified. He just looked at the list. In just one night, his book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, took the 8th place on the popularity list. It also ranks 9th on the list of people urging for updates. This kind of data can almost be described as explosive. You have to know that his book was only published for one day. Among all the entries, it is estimated that no other book's data can have such a terrifying growth rate. As long as this growth rate can be maintained, it is only a matter of time before it takes the first place in the popularity list. As for the bad comments in the comment section, maybe it's just an accident. Jiang Chen thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that this speculation made sense. Yes, it was an accident, it must have been an accident. The young ladies just used this special way to remind him to update earlier. Thinking of this, he sighed softly. The young ladies in this world are too enthusiastic. It is indeed a bit unexpected that they use this method to urge for updates. He shook his head and closed the website page helplessly. Then open the document on your desktop. Start typing today's chapter. 3:20 p.m. Kyoto. Headquarters of the China Literature Forum. An emergency meeting was being held in the conference room. More than a dozen senior managers gathered on both sides of the conference table, all with strange expressions. So, since last night, the complaints we've been receiving have all been about this book. The person at the head of the conference table was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Her name was Jiang Chen, and she was the person in charge of the Women's Literature Writing Competition of the Huaxia Literature Forum. She looked at the report put together by her assistant, her expression somewhat complicated. When she just arrived at the company this morning, she received a report from her assistant that the Women's Literary Writing Competition they organized had received a large number of complaints and reports. At first, she was very nervous, thinking that there was a problem in some part of the competition, but after listening carefully to her subordinates' reports, her expression was stunned, because her assistant told her that the hundreds of complaints received backstage last night were all about a book. The name of this book is The Lights We Blow Out Together in Those Years. There is no illegal content in the book, but the author wrote the story of tomb robbery too realistically and horrifyingly, which made the female readers who read the book so scared that they couldn't sleep, so they chose to complain. In just one night, I was ranked 3rd on the popularity list, 1st on the update request list, 1st on the update list, and 1st on the complaint list. 34,000 readers, 12,000 added to bookshelves, 3,394 requests for updates, 1,224 recommendations, and 1,024 comments. Jiang Chen read the data on the paper softly. Her expression was a little strange, but her eyes were flashing with shock. Isn't the data in this book increasing too fast? It achieved such high data after only one day of release? Could it be that this author called Jiang Jin secretly voted? Sister Jiang, the technical team has investigated and found that the data in this book is all true, without any trace of fraud. At the conference table, a young man also wearing glasses stood up and reported. According to the survey, the reason why this book became so popular is because a large number of readers forwarded and shared it yesterday. According to the back-end data, more than half of the readers of Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together are newly registered users of the forum, and 80% of them are female users. Yesterday alone, the forum had over 20,000 new registered users. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room was a little shocked, and the sound of whispering suddenly rang out. The China Literature Forum is an old literary forum. Although it relies on its semi-official background, it has always held a considerable position in the literary world. However, with the continuous rise of major online literature platforms in recent times, the influence of the China Literature Forum has been declining. The number of new registered users on the forum is decreasing, and the activity of old users is also decreasing day by day. If this continues, their Chinese Literature Forum will soon become an empty shell. The forum's top management is of course aware of this and has been organizing various activities and competitions recently in the hope of regaining popularity. But even in this case, it is remarkable that the number of new registered users exceeds 1,000 every day. I didn't expect that the number of new users last night exceeded 20,000. This is the amount the forum usually receives in a month. Could it be that all these new users are brought by the book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together? But the complaints this book has received, aren't they a bit too many? Everyone looked at the negative comments and complaints from readers collected in the report, and their expressions were shocked again. Everyone, what do you think of this book? How should we handle it? Jiang Chen looked around the office and asked with a slight frown. Under normal circumstances, a book that received so many complaints would have been taken off the shelves long ago. But Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together is different. The data for this book is so good that it made it onto all 4 lists in just one night. Even their complaint list, that is just to increase the topic, this book is on the list. Moreover, the ranking was quite high, and it reached the first place in just one night. This kind of strange situation has never happened before. I suggest that this book be disqualified from the competition. Someone stood up at the conference table. I've read this book. It's actually a story about tomb raiding. The author has good writing skills and it's very well written, but it doesn't quite fit in with their love theme of our competition. Besides, ours is a women's literature competition, and the presence of such a horrific book on the list will certainly have a certain impact on the majority of female readers. This is why our backend received hundreds of complaints in just one night. If we don't deal with it, the public pressure we face will definitely increase. I don't agree with Luowei's point of view. As soon as he finished speaking, someone else stood up immediately. Although this book is centered around a tomb raiding story, it also contains a romantic element. I think it perfectly fits the theme of our competition. Also, our forum has been dormant for so long, and finally a new book with great potential has appeared. I think we should focus on supporting this book so that more people can see it. The man named Luowei snorted in disapproval. There are so many new books with great potential. I think this one just happened to be a horror tomb raiding story published on a women's literature platform, which created a stunt and garnered so much attention. This kind of behavior may attract attention in the short term, but over time, its true colors will be exposed. We must not be blinded by the immediate benefits and lose the big picture. You fart. You have no idea of the current state of the forum. I think this book. The conference room soon became noisy. More than a dozen persons in charge were basically divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that this kind of horror novel should not appear in a women's literature writing competition at all, and the book should be removed from the shelves immediately. Another group believes that You Are the Apple of My Eye does not violate any regulations and the data is so good. It would be a pity to take it off the shelves. Jiang Chen looked at the noisy meeting room and couldn't help feeling a headache. In fact, she was a little undecided. The Chinese Literature Forum holds their Women's Literature Writing Competition simply to enhance the influence of the forum. However, submitting the book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, to their Women's Literature Writing Competition does seem a bit opportunistic and intended to attract attention. After all, the China Literature Forum is a semi-official website. If it triggers public opinion, it will be more harm than good. How should we deal with this? She tapped the pen in her hand, thinking for a moment. Sister Jiang. At this moment, her assistant pushed the door open with a somewhat nervous look on her face and reported. Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together, has just been updated with another 60,000 words. Now, it has risen to 6th place on the popularity list. What? Hearing her report, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The conference room gradually became quiet. All the managers looked at the young female assistant in disbelief. Chapter 22 The Queen of Pop wants to trick me into buying tea? How many words can a normal author update every day? 4,000? Or 6,000? Even if it is 10,000 words a day, it is considered very high. But how many words did this Jiang Kaijun update? 60,000, 60,000. Is he a tentacle monster? There was a moment of silence in the conference room, with everyone staring at each other. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but took the computer handed to her by the assistant and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, the number of words displayed on the main page of Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, has increased from 60,000 to 120,000. At the end of the last chapter, there is a message from the author, Jiang Kaijun. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I'll stop here for today, take a nap, and update 60,000 words tomorrow. There are dozens of comments under the message. Fuck, author, are you still human? 60,000 words a day. Wow, I had decided not to read this today, but 60,000 words, who could resist? Oh my god, if I don't say anything else, just based on the number of words, I voted for you, come on. Very good. I'll have the courier intercept and return the razor blades I sent yesterday. Come on, I won't be fooled again. I have to use the restroom before I watch this tonight. Looking through the messages left by Jiang Chen and the comments from readers, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He updated 60,000 words yesterday, 60,000 words today, and is going to update another 60,000 words tomorrow. How much can this guy write every day? Could it be that the 60,000 words he wrote yesterday weren't all the manuscripts he had in stock? In the conference room, none of the other responsible persons spoke. Everyone was looking at the relevant data of those years. We blew out the lights together on their mobile phones. At this time, the name of those years appeared in the top 6 positions of the for lists of the Women's Literature Writing Competition, Popularity List, Urgent Update List, and Complaint List. This situation has never occurred in any competition held in the past. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. Jiang Chen's thoughts were becoming increasingly complex. No matter how she looked at it, this book was clearly a tomb-robbing novel. How could it have topped the list of romance novels? This is too outrageous. How should I deal with this? Jiang Chen hesitated for a long time before gradually making a decision in her heart. She suppressed the shock in her eyes, knocked on the table, and looked at everyone around the conference table. Retain all rights to participate in those years. We blew out the light together. At the same time, have the PR team prepare immediately. Taken off the shelves. Are you kidding me? This book is going to be a blast. This amount of updates, this data, this quality. Add to that the topics and gimmicks it brings. How could this kind of book not be a hit? The competition they hold will receive a lot of attention because of this book, so it's a win-win situation. It would be foolish to give up on this book because of concerns about public opinion. What their organizing team should consider is how to avoid the upcoming public opinion impact, rather than foolishly discussing whether or not to remove the book from the shelves. Sister Jiang, are you planning to have the PR team suppress the public opinion? Someone asked in confusion. I think we have all fallen into a misconception. Jiang Chen shook her head, with a glimmer of thought flickering in her eyes. After a while, she took a deep breath and looked at everyone in the conference room. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen responsible persons looked at her with some confusion. Why should we try to suppress public opinion? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and continued. This Jiang Chen deliberately wrote this horrific romance novel to enter a women's literary competition, scaring hundreds of thousands of young women to tears. His behavior is extremely despicable, but we organizers are also victims. We are also innocent, aren't we? Although this book is a tomb-raiding story, it also has elements of romance, which fully meets the requirements for the competition. What can we do with it? Everyone in the conference room was stunned when they heard this. Then, his eyes widened in sudden realization. Damn it, otherwise he is the one in charge. When it comes to marketing to people as hearts, it's impossible not to admire them. Yes. Jiang Chen is a bad guy and a bastard, but what does that have to do with them? The organizers are all very nice people. Even if public opinion explodes at that time, they can easily extricate themselves. If you want to criticize someone, just criticize Jiang for running out of ideas. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's it. Preserve Jiang right to participate in the competition and let him continue writing. He was the one who scared the little sister to tears. What does it have to do with us? Jiang Chen rubbed his numb fingers and stretched out heavily in his chair. How long has it been since you worked so hard? 60,000 words have just been uploaded. After several hours of intensive typing, he felt sore all over his back. The hot success of the new book gave him a lot more confidence. Humph, didn't the little girl say that as long as she could write decent work, that would be enough? This book finally meets the requirements, right? Let us see what the little girl has to say then. Things like songwriting can be done at home. Why do you have to go to a company to be a music director? I stood up and stretched my stiff body, then took out my cell phone to check the time. It was only 4:30 in the afternoon. If I didn't procrastinate, I could still take a nap. He yawned and was about to turn off the computer to take a nap, but he found that the chat software in the lower right corner suddenly flashed. Jiang Chen clicked on the window suspiciously, only to find it was a friend request. Hello, I am your senior sister. The information shows that the other party is a female with a very beautiful profile picture. Jiang Chen stared at the friend request window, stunned for a moment, then curled his lips in disdain. How come the internet in this world is full of female fairies trying to trick people into buying tea? The avatar is so beautiful, it looks like a picture from the internet, right? Also senior sister. Fuck you. He yawned and typed in the reply box. I'm sorry, I don't like senior sisters. I only like little junior sisters who are good at acting like spoiled brats. Then just click on the Reject Friend button. Done, time for a nap. Jiang Chen turned off his computer, stretched again, and walked out of the studio. Ding dong tilde. In the Queen of Pop's exclusive dressing room, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yang Shuaxin picked up the phone and took a look at it, but her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Then she exited the chat app. I found Su Luowei's phone number in the address book and called her. Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly. The phone beside the bed suddenly rang. Hello, he said with a slight nasal tone. Su Luowei's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen. I was worried that since this was your first time as music director, you wouldn't know what to do, so I specifically asked my senior sister for help and asked her to give you some guidance. How dare you talk nonsense? And you still say you don't like senior sister, you only like the little junior sister who likes to act like a spoiled brat. Tell me carefully, which little sister who likes to act like a spoiled child do you like? It took Jiang Chen a long while to react. What? The person who added him as a friend was actually Su Luowei's senior sister. Isn't she the fairy selling tea leaves? Oh, wife, let me explain. Jiang Chen frowned and hesitated for a long time before finally saying. If I said I thought she was selling tea, would you believe me? Chapter 23 Queen, can you understand dreams? Su Luowei, who was angry, certainly would not believe Jiang Chen's nonsense. 5 minutes later. Jiang Chen scratched his numb ears and returned to the studio reluctantly. No way. If he doesn't do this, the girl will definitely not let him go tonight. Hello, senior sister, it was just a misunderstanding. He turned on his computer and accepted the friend request from senior sister Yang Shuaxin. Here's what happened. This morning, 5 or 6 girls kept adding me, trying to sell me tea. So, I accidentally misunderstood you and mistook you for a tea seller. Jiang Chen explained while complaining in his heart, damn it. This woman didn't even explain clearly when adding me as a friend. Who knows if you're Luowei's senior sister or not? A long while passed. A message just appeared in the chat window. Yang Shuaxin, yes. Jiang Chen was speechless. Okay, senior sister, if you have nothing else, I have something else to do. Let's talk next time. He yawned and prepared to turn off the computer and go back to take a nap. What senior sister? She's just wasting my rest time. What's so difficult about a position like music director for him? Why would he need to ask someone for help? This little girl is too ignorant. She must be punished tonight. Just as his finger touched the power off button, he suddenly received a message from senior sister on the window. Yang Shuaxin, Luowei's studio encountered problems, did you know? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and slowly withdrew his finger from the power button. Is Chenwei Entertainment having problems? What's going on? The girl only mentioned the music director's resignation these 2 days and didn't say much else. Salted fish in the river, what happened? Yang Shuaxin, Luowei really didn't tell you that she really spoils you too much. Jiang Chen looked at the message on the screen and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn it, let us just talk about the matter. How did it escalate into a family conflict? Salted fish in the river. After a while, Yang Shuaxin continued to send messages. Yang Shuaxin, some entertainment companies are deliberately targeting Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen looked at the information on the screen and was stunned for a moment. Is Chenwei Entertainment being targeted by other companies? Why didn't the girl ever tell him? In the past 2 days, he only knew that the music director of Chenwei Entertainment had resigned, and he knew nothing else. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Although he usually doesn't care about Chen Wei Entertainment's affairs, he knows that being targeted is a common occurrence in the entertainment industry. No wonder the girl always wanted him to be the music director these days. It turns out that she was bullied by others. So the reason his life as a gigolo was interrupted was because someone wanted to target Chen Wei Entertainment. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned angry. Damn it, it turns out that the reason I've been so exhausted these past 2 days is because someone is playing tricks on me. Who on earth is preventing me from living off others? Is it because life is too comfortable and you can't wait to find a dead end? After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued typing on the keyboard. That's it? Anything else? Yang Shuaxin, : Yang Shuaxin, is this not enough? Oh, you said that so frighteningly. I thought Luowei suddenly didn't want to continue fighting. You scared me. Jiang Chen slowly tapped the keyboard, but his expression gradually returned to calm. No matter who it is impossible to cut off his job. Anyone who dares to target Chen Wei Entertainment will be killed immediately. As long as the cut is hard enough and painful enough, the next time the other person sees Chen Wei Entertainment, not only his hands but also his feet will feel pain. The law of survival in the entertainment industry is the survival of the fittest. And he also climbed to the top position step by step in this harsh environment full of thorns. Anyway, he has already promised the girl that he will join Chen Wei Entertainment as the music director, so he might as well eliminate Chen Wei Entertainment's competitors when the time comes. After hearing about the problems Chen Wei Entertainment encountered, Jiang Chen's thoughts changed a little. That's right, he really wants to give up and live off his wife. But the prerequisite is to allow the girl to develop well without having to worry so much. He was not married in his previous life, and was still alone when he left the world. So even he himself found it hard to believe that he had a flash marriage with a young girl in this life. He cherishes this fate very much. A leisurely life is of course good, but it is also important to make the little girl happy. Jiang Chen sighed secretly in his heart. He originally planned to announce in a few days that he had become a great writer, but now the situation was a little different. Forget it. Let's deal with Chen Wei Entertainment's troubles first. Of course, he never likes others to interfere in what he wants to do. Because he was too lazy to explain his ideas to others. So this sister who sells tea should just stay aside for a while. Yang Shuaxin, : Yang Shuaxin, you are really hopeless. Yang Shuaxin, I really don't know why Luowei asked you to be the music director. Actually, I don't quite understand why Luowei asked me to be the music director. Can you help me persuade her? Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. My dream since childhood has been to become a writer and to write classic works that will be remembered for generations to come. For this dream, I once lost my appetite, but I never expected that what I got in return was misunderstanding and disrespect from everyone. If you can help me with this, I will definitely treat you to a meal. This time, the computer screen was quiet for a long time and no new messages were received. Jiang Chen put out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned back in his seat contentedly. He. Senior sister, you want to fight with me? The small window on the computer flickered again. Yang Shuaxin, I don't want to joke with you. Luowei is my junior sister. I can't just sit back and watch her affairs. Yang Shuaxin, so, I will help solve any problems Chen Wei Entertainment encounters. But I only have 3 months at most. During those 3 months, you can ask me for advice on any issues you encounter. Yang Shuaxin, but if after 3 months, you are still not capable of taking on the position of music director, I will suggest Luowei to replace you. You are no longer suitable to continue sitting in the position of music director. Jiang Chen looked at the information on the screen and the corners of his mouth twitched. This woman is too stubborn. I've made it so clear, yet she's still so inconsiderate. He sighed, his expression became more serious, and he typed slowly on the keyboard. Salted fish in the river, Xiaoyan, I think you made a mistake. Yang Shuaxin, : Jiang Zhangxian Yu, being a writer is my dream, so I have no intention of staying in the position of music director for more than 2 months. Salted fish in the river, 2 months later, I will resolve the troubles of Chen Wei Entertainment, then quit the entertainment industry, quit the music scene, and return to being a writer. Salted fish in the river, if you can help me persuade Su Luowei at that time, I promise you that the promise of a meal will still be valid. After understanding the whole story, a plan slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. Chen Wei Entertainment's troubles need to be resolved, but his leisurely life cannot be affected. So he gave himself 2 months. Within 2 months, solve all the troubles and opponents, help Chen Wei Entertainment gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, and let the girl easily become a small boss lady. He then resigned from his position as music director and returned home to continue being a writer. This plan is perfect. Not only did he save his job at Chen Wei Entertainment, he also maintained his own leisurely life. The little girl is happy. He is happy. Everyone is happy. After the message is sent, for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Chen didn't receive any message on his computer. I don't know if senior sister Yang was very angry with him. When Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, ready to leave, there was a ding-dong sound on the chat software, and a message popped up. Yang Xuexin, oh, how shameless. Jiang Chen shrugged. Exit the chat software directly and shut down the computer. He. As expected, in this world, as long as you tell the truth, you will always be disrespected and misunderstood. His goal is really to become a writer. How come no one understands? In the dressing room, Yang Xuexin put down her phone, her brows furrowed on her cold face. I've heard that my junior sister's husband is not a good match. Unexpectedly, this guy's personality was much worse than she had imagined. Cynical and arrogant. Solve all the troubles of Chen Wei Entertainment in 2 months. Then announce your retirement from the music industry. It's a fairy tale. What on earth does this guy think of the music industry? Can you enter or leave the music industry whenever you want? I don't know what the junior sister was thinking, she actually let such a person be the music director. Yang Xuexin sighed softly in her heart. The current situation of Chen Wei Entertainment is not optimistic. Yao Sikhun did not hide the fact that he left Chen Wei Entertainment and joined Qingcheng Entertainment from anyone. Anyone in the entertainment industry who was willing to inquire could find out the news. At present, many people in the entire entertainment industry already know that Qingcheng Entertainment is about to launch an offensive against Chen Wei Entertainment. Poaching the music director is just the first step. No one knows what other measures will be taken next. But this did not stop everyone from watching the fun. Chen Wei Entertainment, an ordinary small studio, actually competed with a big company like Qingcheng Entertainment. Isn't this like an egg hitting a stone, seeking death? Everyone in the entertainment industry is obviously even less optimistic about Chen Wei Entertainment. After all, Chen Wei Entertainment is just a startup company, and now without a music director, its overall strength has declined even more. Even her agent heard that the morale within Chen Wei Entertainment has been somewhat unstable recently. Many internal artists and trainees began to question the future development of Chen Wei Entertainment and started contacting other entertainment companies. This is not a good thing for an entertainment company. Alas. Junior sister, how you look at people. Yang Xuexin shook her head. When Su Luowei was determined to marry Jiang Chen, the other senior sisters tried to dissuade her for a long time, but to no avail. Now that Chen Wei Entertainment is facing such a big crisis, Jiang Chen is still acting as if nothing happened. This kind of man. Yang Xuexin sighed softly, thought quietly for a moment, then turned to look at her agent. Sister Lan, please help me cancel all the announcements for the next few days. Why, you want to take a break? Well, there's something wrong in Luowei's studio. I have to go check it out. Okay, I'll talk to the company. Lan Ran didn't care. She yawned and said tiredly. As a queen of pop, it is normal for Yang Xuexin to want to take a break occasionally, and no one will say anything about it. However, Yang Xuexin frowned slightly. Her agent rarely showed such tiredness. Sister Lan, did you not sleep well last night? Oh, not really. Lan Ran seemed a little embarrassed and conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she took out a folded piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Yang Xuexin. I went to visit a friend in the same circle 2 days ago. When I was passing by a small path, I was suddenly hit on the head by a paper plane. There was something written on the paper plane. I have been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Paper airplane. Yang Xuexin took it in confusion and found that the paper was indeed covered with creases. When the paper was unfolded, there were only 6 short sentences on it. Red beans. I haven't felt it yet. Snowy weather. We tremble together. I will understand better. What is gentleness? Shueishan, do you think this piece of paper might contain a song? Lan Ran excitedly recounted her speculation. That place is an upscale residential area. I heard that many musicians in the circle have bought houses there. Is it fate that God sent a song to me? I'm thinking about going back to that place and asking who wrote the song, so I can contact him and ask him to write a song for you. These days, Lan Ran has been looking for resources for Yang Shueishan's new song. Yang Shueishan was extremely picky about songs, which led her to contact many musicians but still unable to find a suitable song, and she almost went crazy. Suddenly I picked up a paper airplane, and my imagination immediately ran wild. Yang Shueishan shook her head disapprovingly. The handwriting on the paper is more sloppy than the other, and it doesn't look like it was written by a serious musician. Besides, there are only a few lines of text and you can't make out anything. Besides, who would fold their songs into paper airplanes and fly them around? This is most likely just some random scribbling by a kid in the neighborhood. Sister Lan, you are too tired. Take this time to rest and don't worry about the new song. She returned the paper to Lan Ran. Okay. Lan Ran knew that Yang Shueishan did not agree with her idea, and her expression was a little depressed. If you have time, you can come to my friend's house and sit for a while. Yang Shueishan thought about it and suddenly handed her a number. Your friend? Who? A psychologist. I heard he is very good at relieving stress and has a preventive effect on many mental illnesses. Yang Shueishan said lightly. Lan Ran's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and fell back on the sofa. Chapter 24 Chen Yuman with a special fetish. Sikhun, you've completely offended Chen Wei Entertainment this time. In the spacious and quiet office, the emerald green tea on the tea table was steaming. Yao Sikhun and a man and a woman sat around the tea table, savoring the treasured Westlake Longjing tea in front of them. It is different from the common counterfeits on the market. The authentic Westlake Longjing tea has a flat and smooth appearance, straight and pointed tips, and the leaves are fresh green, even and heavy. After brewing the tea, the fragrance lasts long, the taste is mellow and sweet, and the soup is light green and clear. Sitting at the main seat at the tea table was a beautiful woman. She is obviously very proficient in the tea ceremony. With her slender fingers, she warms the cup, places the tea, washes the tea, brews the tea, serves the tea, and divides the tea. Her movements are smooth and flowing, and look both beautiful and comfortable. Aren't you afraid that Luowei will cause trouble for you? The middle-aged man laughed. Yao Sikhun sat opposite the middle-aged man. He was in his 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a formal suit, and looked quite calm. So what if I offend him? So what if I don't offend him? After hearing what the middle-aged man said, he picked up the teacup, shook his head and laughed at himself. Luowei is my junior sister from the same school. I have been writing songs for her for 6 years, but she only has eyes for that loser and has never looked at me straight in the eye. I originally thought that after getting married, she would quickly realize that Jiang Chen wasn't right for her and would come to her senses. But 3 years later, she still hasn't had the slightest thought of leaving that loser. I really can't figure it out. I'm not young anymore, and I really don't want to wait any longer. It's such a pity that such an outstanding woman like Su Luowei married Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded in approval. Yao Sikhun picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip slowly, his voice filled with bitterness. Although I, Yao Sikhun, am not from a wealthy family, I have always worked harder than anyone else. Now, I have a certain reputation in the music industry. If I were to be with Luowei, I would definitely be able to help her achieve better development. I really don't understand. Why am I so unworthy of Luowei that she won't even look at me? What's so good about Jiang Chen? I've been married for 3 years and have no income. I've always been supported by a woman. I really can't accept losing to such a man. Yao Sikhun held the teacup tightly and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The middle-aged man calmly filled his teacup. The beautiful woman who was making tea nearby smiled slightly and added new tea to the pot. Although she was sitting in the main seat, she didn't say a word. She was quiet and did her own thing with a peaceful look on her face, as if the topic at the tea table had nothing to do with her. If anyone who knew her was here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Because she is Chen Yuman, a well-known Chinese actress and also the helmsman of Qingcheng Entertainment. Alas, I am kept by love, hurt by love, and hated by love. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Before, you were too good to sue Luowei, so she was blinded by the momentary emotional impulse. Now that you've chosen to leave, Chenwei Entertainment is in an unprecedented crisis. She will soon realize your importance, and when the time comes, she will naturally choose to let you return. Yao Sikhun shook his head, a cold smile on his face. Since I have chosen to leave, I will not go back easily. I've thought it through clearly. No matter how hard I try to help Luowei, the one who ultimately benefits is just that loser hiding at home, living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Now, news has come out from within Chenwei Entertainment that Luowei is actually planning to make this loser the new music director. It's simply ridiculous. Luowei has lost her mind. As long as she doesn't leave that loser, I won't stop. Only after Chenwei Entertainment goes bankrupt completely will she realize who has been silently helping her behind the scenes all these years, and who is the person who will stand by her in the end when problems arise. There was a hint of accumulated anger in Yao Sichuan's voice. Good, that's courageous. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. We at Xingcheng Entertainment will cooperate with you on this matter. By now, almost the entire entertainment industry knows that we are about to take action against Chenwei Entertainment. Plus, you've already resigned from Chenwei Entertainment, and the atmosphere within Chenwei Entertainment is turbulent. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chenwei Entertainment is currently on its last legs, plagued by internal and external troubles. Not many people dare to stand on Chenwei Entertainment's side. As for the artists that Chenwei Entertainment has already signed, I have arranged for people to contact them. I believe that it won't be long before I can win over a group of them. Next, I'll have the media start creating public opinion. In 2 days, I guarantee that the internet will be filled with negative news about Chenwei Entertainment, har har. Having said that, the middle-aged man paused, a smile appeared on his face, and he continued. I believe that under these circumstances, no brand would be willing to cooperate with Chenwei Entertainment. As long as we can maintain this situation for 2 months, Chenwei Entertainment will naturally be unable to hold on. Yao Sikhun slowly took a sip of tea, his eyes flashing with complex light, but he didn't say anything. The middle-aged man was right. In the entertainment industry, the most important thing is momentum. As long as Chenwei Entertainment's decline becomes apparent, even if they don't take action, people in the entire entertainment industry will automatically stay away from Chenwei Entertainment. By then, Su Luowei will naturally discover how important she is. Seeing that Yao Sikhun didn't say anything, the middle-aged man looked at him, smiled slightly, and didn't continue talking about this matter. Instead, he changed the topic. After saying a few more words, Yao Sikhun was in deep thought and obviously no longer in the mood to drink tea. He took a deep breath, stood up and said goodbye. The middle-aged man smiled and walked him out the door, then walked back slowly. Is everything arranged? Sitting at the main seat at the tea table, Chen Yuman glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and asked. It's arranged. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. I've already contacted every music producer I can think of. At least in the next 2 months, no music producer dares to openly side with Chenwei Entertainment. After all, Chenwei Entertainment is just a small studio. The gap in strength between them and us is still obvious. Those who can survive in the entertainment industry are not stupid. They know how to make choices. Hearing this, Chen Yuman's tender red lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. That's good. I'm at ease with your arrangements. After saying that, she poured out the slightly cool tea in the cup, poured herself a cup of warm tea, moved her red lips slightly, and slowly took a sip. The middle-aged man looked at her and sighed slightly. Yuman, are you sure you want to cooperate with this Yao Sikhun? Why, are you jealous? Chen Yuman raised her head, glanced at him lightly, and smiled charmingly. The middle-aged man sat down on the chair, silent and without saying a word. Chen Yuman raised the teapot with both hands, poured a cup of tea into his cup, and said angrily. Yao Sikhun is just a pawn in my eyes. You should know my real goal. That's why I'm jealous, precisely because I know that. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Yuman, we've known each other for more than 10 years, why haven't you settled down yet? I've been playing with you all these years. Have you had enough of playing outside? If you don't marry me soon, I won't be able to bear the pressure from my family. Chen Yuman turned her eyes and glared at him, saying dissatisfiedly. What's the point of marrying you stinky men? I don't want to spend my whole life with a man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face looked a little ugly. Okay, I promise you, after I take Su Luowei down, I will go home with you and get married and have children. Chen Yuman knew that he was angry, so she gave him a coquettish look and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. The middle-aged man's complexion improved a lot. He pondered for a while, then said seriously, "This is the last time I'll play around with you. When this is over, whether you like it or not, I want you to come home with me, get married, and live an honest life." "I see." Speaking of this, Chen Yuman seemed a little angry. She put the teacup on the table, her eyebrows raised, and she looked annoyed. The middle-aged man sighed, said nothing more, and left the office. After he left, Chen Yuman's expression returned to normal. She looked at the teacup on the tea table that Yao Sikon had just drunk from, and curled her lips in disgust. "Wrap the teacup with a tissue and throw it into the trash can." Humph, a toad wants to eat swan flesh, and a stinky man still dreams of getting his hands on Su Luowei. That little girl Su Luowei can only belong to me, Chen Yuman. No one can take her away from me. Chapter 25, Being a Music Director is a Freeloader. Moon Ing, do you think the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment is really the idiot writer they say they hear online? Chenwei Entertainment. In the trainee dormitory, a girl with a bun in her hair was holding her cell phone and asked with a worried look on her face. Her name is Xue Tingqing, and she is a trainee signed by Chenwei Entertainment this year. There are 4 girls living in the dormitory, all of whom are trainees who joined Chenwei Entertainment this year. The girl sitting opposite her was called Yimunjing, and she was very beautiful. But at this time her face was a little rosy, she was wearing sports tights and a ponytail, and her clear eyes revealed a capable air, as if she had just returned from a run in the gym. Although she has not been in the company for long, this girl has become the captain of all the trainee girls with her talent and hard work. Xie Tingqing likes Yimunjing the most. When encountering a problem, the first thing she wants to hear is her opinion. But perhaps attracted by this topic, the attention of several other girls in the dormitory was diverted. It's said that Jiang Chen has been living at home for the past 3 years, completely relying on Sister Luowei for support. I don't know why Sister Luowei wanted to marry such a person. Can such a person be a good music director for Chenwei Entertainment? We're so miserable. We just signed the contract and we've already encountered such an unreliable music director. I originally thought Chenwei Entertainment was developing very well, but I didn't expect it to change so quickly. The girls were talking about it. Yimunjing's bed was next to the balcony, but she frowned slightly and didn't say anything. What happened recently at Chenwei Entertainment Studio is no longer a secret in the entertainment industry. Anyone interested can get a rough idea of the whole situation by just asking around. Yesterday she actually secretly sent a message to the company's agent, Sister Jing, asking about the new music director. Perhaps because he felt there was no need to hide it, Xu Jingchu responded directly. That's right, the person who will be the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment is none other than Luowei's husband Jiang Chen, the legendary fake writer who has written anything in 3 years and who has been a gigolo who has been supported by Luowei for 3 years. Yimunjing sighed softly in her heart. Sister Luowei is her idol, so after graduating from school half a year ago, she rejected the olive branches extended by major entertainment companies and chose to join Chenwei Entertainment. Unexpectedly, before the 3 months were up, Chenwei Entertainment encountered such a big trouble. By the way, have you been approached by people from other entertainment companies these days? A girl suddenly asked. After hearing her words, the dormitory suddenly became quiet for a moment. No one spoke, and their expressions were slightly unnatural. In the entertainment industry, it is taboo to contact other entertainment companies privately. Although they did receive contact information from several entertainment companies in the past few days, such matters cannot be made public. The girl obviously knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth with her hands in embarrassment and didn't say anything else. The chat ended here, as they had training in the afternoon and only had a short 1-hour break. But several girls seemed a little absent-minded. Chenwei Entertainment has been feeling a bit precarious recently. Although these trainees are not exposed to the level of infighting between companies, they have to worry about their own future. They have all signed trainee contracts with Chenwei Entertainment for several years. If Chenwei Entertainment does not have enough resources to help them debut in the future, their future will be wasted. For a moment, everyone's expressions were somewhat complicated. Yimunjing sighed inwardly. She also received several messages from Qingcheng Entertainment yesterday. The content of the message was also very simple. It was nothing more than some words advising her to leave Chenwei Entertainment and join their Qingcheng Entertainment. Qingcheng Entertainment generously stated that as long as she was willing to change companies, they would handle any subsequent breach of contract issues, and she would not have any worries. Yi Munjing ignored them. But she knew that she was definitely not the only one in the company who had received similar messages. And it seems that quite a few trainees have begun to waver. Early the next morning, when Jiang Chen yawned and came out of the room, Su Luowei had already left. She seemed to have a lot of things to do these 2 days. She was busy until very late yesterday and came back tired. After taking a shower, she fell asleep in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen originally wanted to ask her about Chenwei Entertainment. But seeing the girl looking so tired, he didn't say anything. Anyway, he has already agreed to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment for 2 months. During these 2 months, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to have any intentions towards Chenwei Entertainment, he will let the other party know what it means to swim in a cesspool to seek death. Of course, he didn't give up on writing. This afternoon he updated another 60,000 words as usual. Those years, we blew out the lights together seems to have gradually become popular on the internet. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen was also very puzzled. He didn't know what touched the hearts of netizens with this horror tomb-raiding novel disguised as a love story. Everyone who has read it seems to have a strong desire to share it, and they have been crazily recommending this love novel that keeps people awake at night on their social platforms. As a result, the data of his novels has been growing rapidly. After typing their words, he took some time to look at the data and found that the number of readers had risen to more than 200,000, and the number of people adding books to their bookshelves had gradually reached 80,000. In just 3 days, this data can be said to be a miracle. I believe that after a few more days of fermentation, this book will become even more popular. By then, the pen name Jiang Langsai Jin will gradually appear in the public eye. I wonder what kind of shocked expression the little girl will show when she finds out that she has written a hot work. Jiang Chen thought silently in his heart. In the evening, Su Luowei was still busy and didn't come back until after 11 o'clock. Even Xu Jingchu did not return to her home, but chose to live in the villa. I finally finished recording the song today. Su Luowei came out of the bathroom wearing tight silk pajamas, her hair naturally scattered on her shoulders. She slowly climbed onto the bed, curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, and whispered softly. Jiang Chen gently touched her head, but frowned slightly. In the 3 years since they got married, he had never seen Su Luowei look so tired. It seems that the trouble Chenwei Entertainment encountered this time has indeed made Su Luowei a little nervous, so that she has to become busy during this period of time. He gently stroked the girl's hair, but the dissatisfaction in his heart became more and more obvious. Who on earth dared to lay hands on his woman? If I really tire the girl out, how can I continue to live off her in the future? Hubby, have you written a book in the past few days? Su Luowei was curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, whispering something. Jiang Shi glanced down. He found that Su Luowei had fallen asleep. Her black hair set off her fair skin, and her beautiful face was quietly in front of him. Her little mouth moved from time to time, and she was talking in her sleep. A sudden surge of tenderness surged in the old man's heart, and he gently pinched Su Luowei's little nose. Of course not. Writing a book is so difficult, how could it be written so easily? Then can you help me write a song? This time, Jiang Chen did not answer. But I said silently in my heart. Sure. As long as you want. I could write songs for you forever. Thank you, husband. The next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Su Luowei. The little girl lay in his arms and gently tickled him with her hair. It wasn't until he drowsily opened his eyes that he said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Get up quickly, lazy bum. You agreed to go to work today." Jiang Chen held her slender waist and was about to turn over and sleep for a while, but the little girl broke free and pushed him hard. "Get up, lazy pig." Jiang Chen sighed slightly and sat up. Well, it seems that I can't sleep in this lazy sleep. He looked at the sky outside. It was just getting light outside and the sun had not yet fully risen. Going to work at this hour is such a torture. Damn. How did I survive in the past? After yawning, he got up and got out of bed. Looking at the situation, if I don't help the girl stabilize the studio first. Don't even think about sleeping in for the next 2 months. Chapter 26. The Queen of Pop comes to visit. The air in the early morning always has a refreshing coolness that is refreshing. After Jiang Chen opened the window and took a few breaths of cool fresh air, the sleepiness he felt after waking up early immediately subsided a lot. I haven't gotten up early for a long time. Suddenly getting up so early and looking at the grey scene outside the window, I felt some special feelings in my heart. Many years ago, he also got used to getting up at this time and going to the practice room for training. There was a popular saying at that time, "Have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning?" But he had not only seen the sun at 4 in the morning, he had also seen a meteor at 4 in the morning twice. Looking back on this arduous struggle now, I always feel some inexplicable emotions in my heart. I want to thank myself at that time, but I also feel that that period was too hard. If I enjoy life and be an ordinary person, will I be happy? Jiang Chen thought for a long time. I realized that there is no answer to this question, everyone has their own choices. He shook his head and smiled, then stretched and walked towards the bathroom. Since we have already walked a road full of struggle, then he would just go with the flow in this life. People always have to try different ways of living, otherwise they will get tired if they keep struggling non-stop. After washing up, the sun gradually peeked out from the horizon, and warm light shone into the villa from the window. When Jiang Chen and Su Luowei came down from upstairs together, Xu Jingqiu had already bought breakfast from outside. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to have breakfast, he discovered that in addition to Xu Jingqiu, there was also a beautiful woman he didn't recognize sitting on the sofa in the hall. This woman is really beautiful, with fair skin, thin eyebrows, a slightly straight nose, a slim and well-proportioned figure, and slightly curly long hair that falls to her shoulders. Through her hair, you can vaguely see her slender neck. Her appearance is not inferior to that of a little girl. She sat on the sofa, quietly flipping through a fashion magazine, her movements elegant but with a hint of aloofness. Compared to this woman, Xu Jingqiu standing next to her looked like a boss lady serving breakfast. However, Jiang Chen felt a little confused. Why did this woman look familiar? But, in his impression, he seemed to have never seen such a person before. Moreover, this woman was clearly sitting in his house, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all as an outsider. Even when she saw him coming, she had no intention of getting up. Her cold eyes just glanced at him lightly, then moved away and fell on the girl. "Senior sister. Why are you here?" When Su Luowei saw her, her face showed joy, and she ran up to her and hugged her in surprise. To be honest, Jiang Chen had seen many scenes of two women hugging each other. But the scene of two stunning women with equally beautiful looks and temperament hugging each other is rare. This shot can be described as erotic. Jiang Chen admired it silently with the eyes and soul that only belonged to an old man. Two women, one cold and bright, the other warm and compassionate, appear in front of you at the same time. It is really difficult to tell who is more beautiful. If you want to compare body shapes, you have to go to the beach. Ahem. The old man coughed quickly, interrupting his evil thoughts. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts gradually drifted towards the seaside, the name Su Luowei had just addressed the woman suddenly appeared in his mind. "Senior sister?" etc. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. What did Su Luowei call her just now? Could it be that she is Yang Xuexin? Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he finally remembered why this woman looked familiar. It turns out that the woman who wanted to sell tea to him that day was her. That avatar is so beautiful, how come it's not a picture found on the internet? Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide, his expression gradually becoming a little weird. Damn, when did such realistic avatars appear in this online world? Here, your breakfast. On the side, Xu Jingqiu raised the lunch bag in her hand, motioning him to come over for breakfast. Okay, thank you. Just put it on the table. I'll give you a 5-star rating later. Jiang Chen nodded. Xu Jingqiu? Hubby, let me introduce her to you. She is senior sister Yang. Su Luowei's sweet voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his antics. Jiang Chen thought to himself, of course I know this is senior sister Yang. We just discussed tea business together a few days ago. Hello, senior sister Yang. He raised his hand and greeted her reluctantly. After finding out the woman's identity, he immediately lost interest. This woman is obviously here to cause trouble. Definitely not a good person. Sure enough, Yang Shuaxin looked at him indifferently and said in a cold voice, I don't deserve the title of Senior Sister Yang. Just call me Xiao Yang. Oh. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. I thought to myself that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to hold a grudge. Wasn't he just pretending to be cool that day? Why would he still remember it? I heard from experts that you should never eat breakfast on an empty stomach. I suggest we all eat something quickly to fill our stomachs. He pretended not to hear, sat down at the table, and picked up a fried dough stick. But Su Luowei was not fooled. She glanced at Yang Shuaxin and then at Jiang Chen, and soon realized something was wrong. She walked forward angrily and pinched Jiang Chen hard on the lower back. Hubby, did you say something weird to Senior Sister Yang the day before yesterday? Yang Shuaxin also walked to the other end of the table and sat down, her eyes not fixed on Jiang Chen at all, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with her. Jiang Chen covered his lower back and said, How is that possible? The day before yesterday, I even said I would treat Senior Sister Yang to a meal to thank her for her help. Real. Su Luowei was a little unconvinced. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask her. Jiang Chen said with a solemn oath. He did say that day that he wanted to treat Yang Shuaxin to a meal, and he was very sincere. Yang Shuaxin snorted coldly with an expressionless face, but fortunately she did not refute it. Jiang Chen did want to treat her to a meal. But he used a teasing tone and didn't really want to thank her. HMPH, you're honest. Su Luowei didn't notice anything unusual, snorted proudly, and sat down on the chair next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I wondered what this woman was doing here. If you have nothing to do, just go sell some tea. Why go to someone else's house so early in the morning and disturb their peace? After a commotion. Finally, everyone sat down at the dining table and ate breakfast obediently. After drinking some porridge, Yang Shuaxin finally told her the purpose of her visit. Luowei, I'll go to the company with you today to see if there is anything I can help with. Okay. Su Luowei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although Sister Yang debuted only 2 years earlier than her, she is a true queen of the music world. Because Yang Shuaxin only focuses on her identity as a singer, she rarely participates in other programs except for music-related work. Therefore, this senior sister is much better than her in terms of musical attainments, connections and resources in the entertainment industry, and influence. Chenwei Entertainment is now facing such great pressure. If my senior sister is willing to help, it will definitely be much easier. Silly girl. There was a hint of tenderness and doting in Yang Shuaxin's cold eyes. Su Luowei is her only junior sister. When they were studying with their teacher, they had the best relationship with each other. If I don't help her, who else can I help? I still have some resources. I heard that Chenwei Entertainment has lost a lot of its announcements recently. First, distribute these resources to the artists below to stabilize the situation. Hearing this, Su Luowei nodded repeatedly. She has been busy recording songs these past 2 days and hasn't dealt with much of the company's business. The music director resigned, various announcements were intercepted one after another, and other entertainment companies poached his employees. The morale within the company has long been low. Although she was aware of this, she was powerless due to the lack of resources. Thank you, senior sister. Yang Shuaxin nodded, then glanced at Jiang Chen with a cold gaze and said calmly. However, these resources can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If we want to reassure the artists in the company, it still depends on whether the new music director can convince everyone. I can contact a few veterans in the music industry and ask them to work as music directors at Chenwei Entertainment to help you stabilize the situation. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Then he blinked his big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with some doubt. Senior Sister Yang should know that Jiang Chen is about to become the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes inwardly but said nothing. If he hadn't known that Chenwei Entertainment was in trouble, he would have been eager to turn down the job of music director. Wouldn't it be great to be a writer and find inspiration in the comfort of your own home? Senior sister, Jiang Chen has agreed to be the music director. I believe he can do a good job. However, after Su Luowei thought about it, she still said to Yang Shuaxin. Although her senior sister had good intentions, as a wife, she had to give Jiang Chen more support. Chenwei Entertainment always starts with the word Chen. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yang Shuaxin's eyes. This girl is usually very smart, why does she become confused at the critical moment? She had just had a brief chat with Jiang Chen the day before yesterday and discovered that this person not only had no ability, but was also extremely arrogant. Talk about the entertainment industry and the music industry. Seeing him in person now is even more disappointing. He looks lazy and has no ambition at all. He is a typical person with high expectations but low skills. How can such a person be a good music director? Although Luowei said that she believed in Jiang Chen, she seemed to be worried in her heart. Honey, where is the suit I prepared for you last night? After all, Jiang Chen's usual lazy behavior really makes people feel uneasy. Today is your first day at work. You'll be meeting everyone and introducing yourself. Dress formally. You don't want to make a bad first impression. Oh right. And the script I prepared for you, including your self-introduction and speech. I commissioned someone to write this. The writing is excellent. Just read it when the time comes. I guarantee everyone will be impressed by you. She stood up while mumbling, and took out a document covered with handwriting from somewhere and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 or 6 pages of manuscript in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This manuscript must be around 10,000 words, right? Do I have to read a script for an hour on stage? Isn't this too outrageous? When he was working in the entertainment company, the thing he hated most was the leader giving a speech on stage. What a waste of time. Am I going to become this kind of person? The girl seemed to want to go find a suit, but Jiang Chen quickly reached out and pulled her back. Why are you wearing that? You're not getting married. It's too uncomfortable to even take a nap in. He had already thought about the so-called first meeting and self-introduction. The problem within Chenwei Entertainment now is that people are unstable, so what he should do is to find ways to calm people down. An exquisite suit, a passionate speech of more than 10,000 words, none of these are useful. If you want to convince others in the entertainment industry, the most important thing is your strength. So he had no intention of spending more than 5 minutes on stage. Because it doesn't take 5 minutes to show your strength. Changing into an exquisite suit just for these 5 minutes is simply torture. And this manuscript is not needed either. Jiang Chen pushed the manuscript aside. Then how do you introduce yourself? Luowei was stunned. Improve it. Impromptu? But what if you get nervous and can't think of the words? A talented writer never gets nervous or runs out of words. Jiang Chen said, disagreeing in his heart. It's just a first meeting with a group of trainees, it's not a big event, so there's no need to make so much preparation. This is totally inconsistent with the temperament of a great writer, nor is it consistent with his decades of experience in the entertainment industry. Of course, he did not forget to emphasize his identity a talented writer. Since you want to live a leisurely life, he decided that no matter what he did, he would never forget his identity as a writer. After all, being a writer is his real dream. Although he was able to become a writer, it was entirely by moving the books he had read into his mind. But how can the world of intellectuals be called moving? If I have it in my mind and you don't, then this can only be called inspiration, not plagiarism. What, you don't accept it? Then bite me. Sometimes, if you are a little bit of a rogue, the world will have a lot less troubles. After hearing what he said, Luowei was stunned for a moment, then she sat down in her seat with her hands folded and looked a little annoyed. This suit and manuscript were carefully prepared by her for Jiang Chen's first day at work. On the side, Yang Shuaxin's gaze towards Jiang Chen became even colder. This guy. It's like a hopeless case of useless trolls. Chapter 27 How does a gigolo introduce himself? In the end, Jiang Chen didn't change into a suit and went out in simple casual clothes. Although Luowei was very angry, she saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be less resistant to being the music director, so she had no choice but to let him do it. A group of 4 people went to the company in 2 cars. Luowei hadn't seen Yang Shuaxin for a long time, so she pulled Jiang Chen into Yang Shuaxin's car. Yang Shuaxin drives a British-style luxury car with a black body and white interior, which fits her cool style very well. The sun had just risen at this time, and there were already some pedestrians on the road. Luowei was sitting in the passenger seat, chatting with Yang Shuaxin, so Jiang Chen had to sit alone in the back seat. Fortunately, in executive-level cars, the most comfortable seats are usually in the back seat. After he got in the car, he leaned against the backrest, resting his head on the comfortable pillow, feeling quite comfortable. He got up so early today that he couldn't help yawning. It takes about an hour to drive to the company, and he plans to take this time to catch up on some sleep. Yang Shuaxin looked back through the rearview mirror with her beautiful eyes and a cold gaze. Jiang Chen's lazy yawning appearance caught her eye, and her impression of him immediately became even worse. Yawning non-stop this early in the morning, which company's music director is as lazy as him? Luowei and Yang Shuaxin were talking. There was also a faint sound of music in the car, a melodious woman singing. Senior Sister Yang, is this Senior Sister Xu Rongfei's new song? Luowei was listening to the singing, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked curiously. Apparently, she hadn't heard the song yet. Yang Shuaxin nodded, her tone still cold and clear. Deep Love is a new song by Sister Xu, written and composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Leshi Entertainment. This kind of love song with a deep affection as its theme has always received very good response in the market. I heard that Senior Sister Xu spent a lot of money to get this song, and she plans to put it on her next album. Xu Rongfei is a senior female singer who became famous very early in the entertainment industry. Like Su Luowei and Yang Shuaxin, she graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, but she was nearly 10 years older. So both of them called her Senior Sister Xu. That sounds really nice. Su Luowei couldn't help but praise. Xu Rongfei's voice is indeed nice, melodious and graceful, giving a feeling of a goddess with temperament. In comparison, her voice has less temperament and more gentleness and tranquility. This song is final yet? Yang Shuaxin shook her head. I heard that Sun Yongjian spent more than a month writing this song. It's only a rough draft, and it will take another week to be fully perfected. Sister Xu sent me this rough draft and asked me to help her find the mood. Releasing a song is not as simple as it seems, and there are often a lot of detailed adjustments behind it. Whether it is the lyrics, music, or the singer's voice and emotions, they are all crucial. The full version of the song must sound better. Su Luowei nodded, thought for a moment, and suddenly looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat. Hubby, what do you think? She deliberately pulled Jiang Chen into the car, hoping to find an opportunity to reconcile the relationship between him and Yang Shuaxin. Jiang Chen can write fairy tale and invisible wings, so his musical skills must be good. There were just some misunderstandings between the two. At this moment, as long as Jiang Chen is not a fool and speaks a few more professional words, Senior Sister Yang's impression of him will definitely improve a lot. Yang Shuaxin frowned slightly. Leshi Entertainment is a relatively large entertainment company in the circle, and Sun Yongjian is also a well-known senior musician in the industry. Naturally, there is nothing wrong with the songs he writes. What can Jiang Chen, this arrogant guy, say? Junior Sister is really a bit confused when it comes to feelings. To be honest, Jiang Chen had already closed his eyes and planned to catch up on his sleep, but he didn't expect to be suddenly asked by Su Luowei. He was too lazy to say any more nonsense, and just curled his lips and commented. Generally, hard to get angry. In his opinion, the song's approach is average, the melody is ordinary, and not very catchy. It is completely supported by Xu Rongfei's unique voice. It's the kind of song that's enjoyable to listen to but hard to become popular. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the coldness in Yang Shuaxin's eyes became even stronger. No one knows what the final effect of any song will be before it has been tested in the market. Jiang Chen, this guy, knows nothing and yet dares to speak nonsense. Why, Director Jiang has written a song better than Deep Love. She raised her cold eyes and asked without any politeness. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. He hadn't written similar songs at home. So you're just talking nonsense. Jiang Chen said indifferently, just telling the truth. Oh. Yang Shuaxin snorted coldly and stopped talking, obviously disagreeing with Jiang Chen's words. There was silence in the car for a while, and neither of them spoke. Su Luowei looked helpless. What the hell is going on? How come the two of them can't get along when they've never met before? 9 o'clock in the morning. All the trainees at Chenwei Entertainment received a message. In 1 hour, the new music director will meet with everyone in the large practice room and make a brief self-introduction. This news made all the trainees stunned. A new music director. Could it really be that bastard husband of Sister Luowei? If it really was him, what would they do? With deep worry and curiosity, all the trainees walked towards the big practice room together after completing their morning homework. Chenwei Entertainment has 3 practice rooms in total, 2 small and 1 large. Since Chenwei Entertainment is just a startup company with limited strength, the company is not located in a high-end office building, but instead rents a standalone factory building in an entrepreneurial park. This type of factory not only has cheap rent but also a large area. It can be used after simple decoration, which can save a lot of money. In Chenwei Entertainment, the area of the large practice room alone is as large as 500 square meters. There is a 1.5 meter high stage inside, and the venue looks very spacious, which is simply impossible to find in a high-end office building. This largest practice room is where the company usually holds activities and assessments. Every month, all trainees will be assessed in this practice room. Sitting in the audience were the music director, the instructor, Shu Jingchu and others. This kind of assessment is not only to supervise the trainees' daily training, but also to improve their ability to adapt to the stage. So the requirements are very strict. If any trainee fails the assessment 3 times in a row, he or she will be asked to withdraw directly. 9:50 in the morning. All 23 trainees from Chenwei Entertainment gathered in the large practice room. All of them are girls. From this perspective, Chenwei Entertainment's development path is actually somewhat similar to that of Qingcheng Entertainment. Su Luowei was worried that Jiang Chen would mind, so she usually preferred to sign female artists, resulting in the company being dominated by female artists and almost becoming a country of women. The girls walked into the large practice room in 2s and 3s. The team, which was originally quite noisy, suddenly became quiet. Because Shu Jingchu had already arrived in the big practice room. These fledgling trainees were still a little intimidated when facing the gold medal agent of the national goddess. After all, this gold medal agent holds the power of life and death over the acting careers of all of them. On the other side of the large practice room, there is a small platform that can accommodate for 5 people. Su Luowei and Yang Shuaxin climbed onto the platform early and sat down. From their position, they can see the entire situation in the venue, but it is difficult for the trainees to notice them. Normally, on the first day of work, the music director would talk to the trainees and get to know each other, so it didn't matter if she didn't come. But Jiang Chen had no experience as a music director after all, so Su Luowei was still vaguely worried. After hesitating for a long time, she pulled Yang Shuaxin to the platform and sat down in advance. "Silly girl, you are just too emotional." Yang Shuaxin sat next to Su Luowei and sighed with some worry. Just on their way, she recommended several candidates for the role of music director to Su Luowei. But they were all rejected by Su Luowei. Her junior sister seemed to have made up her mind to let Jiang Chen be the music director. Senior sister, Jiang Chen actually has the ability, but no one has discovered it yet. "I believe he can do it." Su Luowei took a deep breath and said firmly. But that look seemed more like he was cheering himself up. "Well." Yang Shuaxin shook her head secretly in her heart. This silly junior sister, she looks smart and clever, but how come she has a love brain? Never mind. Let Jiang Chen try it. When he messes up, the little girl will have to face reality. The time soon came to the agreed time of 10 o'clock. All the trainee girls sat down cross-legged at the bottom of the stage. However, the legendary music director did not seem to appear. The stage was empty. At the beginning, everyone was able to remain patient and wait quietly. But 5 or 6 minutes later, there was still no one on the stage. The trainee girls gradually couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Why haven't you come yet? Did you oversleep? It's possible. I heard that Sister Luowei's husband sleeps until noon every day. Damn it, with a music director like this, how can I ever make it to my debut? Alas, I actually no longer have any hope for Chenwei Entertainment." "Me too. I'm starting to think about other companies." "Sure, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you." Yi Munjing sat in the middle of all the girls and could hear what everyone around her was saying. She looked at the empty stage in front of her and pursed her lips with a complicated expression. At this moment, what she felt in her heart was not disappointment, but confusion. Why? Why did Sister Luowei marry such an unreliable guy? Why let this unreliable guy be the music director? Why hasn't this bastard shown up yet when it's time? Why didn't Sister Luowei say a word at this point? even if the music director is unreliable. But as long as Sister Luowei shows up, everyone will feel more at ease. Su Luowei is her idol. She likes Su Luowei, who speaks softly and gently, and she also likes Chenwei Entertainment. She doesn't want others to say bad things about Chenwei Entertainment. But things seem to be heading in the worst direction. Yi Munjing stared at the stage, her fingers clenched tightly, and a look of worry gradually appeared in her eyes. Looking at the trainee girls who were gradually becoming impatient and noisy, Xu Jingqiu frowned a little anxiously. How come Jiang Chen disappeared after going to the bathroom? In fact, she could also feel it intuitively from the performance of these trainee girls in front of her. The current unrest within Chenwei Entertainment has indeed reached a serious level. If it was 2 weeks ago. Not to mention that the music director was 5 minutes late, even if he was delayed for half an hour, who would dare to say anything? Jiang Chen left a lazy and undisciplined impression on all the trainees on the first day. How will he lead this team in the future? On the high platform, Su Luowei clenched her 2 fingers together tightly, feeling a little worried. In a company, music directors generally have a strict and responsible image. But Jiang Chen was so late for meeting everyone for the first time. No matter how well you introduce yourself later, you will inevitably leave a bad impression on everyone as unreliable. What should I do? Just when everyone was worried. Suddenly, a pop sound was heard in the practice room. All the lights dimmed, only the lights on the stage were still on. It was the staff who were operating the lights. Then a sound of footsteps came from the direction of the stage. Everyone looked towards the stage, only to see Jiang Chen, dressed in casual clothes, finally appear. He walked up the stairs, his steps were not fast, but they looked very comfortable, giving people a sense of calmness. In fact, there was a hint of helplessness in Jiang Chen's eyes. He hadn't meant to be late. Who knew that the terrain of this factory was so complicated? After going to the bathroom, he was a little lost. It took a long time to find the place. To be honest, he is a bit directionally challenged. He doesn't know if it's because his head is filled with too many things, but he always finds it difficult to remember some unimportant things. So it was delayed for several minutes. But fortunately, judging from everyone's expressions, they all seemed to understand. Below the stage, the trainee girls started discussing quietly. He's the new music director. Sister Luowei's husband. I think so. I've seen his picture online. He looks okay, but unfortunately he's a scoundrel. He doesn't seem very reliable. Why is he wearing casual clothes for such a formal occasion? He doesn't take us seriously at all. He looks so lazy and is so late. Can he really be a good music director? If I could give him a rating, I would definitely give him a bad review. Seeing Jiang Chen finally show up, Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's good to show up, even though being late has left a bad impression on everyone. But if I can introduce myself properly later, I might be able to salvage some points in your impression. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen walked directly to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone on the stand. Off the stage, the girls were talking about it. I'm also very curious about how he's going to introduce himself later. Hello everyone, I am Su Luowei's husband. No, it should be, hello everyone, I'm a writer. Hey, stop making me laugh. I can't hold it back any longer. However, to the surprise of all the girls, Jiang Chen raised the microphone but did not start speaking immediately. Instead, his gaze slowly moved around the scene. Then, as if he had discovered something, he slowly walked towards the piano on the side of the stage. Jiang Chen's gaze seemed relatively calm, but all the girls below the stage who accidentally made eye contact with him felt something was different. The new music director's gaze seemed profound and calm. The girls blinked, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Why is this idiot director completely different from what I imagined? His calmness while standing on the stage was much better than expected, as if he had many years of stage experience. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen came to the piano, slowly sat down, and breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also wanted to say a few words first, give a stunning opening speech, and then slowly show his strength. But after picking up the microphone, I found myself feeling a little uncomfortable and I really couldn't seem to say anything. He is not the type to talk big. He doesn't have the talent of a great writer, and he can't make everyone look at him with admiration just by saying a few words. Okay, he admitted it and laid it bare. He is not a qualified great writer at all. He plagiarized those years, we blow out the lights together. The author was actually someone else, and he was just a porter. So he chose to remain silent. Choose to hide yourself. He didn't want to expose himself by speaking. Fortunately, he still has decades of stage experience, so he is somewhat confident about singing. Jiang Chen installed the microphone on the stand next to the piano. He didn't take the manuscript that the girl prepared for him. What Chenwei Entertainment needs now is a solid music director rather than an inspiring speech. The entertainment industry is always a place where the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, no matter how much you say, it will only make you a laughingstock. As a music director, of course you have to use music to prove your ability. Please first enjoy the singing and playing performance brought by director Jiang. On the stage, a female staff member came on stage at the right time and introduced everyone. She was a staff member arranged by Jiang Chen in advance. Even the best music needs an opening. He didn't intend for everyone to listen to the song in confusion. Below the stage, the girls looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Xu Jingqiu and Su Luowei are no exception. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Starting with music is indeed a good way to introduce yourself. As a music director, of course you should demonstrate your abilities first. They had all heard Jiang Chen sing, so they couldn't help but look forward to it. Which song does Jiang Chen plan to sing? Fairy Tale or The Moon's Trouble? Chapter 28, Exaggeration. The large practice room was completely silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen placed his hands on the black and white keys of the piano, but his brows furrowed slightly. The opening remarks are complete. But, what kind of song is he going to sing? Inspirational song? Sad folk song? Still. Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed with the names of many songs at the same time. Each song represented a piece of memory, clustered together. This is really hard to decide. I don't know why. What Yang Shuaxin had said before suddenly came to mind. This song is called Deep Love. It's a new song by Sister Xu, and it was also written and composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Leshi Entertainment. This kind of love song, which is mainly based on deep emotions, has always received very good response in the market. So, the type of songs that everyone prefers to listen to nowadays, are they love songs? Jiang Chen thought silently. He remembered the song Deep Love that he listened to in the car, and also remembered Yang Shuaxin's cold gaze with a hint of doubt. In fact, he knew Yang Shuaxin's thoughts very well. This senior sister wants to help. She is Su Luowei's senior sister and wants to help Chenwei Entertainment overcome difficulties and get back on track. Her intentions were good. But since I have already taken on the position of music director, I don't like anyone telling me what to do. A team can only have one voice, which is the most effective management method. He is the music director. So his voice is the only one in the team. No matter if you are a queen or anyone else, you must exercise restraint in this regard. In that case, then, play a love song. The name of a song slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. He needed to use a song to tell Yang Shuaxin. Queen, you are very good, but please restrain yourself. In the spacious practice room, a piano melody with a hint of sadness suddenly sounded. Jiang Chen's fingers gently pressed on the piano keys. The trainee girls all stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of the piano. This music director can actually play the piano? Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu also looked a little dazed. Because the melody flowing from the piano in front of Jiang Chen was something they had never heard before, and it was completely different from the four songs Jiang Chen was currently known to have sung. What song is this? Could it be that this is Jiang Chen's fifth song? In addition to surprise and suspicion, there was also a glimmer of shock in Su Luowei's eyes. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen play the piano. In 3 years, she had never seen Jiang Chen play the piano. It turns out that this guy is not only proficient in guitar, but also plays the piano so well. How much more has this bastard been hiding from me? Su Luowei bit her red lips lightly, and her beautiful face looked at the stage with a complicated expression, as if coquettish and angry. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. I can't help but turn into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The oath I made sincerely when I was young. Silently sinking in the deep sea. The singing started. Inside the practice room, the girls' eyes were somewhat dull, because they had never heard of the lyrics and melody of the song Jiang Chen sang. This is an original song written by your director Jiang. Xu Jingqiu, who was standing by, was stunned for a while before finally coming to his senses and quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Upon hearing this, the trainee girls all widened their eyes. Original songs. No way, could it be that this idiot director can not only play the piano, but also write songs? Is this true or false? The girls refocused their attention on Jiang Chen singing, and only then realized that this song seemed quite good. The slightly sad melody, coupled with the somewhat hoarse voice, is particularly catchy. Revisit several times. The ending is still losing you. On the stage, the melody flows softly. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was sensing something, searching for something. This is a manifestation of emotions immersed in singing. Professional singers will more or less unconsciously reveal this state when singing. This scene once again surprised the girls. Jiang Chen's performance was exactly the same as that of a professional singer. But isn't he a mediocre writer? What is going on? Finally, the melody reached a climax. I was sentenced to lifelong loneliness by love. Don't fight back, don't let go. The circle that can never be completed. The bond in my heart cannot be filled. It's you. Yang Xuexin's expression was completely stunned as she stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano. She felt that Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano at this moment, seemed like a completely different person. The lazy look on his body was swept away, replaced by a deep sense of calmness and composure. Both are singers. She could feel the calmness and confidence emanating from Jiang Chen, as if no matter what happened, he could calmly control the stage. As a queen of pop, she has never had this inexplicable feeling, even when facing other pop superstars. But the feeling towards Jiang Chen was completely different. What the hell is going on? And this song seems to be a deep love song. She remembered Xu Rongfei's song Deep Love in the car earlier and what she said at that time. He couldn't help but show more shock in his eyes. The melody of this song is obviously better than that of Deep Love. The melody is light, but it conveys a heart-wrenching feeling. Isn't this a manifestation of deep love? Could this be a song written by Jiang Chen himself? Did he really write a song about deep love? Questions kept popping up in Yang Xuexin's mind. On the side, Su Luowei's expression was a little strange. She also didn't expect that Jiang Chen would sing another song she had never heard before, and it was a love song with the theme of deep love. Isn't this a challenge to senior sister Xu? Moreover, the quality of this song seems to be much better than the one sung by senior sister Xu. If this song is released, will sister Xu's deep love be affected? Why does love sentence all beings to loneliness? Can't break free, can't escape. The knot that can't be untied on the brow. An unavoidable calamity in fate. It's you. Jiang Chen's voice was a little hoarse, and the melody rose again. A feeling of sadness and loneliness permeated the entire practice room. The girls in the audience were all stunned. Feel the melody of this song and feel the intoxicating emotion of deep love in the melody. Only then did they suddenly realize that the music director's singing ability was beyond their imagination. Only top singers have such emotional singing skills. Why can a mediocre writer sing so well? A question couldn't help but arise in everyone's mind. Each of them has been on that stage. But their performance on the stage was completely different from Jiang Chen's on the stage at that moment. There is no comparison at all. I can't help but turn into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The oath I made sincerely when I was young. Silently sinking in the deep sea. After Jiang Chen finished singing a line of lyrics, the piano melody continued playing. He opened his eyes and looked at the black and white piano keys that kept jumping in front of him, and suddenly felt a little emotional. How long has it been since I sang a song with all my heart and soul? How long has it been since you expressed your emotions through music? He suddenly felt an urge to release all the emotions that had been accumulating in his heart for the past 3 years. I have to sing anyway, I have to express myself anyway. It's better to give it a try and completely release the emotions in your heart. Thinking of this, his fingers striking the keys suddenly gained some strength. The tone also suddenly rose at this moment. I was sentenced to lifelong loneliness by love. Don't fight back, don't let go. The circle that can never be completed. The bond in my heart cannot be filled. It's you. The girl's eyes were completely stunned at this moment. High notes. It's like a high note that can penetrate the human eardrum. It was so close, right in front of them. They could even see Jiang Chen's gaze gradually becoming excited. The singing continued wave after wave without any breaks in the voice. Everyone can feel the madness and power displayed in Jiang Chen's singing. Why does love sentence all beings to loneliness? Can't break free, can't escape. The knot that can't be untied on the brow. An unavoidable calamity in fate. It's you. The tone suddenly rose again. His showing off. Yang Shuaxin on a high platform suddenly said something. What? Su Luowei was stunned for a moment, then turned her head to look at her senior sister. Yang Shuaxin, however, had a complicated expression on her face as she stared at Jiang Chen on the stage in disbelief. She could sense the deliberately raised pitch of Jiang Chen's voice. Normally, the pitch of this song shouldn't be so high. But as a fellow singer, she suddenly understood what Jiang Chen meant. His showing off. Yang Shuaxin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, and pointed at Jiang Chen on the stage and said. Hearing this, Su Luowei reacted quickly. Only then did she understand why Jiang Chen suddenly raised his voice. So, all this is just for show. That's right. Yang Shuaxin guessed correctly. Jiang Chen just wanted to show off his skills. Since you want to convince the trainees, you naturally have to show enough strength. For the trainees, talking about emotions and melodies is unnecessary. What do a bunch of little girls know? To deal with them, just use your singing skills to overwhelm them. Below the stage, more than 20 girls stared at the man on the stage with their eyes wide open in disbelief. The melody is so loud that it splits your lungs, and the singing is so loud that it penetrates your eardrums. At this moment, their understanding of the stage was almost overturned. Can their previous stage really still be called a stage? Is it really possible for a human to hit such a high note? Losing you. I lost you. Finally. Jiang Chen's singing gradually came to an end. The melody slowly came to an end. But that powerful high note still seems to linger in my ears. There was silence in the practice room, no one spoke. Jiang Chen took a few breaths and stood up. It's been a long time since I sang a song so carefreely. It really feels great to let go of my emotions and voice. After a while, the emotions in his eyes were gradually subsiding, yet he still seemed to be a little reluctant to leave. Under everyone's gaze, he picked up the microphone and walked to the edge of the stage, looking at the trainee girls in the audience. It's time to say something. The song has ended, and he wants to introduce himself. He can't just remain silent. But, what should I say at this time? Just pretending to be cool? Or take the opportunity to drink some chicken soup? Or perhaps, make some old-fashioned leadership remarks? Jiang Chen found himself uncomfortably unable to come up with any good opening or closing remarks. What should I say to make everyone's eyes light up and be amazed? There are no answers in my mind. Really. He is not a qualified great writer. He can't tell stories, nor can he package the future with fancy words like those glamorous leaders. He still needs to continue working hard in this regard. Under the stunned gazes of all the girls, he sighed softly in his heart. Finally, he raised the microphone and said only one simple sentence. I'm your new music director. The whole audience was silent. The original singer of Silence is N.A. Ying, but Jay Chou and Zhang Jie have both sung it. I recommend listening to Jay Chou first, then to Zhang Jie. Jay Chou's voice is very flavorful, and Zhang Jie has a high pitch. The second half of the book was written based on Zhang Jie's high pitch. Please support the new author and new book, and ask for a little gift tilde. Chapter 29 Director Jiang is not a gigolo. Yes. Jiang Chen thought for a long time before finally saying this. He couldn't think of anything brilliant to say, so he could only introduce himself in the simplest terms. Jiang Chen's self-introduction ended. After he said that, he put down the microphone and walked off the stage. But no one stopped him. No one thought they should stop him. Xu Jingqiu stood below the stage and took a deep breath with a look of shock on her face. Jiang Chen's way of introducing himself was very simple, it could even be described as blank. But it seems to be particularly effective. She turned her head and glanced at the trainee girls in the field. More than 20 female trainees sat quietly on the ground below the stage, their expressions and eyes still dull and shocked, without any noise. It took several minutes for the girls to come back to their senses. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Was the person who just sang on the stage really the legendary writer? Sister Luowei's husband? Their new music director? The aura and stage effects displayed by the young music director on the stage just now made them truly feel what shock was. There was nothing fancy, nothing euphemistic, the sheer explosion and power alone was enough to leave everyone stunned. They were more familiar with the stage in this practice room than anyone else, but precisely because of this familiarity, they felt even more shocked. Because every one of them has been on that stage. All trainees have to undergo company assessments here every month. Anyone who can sit here at this moment has been on stage more than 10 times. The company's music director has always been sitting below the stage, responsible for evaluation and scoring. They originally thought that they would be under the greatest pressure when they were being tested on stage. But now that their identities have been swapped, they still feel a sense of scalp-numbing pressure. If the next assessment, Jiang Chen is sitting below the stage, then, what should they do? Can you still perform like the one you just did? If the performance is not up to standard, will I be scolded harshly? For a moment, almost all the girls became a little nervous. Silent. Jiang Chen said the name of this song is Silence. On the high platform, Luowei looked at the text message on her mobile phone with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Just after Jiang Chen left the stage, she couldn't help but send a message asking him what song he sang. It didn't take long to receive a reply. The text message only contained one short word, silence. This guy secretly wrote songs again without telling me, making me worry for so long. Luowei stomped her feet in annoyance, but after putting away her phone, there was a faint smile in her eyes. Jiang Chen's performance today was completely beyond her expectations, and she was very satisfied. Silent. On the side, Yang Xuexin recited it softly. The expression on his face was faintly shocked. In this song, she heard deep affection, sadness, and even more so, the persistence in love. This song is exactly the same as the song Deep Love, and they are diametrically opposed to each other. Could it be that this guy wrote the song specifically for today? But this? How is it possible? She just played some music in the car for a while, how could he have prepared similar songs in advance? Yang Xuexin took a deep breath, a complicated look in her eyes. Jiang Chen's performance today really gave her too many surprises. Isn't this guy a jerk writer? How do you write a song like this? She could also feel that Jiang Chen's singing skills were excellent, and his performance on stage was no less than that of top singers. Even if she had sung that song just now, she might not have been able to do better than Jiang Chen. The new music director is gone. So the trainee girls soon received the notice of disbanding, and walked out of the large practice room in twos and threes, each with an indescribable expression on their face. Today's first meeting was completely different from what they had imagined. The new music director seems to be quite capable. So what should they do next? Will you continue to stay in Chenwei Entertainment, or consider other companies? Just now, Xu Jingchu announced publicly that all morning training was cancelled and everyone could take a half-day break. Therefore, the girls did not go to other practice rooms, but walked towards the dormitory with heavy hearts. What should I do? I'm so confused now. Director Jiang seems so powerful. Me too. I received another text message from Allure Entertainment last night. The new director Jiang has such a strong presence on stage, so it should be okay, right? To be honest, the songs he wrote are pretty good. I think so too, and his singing skills are really amazing. Yi Munjing walked at the edge of the crowd and did not participate in the discussions of other girls. Her eyes were much brighter than when she was in the practice room just now, and there were many more unusual colors in them. Jiang Chen's performance on the stage just now gave her a great shock. She had never expected that Sister Luowei's writer husband was so good at singing. But according to legend, isn't he a mediocre writer? A suspected writer who hasn't produced any work in 3 years. What is going on? Yi Munjing took a deep breath, unable to come up with an answer. But no matter what, as long as things start to move in a good direction, that's enough. Sister Luowei is her only favorite idol, and Chenwei Entertainment is also the first entertainment company she joined. If possible, she still hopes to continue staying in Chenwei Entertainment. Mu Ning. Just as she was thinking about something, a voice suddenly called her name. Yimunjing turned her head and saw a girl standing under a tree by the roadside, waving at her. Stop. She knew the girl under the tree. Her name was Lin Lorong and she was one of the artists who had debuted under Chenwei Entertainment. This was not the first time Lin Lorong had looked for her in the past 2 days, but Yimunjing didn't like her at all. Because she felt that Lin Lorong had too many little thoughts. But after all, they were from the same company, so she hesitated for a moment before walking towards Lin Lorong. Lin Lorong is 2 years older than her. She is tall and has a good figure. I heard that she was once the school belle of a certain school. After graduation, she worked as a model for many fashion magazines. Mooning. Lin Lorong smiled a somewhat arrogant smile. How was it? Have you met that idiot director? Are you disappointed? Yimunjing looked at her but didn't say anything, silently waiting for the other party to continue. Sure enough, Lin Lorong gathered her hair and continued to talk to herself. I've already told you, Chenwei Entertainment is completely bankrupt. Just think about it, once director Yao leaves, what will be left of this company? No matter how talented Luowei is, she can't write songs. We are all artists in the company, so we must be smart and find a way out for ourselves. Director Yao just called me again. He said he admires you very much. If you are willing to leave Chenwei Entertainment and join Qingcheng Entertainment, he can make the decision and sign you an S-level contract. This is the treatment only available to artists after their debut, and the profit share is higher than your current contract. You're still a trainee, and it's already remarkable to receive such treatment. Believe me, Allure Entertainment is a large company with much greater development potential than Chenwei Entertainment. You'll definitely get more opportunities there. Lin Lorong talked a lot, then realized that Yimunjing hadn't spoken yet. She smiled awkwardly, coughed and continued to ask. Mooning, what on earth are you thinking? I'm telling you, this kind of opportunity is rare. If Director Yao hadn't seen that you're doing well in training, he wouldn't have allowed me to keep in touch with you. Sister Lorong, have you already joined Allure Entertainment? Yimunjing did not answer her question, but looked at her quietly and asked. For some reason, Lin Lorong felt a little uncomfortable under Yimunjing's gaze, but in order to convince the trainee captain, she still nodded. Yes, you know. Director Yao has been helping to monitor my songs, and Qingcheng Entertainment has also offered better conditions. Then I understand. Yimunjing nodded thoughtfully. Understand what? Lin Lorong was stunned for a moment. You are willing to join Qingcheng Entertainment? Yimunjing shook her head and refused bluntly. I think Director Yao might have made a mistake. What's wrong? Director Jiang is not a slacker director. Lin Lorong seemed not to hear clearly. Director Jiang is not a slacker director. Yimunjing repeated it again seriously. Then, without waiting for Lin Lorong to say anything else, she nodded and turned to walk towards the practice room. She didn't plan to go back to the dormitory. There was still some time before lunch break, and she wasn't yet fully proficient in the dance the teacher taught her last time, so she planned to practice for a while longer. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Lorong stood there in a daze. Isn't he Director Jiang a slacker director? What's the meaning? Is the legendary writer going to change his personality? Or Yimunjing is crazy. Chapter 30 Jiang Chen, how dare you molest a female artist? This guy is just too obsessed with writing, so he has been deliberately hiding his songwriting talent. On their way to the office, Luowei explained why Jiang Chen had always been reluctant to show off his talents. Is that so? Yang Xuexin looked a little strange. Everyone knows that although Jiang Chen claims to be a writer, he hasn't written anything in 3 years and is a complete slacker. I didn't expect that he would show such astonishing talent in music. Being able to write a song like Silence means his level is no worse than many professional musicians. Luowei asked him to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Maybe he can really give it a try. Jiang Chen always wants to spend all his time writing. It's such a waste of his talent. Senior sister, please help me persuade him when the time comes. That guy can't even write. Luowei took Yang Kasan's arm and said indignantly. Yang Xuexin was stunned when she heard this. Because she seemed to have heard similar words somewhere a few days ago. In 2 months, I will help Chenwei Entertainment gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, then step down as music director and continue to be a writer. If you can help me persuade Luowei at that time, the promise of a meal will still be valid. It seems, that's what Jiang Chen said. When Yang Shuoxin recalled it, her expression suddenly became a little strange. Could it be that this couple is playing a new game? Although she felt a little complicated, she still nodded. She should stand on Su Luowei's side both emotionally and logically. What's more, Jiang Chen is indeed not suitable to be a writer. The fact that he hasn't been able to write anything in 3 years is enough to prove that he doesn't have that kind of talent. Take that bookshelf away from me. Who put it there? Don't you know I hate reading? It gives me a headache just by looking at it. This computer's specs are too poor. It's so laggy when playing games. I need to change it right away. And that sofa, why is it made of mahogany? It's so hard and not comfortable to lie on. Change it to real leather. In the spacious office, Jiang Chen was directing a beautiful girl to work back and forth. But he himself was lying in the chair in a very comfortable posture. When Su Luowei and Yang Shuoxin appeared in Jiang Chen's office, she couldn't help but frown at the scene before her. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly became so angry that her eyebrows raised. This bastard. She had just been praising him to senior sister Yang on the road. I didn't expect that he would cause trouble here again in the blink of an eye. Senior sister. The girl's face was originally miserable, but when she saw Su Luowei coming, she immediately ran to her side as if she had seen a savior. Her name is Xu Mengyao, and she is Su Luowei's junior in the same school. I was just passing by here just now, but Jiang Chen happened to see me and called me to help clean up the office. She thought that Jiang Chen was Luowei's husband and the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment. She thought that it should be no problem if she just helped to clean up. Unexpectedly. This guy doesn't just want to clean up the office, he wants to tear down the entire office and renovate it from scratch. She is just a weak little girl, not a member of the decoration team. Senior sister, he just asked me to bring him a bed. Xu Mengyao held Su Luowei's hand with a look of grievance and anger, as if she had just been severely bullied by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was so angry that she almost exploded. Xu Mengyao is her junior sister from the same school and hasn't graduated yet. If the teacher hadn't let her train herself in Chenwei Entertainment first, she wouldn't be here. Yang Shuoxin's eyes were also a little cold. Teacher Xu Mengyao's new disciple is naturally also her junior sister. Well. Seeing Su Luowei suddenly appear, Jiang Chen coughed and sat up. He just saw that the little girl looked silly and looked very similar to his sister in his previous life. So I teased her on purpose, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be Su Luowei's junior sister. Wait a minute, does Su Luowei really have a junior sister? This office is nicely decorated and has lots of sunlight. He picked up the paper and pen on the table, looking serious, as if he was thinking and writing something seriously. What did you just think of? Oh, yes, we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. Chenwei Entertainment's biggest problem now is internal instability. Although his self-introduction just now has initially shocked the trainees, there is still a lot of work to be done. Especially when it comes to debut artists, trainees and debut artists are two completely different groups, with completely different goals, visions and focuses. If they are confused, it will not only be inconvenient to appease them, but will also easily cause more problems. A more appropriate approach would be to deal with the two separately. In comparison, it is easier to deal with trainees. Girls who have not yet debuted value debut resources the most. You can first settle the trainees down completely. However, before that, we have to solve another bigger problem. Think of this. The pen in his hand began to change from random scribbles to regular writing. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. This song should be enough. Seeing Jiang Chen's pretense of working hard, Su Luowei took a deep breath in anger, but she was also a little amused. This guy is obviously very talented, but he just likes to be weird and lazy. Xu Mengyao also stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen as a protest. This senior brother-in-law is so bad. He was obviously slacking off just now, but now he is pretending to work seriously. Su Luowei took Xu Mengyao's hand and sat down on the sofa beside her. Yang Shuoxin still looked cold and aloof. She crossed her arms, raised her beautiful eyes slightly, glanced at Jiang Chen who was pretending to write something seriously at the desk, and shook her head secretly in her heart. Although this guy seems to be very talented in music, his style of doing things is a bit unreliable. At present, the internal situation of Chenwei Entertainment has not yet been completely stabilized. As the music director, Jiang Chen couldn't just relax. According to her idea, at this time, we should talk to each artist and trainee individually, understand everyone's thoughts, and help them plan their future development path in order to stabilize people's hearts. But looking at Jiang Chen's leisurely and lazy look, it seemed that he had no such intention. Senior sister, how are the trainees doing today? Xu Mengyao followed Su Luowei and sat down on the sofa and asked curiously. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to meet with all the trainees this morning, but Xu Jingchu's notice was only sent to all the trainees. Since she was considered an artist who had already debuted, she did not go to join in the fun. In fact, she was still a little curious about her senior sister's husband, a stray writer. Jiang Chen has never been a music director, so he wouldn't say anything embarrassing in public, right? Good. Su Luowei raised her head and glared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. This music director sang a song he wrote on stage and stunned all the trainees. R. Xu Mengyao widened her eyes, looking somewhat unconvinced. Can this gigolo brother-in-law sing? Can he also write songs? No way. Is this true or false? Could it be that senior sister Luowei wrote that song herself and then lied to others that it was written by her husband? She glanced at Su Luowei and made some guesses in her mind. After all, senior sister Su Luowei is well known for being good to her husband. Even the teacher could only sigh helplessly and shake his head when he mentioned this about senior sister Luowei, a good girl, all ruined by a man. Xu Mengyao sighed silently in her heart, then asked with a smile. Then can we relax now? She knew that Chenwei Entertainment seemed to have encountered some problems recently. Everyone was nervous. Senior sister Luowei and sister Jing were busy all day long, and she couldn't find anyone to talk to. Su Luowei shook her head. How can it be that simple? People from other entertainment companies have been constantly contacting the trainees and artists in our company. Your brother-in-law just managed to initially intimidate the trainees, but if we want to truly reassure them, we need to have a good talk with everyone. Obviously, Su Luowei had the same idea as Yang Xuexin. Oh. Xu Mengyao nodded, not quite understanding, and secretly glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. This guy is still pretending to be writing something seriously, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he is working hard. He doesn't look reliable at all. Can he really do the job of a music director? I've already made all the arrangements for the trainees, and I've also sorted out everyone's information. At this moment, Xu Jingchu walked in, sweating profusely, holding a pile of documents and looking at Jiang Chen. Which trainee should we start the interview with? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he looked up at the stack of documents that was about 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the trouble he was most worried about appeared. Damn, this old woman Xu Jingchu really has nothing to do after eating. Why are you bringing so much information here? Do you want to tie him to death? What's the appointment? They are just a bunch of trainee brats, what is there to talk about? Lao Chu, do you know what the 3 things I hated most when I was working in the company? He asked slowly. Xu Jingchu rolled her eyes and thought, you are the old beast. You are the old beast. You are a slacker who slacks off at home every day, and you still want to go to work. When have you ever worked? What is it? She snorted and asked unhappily. First, hold a meeting. Second, the leaders are having a meeting. Third, the leader wants to have a private meeting with me. Jiang Chen knocked on the table and said seriously. You asked me to hold a small meeting with everyone right from the start. This is making it very difficult for me, the director. In fact, as the music director, Jiang Chen's biggest concern is not how to appease the people inside, nor how to resist the targeting of other entertainment companies, but the interference of Xu Jingchu and others. He had no intention of staying in the position of music director for too long, so he would definitely take some special measures to resolve the problem in the shortest possible time. But Xu Jingchu and others were already accustomed to the step-by-step development path, and their thinking and ideas were completely different from his. These people are faced with difficulties, and the best solution they can think of is to seek external assistance or negotiate. There is no way to solve the problem from the root. I think if our company wants to grow bigger and stronger, the first thing we need to do is reduce meetings. We can just communicate over the phone if we have anything to say. Meetings are a waste of time most of the time. Jiang Chen emphasized. Special times call for special measures. In order to avoid meaningless wrangling, he had no choice but to be more assertive. Xu Jingqiu thought that you said so much simply because you were lazy and didn't want to meet with these trainees. She angrily placed the documents in her hand heavily on the table. That won't do. The trainee's mentality is extremely unstable right now. As the new director, you've just taken over. You must strike while the iron is hot and stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if Qingcheng Entertainment makes any other moves, Chenwei Entertainment will be in complete chaos. Lao Chu, you have a serious work attitude, which I really appreciate. But your vision is too narrow. Dealing with problems like you do nothing but exhaust yourself. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed slightly. Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath with an ugly expression and wanted to continue saying something. However, Jiang Chen had already picked up a copy from the thick stack of documents on the table. He flipped through it briefly and found it quite a coincidence. The information on the profile is that of a 19-year-old girl, who is also currently the best trainee at Chenwei Entertainment. Yi Munjing, a trainee that Chenwei Entertainment had just recruited this year, trained very hard and became the trainee team leader just over a month after joining the company. All right. Jiang Chen patted the documents in his hand and said calmly. Let me show you what work efficiency is. If you want to completely solve Xu Jingqiu's trouble, you still have to use some special methods. Chapter 31 First Day at Work, Bullying the Little Girl. Although I thought so. But Jiang Chen's tone sounded a bit arrogant, and his words were also arrogant. So, the women in the office were very unhappy. Su Luowei gritted her teeth, wondering whether she should go up and pinch this guy hard to make him behave himself. Xu Jingqiu was also very angry, but after taking a few deep breaths, she finally chose to obey Jiang Chen's orders. After all, this guy is the real music director. Although Chenwei Entertainment was founded by Su Luowei, most of the shares are actually registered in Jiang Chen's name, which few people know. But she has always been Su Luowei's agent. When Chenwei Entertainment was first founded, she was even the one who handled a lot of information, so naturally she knows more about it than others. Su Luowei's kindness to Jiang Chen is actually even more excessive than most people guess. So, although this guy deserves a beating, he is the real owner of Chenwei Entertainment. Ultimately, it is not her turn to decide how Jiang Chen wants to manage his company. She can only give advice on these matters, but cannot interfere. Thinking of this, Xu Jingqiu gritted his teeth, suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, took out his cell phone and called Yi Munjing. Hello, Mu Ning. Do you have time? Come to the office. The music director wants to see you. After hanging up the phone, Xu Jingqiu exhaled and was about to turn around and leave when Jiang Chen called her again. Don't worry, Lao Chu, get me another trainee contract. I want the most basic one. Old beast again. Upon hearing this, Xu Jingqiu really wanted to slam the documents on the table onto Jiang Chen's face. She clenched her fists in anger, then bent down and took out a blank contract document from the cabinet beside her. The contracts of entertainment companies are divided into different levels, and the contracts signed for artists of different levels are also different. The profit-sharing ratio and treatment of contracts at different levels are different. The contract Jiang Chen just asked for was the most basic trainee contract, with the lowest profit-sharing ratio and the lowest salary. Here, for you. Xu Jingqiu handed the contract to Jiang Chen unhappily, but her eyes couldn't help but become somewhat questioning and wary. What does Jiang Chen want this kind of contract for? He's not going to mess around, is he? Yi Munjing is the most outstanding trainee, and the contract she signed with the company was not this one. She had signed Yi Munjing specifically at the beginning, and she liked this girl very much. She is beautiful, talented, and hardworking. Most importantly, she is persistent and has a firm mind. This is a bit like Su Luowei back then. Su Luowei is the national goddess she brought up, and this has always been her proudest point. If Su Luowei hadn't insisted on marrying that bastard Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have had any regrets at all. Now that she sees a promising young man who is as good as Su Luowei back then, how can she not be moved? She planned to train Yi Munjing as the company's core artist. The contract that Yi Munjing signed with the company was also specially approved by her. It was a trainee contract of the highest level with the highest profit margin. After Yi Munjing officially debuts, her contract will be changed to that of a formal artist, and her salary and share of the profits will increase. She took 2 steps forward, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was planning to do. Okay, Lao Chu. You can leave now. However, Jiang Chen casually flipped through the contract and waved his hand. But I suggest you observe carefully from the sidelines. After all, such a good learning opportunity is rare. After today, you should have a better understanding when discussing things with artists in the future. Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, rolled his eyes, and put all the documents in his hand on the table in annoyance. She really didn't want to stay here for even a second. As a gold medal agent, she has been in the management career for more than 10 years and has signed nearly 100 artists. Jiang Chen actually has the audacity to ask her to learn? She snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with Jiang Chen anymore, and turned to walk towards Su Luowei. After she sat down on the sofa, Su Luowei looked at her helplessly, then put her arm around her to comfort her. To be honest, Jiang Chen and Xu Jingqiu had a dispute over work, and she really didn't know who to help. In fact, she also felt that what Xu Jingqiu said made sense. At this time, the music director should have a good talk with each artist individually, which will help to quickly stabilize people's hearts. However, the division of labor within the entertainment company is very clear, and Jiang Chen is the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Within his authority, even she had to obey. Forget it, Jiang Chen might have his own ideas. After thinking for a long time, Su Luowei could only comfort her in this way. Xu Jingqiu was probably very angry, and it took her a long time to calm down. Then let's see what this new music director is capable of. She snorted coldly through her nose. Looking at her still angry expression, Su Luowei sighed helplessly and shook her head. 5 minutes later, Yi Munjing's pretty figure appeared at the office door. She had obviously just come from the practice room. She was wearing tight dance clothes and there were some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Thump, thump. The little girl knocked on the door politely. Come in. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and said lightly. Yi Munjing seemed to be in a good mood. Her ponytail was tied behind her head and swayed back and forth, making her look energetic. She walked into the office and soon saw Su Luowei and others sitting on the sofa nearby. She was stunned for a moment. Sister Luowei, Sister Jing are here. And that one, could it be? Oh my god, it's the Queen Yang Xuexin. Why is she here too? When Yi Munjing saw his idol and the legendary Queen Yang Xuexin at once, he stood there in a daze. She hadn't been at Chenwei Entertainment for very long, and Su Luowei had only met her a few times, so she was a little at a loss. Sister Luowei, no, President Su. Su Luowei saw her nervousness, smiled gently, and comforted her. Don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Director Jiang wants to talk to you about something, so go ahead. Okay. Yi Munjing then took a deep breath, nodded, and walked towards Jiang Chen's desk with somewhat stiff steps. But even though he turned around, his chest was still beating violently. Damn it! She couldn't help but pinch herself with her right hand. How can you be so disappointing? So embarrassing. But they are Su Luowei and Yang Xuexin. A national goddess, a rising queen. How can I not be nervous when I see two people at the same time? She took several deep breaths before she suppressed the turmoil in her heart. At Jiang Chen's signal, he walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. Jiang. Director Jiang, are you looking for me? Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Yi Munjing carefully. A 19-year-old girl. She still looks a little immature, but she is indeed a beauty. Her looks are not inferior to Su Luowei back then. However, their temperaments are completely different. The girl gives people the feeling of being gentle yet tough. On the surface, she looks like a proud national goddess, but in private she is actually quite clingy. And Yi Munjing didn't know why, although she looked very polite, she gave him a feeling of being rejected from the inside out. Although she looked very restrained and nervous at this time. It took Yi Munjing a long time before she gradually calmed down. She then raised her head and observed Jiang Chen with some curiosity. Before today, she had only seen rumors about this legendary, national gigolo on the internet, but had never met him in person. She originally thought that the new music director knew nothing and could only rely on Sister Luowei for support, the kind of person who just muddled through his days. But Jiang Chen's performance on the stage just now made her realize that his true ability was not what it seemed. With the ability of this music director, if he wants to be a singer, he can make his debut in minutes. However, the new music director looks a bit. Jiang Chen was currently leaning back in his chair in a very comfortable position, flipping through some documents. Yi Munjing, right? Yes. Yi Munjing agreed, but her heart became confused and lost again. Is this lazy man in front of me really the same person as the explosive music director on the stage before? This guy, can he really lead Chenwei Entertainment to go further? Jiang Chen nodded and closed the information in his hand. Yi Munjing was indeed excellent and completely met his requirements. He picked up a contract from the table and handed it to her. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company. I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to get better development in Chenwei Entertainment, you can change this contract. As he spoke, he moved the contract in his hand forward. This is the contract that Xu Jingqiu just took over. After reading Yi Munjing's information, Jiang Chen also wanted to focus on training her. You can feel this little girl's hard work and excellence just by looking through her information. But if you want to invest resources in Yi Munjing, you must first modify the contract. After all, everything he can come up with are top resources verified by the market. Every song is worth a lot of money. If you just give the song, what is the difference between that and giving money? If even the trainee's share is as high as 25%, how should it be distributed among the artists? Therefore, before anyone can be trained intensively, the contract must be modified first. This was the rule he had thought of before coming to the company. From a business perspective, he can provide more resources and more opportunities for artists who like the company. But the rules cannot be broken. Yi Munjing was stunned for a moment. She looked at the big words, trainee basic contract, on the contract that was pushed in front of her, and her expression gradually became dull. Everyone else in the office was also stunned. This, a basic trainee contract? It took Yi Munjing a long while before he picked up the contract on the table in disbelief. Yes. You're not mistaken. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up a piece of draft paper from the table, and handed it to Yi Munjing. That was a song he had just written. Go back and think about it carefully. If you agree to change the contract, what's written on this paper will be yours. He never does anything to force anyone. If you want to get the song, you have to change the contract. This is fair and reasonable. Everything is displayed on the table with clear prices. Yi Munjing can go back and think about it slowly, as long as she makes her own choice in the end. Hearing his words, Yang Xuexin and others couldn't help but frown. Because of the piece of draft paper Jiang Chen just picked up. They all recognized it. That was obviously what Jiang Chen had just scribbled on it while pretending to be working seriously. What on earth does this guy want to do? Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but stand up. But Jiang Chen had already waved his hand. All right, this is a rare opportunity. Take your things and go back to think about it. I still have a lot of things to do. Chapter 32 Breeding Pain. The sky is blue and the clouds are beautiful. On the branches of the trees by the roadside, birds are chirping playfully. But when Yi Munjing walked out of the office with the contract, his expression was still dull. She just felt her mind go blank. In fact, when she received a call from Sister Jing 10 minutes ago, she was a little excited. When Sister Jing announced half a day off in the practice room, the trainee girls guessed that the new music director would probably talk to everyone individually. After all, Chenwei Entertainment is in a precarious situation now, and this is the best way to deal with it. So even though the girls were resting, they didn't dare run around and were patiently waiting for Sister Jing's notification. And among all the girls, she was the first person to receive the call. The newly appointed music director did not even meet with the artists who had already debuted, but met with her first. This means that Chenwei Entertainment values her very much and that the company's top executives think she has more potential than those artists who have already debuted. Yi Munjing was very happy when she felt this. She has been in Chenwei Entertainment for 3 months and has always been the hardest working one among everyone. Every day in the training room, she is always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When Sister Jing learned about this, she gave her a key to the practice room. As long as she wanted, she could go to the practice room to practice anytime and anywhere. She loves singing and being on stage, and has loved it since she was a child. When she was 9 years old, in order to fulfill her desire to sing and dance, her father went out early and came back late every day. He relied on overtime work and more than 30,000 yuan squeezed out of his teeth to enroll her in a professional dance training class. Dancing is actually very hard. Especially when stretching my legs, it hurts so much. Many female students in the class would often break down and cry. But she never cried. No matter how much hardship and pain she endured, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Because she really loves the stage, she wants to stand on the stage where everyone is paying attention one day. Spread your singing and dancing to everyone and every corner of the world. She has her own goals and her own persistence. She hoped that her mother, even in that most distant place, could hear her singing. But when Jiang Chen slowly pushed the contract in front of her, there was a moment. She just felt that all her efforts over the years seemed to have come to nothing. Over the past decade, no matter how much pain and suffering she had endured, everything she had wanted to hold onto was ruthlessly torn into pieces by that man. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company. I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to continue your development in Chenwei Entertainment, you can sign a new contract. Jiang Chen's words rang in her ears again like a thorn. So, in the eyes of this music director, are her efforts only worthy of the lowest level trainee contract? Yi Munjing bit her pale lips. She obviously worked so hard. You obviously like Chenwei Entertainment so much. Why? Why treat her like this? Obviously, Sister Luowei was there, and obviously Sister Jing, who liked her very much, was also there. Why don't they say a word? Do they agree with all this? Yi Munjing suddenly stopped and raised her head with a dazed expression. The road ahead was blocked by something and the light was dim. She looked up and realized that she had unknowingly walked to the dormitory door. From inside the dormitory door, the faint sounds of other girls laughing and playing could be heard. She held the trainee contract tightly in her hand. She bit her lips hard, but tears flowed down uncontrollably at this moment. If she is abandoned by Chenwei Entertainment, where can she go? Where else can she realize her dream? At this moment, she seemed to be back to that night when she was 6 years old. Noisy crowds, ambulances with sirens blaring, and dazzling red and blue lights. She was alone, holding the doll, standing silently behind the crowd. His eyes were dull and his face was full of confusion and helplessness. There was a click. The door was opened. The girl with the bun seemed to be about to go out, but was startled when she saw her. Oh my god, Mu Ning, why are you here? You scared me. Xie Tingqing smiled and patted her chest, and then the smile on her face gradually froze. Because she found that there seemed to be something wrong with Yi Munjing's condition. In my impression, Yi Munjing, who has always been very determined and hardworking, is now standing at the door with a dazed look in her eyes. Her eyes are red, and crystal clear, and pale tears are slowly sliding down her fair cheeks and dripping. Oh my god, Mu Ning, what's wrong with you? Xie Tingqing quickly pulled Yi Munjing into the dormitory. This unusual scene also attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. The girls got out of bed and surrounded Yi Munjing. Mu Ning, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Did something happen? But Yi Munjing didn't say anything. She slowly walked into the dormitory. She returned to her bed, hugged her knees gently, bit her sleeves, and tears flowed down her face. See this scene. The other girls in the dormitory looked at each other in confusion. Yi Munjing had never cried like this before. What happened? In the past, no matter how strict the instructor or how difficult the training, she would just grit her teeth and persevere. She's so strong that she doesn't look like a girl at all. But this time, she actually cried like this in front of everyone. Hey, is Mu Ning back? Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open again, and a girl with a little baby fat walked in with a smile. I just saw you go to the music director's office. Tell me, is there anything good? The chubby girl stopped talking halfway because when she walked into the dormitory, she suddenly found that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. Then he saw Yi Munjing sitting on the bed, crying silently. Huh? What's wrong? She stopped and looked at the other girls in the dormitory in a daze. But everyone shook their heads. Mu Ning became like this as soon as she came back. We don't know what happened. Wait a moment. Xie Tingqing suddenly asked, what did you just say? Did Mu Ning just go to the music director's office? The chubby girl nodded. Yes, I happened to pass by and greeted Mu Ning. Xie Tingqing turned her head and her eyes fell on a document that fell on the bed in front of Yi Meng. Just when Yi Munjing returned to her bed, the document fell from her hand. She thought it was something unimportant at the time. But now it seems that this document is very likely related to Munjing's current condition. She took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and picked up the document on the bed. The large title on the cover of the document quickly attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. What's this? Trainee Basic Contract. It seems to be the lowest level. Why does Mu Ning bring this contract? Could it be that the new music director gave it to her? It should be. When I just met her, she didn't have this document in her hand. Several girls looked at Yi Munjing, who was crying silently on the bed, and then looked at the contract in their hands. Suddenly, everyone vaguely guessed something. No way, is the new music director going to ask Mu Ning to sign a basic trainee contract? Is he crazy? Yi Munjing is the best performer among all the trainees. When Mu Ning first joined the company, she signed an S-level trainee contract. I remember it was Sister Jing who specially approved it. Of all the trainees, only Mu Ning had this kind of contract. An S-level trainee contract, in addition to the monthly salary, also gives you an additional 25% commission, but this most basic trainee contract only gives you 10%. Director Jiang is absolutely crazy. I'm so angry, this is just nonsense. Several girls looked at Yi Munjing, who was lying on the bed with her knees hugged, sobbing silently. I feel very uncomfortable. Yi Munjing is the best and most hardworking trainee, and she is treated like this. What about them? Is Chenwei Entertainment planning to give up on them completely? I'm going to find Sister Jing. Xie Tingqing held the contract, bit her lip and suddenly said. Everyone can see Yi Munjing's potential. She didn't believe that Chenwei Entertainment would give up Yi Munjing. She wanted to ask Sister Jing what was going on with this contract. Was it that bastard music director's own random decision, or was it the company's decision? Don't be impulsive. The chubby girl quickly stopped her. Let's ask clearly first, what if it's a misunderstanding? Yi Munjing has become like this, what misunderstandings are there? Xie Tingqing didn't listen at all. The two were arguing. A piece of draft paper suddenly fell out from the interlayer of the contract documents. What's this? Xie Tingqing was stunned, then bent down and picked up the paper. I saw that the draft paper was filled with lines of short sentences. The first line is a 5-word title. Breathing pain. New books are not easy to come by, please support me, ask for bookshelves, comments, and some free gifts tilde. Chapter 33 Yi Munjing's shock. Jiang Chen, why are you joking about something like this? In the office, Xu Jingchu finally couldn't help it and asked Jiang Chen. When Yi Munjing passed by her with the contract in his hand and his eyes dull, she felt her heart being gripped tightly. She can respect Jiang Chen's talent as music director and her position as music director. But she couldn't accept watching Jiang Chen destroy the fruits of her labor. She had conducted a detailed investigation into Yi Munjing's situation. She knew what this 19-year-old girl had been insisting on, and she also knew why this girl worked harder than anyone else. So when she was in the company, she was willing to give Yi Munjing more support and help. But the dullness, confusion, and helplessness that appeared on the little girl's face just now made her feel as if something was blocking her heart. As the music director, Jiang Chen was lazy all day long and she didn't care about his appearance. Chenwei Entertainment is Jiang Chen's company after all, and it is not her turn to interfere in what is done. But Jiang Chen actually made fun of Yi Munjing, a hard-working and serious trainee, which made her a little unbearable. She felt angry and guilty. Who said I was joking? Jiang Chen glanced at her calmly and said, I'm serious. He himself knew best what the song he had just given to Yi Munjing represented. If you want to sing songs of this level, how can you do that without changing the contract? You can't give it away for free. Good. Xu Jingchu took a few deep breaths and asked through gritted teeth, then tell me, why did you ask Yi Munjing to re-sign their trainee basic contract? Do you know that Yi Munjing is the best and the one who trains the hardest among all the trainees? She's a promising new talent that the company is planning to focus on developing. Other entertainment companies are even offering contracts to debut artists to poach her. Of course I do. Jiang Chen had no expression at all. It is precisely because I know this that I plan to focus on training Yi Munjing. Otherwise, why would breathing pain be given away so casually? Xu Jingchu gritted her teeth in anger. You know. You knew that and you still changed the contract casually. Didn't I just say that? I think this contract is more suitable for her. Jiang Chen didn't explain much because there was no need. Yi Munjing is not a fool. After returning and seeing the song on paper, he will naturally make a decision. As the music director, how he manages trainees and arranges resources is entirely within his authority. Xu Jingqiu was the one who meddled in his affairs for no reason, which was futile. In a team, there can only be one voice. This is the most efficient way of management. He has his own plans and ideas, so he doesn't want anyone to interfere with his arrangements. There are not many people in this world who can understand his arrangements. If anyone can interfere, how can he carry out his work? Chenwei Entertainment had previously been managed by Xu Jingqiu, but he did not intend to slowly hand over the work to Xu Jingqiu and develop a tacit understanding. This is the only way to force the running in. If the song Silence was meant to make Yang Xuexin remain restrained, then it is time to let Xu Jingqiu realize how to cooperate with himself in work. You. Xu Jingqiu's chest was heaving violently, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Su Luowei hurried forward to help her calm down. I'm so pissed. Xu Jingqiu took 5 or 6 deep breaths but still couldn't recover. Su Luowei patted Xu Jingqiu on the back, but she was actually a little confused. Although Jiang Chen's actions just now were indeed a bit excessive, Xu Jingqiu shouldn't be so angry, right? It was the first time she saw Xu Jingqiu so excited. Sister Jing, please wait a moment. How about we listen to Jiang Chen's explanation first? Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to help Jiang Chen. Xu Jingqiu shook her head. Luowei, you're always too supportive of him. He doesn't understand anything at all and is just completely reckless. At this moment, Yang Xuexin and Xu Mengyao also stood up from the sofa. They actually don't know much about what's going on inside Chenwei Entertainment. But they all felt that what Jiang Chen had just done was a bit inappropriate. How could the contract of a trainee who had already signed the contract be changed arbitrarily? And the change is towards worse treatment. Who would agree to such a thing? But they didn't expect Xu Jingqiu's reaction to be so big. Xu Mengyao stuck out her tongue, quickly took a glass of water from the dispenser and handed it to Xu Jingqiu. Xu Jingqiu held the cup and took several sips before she finally calmed down. She looked at the puzzled expressions on the faces of several people in the office and knew that no one might understand the inside story. After sighing slightly, he slowly explained, "You may not know much about Yi Munjing's situation. This little girl is only 19 years old, but she's the most hardworking and outstanding trainee I've ever seen. Even Luowei back then was a little behind her in this respect." As she spoke, she glanced in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luowei's face suddenly turned slightly red. In fact, she had tried very hard back then, but it was not to the point of desperation. Actually, I was also very curious. Why would such a young girl train so hard? Xu Jingqiu continued. One night 2 months ago, I was working overtime at the company until very late before going home. When I passed by the practice room, I found that she was still practicing inside. I was curious, so I went in and asked her this question. Although the girl's expression changed a little, she just smiled and said she wasn't afraid of being tired. I knew she didn't want to talk, so I chatted with her for a long time. During our chat, I discovered she was actually quite cheerful and humorous. I told her a lot of things from the past, and she found them all very interesting. Finally, when I saw it was too late and was about to go back, I asked her the same question again. This time, she was silent for a long time before she slowly told me the truth. Hearing this, everyone in the office looked curious. What did Yi Munjing say? Xu Jingqiu sighed and continued. This little girl told me that her mother died in an accident when she was 6 years old. She always missed the time when her mother was around. She remembered that when she was a child, her mother loved listening to songs and humming. So, she really wanted to become a singer so that her mother could hear her singing. She felt that as long as she stood high enough and her singing voice could reach far enough, her mother would be able to hear her voice even in the distant heaven. She said her mother used to hum songs for her, but now that she has grown up, it's her turn to sing for her mother. When Xu Jingqiu finished speaking, her eyes were slightly red. So she always works harder than anyone else, hoping that one day she can stand on a bigger and higher stage and perform for her mother. After listening to Xu Jingqiu's words, the women in the office couldn't help but remain silent. None of them had expected that Yi Munjing, who usually looked so strong and hardworking, actually had such a story behind her. No wonder this little girl is not afraid of any hardship. Behind the seemingly strong appearance. Actually, I just miss my mom. The atmosphere in the office gradually became quiet. The expressions of the women were a little strange, and then they looked at Jiang Chen coldly with their beautiful eyes. Even Su Luowei rarely put her hands on her hips. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Chen's actions just now were indeed a bit excessive. The girl works so hard just to get more opportunities to perform on stage. But this guy took out their trainee basic contract and gave it to the other person. How big of a blow was this to Yimunjin? They all saw the little girl walking out of the office with the contract in her hand, looking a little dazed. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the four women looking at him with unfriendly eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn, how does he know the details about Yimunjin? It's not written in the document I just looked up. Blame it on. Shouldn't we blame Xu Jingqiu for being lazy and providing incomplete information? Why are you all staring at him? In the dormitory. The girl with the bald head gently read the contents on the paper. You always say there's plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't understand before. Maybe tomorrow, but there will be a future. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. It hurts to read your letter. Even silence hurts. Regret is a pain that breathes. It stays in the blood and rolls back and forth. Regret for not being considerate will hurt. I hate not understanding that you will feel pain. I swear I won't lie anymore. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. I'm becoming more and more like a shell. Fear of being touched. It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again. The girl's voice continued to ring in the quiet dormitory. What does this say? After Xie Tingqing finished reading, he scratched his head in confusion, turned the paper over and over twice, but found that there was a music score written on the other side of the draft paper. He was stunned for a moment. It seems to be a song. Hearing this, the other girls came over curiously. No one noticed. Yimunjin, who was originally sitting on the bed, seemed to tremble violently with her long eyelashes after hearing those short sentences. Then he looked up in disbelief. What's written on that piece of paper? Is it a song? What Jing just read, were those lyrics? For some reason, she listened to every word of the lyrics. Their heart, which was originally filled with grievances and sadness, seemed to be deeply touched by something. If she heard correctly. Is this song? An idea that shocked her extremely slowly emerged from her mind. Chapter 34, Missing You is a Breathing Pain. It's really a song, with the melody written next to it. The chubby girl looked at the contents on the draft paper and said in surprise. But why is this draft paper with the song written on it stuck in this contract? Xie Tingqing was a little confused. Do you think this song was written by Director Jiang? A girl asked. Then everyone looked at Yimunjin lying on the bed. This contract document was brought back by Yimunjin, she should know it best. At this moment, the tears on Yimunjin's face had stopped, and she stared blankly at the draft paper. The scene of Jiang Chen handing her the draft paper more than 20 minutes ago once again appeared in her mind. If you're willing to re-sign the contract, the contents of this paper are yours. She nodded blankly and said in a broken voice. It was given to me by Director Jiang. He said, if you're willing to revise the contract, you should give me this piece of paper. Hearing this, all the girls were stunned. What? What is this requirement? Change the contract and give away songs? Mu Ning, don't believe his nonsense. How can we change the contract just for a song? Exactly. You have an S-rank trainee contract. The profit share of the basic trainee contract is too low. This is a complete scam. The girls started talking at once, some of them angrily. Xie Tingqing's gaze was always on Yimunjin. Compared to before, Yimunjin's mood seemed to have improved a lot and she was willing to speak. Could this transformation be related to what's on this piece of paper? She looked at the draft paper in her hand and suddenly said, how about we try to sing this song? The girls in the dormitory all looked at her in surprise. But Xie Tingqing didn't think much of it. She observed very carefully. It was obvious that Yimunjin stopped crying after listening to the lyrics of this song. This song seemed to be very touching to Yimunjin. Would it be better if I sang it? Think of this. Without waiting for Yimunjin's reply, she turned around and took out the guitar from the cabinet by the wall. Trainees usually have to practice singing, and almost everyone has a guitar. She returned to the bed with her guitar in her arms, and seeing that Yimunjing didn't seem to intend to stop her, she became even more certain of her thoughts. She sat down on the bed opposite Yimunjing and put the draft paper on the small table beside the bed. She had just roughly gone over the melody on the draft paper, but she was still not very familiar with it. So, she didn't rush to sing, but recited the lyrics and melody several times. Then he gently plucked the guitar strings, coughed, cleared his throat, and slowly sang while looking at the draft paper. My first view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate the light of falling stars. I finally arrived, but even sadder. One person fulfills our dream. The girls in the dormitory gathered around and watched her curiously sing the song on the paper word by word. A melody with a hint of sadness came out of her mouth and slowly echoed in the dormitory. However, she felt that she seemed to have grasped the feeling of the song a little bit, and she quickly concentrated her mind and did not dare to relax. Continue to feel it seriously and immerse yourself in the singing. Regret is a pain that breathes. It flows back and forth in the blood. Regret for not being considerate will hurt. I hate not understanding that you will feel pain. The most painful thing is wanting to see someone but not being able to see them. Sounds good. It sounds really nice. There was a hint of surprise in the girl's eyes, but she couldn't believe her ears. They all knew Xie Tingqing's singing ability, which was not particularly outstanding among all the trainees. But at this time, they felt that the song sung by Xie Tingqing was so catchy and beautiful. Oh my god, this song is so catchy. This melody, and the lyrics, it makes me feel heartbroken. It's really well written. Is it really written by the new director Jiang? Amazing. This song will definitely be a hit. A gentle breeze swept across the balcony. She playfully lifted the gauze curtain one by one. The sunlight also cooperated, and the light and shadows flickered on the dormitory floor, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Yimunjing's hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The tear marks on her face had dried up, and she looked at Xie Tingqing with a dull look. Her singing kept ringing in my ears. I swear I won't lie anymore. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. My smile is fake. The soul seems to be floating. I'm becoming more and more like a shell. Fear of being touched. It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again. 2 minutes later. As the girl with the ball head hair played the last note of the guitar, she finally took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at her roommates. The dormitory was quiet. Only the breeze flipped the trainee contract on the table, making a rustling sound. A long while passed. Then a girl murmured, "It's really nice. What song is this? I feel like crying." Me too. I don't know why, but when I listen to this song, my eyes get red unconsciously. Missing you is like the pain of breathing. Is this a love song? I didn't expect director Jiang to be so good at writing love songs. I've never heard a song with such a melody before. If this song is released, it will definitely be a hit. Yeah, love songs of this quality are so rare. The girls echoed. Wait a moment. Wrong. Yimunjing on the bed opened her mouth slightly, her fists were clenched tightly, and her fingers were a little white. She was not wearing shoes and stood barefoot on the floor. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the draft paper from the table. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the lyrics on the paper. Xie Tingqing stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed, but also a little envious, and said, "Mu Ning, I was just kidding. This love song was written by director Jiang specifically for you. It seems that the company wants to focus on training you." Upon hearing this, the other girls looked at Yimunjing with some envy. No wonder director Jiang wants to re-sign the contract. This kind of song is bound to become a hit no matter who it's played. Yeah, the company really spent a lot of money this time. They didn't even leave such a good song for sister Luowei to sing. It seems like Mu Ning will be able to debut soon. Yimunjing didn't hear what the people around her were saying. At this moment, there was only one voice left in her heart. This song is not a love song. Not a love song. This song is. It's written for my mom. She clutched the piece of draft paper tightly, her hands trembling. Once again, she couldn't hold back her tears and they streamed down her cheeks. The girls in the dormitory were stunned by the scene before them. They looked at each other with puzzled expressions, and were at a loss as to what was going on. Yimunjing wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer hesitated, took the paper, and ran straight out the door. Only a group of girls were left in the dormitory staring at each other. After a while, Xia Tingqing suddenly remembered, "Hey, Muning, you haven't put on your shoes yet." Chapter 35 Barefoot Yimunjing. Jiang Chen, do you still think it's appropriate to play such a joke on Yimunjing? In the office, Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath and said in a bad tone. Her idea was simple. Yimunjing was the most hardworking and promising trainee in Chenwei Entertainment, and she should not suffer such injustice. She didn't ask about other things, but she firmly disagreed with this matter. Hearing this, the other women in the office also looked at Jiang Chen. This time, even Su Luowei remained silent, which was rare. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair speechlessly. What the hell is going on? He only just now understood Yimunjing's situation. But precisely because of this, he knew that song might be more suitable for Yimunjing. So his thoughts will not change at all. If Yimunjing wants to achieve better development in Chenwei Entertainment, then she must change the contract. This would give her access to more resources. It's not just Yimunjing. From now on, every artist of Chenwei Entertainment will be the same. This will not change because of anyone. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xu Jingqiu became even more angry, and then a feeling of extreme disappointment surged in his heart. She originally thought that with Jiang Chen's talent, he could at least do a good job as a music director. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's way of handling the situation was completely chaotic. Su Luowei saw Xu Jingqiu's disappointment. However, she did not choose to be angry with Jiang Chen like Xu Jingqiu did. Instead, she walked behind Jiang Chen, stretched out her small hands and gently kneaded his shoulders. "Honey, I also think the contract we just gave Mu Ning was a bit too much. How about we call her back and have a proper discussion?" Su Luowei knew that although Jiang Chen usually looked like he didn't care about anything, he was actually stubborn and sometimes she had to just go along with him. If she insisted on communicating with him in a tough manner, it would only have the opposite effect. If Jiang Chen's temper was really provoked, things might get even worse. Perhaps it was Su Luowei's actions that eased the tense atmosphere in the office a little. "I don't care." Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath and his tone became a little calmer, but still very determined. "I personally recruited Yimunjing. I won't allow her to leave Chenwei Entertainment without a clear reason. If Jiang Chen doesn't want to talk to her, then I'll go talk to her myself." She thought clearly that if a trainee with great potential like Yimunjing chose to leave Chenwei Entertainment because of what happened today, it would definitely be a loss for the company. Jiang Chen sat on the chair, looked up at the sky, and sighed inwardly. Xu Jingqiu is actually a kind-hearted person, but he is too nosy. Too much concern leads to confusion. Sometimes being nagging will only delay things. He believed that as long as Yimunjing could carefully take a look at the contents on the paper after returning to the dormitory, she would definitely know what to choose. But man proposes, God disposes. Who could have expected that Yimunjing happened to be in such a special situation? If it had been any other trainee, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Jiang Chen shook his head silently. Originally, he wanted to use this incident to force everyone to work together. However, there seemed to be some deviations in the development of the situation. If I don't explain today's matter clearly to these women, I guess there is no way to end it properly. Who knows when Yimunjing will see that draft paper? If this silly girl finds out tomorrow, these women probably won't let him sleep well tonight. The old woman Xu Jingqiu has always had a stubborn attitude towards work and can never tolerate any flaws. Forget it, forget it. Let us make things clear. Jiang Chen sighed and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, feeling a little depressed. Where should I begin to explain this whole thing? Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen's action meant that he had already made a compromise in his heart, and smoking was just to relieve the depression in his heart. She smiled gently and winked at Xu Jingqiu. "Call Yimunjing back." Jiang Chen puffed out smoke for a long time before he exhaled and knocked on the table. "That's all. Now that things have come to this, let us just make it clear. I originally just wanted to get along with these women as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be disrespected and misunderstood in return. Let us be frank, let us stop pretending. Okay, I'll call her now." Xu Jingqiu also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Jiang Chen is finally willing to compromise. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If Jiang Chen could speak up, it would certainly be much better than her speaking up herself. She took out her cell phone, found Yimunjing's number, and was about to press the dial button. There were several hurried knocks at the office door. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone turned to look. But he saw Yi Munjin's figure, who had appeared at the office door without him noticing when. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she was holding a piece of draft paper tightly in her hand, as if she had just cried. Seeing her, several people in the office were a little surprised. Afterwards, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to her lower body. Because they all noticed that the little girl who suddenly appeared at the door was not wearing shoes. She was barefoot, standing on the cold floor. There were some stains on the white soles of the feet, but you could still tell that they were a pair of beautiful feet. Her skin is delicate and smooth. She steps on the somewhat cold floor. Her ankles are slender, her curves are soft, and her toes are delicate and small, like a carefully carved jade sculpture. She is very cute. Her chest was rising and falling slightly, and she was panting, as if she had just run over here barefoot. Xu Jingchu's eyes fell on the piece of draft paper in Yi Munjin's hand, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She knew that it was the draft paper where Jiang Chen had scribbled. Jiang Chen, this bastard, not only played such a bad joke on Yi Munjin with their trainee basic contract, but also used a piece of draft paper to fool this silly girl who made people feel a little sorry for her. Seeing Yi Munjin's somewhat distraught look, she felt a little distressed in her heart. She could imagine how desperate and aggrieved Yi Munjin would feel when she returned and found out that all Jiang Chen had given her was a piece of scribbled draft paper. Muning, why are you here? Xu Jingchu stepped forward and said with a troubled look on her face, I was just about to call you and ask you to come over. What Director Jiang said to you before was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Munjin was stunned for a moment and looked at her in a daze. She came here this time just for the song on paper. If she guessed correctly, this song means more to her than anything else. She was willing to sign any contract as long as she could get the song. But what did Sister Jing just say? Director Jiang is joking? She looked at Xu Jingchu somewhat bewilderedly, then looked at Jiang Chen who was sitting at the desk. Could it be that Director Jiang is not going to give her this song again? Is it because she didn't respond in time that Director Jiang was angry? Yes, I'm sorry, I was just. Yi Munjin's face turned pale and he tried to explain in a panic. But her voice became smaller and smaller halfway through her words, and finally she bit her lip and lowered her head. Yes, it was all her fault. When Director Jiang handed the song to her, he had already emphasized the above points, but she did not take it to heart. It was her mistake. She couldn't deceive herself and had no room for excuses. Could it be that she couldn't even keep this song? This song clearly. Yi Munjin's appearance surprised everyone in the office. Xu Jingchu took 2 steps forward, wanting to continue comforting her. However, Jiang Chen sat calmly on the chair and slowly put out the cigarette but in the ashtray. He noticed the distressed look in the little girl's eyes and knew that she must have understood what was written on the draft paper. Perhaps only she could understand it so quickly. In the office, his calm voice rang out. Don't worry, I'm not kidding. That piece of paper is for you. The prerequisite is still to amend the contract. This is the company's rule. Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. At this moment, it seems that there is no need to explain anything further. Yi Munjin's condition is enough to explain everything. When Xu Jingchu saw this, he couldn't help but look anxious again. Why did Jiang Chen bring up the contract again out of the blue? She was about to say something angrily. But Yi Munjin beside him suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Without any hesitation, she said in a trembling voice. Thank you, Director Jiang. I do. Hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Chapter 36 There is a song on the draft paper. Muning, what did you just say? Xu Jingchu looked at Yi Munjin in disbelief. She was a little suspicious whether she had just heard it wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. Yi Munjin bit her lips lightly and said with a choked voice. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated. Please give me another chance. I'm willing to sign a basic trainee contract. Are you willing to change the contract? Xu Jingchu was dumbfounded for a moment. What is going on? She didn't quite understand. Yi Munjin has signed an S-level trainee contract with the company, and Qingcheng Entertainment has offered better conditions to poach her. Why would she want to change the contract? Yes, as long as the company can let me sing this song. I'm willing to do anything. Yi Munjing tightly grasped the draft paper in his hand and spoke seriously. After listening to her words, everyone in the office was stunned for a moment before their eyes fell on Yi Munjing's hand. The piece of draft paper that Jiang Chen had scribbled on was tightly held in the little girl's hand, as if it were some extremely precious treasure. Xiao Yi, can you let me see the paper in your hand? Yang Shuoxin frowned slightly and walked forward with some confusion. If she remembered correctly, this draft paper seemed to be the one Jiang Chen had just scribbled on while pretending to work. Seeing Queen Yang suddenly talking to him, Yi Munjing was stunned for a moment, then said nervously, "Yes, yes." She looked carefully at the draft paper in her hand, then handed it to Yang Shuoxin. Yang Shuoxin took the draft paper and found that there were indeed some scribblings on it. But what follows are lines of short sentences. There is also a melody next to the short sentence. Xu Mengyao and Su Luowei both came over at this time, stood behind Yang Shuoxin, and looked at the paper together. What was written on the paper was a song. Looking at the short sentences and melody on the paper, Yang Shuoxin's expression couldn't help but change. Breathing pain. First view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate falling stars. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. Reading your letter hurts, even silence hurts. Regret is a pain that can breathe. She looked at the lyrics line by line on the paper. The surprise in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. As a queen of pop, her musical level is naturally much higher than Xie Tingqing's. Just read the lyrics. She knew it was definitely a good song. Good songs all have artistic conception. The lyrics of this song are very powerful. The angle of entry is also very special. That is the sign of a good song. There was a glint of disbelief in her eyes. At this moment, she was sure that this piece of draft paper was the one Jiang Chen had just scribbled on. Could it be that? Did Jiang Chen write such a song in just a few minutes? How is this possible? He didn't look serious at all. Yang Shuoxin found it hard to believe, as she knew many excellent music producers. There are many people whose level is so low that even she has to call them teacher. But I have never seen anyone create such a complete song in such a short time. That guy, how on earth? At this time, Xu Jingqiu also saw the lyrics on the paper. However, her musical level is the lowest among everyone here, and it is difficult to tell whether the song is good or bad in a short period of time. She looked at Yi Munjing with some confusion. Mu Ning, so, you're willing to change the contract just for this song? Yi Munjing nodded, hesitated for a moment, and bit her lip. I know that Director Jiang is willing to give me this song, which is already an extra favor to me. If revising the contract is not enough, I can add a few more years. Xu Jingqiu was stunned again. Yi Munjing currently has a 5-year contract with Chenwei Entertainment. This is considered a relatively long contract among trainees. Most trainees sign contracts for 3 years. Within 3 years, if the trainee performs well, he or she can sign a debut contract again. If she had not offered Yi Munjing better conditions at the time and promised her many benefits after her debut, she would not have been able to sign such a long contract. For this song, you went so far as to. Xu Jingqiu was a little confused. She wanted to say, is it really necessary for you to pay so much for this song? But halfway through his words, he realized that he was Chenwei Entertainment's agent and immediately stopped talking. In fact, what she didn't know was that Yi Munjing knew more than she thought. She knew that if she continued her normal development, in 5 years, if her fame could enter the ranks of first or second tier stars, then she could change companies and continue her development. This will give you the opportunity to get better contract treatment. But she knew in her heart that all this was based on her fame. She knows the value of the song Breathing Pain better than anyone else. This song will definitely be a hit. Debut with this song. It's like she was airlifted directly to the ranks of B-list celebrities without even having to walk. Besides, this is just his debut. If it were in another entertainment company, a trainee with no fame at all would never be able to get a song like this. Because it would be a complete waste to let a trainee sing a song of this quality. In Chenwei Entertainment, the person who is most suitable to sing this song is actually Sister Luowei. Only her singing can bring enough benefits to the company. Director Jiang's willingness to let her sing this song is simply a benefit. In comparison, the basic contract with a profit share of only 10% is insignificant. On the side, Su Luowei and Xu Mengyao also gradually finished reading the lyrics on the paper. The two looked at each other, with incredible light flashing in their eyes. The quality of this song is so great. Jiang Chen, how did he write it? Su Luowei has seen Jiang Chen write songs more than once. So even though I was filled with surprise, I was still able to control myself. But Xu Mengyao just opened her mouth wide. He looked at the draft paper in Yang Shuaxin's hand with disbelief, then looked at Jiang Chen at the desk. I went back and forth several times, but I couldn't suppress the shock in my heart. Isn't this guy a scoundrel writer? How did he write that? Also, wasn't he just pretending to be lazy? When was the song written? Chapter 37 Yi Munjing's breathing pain. Xu Jingqiu also felt the shock in the eyes of Su Luowei and others. She suddenly looked at Yi Munjing with a complicated expression. Mu Ning, please sing this song to me so I can feel it too. Just now, when Jiang Chen asked Yi Munjing to re-sign the basic trainee contract, she was the one who reacted most strongly. She thought Jiang Chen was acting recklessly and had a huge tantrum, but now things seemed to be suddenly a little off. Yi Munjing was really eager to change the contract. Some unreasonable people seemed to be her. She glanced at the draft paper, her eyes full of complexity and disbelief. Is this song really that good? Why are Queen Yang and the others so shocked? She had no way of judging, so she could only let Yi Munjing sing for a while. I'll get the guitar. Xu Mengyao suddenly raised her hand very actively. In fact, her situation is not much better than Xu Jingqiu's. As the younger junior sister of Yang Shuaxin and Su Luowei, she is still a student at school. In addition, she is usually more playful, so the gap in her professional level compared with her two senior sisters is not a little bit. In this short moment, she could only vaguely feel that what was written on the paper was a very good song. But I am not sure how good it is. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She was the first one to arrive in this office. So no one knew better than her that the draft paper was originally just a completely blank A4 paper next to the printer. It was Jiang Chen who told her to take it. So she could be absolutely sure that what was on the paper was written by Jiang Chen. During that pretend time, Jiang Chen actually finished writing a song? This is too outrageous. Xu Mengyao suppressed the throbbing in her heart and took the guitar from the office next door. Yang Shuaxin also took a deep breath and returned the draft paper to Yi Munjing. This song was written by Jiang Chen, and she also wanted to hear what Yi Munjing could do. The little girl took the guitar and draft paper, but was a little confused. Why do you suddenly want her to sing? In front of Sister Luowei and Yang Shuaxin, this. Yi Munjing looked obviously nervous. It's okay, don't be nervous, just sing seriously. Su Luowei walked up to her, gently stroked her back, and comforted her softly. Okay, yes. Yi Munjing looked at the draft paper in his hand, took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually became firm. She is the most outstanding trainee in Chenwei Entertainment, with strong professional ability and psychological quality. After all, when I was normally tested on stage, the situation was not much better than it is now. This is a special assessment. Although Sister Jing and Sister Luowei didn't say it explicitly, whether this song should be given to her to sing or not, relying solely on the care of the music director is definitely not enough. The resources of entertainment companies are very valuable, and every resource allocation must be subject to assessment in order to be convincing. So, Yi Munjing took a deep breath, hugged the guitar, and sat down on a chair. Even for this song, she must do her best. She wants to prove that she can sing this song well. After sitting down on the chair, she didn't rush to sing, but first picked up the draft paper and went over it carefully twice. She had just heard Xia Tingqing sing it once in the dormitory, so she already had a basic impression of the lyrics and melody, and just needed to familiarize herself with it briefly. No one spoke in the office, everyone was waiting patiently. Only Jiang Chen was half lying on the seat in a somewhat lazy posture. In fact, he was also a little curious about whether Yi Munjing could perform this special song well. After a while, Yi Munjing finally put down the draft paper and cleared his throat. Then she stretched out her beautiful white fingers and slowly plucked the guitar strings. A melody with a hint of sadness gradually sounded. My first view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate the light of falling stars. I finally arrived, but even sadder. One person fulfills our dream. Driven by the melody, Yi Munjing gently opened her mouth. Her voice was very pleasant, with an ethereal quality. Her basic skills were very solid, and her pitch was very well controlled. As soon as she opened her mouth, Luowei couldn't help but nod. This girl is indeed the best among all the trainees and has the potential to become a professional singer. No wonder Sister Jing plans to focus on training her. Moreover, this little girl is good at dancing, and has a good figure and appearance. If enough resources are invested, the speed of growth will definitely exceed everyone's expectations. You always say there's plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't understand before. There may not be a tomorrow. Perhaps because she was not familiar with it, Munjing singing seemed a little hesitant at the beginning. But soon, she found that special feeling and gradually immersed herself in the singing. In the office, everyone was listening to the melody carefully and nodding from time to time. The melody of this song is really well written, and the girl's expression is also very good. But Munjing's eyes suddenly turned red. The lyrics say, "There may not be tomorrow, but there will be a future." The scene of that day couldn't help but emerge in her mind. She came home from school and pestered her mother in the kitchen to take her to the park to watch the Sugar Man show. But her mother smiled and pinched her little nose. "Why are you in such a hurry? The grandpa who sells candy figures comes here every day. Mom will go with you tomorrow." The result came the next day. The old man selling sugar figures really came again. He also gave her a rabbit candy man with a smile. But the gentle figure who had promised to stay by her side never appeared again. 2 tears fell silently down her cheeks. "Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. Reading your letter hurts, even silence hurts." In the office, several women were stunned. Originally, they were still listening to the melody attentively, nodding their heads in approval from time to time. But the moment Munjing opened her mouth, their minds went blank. Everyone felt as if their heart was being tugged at. Heartache, regret, sorrow, longing. They didn't know how to describe the emotions Munjing expressed at this time. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because at this time, they looked at Munjing, whose eyes were already filled with tears. Gradually I understood the real meaning of this song. Even a singer as talented as the Queen Yang Shuaxin didn't realize in that short time that the real emotion the song wanted to express was missing her mother. No wonder. The little girl will. Yang Shuaxin looked at Munjing and the draft paper, her expression gradually becoming complicated. Aside, Xu Jingchu was so shocked that she was completely speechless. The moment when the real melody of this song sounded, she finally understood why Munjing made such a choice. He ran over in a hurry without even wearing shoes. This song belongs to her. Only she can sing it well. This song is priceless to her. In the office, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. Everyone was listening attentively to Munjing's singing and melody. 2 minutes later, Munjing's singing gradually came to an end. "It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again." The singing and melody stopped at this moment. But Munjing's choking voice did not stop. At this moment, she finally couldn't suppress her emotions anymore and sobbed softly. "Mom, your daughter misses you. Can you hear me?" The office was unusually quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was Munjing's intermittent crying. No one bothered her. This girl has been suppressed for too long and needs to vent. I don't know how long it took. Munjing's crying finally subsided. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the seat. "Director Jiang. Thank you. As long as you can let me sing this song, I'm willing to agree to any conditions. Please." The girl's voice was choked and trembling, and it sounded extremely heartbreaking. Ahem. Jiang Chen tapped his fingers on the table and was about to stand up and say something pretentious. But Luowei had already walked forward and hugged her gently. "Don't worry, this song is yours. I agreed on your behalf, Director Jiang." Chapter 38. We all want to change the contract. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What does it feel like when your pretense is interrupted? Uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable. In short, at this moment he felt as if he had punched cotton, which was very uncomfortable. I had even thought of some sexy words to show off, but I didn't expect that the little girl would beat me to it. It's like I was hungry in the middle of the night and got up to eat a bag of instant noodles. The water boiled and the bowls were washed, but when I tore open the last bag of instant noodles, I found that there was no seasoning packet inside. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, leaning back in his chair with his eyes dull. Happiness disappeared. In the office, Yi Munjing gradually stopped crying with Su Luowei's comfort. Xu Jingqiu found a pair of slippers from somewhere and asked the girl to put them on. He told her to go back and have a good rest, and that the contract could be revised tomorrow. After Yi Munjing left, the office suddenly became quiet. The women seemed to have not yet recovered from what had just happened. After a long while, they looked at each other, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look. They all understood the song Breathing Pain, sung by Yi Munjing. No one expected that this song, which seemed like a love song at first glance, would contain such a touching meaning. It was as if it was tailor-made for Yi Munjing. How did this guy Jiang Chen write it? Husband, did you know about Mu Ning's situation in advance? Su Luowei couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen and asked. Hearing this, Xu Jingqiu and others gradually reacted. Then they all looked at Jiang Chen with some hostility. Yes, there is no such coincidence in this world. Could it be that Jiang Chen specifically inquired about Yi Munjing's situation and then wrote such a song to trick the girl into changing her contract? If that's true, then that's really asshole. Jiang Chen felt the questioning gazes of several people and suddenly rolled his eyes in his heart. He really just wrote this song casually at that time. Who knew Yi Munjing would be in this situation? If I say that all this is destined by God, would you believe it? He said slowly. The women all shook their heads. Okay. Jiang Chen stood up angrily. Then I'll go find Yi Munjing now and ask her to return the song to me. Don't give me that. Su Luowei pinched him on the lower back in annoyance, which stopped him from tossing around. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, she was willing to believe what Jiang Chen said. After all, even she didn't know much about Yi Munjing's situation. If Xu Jingqiu hadn't found out about it out of curiosity at the time, perhaps no one would know about it today. This little girl always keeps her thoughts hidden deep in her heart and doesn't open them up to anyone easily. It may be a good thing for her that she can vent the emotions that have been suppressed in her heart for many years because of this song today. Could it be? It's really just like what Jiang Chen said. Is all this arranged by God? For a moment, no one in the office spoke. Everyone had some weird ideas in their mind. Could it be that there really is fate in this world? And it was by some unspeakable coincidence that this song was delivered to Yi Munjing? Or maybe this is the mother in that distant place, telling Mu Ning in this special way. In fact, she has always been by her daughter's side. Looking at the few people who gradually fell into deep thought, Jiang Chen didn't say anything, even though he didn't really believe in gods or ghosts. But his existence is the most difficult thing to explain, and there is no way to delve into it. After much thought, the most important thing is to live your own life well. The reason why Yi Munjing got this song was not only a coincidence, but also related to her usual efforts. If he had found that Yi Munjing's daily performance was not so outstanding when he picked up the information just now, then perhaps the person who got this song would be the next trainee. All this depends on Yi Munjing's usual efforts. Okay, stop daydreaming. The trainees have settled down here. Hurry up and take this pile of information away. He knocked on the table, interrupting everyone's thoughts without any hesitation, and then pointed to the pile of information on the table. Hearing this, Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously retorted. You just dated one person, how come you're already stable? Even if Yi Munjing is fine, what about the other trainees? Unconsciously, Xu Jingqiu fell back into his old habit of meddling in other people's affairs. After all, she used to manage Chenwei Entertainment by herself and had to worry about everything, so it was really difficult for her to make the transition at once. But that was in the past. Su Luowei didn't have much time to manage the company. Xu Jingqiu could decide many things by himself, so naturally he had to worry about everything. But now that Jiang Chen is the music director, the situation is completely different. The division of labor between the two parties needs to be very clear to ensure the smooth progress of the work. Lao Chu, how did you get into the company in the first place? Did you go through the back door? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, speechless. When Xu Jingqiu heard this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What does it mean to sneak into the company? She is a gold medal agent. The national goddess Su Luowei was brought up by her. Jiang Chen, I admit that you did a great job just now. You kept Yi Munjing here completely. She said somewhat unconvincedly, but the current situation at Chenwei Entertainment isn't as optimistic as you think. Other entertainment companies are constantly contacting our artists and trainees, causing everyone within the company to be extremely unstable. If we don't take advantage of this time to stabilize the situation, we'll be even more vulnerable later. Sister Jing, Sister Luowei are all here, and Yang, Queen Yang. For a moment, all the girls who walked into the office were a little nervous. Even Xie Tingqing, who had always been carefree, was a little timid at this time. We came to see Director Jiang. Yes, we want to discuss the contract, she said hesitantly. Contract? Xu Jingqiu frowned when she heard this. What contract are you talking about? Haven't you already signed the contract? Why, after only 3 months, you want to change to a better contract? Her expression was a little stern. Because she knew that during this period, other entertainment companies were offering better conditions to these trainees in order to poach them. If there is no penalty for breach of contract in the contract, I'm afraid that most of the trainees have already packed up and left. Are these girls here to ask for a higher contract level? No. Xie Tingqing was startled and quickly shook her head. We just, also, want to change to a trainee, basic contract. When it comes to the end. Her voice gradually became softer and she lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. After Yi Munjing returned to the dormitory, they slowly learned the whole story from Yi Munjing, including the entire process of Director Jiang's conversation with her, as well as the conditions Director Jiang offered at the time. As long as you change the contract, this song will be yours. They have all heard the song Breathing Pain, and they know what it means. If I could make my debut with this song, it would be like riding a rocket. Especially Xie Tingqing. She even sang this song. The catchy melody and lyrics left her wanting more, and she instantly felt like she had made her debut. It would be great if she could debut with a song like this. But unfortunately, Director Jiang has already decided to give this song to Yi Munjing. No matter how envious they are, they can only watch. So the same batch of trainee girls, out of envy and greed, couldn't help but become a little restless. Director Jiang means that, as long as I change the basic trainee contract, I can get a song like this? If that's the case, what is the difference between that and pie falling from the sky? Several girls struggled in the dormitory for a long time. Finally, with mutual encouragement, they decided to fight for an opportunity for themselves. After all, if you want to be one step ahead in the entertainment industry, you have to do it. Sometimes you can't do without taking the initiative. Opportunities won't come to you on their own. If the opportunity is snatched away by other trainees because they are not proactive enough, they will want to slap themselves twice. What did you say? Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. You want to change the basic trainee contract. Hearing this, it was not only Xu Jingqiu. In the office, the other women were also stunned. Chapter 39 Jiang Chen's Lecture. Yes. Xie Tingqing's voice was as low as a mosquito. She lowered her head and did not dare to look directly into Xu Jingqiu's eyes. Hearing this, Xu Jingqiu subconsciously opened his mouth. But I found myself at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. The trainees in front of her were all carefully selected by her. They all signed level trainee contracts with a profit share of about 20%. But now they are demanding in front of me that all of them sign the basic trainee contract instead. What is going on? Xu Jingqiu felt that the whole world seemed to become a little unreal. She is a gold medal agent. She is the one who brought up the national goddess. She has signed hundreds of artists. But this moment, she couldn't understand what was happening before her eyes. There was silence in the office for a moment. Everyone's eyes gradually fell on Jiang Chen, who was sitting at the desk. Jiang Chen was the first one to bring up the idea of revising the contract, and it seemed that only he could make the final decision at this point. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and glanced at everyone. Do you all want to change the contract? Har, how is this possible? When his songs are like cabbage. Just post a song for anyone who comes. Yi Munjing got this song entirely through her own efforts. He didn't speak. Instead, he moved the pile of information on the table in front of him and slowly searched through it. Everyone looked at his actions with some curiosity. After a while, he seemed to have found what he was looking for and took out a piece of information from the pile. In the office, his calm voice rang out. Xie Tingqing, right? Yes. When Xue Tingqing heard director Jiang calling her name, she was startled and stood up quickly. Jiang Chen continued to look through the documents in his hand. I've been in Chenwei Entertainment for 3 months and have taken 6 assessments. My scores are 5 A's and 1 B. Yes. Xue Tingqing nodded slightly and grinned. In fact, she still has some confidence in herself. Her performance is already at the top level among all the trainees. After all, in the entire Chenwei Entertainment, only Yi Munjing has achieved the S-level result. But she has 5 consecutive A's in her grades. With these grades, you still want to sign a basic trainee contract. However, Jiang Chen slowly closed her information and asked in a serious tone. He didn't speak loudly, but his experience and sophistication in his previous life allowed him to exude an aura of majesty without even being angry. As a top superstar in his previous life, he opened his own company and managed many artists. When he gets serious, he naturally gives people a sense of oppression. For a while, all the girls looked dazed and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the office, which had been relatively mild, suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Xue Tingqing's smile gradually froze on her face. She raised her head in disbelief, but as soon as she met Jiang Chen's intimidating gaze, her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she quickly lowered her head. She had thought she would be praised. I didn't expect the new music director to be so strict and scary. Beside the sofa, Yang Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have suddenly changed, and was also a little surprised. Today Jiang Chen always gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. This guy is only 24 years old, but his power is no less than that of many bigwigs in the circle. It was like this when I was singing on the stage just now, and it is still like this now. Is he this fierce at home? She pulled Su Luowei's hand and nodded at Jiang Chen. When Su Luowei heard this, her face couldn't help but blush. In fact, Jiang Chen is usually quite easygoing at home. But sometimes when I get angry, I can suddenly become very scary. In this situation, if she dared to continue to make Jiang Chen angry, she would definitely be punished. Yang Shuoxin looked at the change in Su Luowei's expression and understood what she meant. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This junior sister of mine was really being controlled by Jiang Chen. Do you really think that Yi Munjing was able to get that song because of luck? Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. The office was dead silent. The trainee girls obviously didn't expect that this music director, who didn't look much older than them, would be so fierce. Each of them looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with their heads hung and no words spoken. I'm sure you've all seen how hard Yi Munjing works. She's the best among all the trainees. Signing the basic trainee contract is a reward from the company. Because I saw what I wanted in her. Her hard work and dedication were enough to impress me. And you? Jiang Chen paused when he said this. I can't find any bright spots at all, and you're still dreaming of signing a basic trainee contract. After he finished speaking, the girls' faces became extremely ugly. On the side, Xu Jingqiu and Xu Mengyao listened to Jiang Chen's words, and their expressions became very strange. Jiang Chen kept talking about their trainee basic contract. What else can be said? Only trainees who work hard enough and are good enough are eligible to sign a basic trainee contract. As if this contract is so high level. But they know that among all entertainment companies, the basic contract for trainees is the worst. Chenwei Entertainment is of course no exception. Such a bad contract. When will it become a reward? However, the trainee girls in the field had extremely frustrated and depressed expressions. But it is silently telling a fact, yes, this contract is a reward, and they all really want to sign it. For a while, several women in the office looked at Jiang Chen with complicated expressions. Only then did they suddenly realize it. How attractive is the song Breathing Pain to this group of trainees? They all seem to have their thinking restricted by Yi Munjing's special situation. I always feel that this song happened to fit Yi Munjing's situation, which made Yi Munjing willing to change the contract. But actually think about it carefully. Even if we put aside the special meaning of breathing pain and analyze it only from the lyrics and melody, it is definitely a rare and good work. Once a song like this is released, it will definitely not remain unknown. Among them, Su Luowei and Yang Shuoxin are both big stars who have debuted for many years. However, even they couldn't get such songs when they debuted. Even well-known singers in the entertainment industry would try their best to get a song of such high quality. Not to mention the trainees who just debuted. Chapter 40, Possibility. The originally spacious music director's office seemed a bit crowded due to the addition of the trainee girls. However, even though there were so many people standing there, it was eerily quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and none of the trainee girls dared to speak first. Behind Xu Jingchu, Xu Mengyao looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful big eyes but suddenly blinked. After feeling the girl's desire for Jiang Chen's songs, an idea popped up in her mind involuntarily. Although she has already debuted in Chenwei Entertainment, she is actually no different from an amateur who has not debuted yet. After all, she is still a student and needs to spend most of her time on her studies. Only after graduating from school can she officially enter the entertainment industry. But if I could get a song like this before she graduated, then, when I enter the entertainment industry. Her eyes suddenly lit up with little stars. If that were the case, wouldn't I become the most powerful female artist in the entire school? By then, all the classmates will envy her. Thinking of this, she immediately looked at Jiang Chen with hope. Do you still think you are qualified to sign this basic trainee contract? Jiang Chen's lecture seemed not to be over yet. In the office, all the girls were almost on the verge of tears. Sorry. We know we were wrong. Xie Tingqing lowered her head, bit her lips lightly, and said with a sad face. She felt wronged and sad. She had never been scolded in front of so many people in her life. And it happened in front of Sister Luowei and Queen Yang. This made her feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed. If possible, she really wanted to dig a hole in the ground, crawl into it, and never come out. The office was eerily quiet. Okay, you guys disappoint me, go back and think about it carefully. A basic trainee contract isn't something you can sign right now. It requires more effort and dedication. I hope that next time, you'll be able to impress me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said. Yes. The girls walked out the door in silence, somewhat dejected. Jiang Chen's scolding had obviously dealt a heavy blow to them. When they decided to come to see Director Jiang, they never expected this result. The young director was so strict. How will they survive in the company in the future? But when all the girls reached the door, they suddenly heard a voice in the office. At the end of the month, we will arrange an assessment to select the best performing trainees. It was Jiang Chen who was speaking. The trainee girls at the door suddenly slowed down their pace involuntarily, pricked up their ears, and listened carefully to the sounds in the office. Assessment. Screening trainees? What does Director Jiang want to do? Okay. Xu Jingchu took a deep breath and nodded. Although she didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do, she still agreed. Assessing trainees was part of the music director's job. Let's choose another trainee and revise the contract then. Just when everyone was guessing, Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. His tone was calm, but what he said made everyone stunned. Then, select a trainee and revise the contract. What does this mean? Could it be that? All the trainee girls stopped in their tracks at once and looked at Jiang Chen in front of the desk in surprise. Xu Jingchu was also stunned for a moment. However, Jiang Chen didn't explain much. He casually picked up a piece of white paper from the table, unscrewed the pen cap, and slowly began to write on the paper. Seeing this scene, Su Luowei and Yang Shuexin were stunned for a moment, looked at each other with their beautiful eyes, and then suddenly stood up from the sofa. Could it be? Jiang Chen is going to write a song again? The two of them walked closer to the desk. Discover what Jiang Chenguo was really writing on the paper. He writes songs on the spot. This scene made them all stop in their tracks, not daring to go up and disturb Jiang Chen, who was sitting at his desk. The whole office was very quiet. All the trainee girls stayed in the office, looking at the scene in front of them curiously. No one urged them. No one noticed them. Because at this moment, everyone's eyes in the office were focused on Jiang Chen. Yang Shuexin's face was still as cold as ever, but her brows were furrowed as she watched Jiang Chen writing seriously. This was the first time she watched her junior brother-in-law write a song seriously. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, but there was a glint of light in her eyes. Xu Mengyao quietly stood on tiptoe, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was doing. But unfortunately, from this angle, she couldn't see the contents on the paper at all. Jiang Chen writes very slowly. But no one showed any impatience. Everyone was waiting patiently. The trainee girls just stood there, not daring to say a word. Time passes by every second. Finally, 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen put down the pen in his hand and handed the paper on the table to Xu Jingchu. Just this one, it's enough for the trainees to sing. Hearing this, the trainee girls were all a little surprised. They looked at each other and saw their surprise in each other's eyes. This is the completion of a song. No modification is needed. Xu Jingchu took a deep breath and stepped forward to take the white paper handed to him by Jiang Chen. She had seen Jiang Chen write songs as early as when she was at Luowei's house. But at that time, Jiang Chen seemed to be writing songs that he had created before, so she was not surprised by the faster speed. But she had never seen the song on paper before. In other words, Jiang Chen wrote a new song in just 10 minutes? Is this guy's talent really that strong? Su Luowei and Xu Mengyao couldn't wait to come forward, took the white paper from Xu Jingchu's hand, and carefully looked at the lyrics and melody on the paper. Although Yang Shuaxin was not as anxious as the two of them, she subconsciously walked towards them. The three beautiful women finally looked at the contents of the paper together. Possible. Maybe the southern sunshine shines on the northern wind. Maybe time was blown away and disappeared without a trace. Maybe the story only has one unforgettable person left. There are neat lines of sentences on the paper. Each line has about the same number of words, and each line begins with maybe. It's like a rhythmic poem. Can such a sentence be used as lyrics? How to compose this? The three of them looked confused. If the lyrics of each sentence are similar, won't the rhythm sound weird? What on earth was Jiang Chen thinking? After reading the lyrics, the three women looked at the music score next to them with deep doubts. 2 minutes later, Yang Shuaxin's beautiful eyes were stunned. She had the deepest attainments in music, so she quickly read through the song and even silently went over the melody and lyrics in her mind. Then she came to an extremely shocking conclusion in her heart. This is a good song. Although the artistic conception of the lyrics does not express particularly strong emotions, the melody is relatively simple. But she just sang it a little bit in her head. But I found that the melody of this song is very catchy and easy to sing. This kind of song will form a memory point in your mind once you listen to it, and it is very suitable for singing. Therefore, she can almost be sure that this song will be very popular. Su Luowei and Xu Mengyao followed closely behind and also finished watching the melody. An expression of surprise gradually appeared on the two beautiful faces. They also quickly felt the specialness of this song. This song is simple, but very nice. This is the most direct and real feeling in their hearts. The two looked at the densely packed lyrics and melody on the paper, then glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting at his desk with a calm expression. An incredible thought came to my mind. Is the difference between people's brains really that huge? How on earth did he manage to write a song of this quality in just 10 minutes? At the office door, a group of trainee girls looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of Queen Yang Shuaxin and national goddess Su Luowei, and couldn't help but become surprised. It felt like there were thousands of kittens scratching my heart, and I was extremely curious. What kind of song was written on director Jiang's piece of paper? How could it make Queen Yang and sister Luowei show such surprised expressions? Chapter 41: Jiang Chen's terrifying work efficiency. Okay, you all should go back and prepare for the assessment at the end of the month. The doubts in the trainee girls' minds were never answered. After Yang Shuaxin and the others finished reading the lyrics and music, Xu Jingchu directly sent all the trainee girls out of the office door. From the expressions of Yang Shuaxin and Su Luowei, she already knew that this was a good song. A very good song. This song is the best choice to calm the trainees down, and she can't let this good song be exposed now. The trainee girls left the office reluctantly. But the thoughts in my mind felt like they were scratched by a cat's claws, itchy and uncomfortable. What kind of song is this that director Jiang wrote? Will it be as good as the song Breathing Pain? They all wanted to know the answer, but Sister Jing didn't seem to have any plans to release the song immediately. The girls walked out of the office building with complicated expressions. This trip to the director's office was full of twists and turns. From the initial expectations for the new song and the new contract, to being ruthlessly scolded, it was thought that there was no hope for the new song. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events at the last moment. Director Jiang actually took out a new song as a reward for the next trainee assessment. As the girls passed by the practice room, they couldn't help but recall what Jiang Chen had just said. At the end of the month, conduct an assessment and bring me the reports of the best performing trainees. Let's choose another trainee and revise the contract then. End of the month. Assessment at the end of the month. The gazes of all the girls became hot almost at the same time. Director Jiang's meaning is very clear. At the end of the month, he will choose another trainee to modify the contract. Then the ownership of this song will definitely be announced at that time. As long as they can perform well enough by the end of the month, they will have a chance. Xu Jingqiu sent all the girls out of the office. Then he turned around silently and moved the pile of information on Jiang Chen's desk away. Jiang Chen was right. At present, there is really no need for Chenwei Entertainment's trainees to be interviewed one by one. With the two songs, Breathing Pain and Possibility, she is almost certain that all the trainees will practice like crazy in the practice room for the next month. As for the news released by other entertainment companies, unless they can come up with a song of the same quality, it will just be a waste of phone bill. The reason why she took the initiative to move the information away was that she didn't want to face Jiang Chen's arrogant look. However, Jiang Chen would never let go of such an opportunity. He paced slowly around the office. Laochu, I think what you just said is right. These trainees really need a serious talk. They all just want to sign basic contracts and have no ambition at all. Please help me decide which trainee is best to talk to first. I'll do some convincing on them. Young people should act like young people, don't you think? Xu Jingqiu gritted his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and remained silent. Su Luowei walked forward angrily and pinched Jiang Chen, causing him to stop mocking her. Jiang Chen curled his lips and sat down at his desk again. Honey, did you compose these two songs on the spot? Su Luowei looked at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and peculiarities. If Jiang Chen can write a complete song in 10 minutes, that would be amazing. How is that possible? Jiang Chen waved his hand, not wanting to expose his songwriting ability too early. These songs were all written at home, and I just happened to use them. Oh. Su Luowei nodded. In fact, this answer was similar to what she had guessed in her heart. When Jiang Chen suddenly sang the song Fairy Tale, she knew that this guy probably wrote a lot of songs secretly, but the bastard man always hid it in order to stay at home and write, so she didn't dare to ask too much at the time. But at this moment, she couldn't help but feel curious. So, how many songs have you written over the years? How many songs? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. 100. Or 200. He didn't remember much, but that's just how people are. When they are bored, they always recall some things from the past to pass the time. In 3 years, who knows how many songs he wrote? Of course, I definitely can't tell the truth at this time. Not many, just these few. Including the song Maybe I Just Sang, I don't have much left in my stomach. Is it? Su Luowei was a little unconvinced. She always felt that Jiang Chen's head was like a treasure chest, and he could always come up with a new song at any critical moment. Of course, you think writing songs is bullshit, but it just comes out of nowhere. It's pretty good that I can write these few songs in 3 years. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's not what I meant. Su Luowei looked a little embarrassed and a little ashamed. What Jiang Chen said was indeed correct. Writing songs is not that easy. Including Possible, Jiang Chen has already come up with 7 songs in the past few days. It is very rare to be able to write such a few high-quality songs in 3 years. Many musicians may not be able to write a song of such high quality in 10 years. She really shouldn't continue to be greedy. Okay. Yang Xuexin seemed to be listening to Jiang Chen's words, but no one noticed that after Jiang Chen finished speaking, her fingers holding their Possible paper suddenly tightened. Etc. She stared at the lyrics on the paper, and then her eyes gradually flashed with disbelief. Why do I always feel that this sloppy handwriting seems to have been seen somewhere? Now, can you tell me exactly what kind of trouble Chenwei Entertainment has encountered? Jiang Chen didn't notice the change in Yang Xuexin's expression, but knocked on the table and asked. To be honest, he still didn't quite understand what specific problems Chenwei Entertainment had encountered that had made Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu feel helpless. Even the queen of the music world, Yang Xuexin, didn't seem to be able to help much. Hearing this, Xu Jingqiu and Su Luowei looked at each other. Su Luowei blushed. She had been too busy recently and seemed to have never told Jiang Chen the details of Chenwei Entertainment. It's like this. Su Luowei stuck out her tongue and explained honestly. 5 minutes later. So, the so-called troubles of Chenwei Entertainment were caused by Yao Sikan and Qingcheng Entertainment. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. An entertainment company founded by an actress. There is also a music director who wants to eat swan meat? Don't take it lightly. Qingcheng Entertainment has a wide network of contacts in the entertainment industry and is very powerful. In addition, Yao Sikan is very familiar with Chenwei Entertainment. If they join forces, it will be easy to cause trouble for Chenwei Entertainment. Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but say when she saw his indifferent look. Most of Chenwei Entertainment's current announcements have likely been snatched up by Qingcheng Entertainment. Only Luowei hasn't been significantly affected. Now, rumors are spreading everywhere that Chenwei Entertainment is about to be banned, which is why everyone in our company is so panicked. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a medium-sized entertainment company. I thought it was a big deal. Since they dare to have evil intentions towards Chenwei Entertainment, let's have a fight with them and see who has the stronger fist. Do you think this is just a game? A head-on confrontation? Do we have the strength to compete with them? Allure Entertainment is several times larger than us." Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless. Luowei and I have already discussed this. Right now, everything needs to be done with caution. After all, we don't have any deep hatred with Qingcheng Entertainment. No matter what tricks Qingcheng Entertainment uses, we will ignore them. After a long time, they will naturally get bored and give up. Although we will lose some announcements during this period, from a long-term development perspective, this is the safest approach." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, shook his head, and sat back in his chair. Two silly women, developing in the entertainment industry where the strong prey on the weak, actually still have such soft-hearted and indecisive thoughts. If others don't bully you, who else will they bully? However, his position is music director, and he is only responsible for the music resources of artists and trainees within the company. How the company is operated and developed is the business of Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu. As long as Xu Jingqiu doesn't interfere with his work and arrangements, he doesn't plan to get involved too much in this regard for the time being. After all, they have been in charge of Chenwei Entertainment since its establishment, and they must be more familiar with the company's various businesses. Moreover, it is impossible to tell right from wrong due to the difference in business philosophy between these companies in a short period of time. Apart from being diligent, the old woman Xu Jingqiu doesn't have much ability, but she is a top-notch argumentative person. There's no point in continuing to argue with them. He knew that competition in the entertainment industry mostly revolved around resources. As long as he can provide enough resources, Chenwei Entertainment will not encounter any major problems. Even if Qingcheng Entertainment is fully prepared, it will only end up in failure and be in a thankless position. Okay. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then reclined the seat and found a comfortable position to lie down. Now that the work is done, it's time for me to catch up on some sleep. Our company's working hours are a bit early, which is inhumane. From now on, don't wake me up before 10 o'clock. He yawned and pulled another eye patch from his pocket. This was specially prepared by him when he went out in the morning. In the office, several women were stunned when they saw him getting ready to go to bed. This guy hasn't been on the job for more than an hour, right? Are you ready to take a break? If you have nothing to do, please leave my office and don't disturb my rest. Before putting on the blindfold, Jiang Chen gave some special instructions. You're the music director, and you've only been on the job for an hour, how could you? Xu Jingqiu has always been a strict and rigid person. Seeing Jiang Chen's unruly look, she subconsciously wanted to speak. But just when she was halfway through her words, she seemed to have her throat strangled and slowly stopped talking. Because she suddenly saw the white paper in Yang Xuexin's hand. On the paper were the lyrics Jiang Chen had just written. Possible. Looking at the faint handwriting on the back of the paper, her mood suddenly became very complicated. Because she knew Jiang Chen was right. Although this guy only worked for an hour, it seemed that he had actually solved the company's biggest problem. She started off with a song called Silence and stunned all the 20 or so trainee girls. I only said one sentence when introducing myself, but it left the deepest impression on everyone. Back to the office. The casually written, breathing pain, actually made Yi Munjing willingly and gratefully change the contract. And as far as she knew, during that time, his main focus was on teasing Xu Mengyao. Finally, there is the song Possibility in her hand. A song that is enough to shock the Queen Yang Xuexin and the national goddess Su Luowei. A song that can make all the trainee girls look eager and line up eagerly waiting to renew their contracts. And all this was accomplished by the guy in front of him within an hour. This kind of work efficiency is really. There was some silence in the office. Yang Xuexin's body suddenly trembled, and her eyes flashed. She finally remembered why she felt the handwriting on the paper was somewhat familiar. A few days ago, her agent Lan Ran happened to show her a piece of paper similar to this one. The same sloppy handwriting. It is also a short sentence line by line. Also right on white paper. But the title on the piece of paper was not Possibility, but Red Bean. Chapter 42: The Girl Who Keeps Jiang Chen Sleepless. Jiang Chen had already put on his eye mask and was lying down on a chair. The office was silent, and Xu Jingqiu and Su Luowei stared at each other. Yang Xuexin felt a surge of complex emotions in her heart. If Red Bean was also written by Jiang Chen, then how many songs did this guy write in the past few years? However, the sentence on the piece of paper that Lan Ran picked up was only a few short lines. She wasn't sure if this was a song written by Jiang Chen. What to do? Do you want to ask about this? But she glanced at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the chair in a somewhat lazy state, and hesitated again. Even if I ask, will this guy admit it? Xu Jingqiu looked at Jiang Chen, who had already entered a resting state, curled her lips, and felt very unhappy. The problems Chen Wei Entertainment had been facing recently had kept her busy and nervous every day, and she hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. But even so, the problem has not been solved and is even getting worse. But this lazy writer in front of him was flirting with the female artist while doing it casually. This feeling is like being a top student in school, and after 10 years of diligent study, finally being admitted to the most ordinary university. Just as she was happily checking her admission letter, she suddenly received a message. The little scoundrel next door who was idle and flirting with other girls all day long has been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. This gap is really a bit crazy. Xu Jingqiu gritted her teeth and took a long time to suppress the complicated emotions in her heart. It must be said that Jiang Chen's performance in just 1 hour had indeed completely suppressed Xu Jingqiu's desire to intervene. From today on, Xu Jingqiu probably couldn't help but think of the songs Breathing Pain and Possibility when she tried to interfere with Jiang Chen's work as music director. The women in the office looked at each other and were speechless. Looking back carefully at Jiang Chen's performance today, it was indeed shocking. After only 1 hour in the position of music director, he seemed to have solved most of the problems. It's just that, this guy's arrogant posture of lying on the chair really makes him deserve a beating. Forget it, let him rest for a while. He did get up a little early this morning. Su Luowei still felt sorry for her husband and shook her head. She knew that Jiang Chen usually got up after 10 o'clock, and it was rare for him to get up so early as today. Su Luowei had already spoken, and Xu Jingqiu didn't know what to say, so she just curled her lips. The trainees have been dealt with, but the debut artists haven't been completely stabilized yet. This is also the job of the music director. Qingcheng Entertainment has been constantly snatching up our announcements lately, and several of our artists' mentality has long been unstable. Forget it, let me and senior sister Yang go talk to the debut artists. Su Luowei said, senior sister Yang still has some resources. I believe that as long as we can provide enough resources, we can temporarily stabilize their mentality. She felt that she was more familiar with these artists than Jiang Chen, and with the help of senior sister Yang, there should be no problem. That's all we can do. Xu Jingqiu nodded helplessly. After discussing for a while, they were about to leave the office. Sister Luowei, Sister Jing, something bad has happened. A girl who seemed a little impatient suddenly rushed in, looking a little anxious. Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu were stunned for a moment and looked at her. They all knew the girl, she was an assistant to an artist in the company. Xiaoyun, what happened? Xu Jingqiu asked in confusion. This girl was brought over from her previous company. She had been learning from her for a long time. She was usually very steady in her work. Why was she so impulsive today? The young concubine was beaten. The girl said with a sad face. What? Xu Jingqiu and Su Luowei were both shocked when they heard this and quickly stood up. Chu Youfei is the youngest signed artist of Chenwei Entertainment, at only 18 years old. She looks cute and is usually very smart. Why would someone get beaten? Moreover, Chu Youfei is different from other trainees and artists. She is an actor and does not understand music and dance. According to the company's arrangement, she should be playing a maid on the set of a TV series today. This was a notice that Su Luowei personally received for her a few days ago. The filming was going well. What happened? Where is the young concubine? Su Luowei asked with a frown. She's back at the company. I'll call her over. The girl looked depressed. As she spoke, she hurried out of the office door. After she leaves. In the office, several women looked at each other in confusion. This happened suddenly, and Jiang Chen naturally couldn't continue sleeping. He sat up in his chair, his brow furrowed. An artist under Chenwei Entertainment was beaten? What is going on? He took off the blindfold and sat up straight. 3 minutes later, the female assistant finally came back, followed by another girl. The girl looked only 16 or 17 years old, giving people the feeling that she was not yet an adult. She was petite, wearing an off-white dress, her hair was a little messy, and she looked a little listless. But the moment she walked into the office, everyone's eyes fell on her face. One side of the little girl's cheek had been slapped and turned red, swollen, and purple. Her originally delicate and fair face was now swollen all over, and there were even a few finger marks visible at the edge of the swelling. See this cheek? Several women in the office couldn't help but gasp. What happened? Who hit you? Su Luowei pulled Chu Youfei closer and carefully examined the scars on her face. The coldness on her face almost flowed out uncontrollably. The girl bit her lip, lowered her head with red eyes, and seemed reluctant to speak. Tell me now. Su Luowei pulled her and asked again with a stern face. Under Su Luowei's serious gaze, the girl seemed a little scared. After a long while, she whispered. It's Sister Siki. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Sister Siki? Who is she? When Xu Jingqiu heard the name, her expression suddenly changed, and her eyes flashed with disbelief. She looked at Chu Youfei and then at Su Luowei, her expression gradually becoming complicated. Lu Siki is an artist from Allure Entertainment. She's 10 years older than young concubine and one of the female leads in that TV series. After a while, she sighed and explained silently. Hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Allure Entertainment. It's Allure Entertainment again. Su Luowei's little face gradually turned pale. There is no need to explain any more. Almost anyone can guess the ins and outs of this matter. It must have been done by Qingcheng Entertainment. They were deliberately targeting the artists of Chenwei Entertainment. Su Luowei took a deep breath and clenched her fingers angrily. She didn't expect that a big company like Qingcheng Entertainment would actually take action against a little girl. Sister Luowei, it's okay. I don't feel any pain anymore. Concubine Chu raised her head and forced a smile. She also knew that there had been some conflicts between Chenwei Entertainment and Qingcheng Entertainment recently, so Su Luowei had been very busy during this period and was often not seen. She felt that at this time, it would be better not to cause trouble for Sister Luowei. But this action accidentally moved the scar on her cheek, causing her expression to stiffen for a moment. What reason did she use to hit you? Su Luowei asked coldly, looking at the redness and swelling on her face. Under Su Luowei's gaze, the little girl lowered her head involuntarily. There was a slapping scene, and Siki told the director that she wanted to make it more realistic. So, the director asked you to shoot it this way. Su Luowei's tone became colder. Concubine Chu nodded. Sister Siki is one of the main actors, but she only plays a maid. Of course, the director values her opinion more. Then why didn't you refuse? Su Luowei said angrily. Even if you are filming, you can't hit people like this. The little girl seemed to hesitate for a moment, then lowered her head even lower. The director said that if we don't shoot, we have to replace them. Chapter 43 Jiang Chen, your wife is crying. Everyone in the office suddenly fell silent and stopped talking. Chu Youfei was a very smart little girl that Su Luowei discovered in the film and television city. She had never attended a film and television university, nor was she a graduate of a professional school. So every performance opportunity is very important to her. Before the scene began, she already knew that she would be beaten, and she also knew that Luowei was deliberately doing bad things. But in order to keep the opportunity to play the maid, she still persevered. Luowei could even imagine the scene of the little girl being beaten in front of dozens of people. After being beaten, she still had to grit her teeth and speak her lines. She looked at the little girl's slightly swollen cheeks, bit her lip, and her eyes gradually became cold. It took a long time. It was not until the little girl realized that no one spoke that she raised her head and looked at her with some confusion. "How many times did you shoot this scene?" Luowei asked. Six times. Chu Yufei forced another smile. "Sister Luowei, it's really okay. In fact, when the director asked me to discuss the scene, I was already prepared. The director even praised me at the end, saying that I did a good job and that he would ask me to act next time." Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, but her expression was very calm, and no one could tell what she was feeling. "Okay, I understand. You go back first and let Xiaoyun take you to get some medicine." Chu Yufei nodded politely to Luowei, then followed the assistant out of the office. After she leaves, the office gradually became quiet and no one spoke first. Luowei suddenly took a deep breath and turned her back to everyone. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Jiang Chen noticed that the moment the girl turned around, her eyes seemed to be a little red. Her body trembled slightly, and one drop, then 2 drops of water gradually appeared on the floor beneath her feet. The little girl cried. Jiang Chen looked at Luowei's gently trembling body, and his heart felt as painful as a knife. He had been married to Luowei for 3 years and had never seen her cry. This was the first time he saw the little girl shed tears. He knew that concubine Chu was beaten, and the girl must be very sad. After all, these 6 slaps were completely an unexpected disaster for concubine Chu Yufei. She was beaten simply because she was an artist of Chenwei Entertainment and her boss was Luowei. So he was bullied and slapped hard on the set by a female artist who was 10 years older than him. Just now, in front of the little girl, Luowei might have been able to force herself to suppress the anger and sadness in her heart. But now that concubine Chu Yufei has left, she can no longer control her emotions. On the side, Xu Jingqiu also felt uncomfortable. However, as she has been an agent for more than 10 years, she naturally knows that the entertainment industry is like this. Sometimes it is glamorous, but sometimes it is cruel and terrible. Being slapped in the face was not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and she had even seen people being beaten even harder. No matter how wronged or angry you are, you have to endure it. There is no point in talking about it. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Luowei and advised, "Luowei, don't be sad. In the entertainment industry, it's inevitable that you won't be wronged. This is how the industry is. The big ones always bully the small ones. We are not yet a match for Allure Entertainment, so we can only endure it for now. I think we should temporarily let young concubine not go to the set. Let's postpone this announcement and wait until we get through this period." Luowei bit her lips tightly and said nothing. After a while, she shook her head with a slight nasal sound. The young concubine was beaten in vain. "But if we don't do this, what else can we do?" Xu Jingqiu sighed when he heard this. "If I go to the set again, Luowei might find excuses to bully me. Qingcheng Entertainment is much stronger than us. Even if we go to them, we won't get any explanation. We might even be ridiculed." Xu Jingqiu sighed, her voice full of helplessness. "As for concubine Chu, I'll go see her later and give her some compensation." Fortunately, the little girl was quite sensible and didn't cry or make a fuss. Luowei didn't say anything. Jiang Chen knew that she must be even sadder at this moment. With the girl's intelligence, how could she not understand what Xu Jingqiu just said? It was precisely because she understood these things that she burst into tears instead of immediately finding Qingcheng Entertainment to ask for an explanation and help concubine Chu vent her anger. She knew that she was completely incapable of doing this now, and that Chu Yufei's beating was destined to be in vain. On the side, Yang Xuexin also gently patted Luowei on the back to express her comfort. Although she has reached the position of a queen, she has seen and heard a lot of similar things. But when it happened suddenly in front of her eyes, she still felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, in her heart, she still agreed with Xu Jingqiu's statement. The current situation of Chenwei Entertainment is very unstable, and everything still needs to focus on the development of the entire company. Besides, even if they couldn't swallow this, they had no way to deal with Qingcheng Entertainment. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, no matter how much grievance you have, you can only swallow it. Jiang Chen remained silent. He really wanted to go forward and comfort the girl, but after taking a deep breath, he tried to restrain himself. At this time, everyone can mess up, but he cannot. He knew that Shenwei Entertainment had suffered the biggest blow since its establishment. Xiaonazi and Xu Jingqiu had previously underestimated the cruelty of competition in the entertainment industry. Especially the little girl, her development has been so smooth in the years since her debut. In less than 3 years, she has become a national goddess with super high popularity. Xu Jingqiu is always by her side to protect her, Queen Yang is her senior sister, and she also has a highly respected teacher above her. In this environment, the girl has never experienced too much grievance and setbacks. Even though she started her own entertainment studio over the past year, the biggest obstacles she encountered were actually just minor ones. Now, Shenwei Entertainment is about to engage in a full-scale confrontation with Qingcheng Entertainment. The entertainment industry finally revealed its truest and most hideous side in front of this innocent and silly girl. The girl needs this process to fully realize the cruelty of the entertainment industry. In his mind, he placed Qingcheng Entertainment on the execution platform. Xu Jingqiu said this before. There was no deep hatred between Shenwei Entertainment and Qingcheng Entertainment, but after today, making a little girl cry is the greatest hatred. He will use all means to make Qingcheng Entertainment pay the price. Under the persuasion and comfort of Yang Xuexin and Xu Jingqiu, Su Luowei stopped talking and just bit her lips hard. She actually knows it better than anyone else. At this time, she had absolutely no way to deal with Qingcheng Entertainment. No matter how unwilling or aggrieved she felt, it was useless. Allure Entertainment was established earlier, is larger in scale, and has a wider network of contacts. With her current influence and connections, she simply does not have the strength to compete with an entertainment company. She stood there in a daze for a long time. His eyes changed from anger, reluctance and grievance at first to helplessness. The red and swollen scars on Concubine Chu's cheeks, and the way she smiled and said it was okay, seemed to be engraved in her heart and could not be erased for a long time. She clenched her fingers tightly. Is this really the only way to end this matter? Yao Sikhun deliberately postponed her new song, and Qingcheng Entertainment secretly intercepted their announcements. She could accept all these things. But she really couldn't bear the fact that a little girl was beaten like this just to target her Shenwei Entertainment. She definitely doesn't want to let this matter go like this. Is there any other solution? Jiang Chen. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in front of the desk with red eyes. Do you have any ideas? At this helpless moment, the only person she could think of was Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes turned towards Jiang Chen. To be honest, if Su Luowei hadn't suddenly mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten that there was a newly appointed music director in this office. However, the women looked at him without much hope. After all, this guy is only on his first day at work. Although he seemed to have some talent in songwriting, what could he do in the face of such a clash between companies? At this level, even the Queen Yang Xuexin can't compete with Qingcheng Entertainment. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen tapped the table lightly with a calm look. Of course, I have 3 solutions. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 44 You who should cooperate with my performance, please go to death calmly. What method? Su Luowei was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have found some hope, looking closely at Jiang Chen. First, treat others in their own way. Jiang Chen stood up. Isn't the actress who beat people up called Lu Siki? With your status as a national goddess, just find a reason to call her out and slap her 6 times in public. I don't think she would dare to fight back. This way, Concubine Chu will vent her anger at being beaten, and you will feel better. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Do you really treat competition between companies like playing house? Xu Jingqiu immediately said angrily, I can guarantee that if Luowei really does this, it will appear on the headlines of all entertainment news the next day. By then, not only will Shenwei Entertainment be completely hopeless, but Luowei will be finished too. Yang Xuexin on the side also sighed helplessly. Jiang Chen's method was indeed too childish. The entertainment industry was not a place for fighting and killing. Even if he beat the other person back, his reputation would be greatly affected. Su Luowei's eyes seemed to be slightly disappointed, but she continued to ask. Is there a second solution? Of course. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed at Xu Jingchu. The second option is to listen to Lao Chu and just be an ostrich. Go home and eat, sleep, and pretend that what happened today never happened. Once we get through this period, perhaps Qingcheng Entertainment will give up the idea of targeting us. However, this matter depends on luck. If Qingcheng Entertainment refuses to give up, we will all be finished. Hearing this, Xu Jingchu rolled his eyes again, but did not refute. This is an approach she has always supported. Given Chenwei Entertainment's current situation, taking the initiative to confront Qingcheng Entertainment head-on is no different from seeking death. It is better to be safe and avoid the limelight. As long as they just walk their own path honestly, Qingcheng Entertainment will not bring themselves into trouble. There seemed to be even more disappointment in Su Luowei's eyes. She turned her head slightly, not wanting Jiang Chen to see her disappointment. Anything else? Of course, there is one last solution. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to Su Luowei and waited for the little girl to look up at him in confusion. He raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. What I just said was just a joke. The last resort is to leave this matter to me. I will make that woman surnamed Lu apologize to your concubine Chu in public. Su Luowei stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, because Jiang Chen's eyes were very serious at this time. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen show this expression when he was not singing. What can we do if we leave it to you? Lu Siki obviously took orders from Qingcheng Entertainment to do such a cruel thing. Xu Jingchu sighed, with Qingcheng Entertainment defending her, there's nothing we can do. Obviously, she was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's last solution. Good. However, under Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Luowei took a deep breath and nodded seriously, I believe you. She believed in Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen rarely spoke in this manner, she knew that Jiang Chen would definitely do this seriously. Luowei, don't be impulsive. Xu Jingchu said quickly. Jiang Chen is obviously an impulsive person when it comes to doing things. If you leave things to him, who knows what mess might happen. Chenwei Entertainment is Su Luowei's hard work, and it is also the place where she wants to work hard and realize her ideals and ambitions. It would be a pity if it were destroyed by Jiang Chen. She also wants to train a few more big stars. Su Luowei shook her head. Perhaps because she had Jiang Chen's support, her eyes gradually became firm. Sister Jing, I figured it out. Yufei was beaten because of Chenwei Entertainment. I must give her an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will never get over this, and Chenwei Entertainment will not be able to explain to all the artists. I support Jiang Chen in this matter. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can avenge young concubine, I will accept any outcome. Hearing this, Xu Jingchu opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But after seeing the determined look in Su Luowei's beautiful eyes, she stopped talking. After a long while, she sighed. Neither of the couple could make people worry-free. She raised her head and looked at Yang Xuexin with a pleading look. At this time, if Queen Yang could come out to persuade them, perhaps it would be of some effect. Yang Xuexin naturally understood what Xu Jingchu's eyes meant. But after thinking about it, she did not directly try to persuade Su Luowei, but turned her attention to Jiang Chen. What are you going to do? At this moment, the first thing that came to her mind was the creased white paper with the lyrics of Red Bean written on it. Jiang Chen dared to say this. Could it be because he had a hidden card in his hand? For example, the song Red Bean, is it one of the songs he wrote? The others also looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to hear what he would say. Isn't this simple? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, spend 200 yuan to bribe the cleaning lady at Qingcheng Entertainment to kill all the money trees there with boiling water. Then have her unplug the network cable every hour to discuss them to death. There was a sudden silence in the office. Everyone looked at him in a daze. Is this your method? Xu Jingchu opened his mouth after a long while and asked in disbelief. Su Luowei's face couldn't help but fall, and she looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes, which were full of question marks. Yang Xuexin held her forehead and sighed silently. Xu Mengyao curled her lips and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his seat, thinking that these women had no sense of humor. If he hadn't seen the little girl was sad and wanted to lighten the atmosphere in the office, he wouldn't have said these words on purpose. Besides, don't you know that the highest level business wars often require such simple and unpretentious means? This old woman Xu Jingqiu is always on edge all day long. She gets nervous over trivial matters. She is simply bored and looking for trouble. He slowly leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. The women didn't get a response from him and felt a little puzzled, but they saw Jiang Chen's expression gradually become serious. He suddenly picked up the pen and paper on the table and slowly wrote down a few names: Qingcheng Entertainment, Yao Sikhun, and Lu Siki. Then he looked at the three names on the paper, frowned slightly, as if thinking about something, and tapped his fingers on the table, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making a tap, tap, tap sound. The sunlight came through the window and fell on his desk, turning the white paper and pen tip on the table golden. No one disturbed him. But except for Su Luowei, the looks of the other women became a little strange again. After what just happened, Jiang Chen's unreliable image slowly became established in everyone's mind. Although Jiang Chen's current state and appearance are very serious, for some reason, no one can develop any trust in him. This guy is really unreliable. A few minutes passed. Jiang Chen's brows were still furrowed. In fact, for him, all the troubles Chenwei Entertainment is currently encountering are not difficult to solve at all. The songs he has written so far are enough to help Chenwei Entertainment overcome the difficulties under pressure. If that's not enough, write a few more. But that's not all he wanted to do. Although the sudden targeting of Qingcheng Entertainment brought a huge crisis to Chenwei Entertainment, it also created an excellent opportunity. An opportunity that is enough for Chenwei Entertainment to completely open up its position in the entertainment industry. What he wants to do is to seize this opportunity and make Chenwei Entertainment firmly established in the entertainment industry. After all, he doesn't intend to waste too much time in the entertainment industry. These small moves by Qingcheng Entertainment undoubtedly provided him with a stepping stone. As long as he could climb up by stepping on Qingcheng Entertainment, it would be hard for Chenwei Entertainment not to develop rapidly. And now, the only thing missing is a line. A line that allows him to completely connect the names of Qingcheng Entertainment, Yao Sikhun and Lu Siki, a line that allows Chenwei Entertainment to continue to climb up by stepping on Qingcheng Entertainment. As time passed, the sunlight gradually moved from the table to the ground. More than half an hour passed. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, and a preliminary plan slowly emerged in his mind. He sat up, picked up a pen from the table, and drew a big cross on each of the three names on the paper. Several women looked at his actions with some confusion. Jiang Chen didn't explain. He calmly looked at the three names and the large cross on the paper, which were a bit glaring. For a long time. He finally slowly finalized the plan in his mind, sighed softly, crumpled the paper into a ball with a cold look, and threw it into the trash can. How many years has it been since we last saw a ban order? I didn't expect to use this method again. It will be in a small entertainment company. Chapter 45 Love from Domineering President Jiang. Hey, Grandma. Chenwei Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Concubine Chu Yufei has returned to her dressing room. Sister Yun just said that she was going to the pharmacy to buy some medicine, so she asked her to stay in the lounge for a while. As she walked into the dressing room, the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her grandmother calling. Silly girl, why is the phone you bought for me so black that I can't see you? My grandmother's somewhat puzzled voice came from the phone. Grandma, I'm at work right now, so it's not convenient for me to answer the video. Chu Yufei paused before whispering that she had actually turned off the camera on purpose. I don't want my grandma to see the scars on my face. Oh. Grandma didn't notice her abnormality. Silly girl, how is working in the new company? Are you tired? Not at all. Concubine Chu looked at the scars on her face in the mirror and finally managed a smile. Everyone has been very kind to me. I've received several announcements from the company recently, so I can make a lot of money. Girl, it's because grandma is incompetent and doesn't have the money to support your education, otherwise you wouldn't have to start working so early. Your father passed away early, and your mother never came home. Over the years, you have suffered a lot with your grandmother. On the other end of the phone, Grandma suddenly became sad. Grandma, why are you talking about these things again? Concubine Chu said in a somewhat coquettish tone. Okay, Grandma won't say any more. Girl, you must take good care of yourself over there. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as it's enough for you to spend. Grandma is in good health and can still move around for a few more years. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, the director praised me today and said that I acted well. Sister Luowei also took good care of me. I'm doing fine in all this, so don't worry. Concubine Chu comforted her softly. On the other end of the phone, Grandma gave her a lot of instructions, and she agreed to them one by one. Grandma, I'm busy. It wasn't until she gently reminded her that Grandma finally reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Oh, Grandma accidentally said too much again. I won't say anything more. You go ahead and do your work first. Wait until Grandma hangs up the phone reluctantly. Chu Yufei looked at the screen that was gradually going out, then slowly put the phone back on the table. In fact, she is not busy at all. It's just. I really can't pretend anymore. My nose suddenly feels sore. At this moment, tears couldn't help but fall from my eyes. She didn't cry when she was beaten on the set. She didn't cry when she returned to the company. But the moment she heard her grandmother's voice, all the grievances and emotions in her heart seemed to be out of control and kept wanting to burst out. She looked at her swollen cheeks in the mirror, finally bit her lip and couldn't help sobbing softly. In fact, she was really aggrieved and in pain. But she couldn't cry. Because, in this world, she couldn't find any place to rely on. When she received the first role in her life in the film and television city, she told herself that no matter what difficulties she encountered, she must work hard and persevere. She wanted to be a big star like Sister Luowei, make enough money, and then bring her grandmother out of the mountains and live a good life. So after coming out of the set, she kept telling herself not to cry, not to cry. Be patient. But when she was alone in this small room, when Grandma's voice disappeared from the phone, when the world returns to silence again, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. In this closed little world, she really wants to be herself. I don't know how long it took until Jiang Chen opened the door of the dressing room. Concubine Chu Yufei had already wiped away her tears, but her eyes were still slightly red. Jiang Chen was carrying a plastic bag from a pharmacy, and an older woman was following behind her. Young concubine, I heard you were injured. As the woman entered the dressing room, she asked first, then couldn't help but exclaimed, looked at Chu Yufei's cheek in the mirror, and covered her mouth. Dao Wanrong met Jiang Chen on their way back to the company. Seeing that she was holding medicine in her hand, she asked a few questions out of curiosity. When she heard that the medicine was bought for concubine Chu Yufei and the little girl was injured, she hurried over to take a look. She originally thought that concubine Chu had only suffered some minor injuries, but she didn't expect her to look like this. Who beat you like this? The woman asked in disbelief. Chu Yufei is a young girl who was recently signed by the company. Like her, she is an actress. Currently, Chenwei Entertainment only has these two artists who are pursuing acting careers, so the two are relatively familiar with each other. She liked this cute little girl very much. I just didn't expect that the little girl who was fine when she went out this morning would be like this when she came back. Sister Rome, I'm fine now. Concubine Chu forced a smile. How can it be okay? Dao Wanrong looked at the shocking scars on the girl's face and said with great heartache. Both are low-level actors. How could she not know all the twists and turns on the set? This silly girl was obviously bullied by other actors. Such a pretty little face was slapped into this state. How many times did you get hit? She picked up the makeup remover towel from the table with a look of heartache, and asked in a low voice while wiping off the makeup on Chu Yufei's face. 6. Down. The cold wet wipes touched her burning cheeks, causing the little girl's mouth to twitch again. Who hit him so hard? Concubine Chu, you didn't say anything. Jiang Chen, who was standing beside her, snorted coldly. Who else could it be? Lu Siki from Alluring Entertainment. Hearing this, Dao Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then she sighed slowly. I heard the words, Qingchang Entertainment. She already had a rough idea of the whole story. The artists themselves had already received news of the recent conflict between Chenwei Entertainment and Qingchang Entertainment. I just didn't expect that Qingchang Entertainment would suddenly take such a heavy hand. Originally, she wanted Chu Yufei to go to President Su and let the company help her vent her anger. But after learning that the other party was from Qingchang Entertainment, he felt helpless and slowly gave up the idea. Chenwei Entertainment is now under the deliberate suppression of Qingchang Entertainment and is plagued by various troubles. It is difficult for it to protect itself. Although President Su is a top star, he must be very busy recently. How could he have the time to take care of such things? Forget it, young concubine, just bear with it and it will pass. She softly consoled him. This is how the entertainment industry is, especially for young actors like us. It's inevitable that we won't suffer some grievances. 2 years ago, when I first debuted, I was beaten several times. At that time, I cried. Now, I'm used to it. Being slapped a few times is still within the acceptable range. As long as it's not too excessive, you can just bear it and it will pass. She gently wiped Chu Yufei's little face. Qingcheng Entertainment is several times larger than our company. We can't afford to offend them. Sister Jing told me yesterday that during this period, everything must be done with caution. Don't blame Ms. Su for this. She's a really nice person. It's just that the entertainment industry is a field where strength speaks for itself. When faced with something like this, she can't do anything. Concubine Chu nodded gently. Yes, I know. In fact, she knew it better than anyone else. If possible, Sister Luowei will definitely help her get an explanation. But, Qingcheng Entertainment is really not something you can afford to offend. Chenwei Entertainment is the hard work of Sister Luowei, and she is not the only artist in the company. We can't let the entire company fall into dire straits because of her. How can we explain that to other artists? Therefore, she didn't blame Sister Luowei at all for this matter. Sister Luowei's willingness to sign her had already helped her a lot. It's nothing to suffer a little injustice on the set. Besides, is that how the entertainment industry is? None of these seniors in the company have never suffered injustice. Dao Wanrong continued to use the cotton swab and slowly applied the medicine on concubine Chu Yufei's cheek. But at this moment, ding dong tilde. Buzz 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 tilde. In the small dressing room, several bells rang at the same time. All three people received text messages on their phones at the same time. Chu Yufei's cell phone was on the table, and she took a puzzled look at it. The text message was sent by the company. Notice, due to an artist from our company being injured for no apparent reason while working outside, starting today, all artists from our company will be temporarily suspended from work and will be on standby at the company. Their wages during this period will be subsidized by the company. Jiang Chen. Seeing this text message, Chu Yufei couldn't help but be stunned. Pause all notifications. No. No way, what is the company planning to do? Zhang Ruoyun, who was standing by, seemed to be stunned for a moment after reading the text message. Some murmured in disbelief. No way, could it be that the conversation I just heard at the director's office door was true? What conversation? Concubine Chu Yufei and Dao Wanrong looked confused. That's it. Zhang Ruoyun hesitated for a long moment before continuing. When I passed by Director Jiang's office just now, I happened to hear him tell President Su very seriously that he would definitely make that woman surnamed Lu apologize to our concubine Chu. Upon hearing this, Dao Wanrong and concubine Chu were stunned. Our concubine Chu? What does this mean? That's what they said. Anyway, it's about the same. Zhang Ruoyun nodded affirmatively. I heard it clearly outside the door. Director Jiang's tone was very serious and domineering. Sister Jing seemed reluctant at the time, but President Su always listened to Director Jiang, so after hesitating for a moment, she had no choice but to agree. Dao Wanrong and concubine Chu both opened their mouths gradually. The domineering Director Jiang wants to stand up for the young concubine? Chapter 46, The Wind Rises full version. Jiang Chen, why did you send such a text message? In the office, Xu Jingchu looked at the text message on her mobile phone, but she was very confused. Right now, the artists in the company are all complaining about the reduction in announcements. I previously discussed with Luowei that we could use Queen Yang's resources to stabilize them first. We can then develop other resources when the situation improves. But you, on the other hand, have suddenly suspended everyone's announcements. It would be strange if the artists didn't make a fuss then. Just now, Jiang Chen used the company's dedicated mobile phone to send a group text message to all the artists and assistants, including her. But when she carefully read the content of the text message on her mobile phone, she was stunned. As expected, Jiang Chen, that bastard, started to stir up trouble after taking over Chenwei Entertainment. Can we stop things like announcements at will? Several artists in the company are already very dissatisfied because their announcements were intercepted. If all their announcements are stopped, wouldn't he that be adding fuel to the fire? On the side, Luowei looked at him with some confusion, not knowing why Jiang Chen did this. Jiang Chen sat on the chair, not in a hurry to speak, but frowned and pondered. In fact, he is also hesitant about how to deal with the artists in the company. Everyone's work was suspended, of course, to protect them. Qingcheng Entertainment has already begun targeting Chenwei Entertainment's artists. If they continue to let the artists go out to work, they will definitely be deliberately targeted. I can't just watch them get bullied like concubine Chu. But what to do next? The company is in turmoil right now, so normally we should adopt a conciliatory and soothing approach. But from Xu Jingchu and Su Luowei, he learned that several artists in the company were showing signs of defecting under the enticement of Qingcheng Entertainment. Of course, he can just provide enough resources to stabilize all the artists, just like he did to the trainees. But this was not the result he wanted. For an entertainment company, the artist group is the core and the cornerstone of development. Whether it can achieve better development in the future depends mainly on whether it can cultivate more outstanding artists. But if the artists we train start thinking about betraying the company when they encounter a little crisis, is it still necessary to train them? Thinking of this, he tapped the table lightly, and a special idea gradually took shape in his mind. Perhaps it was the excessive actions of Qingcheng Entertainment that made him no longer merciful. The previous approach of slowly appeasing everyone in the company and then slowly allocating resources to compete with Qingcheng Entertainment is no longer suitable for the current situation. Since some artists have already completely sided with Allure Entertainment, he feels there is no need to appease them. On the contrary, he wants to take more radical measures. Chenwei Entertainment has reached its most critical moment, but it is also an opportunity for transformation. He will only keep and provide more resources for the training of artists who are willing to continue to stay in the company at this moment and support the company to overcome difficulties. And those who want to leave as soon as they see the company in trouble, then let them go. Yes, this is an assessment. In a month, as long as you can stick to it, anyone can get rich rewards. But if he can't even hold on for a month, and even helps Qingcheng Entertainment deal with the company, then no matter how miserable his life is in the future, it won't matter to him. Chenwei Entertainment is destined to have a place in the entertainment industry in the future, and he does not intend to take these impetuous people with him. Jiang Chen raised his head and found that several women were looking at him, as if waiting for his explanation. He pondered for a moment, but did not intend to tell everyone what he was thinking. The assessment needs to be kept confidential, otherwise it will easily lose its effectiveness. He thought about it, then suddenly picked up a piece of paper from the desk next to him and began to write something on it. Seeing this, the women in the office were stunned. What is this guy going to do now? Su Luowei's mood had improved a lot by then. She walked gently behind Jiang Chen and found that Jiang Chen was writing furiously on a piece of paper. She was very familiar with the title on the paper. A few days ago, she found a similar wedding photo in the cabinet where her wedding photos were kept. The wind is blowing. She couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly choose to write "The Wind Rises" here? Isn't the melody of this song not completely finished due to lack of inspiration? Could it be that he wants to, now? She had sung "The Wind Rises" before and knew it was a good song of excellent quality. The creation process of every good song is very difficult, and there is so much to prepare and modify. So even though she liked this song very much, she never urged Jiang Chen to sing it. She felt that when Jiang Chen suddenly had inspiration one day, he would naturally perfect the song. However, she didn't expect that this time would come so soon. Looking at Jiang Chen writing furiously, her heart couldn't help but become nervous. Yang Shuoxin and Xu Mengyao also came over curiously. Their eyes fell on the paper in front of Jiang Chen, and they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is the wind blowing? It was another song they had never seen before. The two continued to look down, stop and go along their way, following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station, I was a little hesitant. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness. I once found myself lost in the vastness of the world. Also indulged in dream talk. Don't struggle with truth or falsehood, don't be afraid of being laughed at. Looking at Jiang Chen's pen, beautiful lyrics flowed out continuously. The beautiful eyes of the two gradually became dull, and expressions of shock continued to emerge. The quality of this lyric is really beautiful. It seems like two completely different directions from possibility, which Jiang Chen just wrote. Just these lines of small sentences can make them feel their beauty and profound artistic conception. Such lyrics cannot be written without a very deep literary foundation. They don't even need to look at the melody. Just by looking at the lyrics, they can tell that this must be a good song. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. He quickly finished the lyrics and began writing the melody. Luowei pursed her lips, feeling even more nervous. Can Jiang Chen complete this song this time? Xu Jingqiu also walked over with a puzzled look on his face. She also knew the song, The Wind Rises, but when she saw it a few days ago, the melody was only half written, which was a pity. What was Jiang Chen trying to do by writing this incomplete song at this time? Under the gazes of several people, Jiang Chen wrote very quickly. In just a minute, he had already picked up where the melody left off last time. Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, and Xu Jingqiu frowned slightly. Then, Jiang Chen's pen continued to fall. The subsequent melody flows out slowly. Luowei couldn't help but open her eyes wide, raised her head, and looked at Xu Jingqiu. Both of them looked surprised. Can Jiang Chen complete this song? Time passes by every second. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally put away his pen, picked it up and read it once, then handed the paper covered with words to Luowei. Luowei couldn't wait to take the paper and read it carefully. Yang Xuexin and Xu Mengyao also came over and looked at the lyrics and melody on the paper, their eyes filled with surprise again. Jiang Chen really wrote another song. And the quality of this song is high. Not only the lyrics, but the melody seems to be very beautiful as well. Jiang Chen sat on the chair, watching the expressions of the women change from shock to even greater shock. The three stunning women, each with their own unique characteristics, were making a fuss as if they had never seen such a good song before. If he wrote 2 more songs, wouldn't these women be so scared that they jumped up? Aside. Xu Jingqiu also seemed to want to know what Jiang Chen wrote in the second half. She took 2 steps forward, wanting to get closer and watch with Luowei and the others. However, Jiang Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Wait, something strange seems to be getting in. Ahem. He coughed, interrupting Xu Jingqiu's actions and at the same time attracting the attention of the 3 women to himself. I plan to have a head-on confrontation with Qingchang Entertainment. Who is against it and who is in favor of it? He said, putting down his pen. The reason why he chose to write The Wind Rises at this time was to give these women some confidence. Qingchang Entertainment is just a medium-sized entertainment company. It is not yet so powerful that it can cover the sky with one hand. It is not as scary as imagined. Hearing this, the women were all stunned. I object. Xu Jingqiu immediately raised his hand. She still felt that Chenwei Entertainment should focus on safety for now and not do anything risky. Otherwise, all their hard work over the years would be wasted. Jiang Chen looked at Luowei. Clearly, her thoughts are what matter here. The main reason why he did so much preparation and work was to boost the girl's confidence. The girl clutched the paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and nodded, I support it. Looking at the song The Wind Rises in her hand, for some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of confidence. With Invisible Wings and The Wind Rises, she is confident that she can greatly increase her popularity in a short period of time and completely consolidate her title as their national little queen. By then, we will have more strength to fight against Qingchang Entertainment. Xu Jingqiu looked at Luowei hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Xuexin. Although Yang Xuexin is not from Chenwei Entertainment, as Luowei's senior sister and a rising queen of the music world, her opinion is obviously very important. However, Yang Xuexin looked a little hesitant at this moment. She frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the piece of paper that Jiang Chen had just handed over. To be honest, she supported Xu Jingqiu's idea at first, but this song, The Wind Rises, suddenly made her think a little differently. During this period, she was also preparing new songs for the album. In addition to contacting musicians in the circle, she also tried to write songs herself. At the beginning, she had some confidence in the songs she wrote. But after reading several songs written by Jiang Chen in succession, she suddenly had an inexplicable idea about her own songs. That is, elementary school students' composition. Yes, she felt that the songs she wrote were like elementary school students' compositions compared to Jiang Chen's songs. This discovery made her look extremely complicated. As a queen, she actually lost to a mediocre writer in songwriting? What's more, she knew that Jiang Chen probably had another song called Red Bean. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a while, and nodded silently. I agree. Jiang Chen's talent in music is probably even better than she imagined. Maybe, try to trust him for once. Seeing this, Xu Jingqiu was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Has Queen Yang always been on her side? Why did you suddenly change sides? So confused. Queen Yang. How can you trust a man so easily? There was one last girl in the office who hadn't commented. Xu Mengyao pretended to think for a while, then raised her hand actively. Actually, I think. However, Jiang Chen clapped his hands and announced the final result directly. Okay, the voting result is 3-1. Let's spend time together in this world. No, let's fuck up that damn allure entertainment together. Xu Mengyao? Chapter 47. Don't touch my seasoning packet. Chenwei Entertainment, Artist Lounge. The Miju on the table stood quietly with its upright little body, trying to bring a bit of fresh green to the room. However, as more and more artists entered the lounge, the atmosphere of tension and confusion in the room became increasingly thicker. Hey, Yuru, did you receive the text message just now? Several artists who received the text message hurried back to the company. During this period, they didn't have many announcements left. Many resources have been snatched away by other entertainment companies. Their main purpose of going out every day is to meet more directors of various programs and strive to get more job opportunities. After all, if you want to develop in the entertainment industry, resources are the most important thing. It was lunchtime and Chenwei Entertainment had its own cafeteria. However, after receiving the text message, the artists immediately lost their appetite for lunch and all gathered in the company's large lounge. What does this text message from the company mean? Suspend all artist announcements. No way. There are already very few announcements during this period. If the work is suspended directly, will they be left to starve? Although there are daily wages and subsidies, they are only enough for living and do not play a big role at all. Do you know what this text message from the company means? I don't know, maybe it was sent to the wrong person. Who is this Jiang Chen? You don't even know Jiang Chen. His Luowei's husband, the new music director. That idiot writer. Phut. This text message was sent by him. Does he understand the job of a music director? Is he messing around? It's possible. After all, I heard he was a writer. What kind of writer? I heard he just spent the past 3 years hanging out at home. Alas. How come Sister Luowei found such a weird husband? Oh, what should we do with this music director? Why don't you go ask Sister Jing later? In the powder room cubicle. Concubine Chu Yufei, Dao Wanrong and Zhang Ruoyan listened to the faint complaints and grumblings coming from the lounge outside the door. They looked at each other, both a little surprised. Director Jiang suddenly stopped all the artists' work. Could it be that this is really related to the beating of Chu Yufei? But, why do this? To protect the artists? Is it possible that they are overprotective? For artists, announcements and resources are the most important things. Concubine Chu bit her lip lightly. If this matter really has something to do with her, what should she do? She didn't want to affect the work of other artists in the company because of herself. In the office. Seeing that Su Luowei and Yang Shuaxin both supported Jiang Chen, Xu Jingqiu sighed softly. She knew that she probably couldn't say anything more about this matter. This silly girl Su Luowei has always been on Jiang Chen's side. But she couldn't understand why Queen Yang suddenly changed her attitude. If Yang Shuaxin also voted against it like her, perhaps the two of them could still find an opportunity to persuade Luowei. But the current situation is. Xu Jingqiu shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let us leave it to fate. I hope this guy Jiang Chen doesn't do anything rash. Husband, what are you going to do? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. Of course I'll take a nap first, get enough energy, and then I'll fuck that damn allure entertainment. Damn allure entertainment, it's disturbed my sleep so many times. I'm going to kill it sooner or later. Jiang Chen waved his hands and yawned, then took out the eye mask from his pocket while cursing. After being delayed for so long, I can finally have a good rest. Sleep, take a nap. Several women looked at him in amazement. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment, then her face turned sad. She thought Jiang Chen had some special plan. The corners of Yang Shuoxin's mouth twitched involuntarily. For some reason, she always felt like she had been cheated. I knew it. I was about to say I disagree. Xu Mengyao curled her lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen, you suddenly stopped all the artist announcements. Aren't you going to give an explanation? What should I do if someone asks about it? Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but twitch her brows when she saw Jiang Chen's nonchalant look. Don't worry, I won't give any explanation on the artist's side. Jiang Chen scratched his ears and said calmly. Since it has been decided to assess the artists, there will naturally be no appeasement. Otherwise, if all the artists are kept, who will own it? Why? It took Xu Jingqiu a long time to react and asked in confusion. No reason, that's it. Jiang Chen said lazily. Assessment matters are confidential and cannot be disclosed casually. Let me tell you, Allure Entertainment has been trying to poach our artists for quite some time. His irresponsible attitude made Xu Jingqiu a little angry and anxious. What should we do if all our contracted artists cancel their contracts and switch to Allure Entertainment? I worked so hard to sign these people one by one. Are you planning to let them all go? Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly became a little anxious. He slammed the table and said, Of course not. Lao Chu, you are not allowed to let any of these people go. It seemed that Jiang Chen understood the seriousness of the matter, and Xu Jingqiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to say something else, but she heard Jiang Chen continue to speak slowly. If any artist requests to terminate their contract, we will approve it, but we absolutely cannot let them go. They must stay at Chenwei Entertainment for at least another month. Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment and didn't understand. You can terminate the contract, but you can't let them go. What does this mean? If you let them all run away, then there won't be any seasoning packets in my instant noodles, right? No one can let his seasoning packet escape. Jiang Chen explained lightly, then reclined his chair and began his lunch break in a very comfortable manner. Final. When Xu Jingqiu and Su Luowei came out of Jiang Chen's office, neither of them understood what Jiang Chen meant. What, instant noodles, seasoning packet? Jiang Chen, that bastard, can you please explain things clearly? Xu Jingqiu zipped up her handbag fiercely and said indignantly. On the side, Su Luowei smiled at her helplessly. Before leaving, Jiang Chen assigned tasks to both her and Yang Shuoxin. In addition to being busy recording the song The Wind Rises these days, she also has to make some other preparations. So there is not much time for me to come over from the company, so I can only leave it to Jiang Chen to deal with it. Fortunately, Xu Jingqiu is in the company who can help keep an eye on things. Jiang Chen may have his own ideas. She comforted him, let's just believe him. I can feel that he is serious this time. Xu Jingqiu sighed helplessly, at this point, is there any other way? I hope he really has a way to deal with Allure Entertainment. What no one noticed was. After Yang Shuoxin walked out of the office, her expression was somewhat complicated. She was the last one walking at the back, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Was the paper airplane Lan Ran gave her 2 days ago Jiang Chen's notes? Is the song Red Bin written by Jiang Chen? For some reason, after leaving Jiang Chen's office, her desire to find out the truth became stronger and stronger. She has already seen for songs written by Jiang Chen. Silence, Breathing Pain, Possibility, The Wind Rises. Each song is of top quality. If this song Red Bin was also written by Jiang Chen, how much better would it sound? She couldn't help but recall the lyrics written on the paper. I haven't felt it well yet. A climate where snowflakes bloom. We tremble together. You will understand better. Yang Shuoxin is a person who likes to study songs. It is her almost demanding attitude towards music over the years that has allowed her to go further and further on the path of a singer and become the youngest queen of the music world. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's lyrics appeared in her mind again and again. Troubled her thoughts. Finally, she took a deep breath, couldn't help but took out her cell phone and called her agent. She wanted to ask Lan Ran, in which neighborhood did she find the paper plane with the word Red Bin written on it. Chapter 48 Jiang Chen is a devil. Su Luowei wanted to record a song, so she waited at the company gate until Yang Shuoxin finished her call, and then they walked out of the company together. But no one noticed that after Queen Yang hung up the phone, her eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. After the call, she finally got a definite answer. That paper airplane was picked up in Luowei community. Lan Rant's description of the scenery around the path is exactly the same as the green facilities in front of Luowei Villa. Therefore, there is almost no doubt that the song Red Bean was written by Jiang Chen. This guy actually folded the songs he wrote into paper airplanes and flew them everywhere. Really? Asshole. After Su Luowei and Yang Shuaxin left, Xu Jingchu shook his head and walked towards his office. However, when passing by the artist lounge, he suddenly heard a burst of discussion coming from inside. I think since Sister Luowei is willing to marry Director Jiang, she shouldn't be that bad, right? Do you think Director Jiang sent this text message by mistake? Should we remind him? TSK, you guys are really bold. A somewhat contemptuous voice sounded. Xu Jingchu frowned slightly. She recognized that it was Lin Lerong's voice. According to the information she received, Lin Lerong's behavior during this period was very erratic. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have secretly signed a contract with Qingcheng Entertainment, and it is only a matter of time before she leaves Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen is just a gigolo, living off his parents all day. What kind of skills does he have? Lin Lerong's voice was a little sarcastic. If Su Luowei hadn't forcibly protected him, this guy wouldn't even be qualified to meet us. Let me tell you, with him as the music director, Chenwei Entertainment will be completely destroyed in no time. Su Luowei will definitely regret it then. I advise you all to think about your own options and not get screwed by Chenwei Entertainment. Anyway, I plan to contact Xu Jingchu to terminate the contract tomorrow. Director Yao of Qingcheng Entertainment has already agreed to assume all liability for breach of contract on my behalf. HMPH, when the time comes, I will definitely show off in front of this old woman. Ever since I joined the company, I've been suffering from her anger. I've disliked her for a long time. Xu Jingchu gritted his teeth as he listened outside the door. Lin Lerong, this traitorous little slut, seemed to have predicted that Chenwei Entertainment would be doomed, so her attitude was both arrogant and unscrupulous. She almost couldn't hold back several times and wanted to rush in, scold her, and tell her to pack up and leave immediately. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's words suddenly popped up in her mind. Don't let any of these people go. If you let them all run away, then there won't be any seasoning packets in my instant noodles, right? Seasoning packet? What exactly is a seasoning packet? This guy's words are so confusing. What does he mean? Why do we have to keep these artists with ulterior motives for at least a month? Wouldn't it be better to just kick them out? Xu Jingchu frowned and thought. Jiang Chen, this guy, doesn't usually do anything serious. He just likes to pretend and say things that people can't understand, etc. For some reason, when she thought of this, a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind. No way, could it be that? Jiang Chen's real thoughts are. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing an incredible light. Lin Lerong dared to act so recklessly because she was sure that Chenwei Entertainment would be finished. But what if? Jiang Chen is really confident in dealing with Qingcheng Entertainment, and it is Qingcheng Entertainment that is ultimately destroyed. What will happen then? Jiang Chen dared to say that in front of Su Luowei, which means that in his heart, there is still a way to deal with Qingcheng Entertainment, right? She discovered that once she adjusted her perspective to match Jiang Chen's, her thoughts strangely became clearer. What if in the next month, the party that keeps hitting a wall is not Chenwei Entertainment, but Qingcheng Entertainment? So, how will these artists who are constantly complaining and questioning in the lounge react then? If an artist loses patience at this moment and asks her to terminate the contract, she may switch to Qingcheng Entertainment. But within a month, they discovered that the loser was actually Allure Entertainment. What kind of reaction will the other party have then? Especially this Lin Lerong. She will come to terminate the contract with me tomorrow, and she will show off in front of me. But if she suddenly finds out that her backer is no longer reliable, what will her reaction be? How should she face herself and these colleagues? Xu Jingchu felt that she had just thought about it briefly, but her scalp went numb and she couldn't help digging her toes into the ground. If she were faced with this situation, she would definitely choose to dig a hole and bury herself. Because this is so embarrassing and horrible. No wonder that bastard Jiang Chen insisted on keeping all these people even if he agreed to terminate the contract. No wonder he stopped everyone's work and refused to talk to any artist. Because he doesn't worry at all that the artists in the company will become unstable. Or rather, he just wants to make all the artists unstable. This guy did it on purpose. Xu Jingqiu widened his eyes and took a breath. She felt that she had vaguely touched the truth. That's right. It must be like this. Jiang Chen must have done this on purpose. This is a special assessment he set up for all artists. Within the time he specifies, all artists must make their own choices. Do you choose to believe or betray? That's why he gave a month. That's why he asked himself to keep all these people. Because he wants to slowly savor these people's choices and reactions. He treated everyone as a seasoning packet. Once someone chooses to betray Chenwei Entertainment, what lies ahead of them is not a sunny road, but the gate to hell specially prepared for them by Jiang Chen. Only those who choose to stay can enjoy the fruits of victory together with Chenwei Entertainment. This is completely an examination of people's hearts. And they are all pawns in the assessment. Jiang Chen stood at the highest position, looking at them indifferently, as if he was enjoying a special farce. This guy. He is a devil. He must be a demon. There was a glint of shock and some fear in Xu Jingqiu's eyes. No wonder, this guy kept emphasizing, don't let go of his seasoning packet. Because he only regarded the confrontation with Qingcheng Entertainment as a bag of instant noodles. If we say that defeating Qingcheng Entertainment represents the noodles in this bag of instant noodles, then Lin Lerong and all the artists of Chenwei Entertainment are the seasonings in this pack of instant noodles. Without seasoning, what is the point of eating this bag of instant noodles? Instant noodles are only delicious when seasonings are added. After Xu Jingqiu figured this out, he suddenly felt a chill slowly rising from his heart. Jiang Chen, this bastard, is simply playing with people's hearts. She took a deep breath, took a few steps back with a look of horror, and then left the lounge door with slightly unsteady steps. At this moment, she was in a very complicated mood. Because she found that although she had guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts, but it seems that he has to follow the steps he set in advance. There is simply no other choice. What's more, she found that she didn't have the courage to stop it, because she suddenly realized a problem. That is, she actually wanted to see what kind of expression Lin Lerong would show when Qingcheng Entertainment was completely defeated. She really wanted to see this scene. Jiang Chen is truly a bastard. The seasonings he prepared were so attractive that I couldn't help but want to get involved. This guy is manipulating everyone's hearts, not just the artists, but also her. He is a devil, he must be a devil. Xu Jingqiu took a deep breath and slowly walked towards his office with a look of astonishment and great complexity on his face. Chapter 49, Enviable Life of Free Rice. After Xu Jingqiu and others left the office. In the office, only Xu Mengyao was left standing stupidly in front of Jiang Chen's desk. She blinked her big eyes, a look of hope and hesitation on her face, as if she had something to say but was too embarrassed to speak, just waiting for Jiang Chen to ask her. Jiang Chen only took one look at her and guessed what she was thinking. However, he had no intention of giving the little girl any chance. What's the matter, Xiaoshu, why aren't you leaving yet? Are you planning to take advantage of me behind Su Luowei's back? Xu Mingyao's eyes widened immediately, and she jumped up in a violent reaction. Par. Who's trying to take advantage of you? I'm just standing here thinking about things. After saying that, she walked out of the office angrily. When he left their house, he did not forget to slam the office door shut. Jiang Chen was speechless. This stupid girl had the thought of, I want a song too, written all over her face, and she still had the nerve to say that she was thinking about something? Do you really think his songs are as cheap as cabbage and you can have them whenever you want? I have written several songs in a row today. I have already worked overtime. It would be inhumane to continue writing. After Xu Mengyao left, the office finally became completely quiet. The breeze occasionally passed through their window, gently shaking the small potted plants by the wall, bringing a cool breeze to Jiang Chen. Har! Jiang Chen yawned loudly and lay down on the chair very comfortably. After tossing and turning for so long, I can finally get a good sleep. Has Jiang Lancai Jin updated today? For 50 p.m. At the headquarters of the China Literature Forum, Zhang Qinan asked the assistant beside her. Not yet. The assistant held the tablet and shook his head. She refreshed the competition page and found that, those years, we blew out the light together, was still 185,000 words. Zhang Qinan couldn't help but frown slightly. What is going on? Jiang Jin has updated his blog at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon for 3 consecutive days, but it's already 5 o'clock today and he hasn't updated yet. Could it be that the continuous updates of 60,000 words in the past few days have used up all his saved manuscripts? She clicked on the background data of the forum in a somewhat annoyed mood. In the past few days, those years, we blew out the lights together, has continued to ferment on the internet, and there is a tendency for it to explode. But their competition organizers also received a large number of complaints in the suggestion box. Without exception, these complaints were all about Jiang Lang's lack of creativity, and many were from female readers who were so scared that they couldn't sleep. They complained about the bastard behavior of Jiang Lang has run out of ideas, and demanded that the platform remove the book from the shelves immediately. Although there are many such complaints and the language is very intense. However, Jiang Chen did not take it seriously. After all, readers are hypocritical, and this can be seen from the data. In just 3 days, the number of people urging Jiang Lang to update the book has increased more than 10 times. This shows that the quality of the book itself is also very high and can attract readers. What really gave her a headache was that they had received many complaints from the participating authors in the past 2 days. Most of the authors who participated in the women's literature writing competition were women, and they all wrote love stories. But in a writing competition with love as the theme, a tomb-raiding novel suddenly appeared and occupied such a high position on the list, which caused great dissatisfaction among the female authors. Everyone is writing books seriously according to the regulations, only this bastard named Jiang Lang is trying to be sensational and deliberately use horror novels to torture women and gain publicity. This behavior is extremely bad. The female authors have asked the organizers to immediately disqualify the book from the competition. Originally, Jiang Chen could withstand the pressure and suppress all these complaints. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, is poised to become a huge hit. By then, their forums and writing competitions will be able to take advantage of this momentum and gain a lot of attention. How can a book that has become so popular on the entire internet be taken off the shelves so easily? But what gave her a headache was, after 3 days of stable updates, Jiang Lang suddenly stopped updating today. Could it be that this guy couldn't stand the pressure and chose to stop updating? If this is true, then what is the point of her persistence? I sent Jiang Lang a message this morning. Has anyone replied? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the assistant. No. The assistant shook his head. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. What on earth is this Jiang Lang doing? Has he been looking at the computer all day? Are you really typing seriously all day long? She picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of tea slowly, and complained in her heart. Jiang Lang's talent has run out, so you must not enter the palace to be a eunuch. Otherwise I will definitely send you a razor blade. No one came to disturb Jiang Chen's sleep for the whole afternoon. Xu Jingqiu left the lounge door with mixed feelings and went straight back to his office. He was stunned for a long time before he started to deal with various matters. She has a lot to do. First of all, the company suddenly stopped working with so many artists, which was equivalent to a temporary breach of contract, and she had to explain it to the brands and clients one by one. Fortunately, there were not many announcements during this period, so dealing with these things did not take up too much of her energy. The second step is to register the copyrights of the songs Jiang Chen wrote during this period. This was what Luowei specifically told her before leaving. Next, Jiang Chen's songs will be authorized to artists in the company to sing, and the copyright must be registered in advance. Chenwei Entertainment also has to sign a copyright authorization contract with Jiang Chen. Although Chenwei Entertainment belongs entirely to the couple, and most of the shares are in Jiang Chen's name. But things like copyright must be made clear to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Jiang Chen is both a shareholder of the company and the copyright owner of the song. So, this guy basically writes songs for himself. The singing artists are just working for him. After all, the company itself will take a cut of the artist's earnings from singing these songs, and will also deduct additional copyright fees. The vast majority of the profits will fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Thinking of this, Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but have another strange idea. That is, I don't know why, but these women seem to be finding ways to make money for Jiang Chen. There's no need to talk about Luowei. This silly girl's heart is completely devoted to Jiang Chen. For trainees like Yi Munjing in the company, the profit-sharing ratio directly reached an exaggerated 9-to-1 after the contract was revised. In other words, after Yi Munjing makes her debut in the future, the company will take as much as 90% of all the announcement fees she receives. Isn't this equivalent to Yi Munjing finding various ways to make money for Jiang Chen? But Yi Munjing was still willing to do this with tears of gratitude. From this perspective, the proportion of this little girl's contribution to Jiang Chen is almost the same as Su Luowei's. What's even more outrageous is, in the company, there are more than 20 trainees queuing up, eagerly waiting to help Jiang Chen make money. Thinking of this, Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but sigh. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. She works from morning till night, but only earns a little salary and commission. And this guy Jiang Chen, he just lies at home every day, eating and drinking, playing games, and there are so many beautiful and outstanding girls making money for him. This guy clearly plays the life of a gigolo. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed, sat up from his chair, and looked around blankly. Damn, who is talking bad about him behind his back? At this time, the sun outside had completely set and the office was dim. Perhaps because he had just woken up, Jiang Chen felt a chill coming from his body. He yawned, stood up and closed the window. Just as I was about to turn on the lights in the office, the phone on the desk suddenly lit up and vibrated. It's already past 5 in the afternoon. Who would call? Jiang Chen picked up the phone, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Because a very familiar name appeared on the screen, Chen Huafang. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chen answered the phone. That's right, Chen Huafang is Jiang Chen's mother in this world. As a time traveler, Jiang Chen originally thought that he would be indifferent to family relationships. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Chen Huafang completely shattered his idea. Because of the middle-aged woman's chattering and enthusiastic management, he could always feel the long-lost warmth from his old mother. In his previous life, Jiang Chen's mother died early, and he lived a helpless and wandering life for more than 10 years before coming to this world. The experiences of 2 lives have given him completely different perspectives and states of mind. There are very few people or things in daily life that can touch him, but Chen Huafang is an exception. Because as Jiang Chen's mother, Chen Huafang doesn't care about her son's thoughts at all. No matter what Jiang Chen's state or mood is, she always follows her own ideas and constantly instills her motherly care into her son. Son, have you had lunch yet? Oh, I ate at 6 in the morning. Can 6 o'clock be called lunch? Chen Huafang was so angry that she kept nagging, and Jiang Chen could only listen obediently. This is the norm on almost every call. Jiang Chen felt that he and Chen Huafang were completely different people. His only thought in this life is to play it safe and enjoy life. As long as the girl is happy, there is nothing to worry about. But Chen Huafang is different. She has to worry about her husband when he is at home and her son when he is away. It seems that she has endless things to say and endless complaints every day. The most important thing is that she doesn't feel tired at all and is full of energy every day. Aha! Well. Faced with Chen Huafang's various statements, Jiang Chen could only nod continuously. However, just as he was about to yawn again, Chen Huafang suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Chen, when do you and Xiaosu plan to have a baby? Puff. Jiang Chen almost choked on his saliva and coughed violently. Mom, why are you suddenly talking about this? To be honest, he had never thought about this question before. Su Luowei is a national goddess, and she has also been in the entertainment industry for decades. In the entertainment industry, getting married in your 20s is considered early marriage, not to mention having children. Suddenly, Chen Huafang was a little disappointed. You and Xiaosu have been married for 3 years, and there is still no movement. If I don't worry about it, I probably won't be able to hold my grandchildren in my lifetime. This is a special case, Jiang Chen explained dryly. What's your special situation? Chen Huafang, however, disagreed with Jiang Chen's statement. Her thinking was simple: since you're already married and plan to live a happy life together, having children is only a matter of time. Why not have the baby sooner? This will not only be good for Xiaosu's health, but we grandparents can also help out a little. When the child grows up, the parents won't be too old. Are you planning to have another child when you're 40 or 50, so that you can count the gray hairs on your head when your child grows up? I have to say that Chen Huafang's output ability is really strong. As a result, Jiang Chen couldn't come up with any rebuttal and could only nod repeatedly. Okay, I know. What does Xiaosu think? Chen Huafang suddenly asked again. Well, Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed and said, Luowei is still young and probably not ready yet. Impossible. Chen Huafang flatly rejected the idea. Nizi spent several days with me during the Chinese New Year, how could I not understand? Xiaosu likes you, so she doesn't object to this matter. The biggest problem lies with you. R. Jiang Chen was stunned. Are you really my mother? You dare to say anything? His ability for 2 hours, what could be wrong? Of course I have no problem with that. He immediately shook his head and seriously corrected himself. We are all in good health, but we are not ready yet. Who told you that? Chen Huafang rolled her eyes angrily. I mean, haven't you visited Xiaosu's house yet? Jiang Chen was stunned. In the 3 years since they got married, he has indeed never been to the Su family. Although Su Luowei would go home with him to celebrate the New Year every year, and then find time to go back to her own home. But every time Jiang Chen proposed to visit Su Luowei's home to pay New Year's greetings, he would always be delayed because of Su Luowei's temporary work arrangements. He knew the nature of work in the entertainment industry, where it was common to be away from home, so he didn't take it too seriously. However, when Chen Huafang reminded him, he realized that he had been married to the other family's daughter for 3 years but had never visited her once. I don't think Xiaosu is unprepared. It's more likely that her family doesn't agree, so she's been putting it off. Chen Huafang's words reveal the clarity of someone who has experienced this. I don't know what good deeds you did in your previous life to marry such a beautiful girl. But since you're married, you have to go visit them regardless of whether their family agrees or not. In many places, girls can only get married and have children after meeting their parents. You should take this to heart and shoulder your responsibilities as a man. Don't put too much pressure on Xiaosu. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Okay, I understand. I haven't visited my wife's home in 3 years of marriage, which is indeed a bit inappropriate. But the thing about having a baby. Jiang Chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. Is he really unwilling to have children? It seems that I haven't thought about this question seriously before. Now that Chen Huafang suddenly mentioned it, the scenes of Su Luowei's pregnancy and childbirth involuntarily emerged in his mind. Think about it, after the child is born, I will stay at home every day, taking care of the child and spending time with the little girl. This kind of life seems pretty good. There is no need to worry about career matters. As long as Su Luowei is willing, he is fully capable of helping the girl return to the entertainment industry at any time. Jiang Chen had never been married in his previous life, and had never thought about having children. But at this moment, I suddenly felt moved. If the girl could really give him a little girl, then he doesn't have to do anything every day, just stay at home and play with the little girl. Playing hide and seek is also good. Chapter 50. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Magic City, on the roadside. The woman was wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses, dragging a suitcase. She looked at the busy traffic and tall buildings in front of her, and her expression gradually became dull. Where is this? Her hair was slightly curly, and she wore sexy high heels, a tight black dress, and bright red lips under her sunglasses. Although she was wearing large sunglasses, it was still possible to tell that she was a very beautiful woman. The tight dress she wore highlighted her sexy figure. This eye-catching outfit attracted countless pedestrians' attention along their way. There were even a few unlucky guys who accidentally bumped into the shared bicycles on the roadside because they were too engrossed in watching. The woman was completely unaware that the traffic jam not far away was caused by her. She looked at the completely unfamiliar street in front of her, frowning slightly. Damn, China Literature Forum, its headquarters is clearly in Kyoto, but why does it have to hold its events in Shanghai? Moreover, they didn't arrange a special car to pick her up, so she had to rush all the way from Kyoto and couldn't even tell the direction. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she decisively took out her cell phone and dialed for help. Hello, Luowei, I think I'm lost. Ding dong tilde. Jiang Chen had just finished talking to Chen Huafang when his phone vibrated again. But this time it was a text message from the little girl. Su Luowei said that she and senior sister Yang had already recorded the demo tape of The Wind Rises, and was standing at the company's door at the moment. She asked him if he wanted to have dinner together. Jiang Chen touched his stomach and found that he was indeed a little hungry. I slept until the afternoon and didn't even have lunch. What Chen Huafang advised was right. Man is like iron and food is like steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel very hungry. Next time, I must never starve myself for work. He patted his belly, picked up his cell phone, and walked out of the company. The company's corridor was quiet. Perhaps it was because he had suspended all the artists' work, so everyone left work early. Even Xu Jingqiu didn't know where she went. Is this Lao Chu hiding away somewhere to slack off? Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. When he arrived at the company gate, he found that Xu Jingqiu and others had already been waiting for him in the parking lot. Su Luowei stood aside holding the phone, looking a little dumbfounded, and no one knew who she was talking to or what she was talking to. Yang Shuaxin still had that cold look on her face, standing among the group with a powerful aura. The little girl Xu Mengyao is here too. But perhaps because she was still angry about what happened in the morning, when she saw him coming, she deliberately snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Har har, the little girl just likes to hold grudges. Isn't it just that I didn't write a song for her? Why do you still remember it now? Jiang Chen walked over to Xu Mengyao and pretended to cough. Xiaoshu, I just put a piece of paper on the table. I think it might be suitable for you. Do you want to take a look? Xu Mengyao was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then her eyes immediately lit up. A piece of paper. Could it be? Even Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu couldn't help but look over after hearing what he said. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Okay, I'll go check it out. Xu Mengyao nodded quickly, wiping the tears from her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Thank you, senior brother-in-law. I knew you wouldn't forget me. No need to thank me, go ahead. It would be bad if someone saw us later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Yes, yes. Xu Mengyao nodded, wiped her tears, and walked happily towards the office building. Xu Jingqiu and Yang Shuaxin looked at her back and looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Jiang Chen wrote a song for Xu Mengyao? No way. But, why do I always feel like something is wrong? This guy, can he be so kind? 5 minutes later, Xu Mengyao reappeared at the door of the office building, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Xu Jingqiu and Yang Shuaxin were stunned again. Did Jiang Chen really write a song? But when Xu Mengyao walked up to him, Xu Jingqiu was about to ask something. The little girl couldn't hold back her expression any longer. Pointing at Jiang Chen, his face filled with grief and indignation, he said, "You bastard brother-in-law, how dare you lie to me? I've been searching for ages, and this is the only thing on the table." Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu were both stunned for a moment, and looked at the piece of paper in the little girl's hand, only to find that it seemed to be an advertising leaflet. Qingshan Cerebral Palsy Rehabilitation Hospital, caring for children with cerebral palsy starts with me. The corners of Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Jiang Chen, this bastard, is so evil. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a grin, when did I ever say there was anything else on the table? He found the flyer when he came into the office this morning. I don't know which unscrupulous deliveryman actually threw this kind of advertising leaflet in through the crack of the door. He wanted to throw it away, but his office had just been renovated and he didn't have a trash can ready, so he just threw it on the table. Xu Mengyao knew that she had been cheated. Thinking about how she had just searched through all the drawers and cabinets in the office for a long time, she was so angry that tears almost came out. She wiped her tears, turned around with a feeling of grievance, and decided not to talk to Jiang Chen again. Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu looked at each other, both of them speechless. When Xu Mengyao met Jiang Chen, this scoundrel, she really couldn't explain herself even if she was right. At this time, Su Luowei seemed to have finished her call and walked over with a somewhat helpless look on her face. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. He looked at the girl's delicate body, and couldn't help but think of what Chen Huafang had just told him. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a little girl for him, it would be nice for him to hold the little girl on his left and the little girl on his right. Su Luowei didn't notice the strange look in Jiang Chen's eyes. She said softly, I wanted to go eat, but he just called and said she seemed to have accidentally lost her way. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Could it be your roommate, Gong Yi? Su Luowei nodded. Gong Yi was her college roommate. When she married Jiang Chen, Gong Yi was the bridesmaid, so Jiang Chen also knew her. However, there always seemed to be some discord between the two of them. Whenever they met, they always disliked each other. She came to Shanghai and wanted to give me a surprise, but it seems she took the wrong road. Su Luowei said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Although he had only met Gong Yi a few times, his impression of her could be summed up in one word: big waves. Because this woman not only has big waves, but also big waves and waves. Although she is the same age as Su Luowei, she always likes to dress herself in a mature and domineering style. He is also carefree and has no taboos. When seeing something that I don't like, I will definitely make sarcastic remarks and complain about it. That's why he always couldn't get along with this woman, because every time Gong Yi saw him, she couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Or, let's go pick her up first. Su Luowei looked at him a little embarrassedly and said. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, clearly somewhat reluctant. Gong Yi? Why does this name sound familiar? Xu Jingqiu also heard the conversation between the two and suddenly asked curiously, isn't she the actress who was reported in the news 2 years ago, who slapped director Zhang in public on the set? Chapter 51. Handsome boys are easily targeted. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Sister Jing was also interested in her roommate. However, many news media participated in reporting on that incident, and many people in the circle knew about it. She hesitated, then nodded. Gong Yi was indeed an actress back then. Gong Yi, who just graduated from school a year ago, got the leading role in a play because of her outstanding appearance. The director was the well-known domestic director Zhang Da. This drama is a big production with a very strong cast. There are 7 or 8 first-line stars acting opposite Gong Yi, but she is the only female lead in the play. It can be said that as soon as this drama is finished, Gong Yi's popularity will immediately rise from a debut newcomer to the ranks of second-tier female stars. Making her debut under such circumstances, Gong Yi is basically no different from picking up a gold ingot on the street. Even Su Luowei called to congratulate her. But later, I don't know what happened. The crew had already officially announced the cast on the internet, but Gong Yi suddenly announced that she would boycott the show. She also slapped director Zhang in the face in front of everyone on the set. As for the reason, it seems that it was because a role in a play that Gong Yi liked very much at the time was suddenly deleted by director Zhang. Gong Yi was very angry and went to find director Zhang to argue. Then, after arguing for a long time without any result, he slapped the director in anger. Later, Gong Yi announced that she would boycott the performance. Moreover, the angry director Zhang personally announced that Gong Yi would never get any more acting jobs. Really? From that day on, Gong Yi never appeared on the screen again. When Xu Jingqiu suddenly brought up this matter, Su Luowei's expression was actually a little helpless. Gong Yi is obviously a great beauty, but when she was in school, she was famous for her love of reading. I was often criticized by the teacher for reading novels in class. Sometimes, she would even argue with others for a long time over a character in the book. There's nothing wrong with liking to read novels. What Su Luowei didn't expect was that after Gong Yi made her debut, she didn't get rid of this bad habit in the crew. It is normal for the plot and characters to be deleted when a novel is adapted into a film or TV series. Who would have thought that Gong Yi would have an argument with the director over such a thing? He even slapped the director in the end. Now more than a year has passed. I don't know how she is doing now. Damn, this woman is a troublemaker. If she gets lost, why not just let her go to the police? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said reluctantly. He and Gong Yi are definitely incompatible. He gets a headache every time he sees this woman. However, Xu Mengyao on the side deliberately wanted to contradict him. Let's go, Sister Luowei, I want to go too. I also want to see Sister Yi. I also want to ask her what happened back then. I haven't seen this girl for a long time, let's go and see her. Yang Shuaxin, who was standing by, pondered for a while and then nodded and said. She and Su Luowei were fellow students, and she had met Gong Yi several times in school. She had a deep impression of her roommate Su Luowei. Xu Jingqiu also nodded. Women are all gossipy. Obviously, she was also very interested in Gong Yi. Yeah, 4-1. Xu Mengyao raised her hand and announced the result impatiently. Then she stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen, put her hands on her hips, and looked at him triumphantly. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and complained inwardly. Damn it, sooner or later I'll sell you to a rich family as a nanny. Since the women had already made their decision, Jiang Chen's reluctance seemed less important. The group decided on this. Set out to pick up Gong Yi and find a place to have dinner. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to get in the car and planned to emphasize his opinion again. But in the end, under the strong protest of my stomach, I had no choice but to compromise. Half an hour later, the two cars they drove out finally found Gong Yi at the gate of a kindergarten. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how a woman could be so stupid. I actually got lost all the way from the airport to the kindergarten entrance. He even wanted to install a camera on this woman's forehead to study how she did it. Xu Jingqiu was worried that the appearance of Yang Xuexin and Su Luowei would cause traffic jams. So it was finally decided that Jiang Chen would get out of the car and help Gong Yi move the luggage into the car. Under the curious gazes of a group of little kids, Jiang Chen unhappily put the suitcase into the trunk and closed the car door. A few years passed. Gong Yi's appearance didn't seem to have changed much, and she was still dressed in the sexy royal style, although she wore big sunglasses and a sun hat that obscured her face. However, Jiang Chen knew that if this woman took off her sunglasses, the number of people turning their heads to look at her would probably double. Gong Yi was born to be an actor. In addition to her body being attractive enough to make people make mistakes, she also has a face that is full of charm and can bring disaster to the country and the people. Fortunately, he was banned before his debut. Jiang Chen silently complained in his heart, otherwise this woman would have ruined countless young men who were still in love on TV screens. These are all the flowers of the motherland. I can't stand the torture of this kind of female demon at all. After Gong Yi got in the car, the two cars did not stay where they were, but drove directly to a private chef restaurant. The so-called private chef restaurant is actually a farm estate that only receives 3 or 4 tables of guests every day. This kind of manor is usually located in a remote place. The manor has different private rooms, each separated by an independent courtyard. It focuses on privacy and confidentiality and is very popular among celebrities from all walks of life. Of course, the cost of eating a meal in such a place is not low. A meal in any courtyard often costs more than tens of thousands of yuan. The restaurant they are going to now is called Yuyanlu. Yang Xuexin is the investor behind the scenes. So under the arrangement of Queen Yang, the private kitchen staff thoughtfully prepared a quiet private room for the few of them. Under the guidance of the staff, the two cars drove directly into the yard. Get off the car. Gong Yi gave Su Luowei a big hug. Long time no see, AVI, I missed you. Me too. Looking at the two people hugging each other passionately, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but imagine some spherical objects colliding with each other. It won't be crushed, right? What are you looking at? Just as he was daydreaming, Su Luowei suddenly reached out and slapped his arm unhappily, pulling Jiang Chen out of his indescribable thoughts. Luowei, why did this freeloader come with us? Gong Yi seemed to have noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, and her expression immediately turned cold. Jiang Chen's online name is Salted Fish in the River, so Gong Yi always mocks him as a salted fish. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and thought, fuck you Gong Yi, if I hadn't helped you carry your suitcase into the car just now, you silly woman would still be standing in a daze at the kindergarten gate. Su Luowei also seemed to know that the two of them liked to quarrel with each other as soon as they met. He held his forehead helplessly, took Gong Yi's arm, and said angrily, forget it, let's go in and talk. It's been a while since we last met. Tell me what you've been doing during this time. Gong Yi then snorted coldly and stopped looking at Jiang Chen. Luowei, you've been married for 3 years, why are you still always siding with this bastard? I told you from the beginning, don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is actually a scoundrel with a face thicker than a city wall. The two women walked into the box arm in arm. Jiang Chen stood there silently, lighting a cigarette, feeling very angry and emotional. I thought that if a boy is handsome, he will be easily targeted outside. I won Su Luowei with my own strength, how come it turned out to be a scam? Gong Yi is simply slandering. Yang Xuexin, standing aside, suddenly nodded, as if to express her approval. Jiang Chen felt a little comforted. After taking a deep breath of smoke, he turned around and asked, Old Yang, do you think so too? Yang Xuexin looked at him with some doubt in her cold eyes, then nodded. I just suddenly felt that what he said was right. The word scoundrel really suits you. After saying that, she walked towards the box without looking back. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze for a moment. Lululu, you big scoundrel. Xu Mengyao stuck out her tongue at him, snorted arrogantly, and walked towards the box. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky with a stiff expression. After a long time, he sighed softly. What the book says is true. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Chapter 52. Oops, the novel I wrote was discovered. When Jiang Chen walked into the box, several women had already started chatting. The environment in the box is elegantly decorated. The table is not big and can just seat 8 people, but the space in the room is much larger than imagined. There are Chinese-style sofas, tea tables, and wall paintings. There are even some small podocarpus trees on the small table next to the wall, which has a very ancient charm. What have you been doing all this time? Su Luowei asked curiously. After Gong Yi was banned, she actually wanted to find some resources for Gong Yi, but she declined. So over the past year or so, she wasn't quite sure what Gong Yi was busy with. I'm not filming anymore. Gong Yi seemed a little proud and waved her hands. Filming is too troublesome. The script has to be changed over and over again. It's very annoying. I just started writing novels. Be a writer. Hearing this, the women in the box were stunned for a moment, and then looked in the direction of Jiang Chen. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Chen seemed to be a writer as well. Although it's the kind of daydreaming. Humph, what kind of writer is he? It's been so long, and he hasn't written anything. Gong Yi obviously noticed Jiang Chen as well. She curled her lips and snorted in disdain. It's 3 years. I haven't written anything in 3 years. Xu Mengyao immediately stretched out 3 fingers and emphasized with a hum. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen. She remembered what she had said to Jiang Chen a few days ago, as long as you can write a decent book, I won't let you be the music director. These days, Jiang Chen has been typing away in the studio whenever he has free time, and I don't know if he's written anything. Sistery, did you become a writer in just 1 year? Xu Mengyao was now very interested in anything that could be used to criticize Jiang Chen, and asked eagerly. Of course. I just recently participated in the women's literature writing competition held by the Huaxia Literature Forum. My book originally ranked first on the popularity list. I came to Shanghai this time just to participate in the activities organized by the competition. Gong Yi nodded somewhat arrogantly, but when she said this, a hint of indignation suddenly appeared on her face. Unfortunately, I was overtaken by a stupid romance novel this afternoon, and now I can only rank second. Wow, that's pretty impressive too. Xu Mengyao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but praise. She originally thought that Gong Yi was just writing for fun, but she didn't expect that she would achieve such good results. Then, as if she remembered something, she glanced vaguely in Jiang Chen's direction. Much better than some of those fake, con-man brothers-in-law who only know how to put on an act. The only person in this box who could be called senior brother-in-law was Jiang Chen, and the targeting was obvious. Jiang Chen curled his lips but didn't say anything. In fact, he was a little surprised. Gong Yi actually participated in the competition of the Chinese Literature Forum. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Etc. The book that surpassed hers this afternoon, could it be? On the side, Xu Jingchu's expression suddenly changed. Women's literary writing competition? She remembered the horrifying love book that her best friend had given her last time, which had kept her awake all night, and it seemed that it was for this competition. She asked curiously, what's the name of the novel that surpassed you? What else can I call you? Speaking of this, Gong Yi seemed to get angry immediately, and said with gritted teeth. The title of the book is Those Years, We Blew Out the Lamp Together. This book makes me angry. Hearing this, the women in the box, except Xu Jingchu, were all a little curious. What on earth was this book that could make Gong Yi so angry? The corners of Xu Jingchu's mouth twitched. She just knew it was this book. In fact, she has been following this horror romance novel these days, which has caused her to be afraid to sleep alone at night. So these 2 days, she kept finding excuses to stay at Luowei's house. Jiang Chen's brows also raised slightly. He hasn't updated today, so I'm not sure about the latest status of this book. I only know that when I saw it yesterday, it was still ranked 3rd on the popularity list. I didn't expect that I would directly rush to the first place today, which made Gong Yi very angry. Those years, we blew out the lanterns together? That sounds pretty romantic. Xu Mengyao asked, is this a love story from 50 or 60 years ago? My grandmother told me there were no electric lights back then. Gong Yi's expression suddenly became a little strange. The title of this book does look like a love story, but only after clicking on it, you will find out how horrifying the content is, and it's the kind that you can't stop reading. I don't know how to put it. Anyway, if you've read it, you'll understand what I mean. This book is absolutely a piece of shit. Gong Yi sighed secretly in her heart. She actually wanted to expose the evil deeds of this book, but after hesitating for a while, she finally gave up the idea. I hate this book though. But for some reason, whenever she introduced it to her friends, she would always restrain her inner impulse. This book is placed in the column of romance novels, like an unknown riddle. It would be boring to reveal the answer directly. Only by experiencing it yourself can you deeply understand the absurdity of this book. Before she opened Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, she had no idea that this book would keep her awake for several days. After hearing her words, the women in the box, except Xu Jingchu, suddenly became more curious. What kind of book is this? How could Gong Yi show such a conflicted expression? Xu Mengyao was very curious and was the first one who couldn't help but open her phone and search for Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. In a moment, all the information about the book appeared on the screen. Just as Gong Yi said, this book is participating in the Women's Literature Writing Competition, and the writing theme is love. But when she clicked on the writing competition list page, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this book is amazing, it's number 1 on all the lists." At this time, Su Luowei and Yang Xuexin were also somewhat interested and found the same competition homepage on their mobile phones. Sure enough, on the 4 ranking lists on the competition page, the first place was occupied by the book Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Popularity list, update list, update list. Even their Tutsao list, which is mainly used to create hot topics, is no exception. See here. The expressions of several people became even more curious and confused. How could this novel occupy 4 lists in a row? Could it be that the love story in this book is both touching and heartbreaking? It makes people want to watch it, but also want to complain. Su Luowei and Yang Xuexin looked at each other and clicked in with some curiosity. They also read novels to pass the time during their rest time. Especially Su Luowei, she has to read scripts occasionally, so she has no objection to novels. Xu Jingchu, who was standing by, so that both of them seemed to be ready to start reading. The corners of her mouth moved, and she wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she sighed and gave up. Never mind. This kind of thing is meaningless if you talk about it. Perhaps, opening this book without knowing anything about it is the most correct way to open it. Only in this way can you appreciate the essence of this book. Chapter 53. The bastard writer has run out of ideas. Author Jiang Chen. Message from this book, are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. Enter the home page and the basic information of the book will be displayed on the screen. Su Luowei took a look and raised her head curiously. Honey, this author's pen name is Jiang Cai Jin, which is very similar to your pen name, Salted Fish in the River. Have you read this book? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard that. Sure enough, anything that has something to do with Gong Yi will become troublesome. Of course he had read this book. Not only that, he had even published a post on the Huaxia Literature Forum. Originally, he planned to use this book to prove his writing ability to Su Luowei and use it to resign the position of music director. However, now Chenwei Entertainment is being targeted by Qingcheng Entertainment, and the company's artists are being bullied. The girl is sad and upset, so he has to postpone this matter for the time being. After completely solving the problem of Qingcheng Entertainment, he will choose an opportunity to announce his identity. What sheep? It's a wolf. If you really took this book, Animal Love, to a competition, wouldn't everyone laugh at you? Xu Jingchu rolled her eyes. Su Luowei's face also turned slightly red. Jiang Chen really had no talent in writing, and what he said often made people laugh and cry. Gong Yi snorted coldly with disdain. This guy is totally uneducated, yet he has the nerve to call himself a writer. In the box. The women snorted coldly and ignored Jiang Chen, continuing to look through their phones. Scroll down from the cover to find the main text of the novel. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Time passes by every second. Several women were immersed in the story. Wait until the waiter pushes the door in with the dishes. Luowei couldn't help but shiver and came back to her senses from the words on the screen. She raised her head and saw the same look of disbelief in Yang Shuexin and Xu Mingye's eyes. This romance novel, how can it be so scary? Not only is it terrifying, but there seems to be a different kind of magic that keeps attracting them to look down. What is going on? None of them had ever seen a love story related to tomb raiding and exploration, and they immediately felt that although the plot was scary, it was very novel. Moreover, Jiang Jin's writing skills are very good. Every plot seems to contain a hook, constantly hooking their curiosity and making them keep turning pages. So even though the feeling of terror was getting stronger and stronger, I couldn't control my fingers from sliding down the screen. Indeed, it's a good book. Etc. It took a few people to react. Why would such a horrific novel appear on the popularity list of the women's literature writing competition? Moreover, it is a writing competition with the theme of love. This is too outrageous. The women couldn't help but look at each other strangely. They felt that after reading this book, even though they were sitting in this brightly lit box, they could feel a chill slowly rising from behind them, and they were a little afraid to look behind them. What if? What should I do if a girl opens this novel alone late at night? Are you so scared that you don't even dare to get out of bed? The three of them looked at the book on their phone screens that was dominating the rankings of the women's literature writing competition, like a bully. At that moment, they suddenly understood why this book could not only dominate the popularity list, but also be far ahead of the top spot on the complaint list. Because this is a novel that does not follow the rules at all. They gradually understood what Gong Yi had just said. This is truly a bastard novel. This guy is a jerk and has run out of ideas. How evil does one have to be to write such a horrific love story in a women's literature writing contest? Is this going to scare all the young ladies to tears? Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Gong Yi, a little bit unbelievable. How can a book that doesn't fit the theme of the competition continue to dominate the popularity list? Don't the organizers care? The organizer. Speaking of this matter, Gong Yi seemed very angry as well. I don't know how many readers have complained about this book recently, but the unanimous response I received was, the book contains romantic elements, fits the theme of the competition, and does not violate any regulations. Hearing this, the women were a little bit unbelieving. This is a complete horror novel, isn't that a violation? Gong Yi sighed and continued, after all, the organizers' competition rules don't say that romance novels can't incorporate other elements. Strictly speaking, this book does fit the theme of the competition. At this point, she curled her lips, very dissatisfied. This is Jiang Lang's lack of talent, which is equivalent to skirting the rules, leaving the organizers with no way to deal with him. Hearing this, everyone's expressions looked a little strange. The forest is so big that there are all kinds of new things. This was the first time they had heard of such an outrageous thing. And this Jiang Langcaben is indeed a genius. In the writing competition with the theme of love, he blatantly wrote horror novels, and the organizers were completely helpless against him. It's really bad that Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. Xu Mengyao said angrily. No, it should be said that it is smart. Yang Shuexin frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, this Jiang Langcaben is probably a genius. Everyone was stunned and looked at her curiously. Even Jiang Chen was a little surprised. All the women in the room were blaming Jiang Langcaben for his evil deeds, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He just wanted to write a book, and he didn't expect to bother so many girls in the middle of the night. Yang Shuexin actually thinks he is a genius? Why? Chapter 54, We all have the surname Jiang, why are you so flirty? In the quiet box, everyone looked at Yang Shuexin. Existence is justified. Although this book doesn't fit the theme of the competition, it still managed to take the top spot on the popularity list. Obviously, it didn't achieve this solely through hype. Yang Shuexin continued. I just read it and found that the plot of this book is very novel. It tells a story about tomb raiding that I have never seen before. The writing is very good, and the sense of reality and suspense are very well created, so it is very relatable and terrifying when you read it. So I think if this book is put in the category of horror novels, it will definitely become a classic. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Obviously, everyone agreed with what Yang Shuexin said. Jiang Chen quietly picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Shuaxin's analysis was absolutely correct. He was the only one in this box who knew how popular this book was at the time. This is the first novel to pioneer the theme of tomb raiding. If it wasn't popular, how could it attract so many authors to imitate it? But this person, who has run out of ideas, chose to publish it in a women's literary writing competition. Yang Shuaxin shook her head and continued, I think this Jiang Langkajan is probably a genius who understands marketing. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were a little surprised, and they looked at Yang Shuaxin in confusion. Have you ever considered that when readers open this book, they think they are about to read a sweet romance novel and aren't fully prepared? Under these circumstances, the horror of the book is even more profound, which is why so many women can't sleep at night. Yang Shuaxin continued. So I think Jiang Lang's lack of talent was probably intentional, deliberately publishing this book in a women's literary writing competition with love as its theme. Unconventional operations not only make the experience of reading this book more profound, but also win more topics and reposts for the book. But if you don't have enough courage and confidence, you can't do this kind of thing at all. So I think Jiang Langkajan is not only a genius writer, but also a genius at marketing. After listening to Yang Shuaxin's analysis, the women in the box finally reacted. How could this Jiang Langkajan be so powerful? Xu Mengyao widened her eyes and said in disbelief. She just thought it was bad that Jiang Lang had run out of ideas. Gong Yi gritted her teeth and wanted to say something in rebuttal, but after thinking about it carefully, she remained silent helplessly. She knew that what Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu said were both correct. Although Jiang Langkajan was very bold and used this method to attract attention, who would dare to do so without any strength? Besides, this book is really well written. Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange. He picked up the teacup in his hand and put it down involuntarily. In my mind, I silently recalled the afternoon a few days ago when he chose to release Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. At that time, he actually thought about so much in just a few minutes? Could it be that he is really the legendary genius? In the box. The women didn't say anything else, but nodded silently. Putting aside the theme of the competition, this book is indeed a rare masterpiece. The writing and plot content are very good, and the sense of immersion and reality are also very strong. It's like this author has actually robbed a tomb. It is also very good at grabbing attention and creating topics. No wonder it became so popular in just a few days. Only Jiang Chen frowned slightly, seriously wondering whether he really had a talent for marketing. I originally wanted to listen to everyone's opinions, but seeing that the women gradually became silent, I simply coughed and deliberately said, in my opinion, this Jiang Lang has run out of talent. He's not even a marketing genius. He's just a publicity stunt seeking fame and reputation. How could such a person be a writer? This is an insult to the word writer. And his book, Har Har, I just took a look at it, it's complete bullshit, total nonsense. How could this book even take first place on the popularity list? This writing competition is just so-so. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately attacked by older women. Xu Mengyao, humph, senior brother-in-law, you can't write anything yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others. I think Jiang Langkajan's writing is very good. Although it is scary, it makes people want to read it. Xu Jingqiu nodded. Indeed, this Jiang Langkai published his tomb raiding novel on a women's romance novel platform, yet it still managed to take first place on the popularity list. From this perspective, we have to admit that he truly is a genius in writing and marketing. Hubby, you're talking nonsense again. This book is really well written. Su Luowei was also a little amused. Although Gong Yi didn't want to speak up for Jiang Langkajan, she obviously hated Jiang Chen even more. Senior sister Yang is right. Although Jiang Langkajan is a bit of a jerk, he is indeed a marketing genius and his writing skills are also very high. She curled her lips and said, his book was only released 3 or 4 days ago, but it already created a lot of buzz online and easily topped the charts. Even the organizers were helpless. No other author can do this. Jiang Langkajan is indeed a rare genius. Yang Shuaxin was more direct. After glancing at Jiang Chen, she made a direct comment. However, the more they criticized him, the more comfortable Jiang Chen felt. Sure enough, Jiang Langkajan is indeed a genius. In the end, the women couldn't help but sigh inwardly when they saw that Jiang Chen was still unmoved and didn't care at all. This guy is really too shameless. In the following time, everyone started to eat seriously. Occasionally we would talk about other topics. But Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on. Whenever the women talked about other topics, he would remain silent and eat his food. But as soon as someone mentioned Jiang Langkajan's loss of talent, he would immediately go into combat mode as if some reverse scale was touched, and criticize Jiang Langkajan and those years, we blew out the lights together as worthless. In short, it's just one sentence. Run out of ideas. Nothing. Those years, we blew out the lights together. Bullshit. This made the women in the box very angry, and they used all kinds of harsh words to refute Jiang Chen's words. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He just narrowed his eyes and listened with a smile. He seemed to not care at all, neither refutating nor responding. His attitude made everyone feel like they were punching cotton, which was very uncomfortable. Finally, the meal gradually came to an end. After Jiang Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, he patted his stomach, picked up his cigarette box, and prepared to go outside to get some fresh air. He enjoyed the meal just now very much and could not help but eat a little more, which made his stomach feel bloated. He had to take a walk in the yard to digest the food. After he lazily left the box, Xu Mengyao snorted twice. Senior brother-in-law Jiang Chen is so shameless. He keeps saying that Jiang Lang has lost his talent and knows nothing, but in fact, he is the one who knows nothing the most. We both have the same surname, Jiang, so why is there such a big difference? Xu Jingchu also shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. His assaulted fish in the river, a big salted fish, so of course is even worse. Xu Mengyao made a face. Ever since Jiang Chen deceived her with a flyer, she had a strong dislike for him. I've decided. From today on, I'm a fan of Jiang Langkajan. I'll read every chapter he updates. The more my senior brother-in-law hates Jiang Lang's lack of talent, the more I will support him. She raised her hands and groaned. Xu Jingchu nodded. In fact, she felt the same way. Jiang Chen may have some talent in songwriting, but he is really not good at being a writer. Do you think he's jealous of Jiang Lang's lack of talent? She suddenly thought of something and looked at the others and said. Upon hearing this, the women in the box were stunned. Hasn't Jiang Chen's dream always been to become a great writer? Xu Jingchu thought for a moment and continued her analysis. Now that he sees other writers suddenly achieving such great success, and their pen names are so similar to his, do you think he has any thoughts in his mind? No wonder senior brother-in-law reacts so strongly whenever I mention Jiang Lang's talent is exhausted. So it turns out he's just envious. Xu Mengyao looked as if she had suddenly understood something. Of course he does. This guy hasn't produced anything in the past 3 years. How could he not have any ideas? Gong Yi frowned and analyzed. Since ancient times, scholars have always looked down on each other. Jiang Chen keeps shouting about writing masterpieces that will be passed down through the ages, which makes him more likely to be cynical. At this point, she shook her head. I originally thought this guy was lazy and that wanting to be a writer was just talk. I didn't expect he actually cared so much about it, even to the point of being jealous of others. What's the point of just being jealous of others? Xu Jingchu curled his lips. Luowei, Jiang Chen is in this situation, so you should try to persuade him more. Xu Jingchu looked at Su Luowei and said, since you don't have any talent for writing, why do you have to waste your time on this? I think we need to find a way to make Jiang Chen realize that he's simply not cut out for writing. He'd be better off spending more of his time on Chenwei entertainment. Hearing this, the expression on Su Luowei's face gradually became nervous. Although Jiang Chen used to be lazy every day, he always had a good attitude. He was not impatient or irritable, and he would not deliberately belittle others. Why is it so abnormal today? Is it really because of jealousy? Since he hadn't written any works in 3 years and I asked him to be the music director, was it because of the anxiety that his mentality gradually changed? Think of this. Su Luowei bit her lip lightly. In fact, she knew that Jiang Chen was not without talent, he was simply not suitable for writing. The songs he wrote were very nice and his singing ability was also very strong. He is actually a genius, a musical genius, but he just chose the wrong target. Such amazing talent should be placed in the field of music so that it will not be buried. In the box, the women chatted for a few more minutes, and the dinner gradually came to an end. Sister E, are you coming to Shanghai just to participate in the Chinese Literature Forum? Before leaving, Xu Mengyao suddenly asked. Maybe it was because they had complained about Jiang Chen together, but she found that she had a good impression of this cool senior sister and wanted to play with Gong Yi for a few more days. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi shook her head. It's not all for participating in the event. She thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a small, exquisite notebook from her bag. I'm in Shanghai this time, and I'd like to ask Luowei to help me find a musician. The copyright of my novel has been taken advantage of by investors, who are planning to adapt it into a TV series. However, when discussing the interludes in the series, the investors said that it would be even better if there were songs that fit the love story in the book. So I wrote a lyric and wanted to try to find a suitable musician to compose the music. Su Luowei opened the exquisite notebook and found that Gong Yi had indeed written the lyrics. Love of parting. The aroma of coffee on the street corner still has your scent. Our shadows are stretched so long. Every step is heavy, every step is looking back. The lights of the city cannot illuminate the confusion in my heart. It can be seen that this is a love song with the theme of parting. Gong Yi's writing style is also very good, no wonder she can get a top ranking in the writing competition. Luowei, you know a lot of people. Can you help me find a... After 3 years of being a writer and not having anything written, it must be very hard on you, right? I usually just pretend not to care. Xu Jingqiu sighed slowly and said. Hearing this, the women all nodded silently. Jiang Chen's back now does look a little sad. It was also the first time that Su Luowei saw Jiang Chen in such a depressed state. She walked forward with a distressed look on her face, slowly hugged Jiang Chen from behind, and said softly. Hubby, let's give up writing, okay? From now on, we'll stay in Chenwei Entertainment and write songs. I'll always be with you. She didn't want Jiang Chen to feel bad about writing anymore, nor did she want Jiang Chen to be questioned by others for not having writing talent. As long as Jiang Chen is willing to give up writing and write songs well, he will soon become famous in the music industry with his talent. By then, no one will be able to question him anymore. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had just walked a few steps in the yard and felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. He sat here to relax for a while and smoke a cigarette. But why did the little girl suddenly tell him this? Let him give up writing? How is this possible? He turned around, his face full of confusion. Wife, I have no grudge against you, why are you harming me? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stood there, looking at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen not only broke free from her arms, but also pinched her cheeks hard. Woman, a forced melon is not sweet. I advise you to give up this idea. This guy is doing weird things again. Su Luowei's eyebrows were raised. It was obvious that she was talking to him seriously about writing. However, Jiang Chen had already sat down on the stone bench again and continued to look up at the sky with a sad look. Damn, I'm so full. I definitely won't eat so much next time. In the yard. The women looked at Su Luowei, who was stamping her feet in anger, and Jiang Chen, who was unmoved, and they couldn't help but feel a little angry. This bastard. He has no idea how to understand the efforts women make behind the scenes. Sister Jing, Luowei isn't really planning on letting this guy compose music for me, is he? At the door of the box, Gong Yi suddenly looked at Xu Jingqiu nervously. Just now, Su Luowei said that they could ask Jiang Chen to try singing the song, Love of Parting, and then a group of people left the box. She thought it was a joke at first, but suddenly she felt something was wrong. Not only did everyone not have any special reaction to this matter, but they were also standing still, as if waiting for Su Luowei to talk to Jiang Chen about composing the music. Well, I'm afraid it's true. Xu Jingqiu rubbed his forehead helplessly, not knowing how to explain to Gong Yi that Jiang Chen could indeed write and sing songs. No. No way, can he? The corners of Gong Yi's mouth twitched, and her tone was full of doubt. I guess in her mind, her best friend Su Luowei has been brainwashed by a man, and she actually wants a ragtag writer to compose the music. Beside the stone bench, after a bit of a commotion, Su Luowei and Jiang Chen finally got down to business. She took out the small notebook and handed it to Jiang Chen. His novel is going to be adapted into a TV series, but they are still missing a suitable song. Honey, can you help her look at the lyrics and see if you can compose the music for it? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, glanced at Gong Yi, and then took the notebook. Love of parting. The aroma of coffee on the street corner still has your scent. Jiang Chen looked at the lyrics and listened to Su Luowei's explanation of the whole story. Only then did he understand that Bai Yi wanted to find a reliable musician to compose music for the lyrics she wrote. However, most musicians in the circle compose the music first and then write the lyrics. However, Gong Yi did the exact opposite. She wrote the lyrics first and then asked someone to compose the music, which obviously increased the difficulty a lot. This is a song about love and separation. I just took a look. Gong Yi's lyrics are actually quite good. If a suitable melody can be composed, the song should be of good quality. Husband, can you help me think of a solution? Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen eagerly, her beautiful big eyes blinking with a hint of pleading. She naturally knew the difficulty of it, but Gong Yi was her best friend during college, so she wanted to give it a try if she could help. Jiang Chen looked at the lyrics and pondered for a moment. Although Gong Yi always makes things difficult for her, she is the girl's best friend during her college years. Now that she needed his help, and the little girl was speaking for her, it was difficult for her to refuse. But after thinking for a while, he looked up and saw Gong Yi muttering to Xu Jingchu with a questioning look on her face. Sister Jing, can this salty fish really write songs? Has Luowei been brainwashed by him? We can't just watch Luowei fall into this. I spent a lot of effort to write these lyrics. Can he understand them? Xu Jingchu looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. It's true that Jiang Chen is a scoundrel, but he is really good at writing songs. Just the few songs today have refreshed her worldview several times, and now she doesn't dare to express her opinions casually. Jiang Chen saw Gong Yi like this. I thought to myself, fuck you Gong Yi, you asked me to compose music and you dare to tease me behind my back. So, under the gazes of several women, he pretended to ponder for a while, then patted the notebook in his hand and said, of course, I can, but some of these lyrics need to be revised. What do you want to modify? Su Luowei asked immediately. Of course, I modified it based on the melody. Some of the lyrics aren't well written and may not fit the meaning of the song. Jiang Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards Gong Yi. She wrote the lyrics, so if I want to revise them, I should of course ask her opinion first. Gong Yi obviously still had more doubts than trust in Jiang Chen. After all, this guy was a notorious writer. I spent a long time polishing these lyrics, so please don't change them. She frowned slightly and said unhappily. Don't worry, I'll only modify the inappropriate lyrics and leave all the appropriate ones for you. Jiang Chen said calmly. Let Jiang Chen try. Su Luowei said quickly when she saw that Jiang Chen was willing to help. She knew Jiang Chen's songwriting ability and he would definitely not do anything rash. Gong Yi curled her lips and thought to herself, silly friend, you are in too deep. Why do you always believe what this bastard says? She pulled Xu Mengyao, wanting everyone to follow suit and persuade her. However, he was surprised to find that everyone nodded silently, as if they all agreed with what Jiang Chen and Su Luowei said. Even when his eyes fell on senior sister Yang, she nodded slightly, meaning that this matter was feasible. Gong Yi was not stupid. When she saw this scene, she immediately noticed something different in her heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen can really write songs? How come even senior sister Yang seems to approve of him? After hesitating for a while, she finally nodded in agreement and looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, then you can give it a try. Chapter 56. The battle to defend the writer's identity begins. I'm going to get my guitar from the car. Xu Mengyao raised her hand very actively. She was very curious and wanted to see what kind of song Jiang Chen would write. A group of women also found a place to sit in the yard. 2 minutes later, Xu Mengyao finally took the guitar from Yang Xuexin's car. Jiang Chen took it and found that this guitar was smaller and more feminine than the one Su Luowei gave him. He probably thought it was the one Yang Xuexin used for singing practice. Thump, thump, thump. He tested the tone a few times. Jiang Chen nodded secretly in his heart. Queen Yang was indeed professional. The pitch of this guitar was very accurate. Yang Xuexin watched Jiang Chen testing his guitar with an expressionless face. This guitar is indeed hers. No one else has used it except her. Jiang Chen was the first one. If it weren't for the songs today, if it weren't for Red Bean, she probably wouldn't let Jiang Chen touch her guitar. But now, she wanted to satisfy her curiosity even more. What kind of song would Jiang Chen compose for Gong Yi? Is this guy's musical talent really that strong? Beside her, Gong Yi's eyes were still full of doubt. Can this guy write songs? Don't fool yourself. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen finally finished testing the guitar. Without letting anyone wait any longer, he started to play the strings directly with his fingers. A guitar melody with a hint of sadness suddenly flowed out slowly from his hands. What kind of music should he compose for Gong Yi? He already had an idea in mind. The 5 women present were all silently savoring the melody. Then, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Your good night is subconscious compassion. I stayed late into the night to cure my insomnia and sleep talking. The handwritten letter was left at the bottom of the suitcase. It's too late to give it a meaningful journey. A song filled with a sense of sadness of parting rang out in this small courtyard. But all the women in the yard were stunned. Because the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing at that time were completely different from the ones in Gong Yi's notebook. Did Jiang Chen change all the lyrics at the beginning of Gong Yi? The women opened their eyes wide and found that Jiang Chen's lyrics seemed to be very well written. And the melody is very catchy. The song expresses a slight sadness, directly expressing the feeling of parting. Gong Yi's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This guy, can actually write and sing songs. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked exactly like a professional singer as he was holding a guitar and singing. So much so that Gong Yi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is this still the same Jiang Chen she remembered? If everything has turned into rain, can I turn into mud? Once again, I infect you. If life is like a passing movie. Oh, I woke up from my sweet dream again. Jiang Chen's singing continued. The expressions of surprise on the women's faces were even more intense. Because Jiang Chen hasn't used a single line of Gong Yi's lyrics in his singing so far. This guy, has he forgotten about this? What should I do? Should I remind him? Luowei also looked a little confused, and was hesitating whether to tell Jiang Chen about it. The chorus has arrived. I long to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance, we'll leave. Dim silhouette under the streetlight. The forest path gets longer and longer. Luowei was stunned. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The melody of Jiang Chen's lyrics does not fluctuate much throughout, but he directly sings out a sense of parting that is as sharp as a knife. How I wish to see you again, even if it's just a quick glance before we part. This is the helpless desire of many separated lovers. But in real life, for how many people can even only take a glance at each other? Before we know it, we have parted ways with many people and will never see them again. The women listened to Jiang Chen's songs attentively. I no longer thought about reminding Jiang Chen, nor did I want to remind Jiang Chen. They wanted to keep listening. For some reason, this song gave them an inexplicable touch. Everyone has regrets in their youth, and there is someone they will never see again. And Jiang Chen sang out this regret. I long to see you again. At least we can still tell jokes. The autumnal equinox, when leaves first fall from the streets. We are gradually drifting away. Gong Yi was also completely stunned. She found that Jiang Chen's song almost perfectly met her requirements. Whether it's the lyrics or the melody. She couldn't help but recall the scenes from her book. The hero and heroine parted under the street light. Music starts. How I wish to see you again, even if it's just a quick glance before we part. Yes, that's the feeling. This song was exactly what she wanted. Gong Yi's mouth gradually opened wider. Beside her, Yang Shuoxin also took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She had already guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and knew why Jiang Chen would not use the lyrics in Gong Yi's notebook. But I still couldn't help being shocked. Jiang Chen wrote this song so well. Gong Yi is finished. The platform whistle sounded. Missing is your voice. We carried the past and walked into the crowd. Looking for a place to settle myself. I long to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance, we'll leave. Jiang Chen's singing gradually faded. He ended his performance by gently plucking the guitar strings twice. The yard was silent. All the women stared at him blankly. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He lit the tobacco with a pretentious click and then looked at the sky in silence, as if he was thinking about something or feeling something. After a while, Su Luowei finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to ask. Hubby, why aren't any of the lyrics in your song the same as the ones in Gongyi's book? Her eyes were full of doubts. Didn't we agree to compose music for Gongyi's lyrics? Why are the lyrics all different? Oh. Jiang Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette calmly. I've changed it all. Changed? Su Luowei was stunned. Didn't I just say that I would change the lyrics that weren't well written? Jiang Chen explained calmly. Hear this. Su Luowei finally understood what Jiang Chen meant, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Sure enough, she was wondering why this guy was so easy to talk to today and actually agreed to help Gongyi write a song. I didn't expect to be waiting here. This is not a modification at all. You simply deleted all the lyrics written by Gongyi and then wrote a new song. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards Gongyi. Jiang Chen's meaning was already very clear. The lyrics written by Gongyi are too bad, so they cannot be used. They all have to be changed, not a single sentence left. Gongyi's face turned slightly red. What does Jiang Chen mean by this? Are you saying that all her lyrics are garbage? Jiang Chen, what do you mean? She stood up angrily. It's nothing. Jiang Chen glanced at her calmly and said, your lyrics aren't good, so I can only change it like this. If you're not satisfied, you can find someone else to try. Har, you're cricketing behind my back, and you still want me to write songs for you? You are beautiful, but you can't have beautiful thoughts too. Gongyi wanted to say something else, but she found that Jiang Chen had already stood up lazily and walked towards the car. Several women looked at Jiang Chen's back and stood in the yard, staring at each other. Jiang Chen's actions were completely beyond their expectations. No one expected that Jiang Chen would actually write a song that had nothing to do with Gongyi's lyrics. This guy, did he do this on purpose? Just because Gongyi had just muttered a few words to him, he deliberately deleted all of Gongyi's lyrics and wrote a completely different song. After everyone gradually figured out the reason, they secretly cursed Jiang Chen for being narrow-minded, while looking at Gongyi with some sympathy. If I'm not mistaken. Unless Gongyi takes the initiative to admit her mistake and compromise, Jiang Chen will definitely not give her this song for free. Just changing all the lyrics of Gongyi is a lesson for me. Jiang Chen has already taken advantage of this silly girl. They were sure that if Gongyi dared to talk bad about Jiang Chen in person again, she would never get the song in her lifetime. Moreover, it would probably be difficult even if Gongyi took the lyrics to find other musicians. After all, after listening to Jiang Chen's song, which other musician in this world can write a song comparable to the one just sung? Even Yang Shuoxin was not aware of this. Chapter 57. Boys must learn to protect themselves. The women's guesses were correct. Jiang Chen did it on purpose. He promised to write a song for Gongyi, but he didn't intend to let Gongyi get it so easily. So he simply discarded all of Gongyi's lyrics and came up with an original song. You want a song, right? Okay, admit your mistake honestly and I'll give it to you if you treat me better. The evening breeze gently blew through the camphor tree in the yard, and the leaves collided with each other, making a rustling sound. Gongyi stood under the tree, her slightly curly hair blown by the breeze. Her face turned pale and blue. Being as smart as she was, she naturally understood Jiang Chen's meaning very quickly. This guy did it on purpose. Want to compromise with him? Impossible. She really wanted to yell at Jiang Chen's back, asshole, I don't want the lyrics you changed. But the scene of Jiang Chen singing in the yard just now kept appearing in her mind. Jiang Chen's song is really nice and completely meets her requirements. Even though the lyrics are different, and even though Jiang Chen deleted all of her lyrics, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. This song is really, really good. Su Luowei on the side also looked at her helplessly. She didn't know how to intervene in the conflict between Jiang Chen and Gongyi. It is not easy for Jiang Chen to write a song for Gongyi. The rest can only rely on Gongyi's own efforts. Several women stood in the yard for a while. In the end, I could only shake my head helplessly. The song was in someone else's hands, and neither your lyrics nor your music were used. If you want a song, you have to bow your head. They pulled Gongyi and walked towards the car together. 2 cars in total. Xu Mengyao happened to be traveling with Yang Shuoxin, so after saying goodbye to everyone, she got directly into Yang Shuoxin's car. The other one was Jiang Chen and Su Luowei's nanny car. Xu Jingqiu is responsible for driving. She naturally opened the driver's door and sat in. In a nanny car like this, the two middle seats are generally the most comfortable. Usually when Luowei and Jiang Chen go out together, they always sit here. However, at this moment, Luowei looked at Jiang Chen, who was lazily lying on the seat. After hesitating for a moment, she directly opened the passenger door and sat in. The issue between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi has not been resolved yet. She wanted to give Gong Yi more opportunities to talk to Jiang Chen. Gong Yi was the only one left in the yard. She also wanted to ride in Jiang Chen's car, but when she looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat, she couldn't help but put her hands on her hips. Because Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the chair near the door, with his 2 feet occupying the aisle, it was difficult for her to get on the bus. Hello. She really wanted to say loudly as usual, "Stinky salted fish, put your feet away." But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't help but turn them into, Can you please move your feet? Gong Yi, are you mistaken? This is not a bus to the kindergarten. We are going home. Jiang Chen looked very strange when he saw that it was Gong Yi. Why didn't this woman go to the hotel by herself and get in her own car? Upon hearing this, Gong Yi's delicate face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She knew that Jiang Chen was mocking her for getting lost. I just told Luowei that we haven't seen each other for a long time and have a lot to talk about, so we are going to sleep together these few days. She gritted her teeth and said, "You guys sleep together? What about me?" Jiang Chen was stunned. How should I know? Gong Yi curled her lips. Jiang Chen glanced at Luowei with some doubt, but at that moment the girl was talking to Xu Jingchu. So he could only helplessly pull his feet back and let Gong Yi get in the car. The car started slowly. But the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Luowei wanted Gong Yi to find an opportunity to talk to Jiang Chen about the song. However, Gong Yi blushed and was unable to speak for several times. After complaining about Jiang Chen for 3 years, it would be embarrassing and awkward for her to suddenly beg him for help. Who would have thought this guy could write such good songs? Gong Yi didn't say much along the way. Of course, Jiang Chen was not idle either. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated his novel yet. It's almost 8 o'clock in the evening, we have to hurry. After more than half an hour, the car slowly stopped downstairs of the villa. Jiang Chen was the first to get out of the car. After saying hello to Luowei, he walked towards the villa gate without looking back. In the yard, Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's hurried back and suddenly felt helpless. Jiang Chen just told her that he was going to the studio to write something and might be busy until late. So this guy hasn't given up writing after all. She thought about everyone's discussion at the dinner table today, and also about Jiang Chen singing in the yard. I became even more worried. Jiang Chen obviously has such a strong talent for songwriting, but he is always obsessed with writing, so much so that his mentality has changed. She just wanted Jiang Chen to shift his focus to songwriting, but she never got his understanding. How can we get Jiang Chen to give up writing? Jiang Chen doesn't seem to want to give up writing at all. You know a lot of people in the writing forum. Do you have any good ideas? Luowei looked at Gong Yi and said with sorrow in her eyes. She thought that Gong Yi was also a writer and might be able to provide some solutions. Upon hearing this, Gong Yi looked towards Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. Jiang Chen's performance today had shocked her greatly. Who would have thought that a lazy idiot could write such a good song, and he even deleted all the lyrics he had worked so hard on. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. This guy clearly doesn't understand writing, yet he's still forcing himself to keep going. He's completely clueless. I have a way to make him give up writing. What method? Luowei asked. Gong Yi snorted coldly. As long as this guy realizes that he really has no talent for writing, that'll be fine. It seems that Shanghai will be hosting a National Youth Writers Exchange Conference soon. We will take him with us then. I arranged for some outstanding young authors to have a good chat with Jiang Chen in advance, so that he could realize the gap between himself and other authors. This would naturally discourage him from continuing to write. Gong Yi knew that the threshold for becoming a writer was actually not high. But it is not easy to become a qualified writer. The biggest obstacle is persistence. Many people will encounter various difficulties in the writing process and choose to give up. When Gong Yi first started writing novels, there was a period of time when she really wanted to give up. Especially when she saw that girls younger than her could easily write novels with better results, it made her question her life even more. If she hadn't met some friends who helped her later, she really wouldn't have been able to hold on. So she also planned to do the same to Jiang Chen, to let Jiang Chen feel the dangers of society. Writers' exchange meeting? Will it be effective? Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Certainly. Gongyi suddenly smiled mischievously and pinched her cheek. That's because you're not a writer, so you can't realize how talented these writers are now. This young writers' exchange conference invites only top literary graduates from prestigious universities. To be honest, if the organizers hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have wanted to go. It would have been quite stressful to be with that bunch of pretentious geniuses. Jiang Chen will be under even greater pressure in front of them. He will definitely realize that he is still a long way from becoming a qualified writer, and will naturally think about giving up. All right. Su Luowei hesitated for a long time before nodding. If it works, give it a try. Chapter 58 Men Can't Say No. Jiang Chen had no idea what his wife was planning to do with him. He returned to his studio and turned on his computer directly. I didn't log into the Huaxia Literature Forum to check the data all day today. If Gongyi hadn't suddenly mentioned it during dinner, he wouldn't have known that his book had already won the first place on the popularity list. You know, it has only been 4 days since he published the book. The rate of increase is indeed a bit outrageous. Don't women in this world like to sleep late at night? It was only when he opened the back end of the Writer Center that he discovered this. The number of readers of those years, We Blew Out the Light Together, has risen to 390,000, and the number of people who have added it to their bookshelves has reached 140,000. He ranked first on all 4 lists of the writing competition, especially the popularity list. In the morning, the blind date went to the wrong table. The domineering president's vest can no longer be hidden was still struggling to hold onto the first place. But as soon as lunch was over, he was pushed off the top spot. Moreover, the popularity gap between the 2 books is still widening. Jiang Chen clicked on the homepage of The Wrong Table at the Blind Date, The Domineering CEO Vest Can No Longer Be Hidden, and discovered that it was a female-oriented romance novel that had been updated for over 40 days and was very popular. The pen name was obviously given by Gongyi, the beauty in the palace. If I hadn't met him, this book might still have held the number 1 spot. But now, I can only be ravaged by him. For the next few minutes, Jiang Chen stopped looking at the data and instead browsed the comments section. The data in all aspects of this book have been thoroughly compiled. It is almost certain that it will become a hit. He even saw a trending search related to this book on Weibo. Sharing a horror romance novel in the middle of the night, is that the kind of friend you still want? He couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the young ladies in this world had really found a special way to open this book. The comments section is still full of curses. However, as the number of updated words increased, many positive reviews related to the content of the book also gradually increased. After many people discovered that this was a tomb-raiding novel they had never read before, they actually started reading it seriously. Some people even had heated discussions about the plot in the comment section. In short, the current readership of this book is a complete hodgepodge. Some are normal female readers who come in through the competition entrance. Some are just spectators who came from social networking sites to watch the fun. Others were deceived by their good friends and came to experience the horror romance novel. Judging from the large number of insults in the comment section, the last type of readers seems to account for the highest proportion. Jiang Chen could only shake his head speechlessly. He guessed that his book would definitely not remain unknown, but he did not expect it to become so bizarre and popular. If this continues, won't he become the public enemy of all women on the internet? This is fucking. Will it be dangerous to go out in the future? Just as he sighed and wanted to close their website and continue with today's writing task, he found that he had received a text message in the background of his account. The message was sent by the forum official. After clicking it, there was an invitation letter in the form of a picture. Dear Jiang Langkajan, thank you for your support of this women's literature writing competition. Since your entry, those years, we blowed out the lights together, achieved excellent results. We invite you to participate in the live broadcast in 3 days, where reporters will be interviewing you. Live streaming events? Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and directly clicked reject. Just kidding, there are hundreds of thousands of young ladies on the internet who have read his books and can't sleep at night, and they can't wait to tear them up. If he went to attend a live event under such circumstances, and was recognized, he would be stabbed to death on the spot by these female readers. Apart from anything else, I guess we won't be able to open all the razor blades delivered to our home every day. Fortunately, the information he registered on the website now is only a pseudonym, and his real identity information has not been uploaded. In this situation, he thought it would be safer. Never reveal your true identity. Anyway, he doesn't need to make money from writing for the time being. As long as he doesn't sign contracts and doesn't participate in live events, no one will be able to recognize his true identity. As for copyright, as long as the novel is published on the China Literature Forum website, there is no need to worry about copyright issues. After all, this is a semi-official platform, and the copyright protection work is done very well. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Close their website, open the document, and start writing again. 11:30 p.m. Jiang Chen dragged her somewhat tired body back home. This bastard Jiang Chen, it's already past 11 o'clock and he hasn't updated yet. She had to wait in the company until after 11 o'clock, and finally she felt a little discouraged and went home after get off work. She sighed and was about to rest on the sofa for a while when the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It's the assistant calling. As soon as she pressed the answer button, the assistant's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Nan, Jiang Chen has been updated. What? Jiang Chen immediately sat up on the sofa. He updated it. How many words did he update? 60,000 words, 60,000 words. The assistant said. Now the word count of those years, we blew out the lights together, has reached 247,000. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Another 60,000. She had thought that Jiang Chen's burst of updates in the past few days had already used up all his saved manuscripts, but she didn't expect that he would suddenly update another 60,000 words today. How many manuscripts does this guy have left? Did he leave a message for readers after he finished updating? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. She really wanted to know why Jiang Chen updated so late today. Please wait a moment, let me take a look. The assistant paused for a moment before continuing. Yes, he said. Her voice suddenly became a little strange. He said, sorry, I went out to work during the day and just came back now. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Work? You still have to work during the day when you have run out of ideas. Isn't he a full-time writer? How does this guy manage to maintain a stable update of 60,000 words a day while working? Is he a tentacle monster? Jiang Chen's face was filled with shock. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to dwell on this issue. She ordered in a somewhat excited tone. Immediately notify the technical department colleagues on night shift to prepare some materials and start promoting those years we blew out the lights together through various channels. This book is going to be a hit. Good. The assistant quickly agreed. That's right. When Jiang Chen was about to hang up the phone, he remembered something and asked. Did Jiang Chen respond to the live event invitation I sent him this morning? I'm back. The assistant's voice became even stranger, and he said hesitantly. But he refused and replied. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. What? Jiang Chen had a dazed look on her face. What kind of reason is this for rejection? Ding dong tilde. That night, a message suddenly popped up on the phones of countless girls. The book, Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together, that you subscribe to has been updated. Please click here to read it. Gong Yi was packing her luggage in the room. At this time, she had already finished taking a shower and was wearing a slightly loose silk nightgown. Her beautiful figure and fair, soft skin were faintly visible, but she didn't care, as she was the only one in the room anyway. After struggling for a long time, she decided not to sleep in the same room with Luowei tonight. It's not that I'm worried that Jiang Chen has no place to sleep. But she really didn't want to sleep in the same place where Xinyu had slept before. Dislike. Especially after Jiang Chen deliberately deleted her lyrics, this feeling of disgust became even stronger. Asshole. Jiang Chen has been updated again. When she took the notebook out of the suitcase and placed it on the table, the message in the female writer chat group in the lower right corner suddenly flashed. This group is a chat group spontaneously established by all the participating female authors, and they usually talk about everything under the sun. However, ever since Jiang Chen started publishing books, the main topic in the group seems to have become how to defeat this bastard Jiang Chen. As expected, there were hundreds of chat records in the group at this time. Another 60,000 words. This bastard deliberately updated in the early hours of the morning. This must be intentional. Updating at this time can scare more young ladies. It's so hateful. I don't know how many girls will be unable to sleep tonight. We've been complaining for so long, what did the organizers say? It has no effect at all. I just saw that the front page of the Huaxia Literature Forum has been replaced with the cover page of this book. Damn it. Not only did they not deal with it, they even started promoting it. The organizers are also a bunch of bastards. They even lied to us and said they were victims too. I think they are enjoying it now. Alas, there's nothing we can do. This book is so popular, and the organizers want to take advantage of its popularity. No matter how popular he is, this is a matter of principle. This Jiang Lang is a man of great talent and evil intentions. He's sensationalizing and scaring hundreds of thousands of girls. We can't let him go like this. Everyone, I have a solution. My sister is the president of the Magic City Women Writers Association. I've already told her about this. She replied to me, saying that in 3 days, we can file a complaint against Jiang Chen online in the name of the Women Writers Association to protect the rights of female readers. This guy has offended so many female readers. I'm sure many of them will stand on our side. Support. We must seek justice for so many female readers who can't sleep. As long as there are enough complaints, even the organizers will not dare to deliberately favor him. Yes, Jiang Lang has run out of talent, and instead of writing books, he resorts to such devious means to attract attention and traffic. This is a complete provocation to all of us female writers. I think we can also challenge Jiang Chen. If he loses, we can ask him to remove his book from the shelves. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, it means he's guilty, and we have to remove his book from the shelves. During this time, the female authors in the group were excitedly discussing how to deal with the problem of running out of ideas. This bastard's behavior is really bad. Not only did it cause trouble to many female readers, but it also made many of them unable to sleep well at night. After all, according to the book, The Light We Blow Out Together, they basically couldn't contain their curiosity and opened it. As a result, female authors who originally liked to write at night were unable to find any state of mind for several days in a row, always feeling that there was a pair of glasses staring at them eerily from behind. Moreover, ever since the popularity of You Are the Apple of My Eye, few people have read the domineering love stories they wrote. This guy is everyone's public enemy. We must unite and teach this bastard a lesson. After reading the chat history, Gong Yi nodded in agreement. If possible, she also wanted to teach Jiang Lang a lesson. And she rolled her eyes and realized that her book was now ranked second on the popularity list. If Jiang Chen tomb raiding novel, which skirts the line between the lines, is taken off the shelves, then wouldn't her novel be number one? And this bastard really needs to be disciplined. Thinking of this, she also sent a message in the group. The Beauty in the Palace, support. When Jiang Chen came out of the studio, it was already past 12 o'clock. Gong Yi finally had some self-awareness and did not occupy his bed. The girl was probably a little tired. After taking a shower, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Chen gently got on the bed and hugged the girl from behind. Originally, he wanted to talk to her about making a baby, but seeing her tired state, he didn't say anything. But at this moment, the little girl subconsciously turned around, snuggled in his arms, and murmured to herself in her sleep. Jiang Chen, don't. You can't do it. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and his expression froze on his face. What the hell? Who are you saying can't do it? Chapter 59 Shumingye's Plea. The next day was still sunny. The sun climbed high in the sky, and the morning autumn breeze was cool and refreshing. When Jiang Chen woke up from bed, Su Luowei and Xu Jingqiu had already left early. Perhaps yesterday's protest was effective. The girl did not wake him up early today, but went to the company by herself. She has a lot going on next. Yesterday I simply recorded a song demo in the studio. Later I will not only have to arrange the music for The Wind Rises, but also have to re-record a version that can be officially released. This process will take several days, so Su Luowei will be very busy during this period. Jiang Chen sat on the bed and thought for a while, then realized that he didn't seem to have anything to do today. There is already a plan to deal with Qingcheng Entertainment, but as long as it is carried out step by step, the stable development of Chenwei Entertainment can be ensured. However, how to completely eliminate the opponent Qingcheng Entertainment requires careful consideration. A centipede dies but its legs are still stiff. Although Qingcheng Entertainment is not big, it is definitely not small. If you want to completely eliminate this entertainment company, you will definitely need some more thorough means. Thinking of this, he yawned and walked out of the bedroom. In a quiet and elegant cafe, two women with powerful auras sat together at a table by the window on the second floor. Downstairs, someone was playing beautiful piano music. Perhaps because it was already working hours, there were not many people in the coffee shop, otherwise someone would have noticed that the two women sitting by the window were actually the most powerful music queens in the world today. In the entertainment industry, to be called a queen of pop, one needs more than just solid singing skills. In terms of popularity, connections, works, qualifications, and even appearance, every aspect needs to be at the top of the entertainment industry to be eligible for this title. The two people in front of us are Yang Shuoxin, the new queen of the music scene this year, and Wang Lin, the veteran queen who has been dominating the music scene for more than a decade. Both of them are superstars in the music industry. Unexpectedly, they would meet in this cafe so early today. Shuoxin, why don't you stop interfering in Chenwei Entertainment's affairs? Wang Lin gently shook the spoon in her hand, looked at Yang Shuoxin and said, Qingcheng Entertainment doesn't want you to interfere in this matter anymore. You should know that Luowei is my junior sister. Yang Shuoxin said lightly without any expression on her face. Of course I know, but you can't help much, right? Wang Lin smiled slightly. Chenwei Entertainment can't beat Qingcheng Entertainment no matter what. Why bother getting involved? Why not let it go and give me some face? Yang Shuoxin frowned slightly, seeming a little puzzled. With your status, when have you ever been willing to speak up for Qingcheng Entertainment? When she received Wang Lin's call this morning, she was also a little shocked and confused. Given Wang Lin's seniority in the entertainment industry, even she has to call him teacher in private. Allure Entertainment actually invited her out. Don't worry, I'm just here to say a few words on behalf of Qingcheng Entertainment. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Wang Lin shook her head, picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip slowly. A few years ago, I owed them a favor. If you agree, I will repay it today. Hearing this, Yang Shuoxin didn't relax at all, but frowned even more. Although Wang Lin said it lightly, she knew that with the other party's level of qualifications, if he said anything in the entertainment industry, there would be a lot of people vying to give him face. If she did not agree to Wang Lin's request today, it might seem like nothing, but in fact she had already rejected the other party's face and offended the other party. She could not care less about this. But Chenwei Entertainment is different. Wang Lin failed to repay their favor to Qingcheng Entertainment this time, so will she directly target Chenwei Entertainment next time? Chenwei Entertainment is currently facing internal and external troubles. It is already very difficult to deal with the deliberate targeting of Qingcheng Entertainment, let alone the veteran queen Wang Lin. There is almost no possibility of a comeback. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Wang Lin seemed to have noticed Yang Shuoxin's embarrassment, and she sighed and continued, I know this matter will be very difficult for you, so if you have any requests, I can agree to them. For example, I can ask those old guys to come forward and write a song just for you. You just won the title of queen this year, and you need a good song to establish your position. You know, most of my songs are written by those old guys. The songs they write are of guaranteed quality. I don't think you can hire them with your current connections, right? How about you just treat it as a deal with me? She looked at Yang Shuoxin with a smile. Yang Shuoxin was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that Wang Lin would make such a request. The songs written by those veteran musicians are indeed amazing. Some of them have even retired from the music industry. It is almost impossible for singers in the entertainment industry to get songs from them. It turns out that this is where Wang Lin's confidence in being able to convince himself comes from. A good song that can establish her as a queen. For some reason, a lazy figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Isn't that what this guy does best? Can he fix this? The creased piece of paper that Lan Ran handed her still appeared in her mind. That song, Red Bean, will it be a good song? She was silent for a long time, thinking quietly in her heart. Wang Lin didn't say anything either, waiting patiently for her reply. She believed that the conditions she offered were attractive enough, and she also believed that the other party would eventually choose to compromise. A few more minutes passed. Yang Shuaxin suddenly took a deep breath, shook her head, and made a decision with helplessness in her eyes. Sister Lin, how about, let's make a bet? Wang Lin didn't expect Yang Shuaxin to suddenly mention this, and looked at her in confusion. What bet? I'll take you to meet someone. If nothing goes wrong, I can ask him to write a good song for you. It shouldn't be a problem. Yang Shuaxin looked at her. If he can write a song that's as good as those old guys, I hope we can put today's matter behind us. And please don't target Chen Wei Entertainment anymore. Oh. Wang Lin suddenly became interested. Which old guy did you invite? Yang Shuaxin shook her head, a complicated look in her eyes. He is not an old guy, just a young man, only 24 years old this year. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Shuaxin in disbelief. A 24-year-old young man can write songs that are not inferior to those old guys. Is this possible? What if he can't write it? Wang Lin shook his head and smiled, obviously not believing what Yang Shuaxin said. Then I will agree to your request and stop interfering in Chen Wei Entertainment's affairs. Yang Shuaxin took a deep breath. This was the best choice she made after careful consideration. In short, no matter what, Wang Lin cannot be allowed to stand against Chen Wei Entertainment. She is well aware of the extent of the influence of this veteran diva. With just one word from the other party, Chen Wei Entertainment would face the risk of being ignored by the entire entertainment industry. In this circle, there are too many people who want to sell Queen Wang Lin's face. If Jiang Chen couldn't do it either, then she could only temporarily give up interfering in Chen Wei Entertainment's affairs in exchange for Wang Lin's non-interference. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Lin raised the coffee in her hand and spoke softly. Villa. When Jiang Chen reached the stairs, he heard the faint sound of two women talking downstairs. Sister-y, why hasn't my brother-in-law gotten up yet? How should I know? Isn't it normal for that guy to sleep in? But it's almost 11 o'clock now. You've said this 3 times. If you need to find him, just go upstairs and call him. Humph, I'm not going. Jiang Chen walked downstairs with some confusion. He knew that Gong Yi stayed at home last night. But why did that little girl Xu Mengyao appear in the villa so early in the morning? When he appeared in the living room with lazy steps, he saw 2 women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Gong Yi was still dressed in a sexy queen outfit, sitting on the sofa and typing on her laptop. After seeing his figure, he snorted coldly and shifted his gaze to the other side. Obviously, the woman was still angry about what happened to him. But compared to usual, he is much more honest. Otherwise, people would have started to sneer and mock us by now. Xu Mengyao sat up straight, seemingly holding a cup and drinking water. However, Jiang Chen discovered that there was no water in the little girl's cup. Because not only did she not swallow at all, but her eyes would occasionally look towards him through the rim of the cup. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What is this silly girl up to? On the dining table, Luowei had already prepared breakfast. He deliberately ignored Xu Mengyao, sat down at the dining table and started enjoying his breakfast. 2 minutes later, Xu Mengyao suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards him with a cup in her hand. Oh, you can't keep your cool anymore? Planning to just come clean? Jiang Chen laughed in his heart, pretending not to see it and continued eating his breakfast. He wanted to see what this little girl was planning to do. However, what he didn't expect was that Xu Mengyao didn't talk to him, but walked right past him holding the cup. But when she passed by the dining table, her face was facing forward, but her eyes glanced over and looked at him secretly. There is a water dispenser behind Jiang Chen. The little girl pretended to get a glass of water from the water dispenser, then stood up and drank the water slowly. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. This stupid woman, she peeked at me so blatantly, did she really think I couldn't notice it at all? He took a sip of milk in a bad mood, and decided to pretend that he didn't see this silly girl. He lowered his head and continued to eat his breakfast. But after just a moment, he found that the light in front of his eyes seemed to be blocked. He raised his head in confusion. But he found that Xu Mengyao had run to the seat in front of his dining table to drink water at some point. After drinking 2 sips, he coughed deliberately, as if he was afraid that he would not be noticed. Jiang Chen was finally speechless. He put down his chopsticks. Xiaoshu, do you have something to talk to me about? Unexpectedly, Xu Mengyao shook her head and refused to admit it, with an innocent expression. No. I'm just standing here drinking water. The air here is fresh. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking, you're being so fake. If you come to me today for no reason, I will eat the whole bowl in front of me. He was too lazy to bother with the little girl, so he just waved his hand and said rudely. Then please move aside and don't stand here, otherwise you'll scare away all my fresh air. What will I do if I can't breathe fresh air in the morning? Upon hearing this, Xu Mengyao stamped her feet and seemed a little angry. She snorted heavily, holding the cup, and walked towards Gong Yi angrily. Humph, little bastard. Jiang Chen sneered. After driving the silly girl away, he slowly continued to pack up the bread in front of him. Finish breakfast. As usual, he planned to lie down on the rooftop for a while, take a nap, and then go to the company. However, just as he lay down on the chair. But I found that Xu Mengyao had appeared on the balcony at some point. She still held the cup and pretended to look at the scenery outside the balcony. Then he moved his body little by little, and finally stood in front of himself, blocking the sunlight. Jiang Chen was speechless. What on earth is this silly girl trying to do? He simply closed his eyes, pretending not to see it. However, I soon realized that something seemed wrong, because the scene in front of me suddenly became dark, as if someone was blocking the sunlight. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that Xu Mengyao had come in front of him without him noticing. It seemed as if he wanted to observe whether he was really sleeping. When his eyes suddenly opened, she stood up in a panic, as if she had been caught doing something bad, with her hands behind her back, and forced an explanation. Just now, a mosquito seemed to fly, and flew past. I wanted to help you chase it away. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Where do these mosquitoes come from in broad daylight? Could you please make up a decent excuse? He said in a somewhat annoyed tone, Xu Mengyao, if you have nothing to do, go back to school and stop hanging around in front of me. I'm fine. I just think the sunshine here is great and I want to come up for a walk. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes twice and still refused to admit it. Jiang Chen was almost laughing at this silly girl. He yawned and said nonchalantly, really? I suddenly remembered that I seem to be allergic to sunlight. I should go back to my room and sleep. Having said that, he stood up and prepared to walk towards the room. Brother-in-law. Seeing this, Xu Mengyao suddenly became anxious and quickly grabbed his sleeve. This bastard brother-in-law. It's already 11 o'clock, I just woke up, and after having breakfast, I'm thinking about going back to sleep. How can there be such a lazy person? She came here early this morning and has been waiting until now. If Jiang Chen went back to sleep, how long would she have to wait? She looked at Jiang Chen, her face full of pleading. Har, you finally can't hold it back anymore. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and sat back in his chair with an expressionless face. 5 more minutes at most. Xu Mengyao stood aside with a pitiful expression, her 2 fingers pointing back and forth in front of her body in a very tangled manner. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, just lazily lying on the chair. Anyway, he had already made up his mind. When the 5 minutes were up, he would go back to his room and sleep without wasting any more time with this silly girl. Xu Mengyao hesitated for a long time before speaking hesitantly. Brother-in-law, can you write a song for me too? Chapter 60 Compendium of Materia Medica. Jiang Chen almost laughed, he knew this silly girl came for the song. Xiaoshu, aren't you still studying in school? You haven't officially debuted yet, so why are you in such a hurry to get a song? He looked at Xu Mengyao with some confusion. Although the little girl also wanted him to write a song yesterday, she didn't seem as urgent as today. Xu Mengyao hesitated and said with a look of grievance. In a few days, our school will be celebrating its 80th anniversary. Our class is putting on a show, and many leaders will be coming to watch. The class next door is also arranging a performance. In order to get a good ranking, they even invited their senior sister to come over. That senior sister has been in the industry for several years and is very popular. I also asked senior sister Yang, but she seems to be a judge. Sister Luowei doesn't have much time recently. The little girl spoke incoherently, but Jiang Chen still understood. In short, Xu Mengyao's class wanted to put on a show and win a prize at the school anniversary party. But the class next door didn't follow the rules and directly sent in a senior sister who was going to debut. As a result, Xu Mingyao's class had no confidence in winning a place. After the little girl sought help from Su Luowei and Yang Shuaxin to no avail, she finally had to find herself. Is this the 80th anniversary of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this year seemed quite special. It seems that the 60th anniversary of the national prosperity is also this year. The Shanghai Conservatory of Music is indeed one of the oldest music conservatories in China. Its history is even 20 years earlier than the founding of the prosperous era. The 2 days coincide with each other. No wonder so many leaders came to the 80th anniversary celebration. He also knew that the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, where Su Luowei graduated, had a great influence in the Chinese music world, and many of its teachers were well-known music professors in the country. The girl's teacher is one of them. If Xu Mengyao can win a place in the 80th anniversary celebration party, she will undoubtedly receive special attention from many leaders and senior professors. No wonder the little girl took it so seriously and came to his house early in the morning to ask him to write a song. But Jiang Chen scratched his ears, still looking uninterested. I haven't had any inspiration lately, so I don't plan on writing any songs. Just kidding, his songs are not cabbages, you can just take them if you want them. Even if you are Su Luowei's junior sister, it won't work. Brother-in-law, I'm also willing to sign a basic trainee contract. Can you please write a song for me? Xu Mengyao bit her lip, ran to Jiang Chen, and gently shook his arm coquettishly. She promised her classmates that she would come up with a solution today. No. Jiang Chen still refused expressionlessly. Xu Mengyao hasn't officially debuted yet, and given her relationship with the girl, the contract she signed is completely invalid. By then, not only will his songs be gone, but the girl might also be poached by another company at a high price. Wouldn't that mean he lost both the wife and the army? Snort. Xu Mengyao gritted her teeth and stood up angrily. If you don't write to me, I will always follow you, eat with you, drink water with you, and sleep with you. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom then. Jiang Chen yawned and walked directly towards the bathroom. However, Xu Mengyao seemed to have made up her mind and kept following him. Even if he closed the bathroom door, she would stay outside the door, covering her nose and shouting. Brother-in-law, I won't give up. Even if you stay in there for an hour, I will keep waiting. Jiang Chen stayed in the bathroom for a long time, but he didn't feel the urge to urinate. He couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, it would feel quite awkward if there was a beautiful woman guarding outside the toilet door when you were going to the bathroom, as if someone was deliberately eavesdropping outside. If he allowed this silly little girl to follow him all the time, how could he be so carefree today? 2 minutes later. Seeing Xu Mengyao at the door, it seemed that she had not left yet. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he opened the door angrily, intending to teach this silly girl a lesson. If I help you get a place in the party, will you leave me alone? Xu Mengyao thought Jiang Chen had compromised, and nodded quickly with her eyes shining. Brother-in-law, if I had any other solution, I wouldn't have come to you. Please help me. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. I can help you, but I can't write songs for you for now. At least I have to wait until you officially debut. He said with a fake sigh. Xu Mengyao was stunned for a moment. If you don't write a song, how can you help us get a ranking? That's easy. I'll think of a program for you that you can win without singing. Xu Mengyao was a little confused. Is there a program where you can win a prize without singing? How many people do you plan to have on this show? Jiang Chen asked. Including me, there are 8 of us in total, all girls. We originally planned to form a girl group and rehearse a singing and dancing program. Xu Mengyao counted on her fingers. Jiang Chen nodded, and an evil thought slowly emerged in his mind. You girls should all have some basic dancing skills, right? Yes. Can you do aerobics? Also, skip a little bit too. Yeah, not bad. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I just remembered a program where they did aerobics with music. It was really cool. If you want to win a place at the school celebration party, you can try this. Calligraphy. Xu Mengyao opened her mouth wide when she heard this. Master, brother-in-law, are you sure? Who performs aerobics at an evening party? Wouldn't that be weird? Certainly. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned around and took out the computer from the room. When he was bored, he happened to record the music of Compendium of Materia Medica on his computer. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Xu Mengyao followed behind him, her expression still full of confusion and bewilderment. Doing aerobics at the school anniversary party. Does it really work? Master, brother-in-law, what's the name of the fitness exercise you mentioned? She skipped most of the calisthenics. She always felt that it would be weird to do aerobics on stage. Won't this really be laughed at? Shuttlecock exercise, have you heard of it? Jiang Chen's calm voice came from the room. No, I haven't heard of it. Xu Mengyao thought about it for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. Oh, then I'm relieved. Xu Mengyao was stunned, and was about to ask something with a puzzled look on her face. But soon, a light melody sounded from the computer. If Huatuo were reborn. Western worshippers are healed. Chapter 61. You don't understand the complexity of shuttlecock exercises. Xu Mengyao's expression gradually froze. Is this my brother-in-law's new song? Both of them stood quietly in the room, with only the speakers next to the computer playing music. 2 minutes later. Are you satisfied with this song? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Satisfied, satisfied, satisfied. It took Xu Mengyao a long time to come back to her senses, and then she looked at Jiang Chen with stars in her eyes. Brother-in-law, are you going to give us this song to sing? Of course not. Jiang Chen shook his head. This is just background music. You just need to do the aerobics. Another calisthenics exercise. Xu Mengyao suddenly showed a look of disappointment. This aerobics move is very simple. Let me show you. Jiang Chen ignored Xu Mengyao's expression and led her to the balcony. Har har, the pit has been dug, and you still want to run away. He put the computer on the balcony table and pressed the play button on the music again. This aerobics exercise only has a few moves, so watch carefully. First one, the shuttlecock kicking action. Touch your right ankle with your left hand, and your left ankle with your right hand. Xu Mengyao blinked her big eyes and watched Jiang Chen's actions very seriously. She found that the aerobics movements looked a bit strange, but when combined with the fast-paced music, they seemed quite rhythmic. Like dancing. The second move. Lift your legs back and touch your ankles. Jiang Chen changed his movements again, still very rhythmic. Xu Mengyao already had a basic dance foundation, and she was very excited to see the moves. She thought the moves were very simple, so she quickly started to learn them. She has a good foundation in dancing and she was able to learn it quite well after just watching it twice. The third move is to touch the back foot. Jiang Chen continued. The fourth exercise is to raise your left and right legs and touch your knees. 2 minutes later. Jiang Chen paused. How is it, have you learned it? Does this aerobics only have these for movements? Xu Mengyao asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Why, it's not enough. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. These few actions alone are enough to make you suffer. That's enough. That's enough. Xu Mengyao said quickly, her eyes filled with disbelief. After practicing just now, she found that although these four movements were simple, they looked very beautiful when danced, and the movements were rhythmic and melodious. Combined with the melody of my senior brother-in-law's music, it is really exciting. She could imagine that if the 8 girls danced the shuttlecock exercise in unison on the stage at a party, the scene would be very eye-catching. This brother-in-law seems to have invented some very powerful fitness exercises. A hint of a meaningful smile flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. If that's enough, then go back to practice. Good. Xu Mengyao nodded stupidly. But soon, he began to have concerns. But, wouldn't it be too monotonous to just do these few moves? Can I really get a place? Rest assured. Jiang Chen waved his hand. With these few moves and this song, I can definitely help you get a place. As he spoke, he pointed to the audio file on the computer. Only then did Xu Mengyao realize the name of the song on the screen, Compendium of Materia Medica. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and she suddenly remembered that her brother-in-law not only wrote beautiful songs, but also had great singing skills, so she quickly said, Brother-in-law, why don't you come and help us when the time comes? We'll do aerobics and you sing. It will be a great stage effect. Jiang Chen was eager to get rid of the little girl. We'll talk about it later. If you can master these moves during this period of time, I can make an appearance, but... He deliberately provoked. These movements may look simple, but they are actually quite difficult to master. You are dancing in unison, so the power and uniformity of the movements are very important. It's hard to do it without more than 8 hours of training every day. Can you really do it? Xu Mengyao immediately hummed and said, "Of course. Brother-in-law, you look down on us too much. We have all danced before. Practicing 8 hours a day is nothing. This shuttlecock exercise is so simple, we can practice it from morning to night without getting tired." She pumped her fist with great enthusiasm. "Okay, then go practice. I'll check on your results later." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Okay, brother-in-law, don't worry, I promise to practice for more than 8 hours every day and will not let you down." Xu Mengyao nodded vigorously, looking at the silly girl's energetic back as she left. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, then slowly lay down on the chair. Shuttlecock gymnastics, 8 hours a day. Liu Binhong didn't even dare to say such words. Silly little girl. You'll soon discover how complex the world of calisthenics is. If you can stand normally after doing this exercise, you will be considered amazing. I shouldn't have time to bother myself anymore, right? Chenwei Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Because Jiang Chen stopped all artist announcements, all the artists from Chenwei Entertainment did not go out today and gathered here. Did Director Jiang come to work today? It seems not yet. It's almost noon, why hasn't he come yet? Qingcheng Entertainment is bullying concubine Chu Yufei, not us. Why did they stop our announcement? What should we do? We can't just keep waiting like this, right? Alas, I heard, our announcements were cancelled. It could be that Director Jiang wants to help concubine Chu vent her anger and is planning to cause trouble for Qingcheng Entertainment. Is he crazy? That's Allure Entertainment. Do you think he has a crush on concubine Chu? The little girl is so pretty and young, no wonder. This is simply outrageous. For such a small matter, they are already thinking of going head-to-head with Qingcheng Entertainment. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Or, let's go find Sister Jing. That's right. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll terminate the contract. Anyway, I've already. In the lounge, a girl in her 20s suddenly stopped talking when she said this. However, everyone understood what she meant. Anyway, I have already contacted Qingcheng Entertainment. With this way out, she has nothing to fear. After hearing her words, the artists in the lounge gradually became more active. In the past, they may not have been qualified to make demands to the company. But things are different now. The situation of Chenwei Entertainment is not optimistic, and Qingcheng Entertainment has been sending them messages behind the scenes. So they all felt that now was the time for the company to pay attention to them. They couldn't let Director Jiang do whatever he wanted. I'm going to talk to Sister Jing. The 20-year-old girl who had just spoken suddenly said, then looked at the other girl beside her. Zhuan, do you want to go together? Hearing this, everyone in the lounge looked towards them. Because these two girls are the two most popular artists in Chenwei Entertainment. These are also the two people that Xu Jingqiu has always focused on training. If even they want to terminate their contracts with the company, what is left for Chenwei Entertainment? Outside the door, Yang Shuaxin and a woman wearing a hat and big sunglasses were walking slowly in the company corridor. The conversations in the lounge fell into the ears of the two men. The woman in sunglasses walked at a leisurely pace, looking at the internal layout of Chenwei Entertainment with interest. I heard that Luowei actually asked her husband, a writer, to be the company's music director. Is this true? It's true. Yang Shuaxin nodded expressionlessly. The woman in sunglasses was stunned, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Has the current situation of Chenwei Entertainment become so chaotic? In her opinion, Su Luowei's scoundrel husband is not suitable to be a music director at all. Yang Shuaxin didn't say anything. To be honest, when she first heard the news, she also felt that Jiang Chen was not suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Shuaxin, why don't you give up? The woman in sunglasses smiled slightly. In this situation, even if you stand on Chenwei Entertainment's side, what can you do to help? Su Luowei was simply blinded by love, which is why she unconditionally trusted her husband and ultimately made such an absurd decision. Do you want to be as irrational as her? Yang Shuaxin suddenly stopped and looked at her. What? Am I wrong? Yang Shuaxin shook her head and took a deep breath. You are quite right, but you are mistaken in one point. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment. Which point? Yang Shuoxin's eyes gradually revealed a hint of shock and complexity. Actually, I believe that guy, and, for rational reasons. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Yang Shuoxin meant. You believe in him too? Yang Shuoxin nodded with a complicated expression. She only believed what she saw. She saw that Jiang Chen could write songs, and he was quite good at it. Just the few songs he saw yesterday were enough to shock the entire music world. This guy's talent in music is definitely the best among everyone she has ever met. So she chose to believe Jiang Chen, even though this guy didn't seem very reliable. But at this time, you can only choose to believe him. The person I want to take you to meet is the new director of Chenwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen. She pointed to the office in front and said in a complicated tone. Wang Lin was stunned again, and then his expression was a little surprised. Chapter 62. The woman Jiang Chen can't get. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei's husband. The young man who is great at writing songs that you mentioned is him? Wang Lin asked in surprise. Yang Shuoxin nodded. Wang Lin stood there, somewhat unresponsive. Etc. Shuoxin, you're not trying to tell me that the songs written by this Jiang Chen can rival those old guys, are you? Are you kidding me? However, Yang Shuoxin did not answer her doubts. She was the first to push open the door of Jiang Chen's office and walked in. The office was empty. That guy really hasn't come to work yet. Yang Shuoxin frowned slightly. Just as she was thinking about whether to call Jiang Chen, Wang Lin walked into the music director's office with a strange look on her face. At this time, she had gradually begun to believe that the person Yang Shuoxin wanted to take her to meet was Su Luowei's scoundrel husband, and she was not so anxious anymore. Su Luowei was blinded by love, but what about Yang Shuoxin? She was also bewitched by Jiang Chen. In short, the outcome of this bet is almost certain that she won. Even she had heard of Jiang Chen's name. How can a writer with nothing, no talent, and a representative of men who live off their husbands and wait for death, write good songs? Her demeanor gradually relaxed, and she slowly looked around the empty office, smiling and saying, "It's okay. I've heard of Director Jiang's habits. Anyway, I have freed up my time today, so it can wait." In the lounge, the two most popular female artists from Chenwei Entertainment met and walked towards Xu Jingchu's office together. However, when they passed the door, they noticed a female artist in the lounge who was a few years older than them. "Sister Ling, do you want to go with me?" Yi Juwen asked casually. Forget it." Yarn Ling was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but shook her head. She is the earliest female singer signed by Chenwei Entertainment. At the beginning, she was just a street singing girl who could only take part in the opening activities of some small supermarkets, and her income was very unstable. Later, it was Xu Jingchu who discovered her and felt that she had the potential to become a professional singer, so she signed her to Chenwei Entertainment. Yarn Ling can still remember it clearly. When she first learned that Chenwei Entertainment was the company founded by the national goddess Su Luowei, she was really surprised. Su Luowei is a top female star in China. How could I sign a contract with her company? Although she is older than Su Luowei, she admires this girl who has become a big star at such a young age. She also knew about Chenwei Entertainment's recent situation, but at this critical moment, she had no intention of changing companies. She likes Chenwei Entertainment very much and has gotten used to it. All right. Seeing this, Yi Juwen did not force it. She pushed the door open and walked out. But wait until the lounge door closes. Yarn Ling could vaguely hear their discussions. "Hey, do you think she didn't receive the message from Allure Entertainment? That should be it. The name is too tacky. Yarn Ling, I guess Qingcheng Entertainment wouldn't like an artist like her, right? No wonder she refused to go find Sister Jing. She must be worried that she would have no way out. Alas, if Chenwei Entertainment is gone by then, where else can she go? I guess I'll have to go back to singing on the street again. That's too tragic, har har." Listening to these discussions, Yarn Ling sighed inwardly. In fact, she also received a text message from Allure Entertainment. Yao Sikhun also offered her better conditions than Chenwei Entertainment. But she still remembered her joy and excitement when Sister Jing placed the contract in front of her more than a year ago. She has always been grateful that Chenwei Entertainment signed her, so even though Chenwei Entertainment is in crisis now, she has no intention of leaving immediately. At this moment, President Su must be having a headache, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for him. In the corner of the lounge, Concubine Chu's expression gradually became complicated and tangled. At this time, a large bandage was already on her face, but some redness and swelling could still be vaguely seen through the edges. She heard everything Zhang Yarji and Yi Juan discussed in the lounge just now. Director Jiang, you wouldn't really be stopping all other people's announcements just for yourself, right? Is he really planning to cause trouble for Qingcheng Entertainment just to vent his anger? Just now they said Director Jiang did this because he liked me. This can't be true. Oh my god. For a while, Concubine Chu Yufei just felt her heart was in turmoil. She felt that if it was really because of this reason that the artists of Chenwei Entertainment had great opinions, then she would be too sorry to Sister Luowei. How can I face Sister Luowei in the future? She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, a decision is made. She also wants to go to Sister Jing to ask her about it. Although this matter is very embarrassing. But it's better to ask clearly. If Director Jiang really intends to do this, then we must persuade him well and not act recklessly. I want to terminate the contract. In Xu Jingchu's office, Lin Lorong placed the documents on her desk with an arrogant look. Resignation application. Xu Jingchu looked at the document without any fluctuation in expression. She knew yesterday that Lin Lorong would terminate the contract. This little slut has been in cahoots with Qingcheng Entertainment for a long time, and termination of the contract is only a matter of time. However, she still followed the procedure, picked up the resignation application, and took a quick look at it, then asked, "Are you sure you've thought it through?" The reason for leaving was actually written as physical discomfort. She was speechless. Lin Lorong was really good at making up stories. This reason should have been thought up by Qingcheng Entertainment for her, right? You can terminate the contract on the grounds of physical discomfort, and then you can argue with the company about the liability for breach of contract. Lin Lorong's expression was full of arrogance. Originally, she wanted to wait for Xu Jingchu to be shocked and try to keep her, and then make some sarcastic remarks to disgust this old woman. However, Xu Jingchu's expression remained calm, as if she had already expected her to terminate the contract. This made Lin Lorong somewhat disappointed. She thought Xu Jingchu might not have reacted yet, so she emphasized it again. I've made up my mind. I must terminate the contract today. Even if the company tries to persuade me to stay, it's useless. Oh. However, Xu Jingchu still looked calm. I took the pen from the table and signed the resignation application. No need to persuade me to stay, I approve. Chapter 63 Sister Jing, does Director Jiang like me? Seeing this, Lin Lorong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, a little surprised. She agreed so easily. She has prepared many things to say but has not yet said them. What does it feel like to punch cotton? She was a little stunned, but continued. I know there's a penalty for breach of contract in the contract, but I've already arranged for a lawyer to contact you later. Of course, the lawyer was arranged for her by Qingcheng Entertainment. Like this situation. Even if a penalty for breach of contract is stipulated in the contract, it does not necessarily mean that the contract must be fulfilled in full. There's a lot of content in there to discuss. For example, whether the liquidated damages are set unreasonably, whether the breach of contract is true, and how much loss the breach of contract has caused to the original company. These are all the final criteria for determining liquidated damages. In short, this is what lawyers are best at. They can guarantee that you can argue for a year or two without having to pay a penny. She thought that this time, the other party would lose his patience. But who would have thought that Xu Jingchu simply shook her head? Don't worry, Chenwei Entertainment doesn't intend to argue with you about breach of contract. As long as you can do one thing, I can even not pursue your breach of contract liability. R. Lin Lorong was stunned again. No accountability? She doesn't have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. What is going on? Really? She asked in disbelief. Of course it's true, but you have to do it according to my requirements. Xu Jingchu shrugged and nodded. The penalty for breach of contract stipulated in the contract is only 500,000 yuan, and Lin Lerongbei has the support of Qingcheng Entertainment behind him. As the lawyers on both sides argue, not only will they not get any money, but they will also waste a lot of manpower and resources. After a stalemate of 1 or 2 years, you may only be able to receive tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. After all, Chenwei Entertainment is not the kind of entertainment company that is set up specifically to earn breach of contract fees. The establishment of liquidated damages is only to prevent artists from breaching the contract within the time limit and causing losses to the company. But after figuring out Jiang Chen's thinking yesterday, she now had a better way to deal with these artists who betrayed her at the last minute. Thinking of this, she did not immediately return the signed resignation application to Lin Larong, but put it in her own drawer. What do you mean, what should I do? Lin Larong felt as if she had fallen into Xu Jingchu's rhythm. However, her brain was unable to react at this moment. Before coming to Xu Jingchu's office, she had imagined many possibilities and conversations in her mind. But the current situation was something I had never expected. It's simple. I hope you can stay at Chenwei Entertainment for another month. After a month, you can leave Chenwei Entertainment directly, and it won't be considered a breach of contract. Xu Jingchu said lightly. That's it. Lin Larong's eyes gradually widened, her face full of disbelief. Isn't this condition too simple? As long as I stay in Chenwei Entertainment for another month, I can terminate the contract smoothly. Is this true or false? This is much better than having Qingcheng Entertainment arrange a lawyer to handle the breach of contract for her. After all, she is an entertainer. It is best to avoid getting involved in economic disputes and reduce unnecessary negative news. It's just a month, she doesn't lack the time at all. Okay, no problem. She seemed to be afraid that Xu Jingchu would go back on her word, so she spoke quickly. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Xu Jingchu waved his hand and spoke in a calm tone. When Lin Larong walked out of the office, her expression was still a little dull. Termination of the contract, was it completed so smoothly? There was no conversation, no argument, and even the lawyer who was prepared was not used. As long as you stay in Chenwei Entertainment for one more month, you can terminate the contract smoothly. What is going on? When did the company become so easy to talk to? She walked out of the building with a puzzled look on her face. Yarji, look, isn't that Lin Larong? In the distance, Zhang Yarji and Yi Jiwen, who were about to talk to Sister Jing about something, saw Lin Larong walking out of the office building through the window. She seems to have just come out of Sister Jing's office. Yesterday she said she wanted to terminate the contract with Sister Jing. I don't know how her conversation with Sister Jing went. How about we go ask her first? The two looked at each other, both with curiosity and gossip in their eyes. When faced with the issue of artist termination, how do companies handle it? Ban them and then pay liquidated damages? Or something else? Okay, then let's talk to Sister Jing again this afternoon. Zhang Yarji nodded. She also thought it would be better to ask Lin Larong first. The two of them made a decision immediately, changed direction, and walked towards the outside of the building. Xu Jingchu sat in the office and took a deep breath. After Jiang Chen ordered her not to let anyone go yesterday, she came up with this unsatisfactory solution. Although all artists can be kept in the company temporarily, the company also gives up the pursuit of liability for breach of contract. It would be fine if everything went well for Jiang Chen, but in the end these artists will have to pay the price for their betrayal. But what if Jiang Chen is not doing well? Allure Entertainment is not that easy to deal with. After dealing with Lin Larong's contract termination, she couldn't help but feel worried. What she feared most at this moment was that after Lin Larong terminated her contract, other artists would follow suit. What should we do then? Even if she gave up pursuing liability for breach of contract, she could only keep the artists in the company for one more month at most. A month later. All her hard work over the past year will be wasted. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Is Jiang Chen sure? Just thinking about it. There was a sudden knock on the door. Is there anyone who wants to terminate the contract again? Xu Jingchu frowned and said in a somewhat cold tone. Come in. However, when the door was opened, a somewhat unexpected figure came in. Young concubine. Xu Jingchu was stunned for a moment. What do you want to talk to me about? Sister Jing. Chu Yufei walked into the office with her petite body, her expression looking a little conflicted. It's okay, just tell me if you have something to say. Facing this delicate little girl, Xu Jingchu's tone slowed down a lot and he spoke gently. However, concubine Chu Yu's expression was still full of confusion. Because she was too embarrassed to ask directly whether Director Jiang liked her, so he stood up for her? It's really embarrassing to ask this. She hesitated for a long time. Then he asked hesitantly. Sister Jing, I want to ask Director Jiang, why did he suddenly stop all notifications? Did he accidentally send that text message to the wrong person? Chapter 64 Jiang Chen, I want it now. Concubine Chu asked the question in a different way. However, Xu Jingchu misunderstood her meaning and asked in a soft tone. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Did you hear something in the lounge? She knew that after Jiang Chen sent that text message yesterday, the artists would definitely have some opinions. Concubine Chu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said truthfully. No one quite understands. Some people even say that Director Jiang is trying to help me. Her voice gradually became softer and her face turned slightly red, as if she was embarrassed. Xu Jingchu didn't know what she was thinking. They are right. Director Jiang made this decision yesterday just to vent your anger. She sighed and said. R. Upon hearing this, Concubine Chu's eyes widened immediately. No way. Director Jiang really did this for her. Actually, I was a little bit dissatisfied yesterday. Xu Jingchu sighed again and said. But Director Jiang has been insisting, and even President Su supports him, so, alas, there's nothing I can do. Concubine Chu's beautiful eyes widened again, her face full of disbelief. What? Even Sister Luowei supports it. This but. Concubine Chu Yufei looked confused, and she felt that her mind seemed to be even more confused. What is going on here? You don't think this is a good idea, do you? Xu Jingchu asked. Concubine Chu nodded subconsciously. So, of course it's not good. Alas, I don't think it's a good idea either. This will obviously make the company's artists more unstable. Xu Jingchu shook his head and muttered. But Jiang Chen is so stubborn. Even Queen Yang supports him. I can't do anything about it. She looked at Concubine Chu Yufei, whose face was full of nervousness, and suddenly felt a little comforted. There are still people in this company who can understand her and are willing to stand on her side. I'm just about to ask him something. How about you come with me and ask him? She put away the worry in her eyes, stood up, and patted Chu Yufei's little head. She wanted to find Jiang Chen and ask him if he was sure he could deal with Qingcheng Entertainment. Would he let all the artists in the company escape and still be completely helpless against Qingcheng Entertainment? That's a big joke. Concubine Chu nodded with a somewhat dull expression. At this moment, her mind was a little confused. She really wanted to find Director Jiang and tell him not to sacrifice the entire Chenwei Entertainment for her. But I don't know how to start. No. You must have courage. Even if it's for Sister Luowei, we must not let Director Jiang do anything rash. She took a deep breath and silently encouraged herself in her heart. When I see Director Jiang later, I must muster up the courage to tell him not to mess around anymore. Because of that text message, Sister Yaji and Sister Juan both seem to want to terminate their contracts with the company. They are the two most popular artists in the company, and Sister Jing has invested so many resources in them. If this continues, Chenwei Entertainment will really collapse. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the company, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After Xu Mengyao left. He originally wanted to take a nap on the balcony, but he was worried that the girl would find something wrong after returning home and would come back to find him. So he just came directly to the company. It was quite comfortable to take a nap here anyway, and no one would disturb him. He yawned and walked into the office, but suddenly found that there were two women sitting on the sofa in his office. One is Yang Xuexin. The other woman was wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses, and her appearance was unclear. It seems that he should be Yang Xuexin's friend. Hey, old Yang, good morning. He raised his hand and said hello, then sat down in his office chair and said, Luowei seems to be going to record a song, didn't you go with her? He thought Yang Xuexin was looking for Su Luowei, but Yang Xuexin seemed not to hear him. She frowned and looked at him. Morning. Look at what time it is now. Beside Yang Xuexin, Wang Lin looked at Jiang Chen with interest through his sunglasses. This young man should be the Jiang Chen that Yang Xuexin mentioned, right? Su Luowei's idiot writer husband. Just as the rumors said, he looked lazy and had no ambition. Apart from being a little handsome, there seems to be no other advantages to him. Yang Xuexin actually believed that he could write songs comparable to those old guys. Could she be like Luowei, blinded by Jiang Chen's good looks? Although there are various doubts in my heart. But she didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, the bet between Yang Shuaxin and her had been established. As long as Yang Shuaxin was willing to admit defeat, it would be fine. Jiang Chen had already turned on his computer and was planning to check today's novel data first. However, Yang Shuaxin stood up from the sofa and walked straight to his desk. Her eyes were still cold, but her tone was very serious. She said, "I'm not looking for Luowei, I'm looking for you." Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Yang Shuaxin with some confusion. Looking for him? What's up? In his impression, he seemed to have no connection with this Queen Yan. Ever since the last time they chatted online, this woman didn't seem to be very interested in me. What could possibly happen to me? I want you to write a song. Yang Shuaxin didn't beat around the bush, but spoke directly. Time waits for no one, Wang Lin is still waiting here. This matter today must come to a conclusion. Want me to write a song? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched uncomfortably when he heard that. I wondered what was going on between these two sisters, one big and one small, today. One went to his house to ask for a song, and the other went to his company to ask for a song. Do they really think he is being sexy and want to take advantage of everyone? I don't have any inspiration today. Let's wait for a while. He waved his hand and said helplessly, I really don't feel like writing any more songs today. But even if Yang Shuaxin didn't mention it, he planned to write a song for this superstar senior sister in the future. After all, I want to fight with Qingcheng Entertainment. The little girl seems too weak to rely on herself. When the critical moment comes, throwing out the bombshell of Queen Yang will definitely shock a large group of people. But Queen Yang's status and position are extraordinary after all, and there are relatively few songs that fit her singing style. He hasn't decided what kind of song he wants to write yet. Red Bean or Legend. Later or Meet. I can't wait that long. I want it today. However, Yang Shuaxin shook her head with an extremely determined expression. Jiang Chen raised his brows. I thought, damn, you are too impatient. Want it today. But I'm not in a good mood today. Besides, I'm so sleepy now and have no energy. How can I give it to you? He still waved his hand. No inspiration, no mood, bad weather, talk next time. On the sofa. Wang Lin watched this scene with great interest. She originally thought that Jiang Chen would readily agree to Yang Shuaxin's request. How many musicians dream of writing songs for the Queen of Pop? As long as the Queen is willing to sing the song, it will bring huge fame to any musician. But what was unexpected was that Jiang Chen actually refused directly. Yang Shuaxin's expression gradually turned cold, and she seemed a little angry. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would directly reject her request. This bastard. Do you know how many people out there are eager to write songs for her? Okay, if you don't write, I'll stay here and watch you work. She said with a cold face. When facing a bastard like Jiang Chen, she has her own way. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. I was thinking, damn it, Yang Shuaxin, you and Xu Mengyao didn't receive training in the same rogue school, did you? How come the way they cheat is exactly the same? What a fuck. If he is not in good shape today, does this woman intend to force him? But after waiting for a while, seeing that Yang Shuaxin really didn't seem to be joking, she stood in front of her desk and didn't leave. It was as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. I'm really impressed. Did you not check the almanac when you got up today? How could such a shameless thing happen twice in a row? Thump, thump, thump. Just when the two of them were at a stalemate. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Chapter 65, the song that can establish the Queen's position. Jiang Chen. Xu Jingqiu pushed the door open and walked in with Chu Yufei. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she noticed that the atmosphere in the office seemed a little wrong, and then she saw two women in the office. Why is Queen Yang here too? And who is that person wearing sunglasses? Oh, you guys chat first, we'll talk about our business later. She didn't care, shrugged, and pulled Chu Yufei aside. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. There seemed to be more and more people in the office. Yang Shuaxin was still standing in front of his desk, looking like, if you don't want to, I'll force you to do it. How can I take a nap like this? How to deal with the manuscript of those years. You know, he hasn't planned to tell the girl about writing yet. After a while, Jiang Chen felt as miserable as if he had been fucked by a dog. Yang Shuaxin is the queen of heaven and also Su Luowei's senior sister. I can neither hit her nor scold her, and she acts like a scoundrel in front of me, so I really can't do anything about it. However, this was also the first time that Jiang Chen saw the aloof Queen Yang acting like a rogue. It must be said that when a cold and aloof woman acts like a rogue, it can be quite a headache. It seems to be no weaker than Su Luowei's coquettish offensive. Seeing that Yang Shuaxin in front of him seemed to have no intention of retreating, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Forget it, forget it. This group of sisters are more difficult to deal with than each other. If you really argue with them, you will only tire yourself out. After all, Yang Shuaxin is not a stranger, so just give the song to her in advance. He looked at Yang Shuaxin and said unhappily. Okay, but you should know my rules. Singers only have the right to perform, and they have to sign a contract, with a 90% share of the profits. Make a deal. Yang Shuaxin breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately. Upon hearing this, Concubine Chu's eyes widened. What's the meaning? Queen Yang actually asked director Jiang for a song? And, it's a 9:1 split. Even Xu Jingchu was a little surprised. Could it be that, even Queen Yang is planning to start helping this idiot writer make money? What good things did this guy do in his previous life? How could he have so many outstanding women around him, constantly helping him make money? Xu Jingchu thought with a very strange expression. What song do you want? At the desk, Jiang Chen asked with some displeasure. He hasn't decided on a song for Yang Shuaxin yet, so he wants to hear her thoughts first. He originally thought that Yang Shuaxin would say something like, whatever, or anything is fine. But unexpectedly, this senior sister was not polite at all. I've just been promoted to a pop queen, and my reputation is still a little shaky. I want a song that can help me establish my position. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at Yang Shuaxin in disbelief. What? What did you say? The song that helped you establish your position? Bro, do you know you are a diva? If even you can't stabilize your position in the music industry, who else can? Do you want another song that can establish your status as a queen? Why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sending you to heaven is easier than this, right? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Yang Shuaxin frowned slightly as she looked at Jiang Chen, seeming a little angry. What does that expression of yours mean? She also knew that her request seemed a bit excessive. But this was a bet between her and Wang Lin, so what could she do? She gritted her teeth, but still did not give in. Anyway, just do your best. I just want a song like this. She said this in a somewhat stiff tone, then sat down on the chair opposite Jiang Chen. Obviously, they were planning to wait here for Jiang Chen's new song. Jiang Chen looked speechless. What's this feeling of being supervised? However, after sighing in his heart, he continued to tap his fingers lightly on the table, his mind slowly thinking. The song that helped the queen establish her status. Which one is better? Tap, tap, tap. In the office, everyone looked quietly at Jiang Chen, who was lost in thought. Only Wang Lin looked a little disapproving. She didn't think Jiang Chen could write such a song. Chu Yofei's eyes were full of curiosity. She had never seen director Jiang write a song before, so she was very confused. With the identity of Queen Yang, why did she ask director Jiang to write a song? There must be a lot of people in the entertainment industry who want to write songs for Queen Yang. Xu Jingchu and Yang Shuaxin were both excited and nervous. They knew that Jiang Chen could write songs, and the songs he wrote were of high quality. But the request Yang Shuaxin just made was unprecedentedly high. Can Jiang Chen write such a song? Time passes by every second. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's fingers tapping on the table slowly stopped. He raised his head with a frown. To be honest, at this moment he really thought of a song in his mind, which not only met Yang Shuaxin's requirements, but also found the answer to the thing that had been bothering him. Originally, he was still thinking about how to completely solve the problem of Qingcheng Entertainment. Now that Yang Shuaxin suddenly mentioned it, he had some ideas. But the only problem is that this song seems a bit picky. I don't know if Yang Shuaxin is suitable. With her current fame and status, singing this song seems a little lacking in meaning. After all, Yang Shuaxin had just been promoted to Queen of Heaven not long ago, and her fame and qualifications were not yet accumulated enough. This song, is it suitable for her to sing? Seeing Jiang Chen's strange expression, Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu looked at him with some confusion. Never mind. After a while, Jiang Chen sighed slowly. Let us just take this song. I can't think of anything more suitable than it for the time being. The most important thing at the moment is to solve the problem of Qingcheng Entertainment. He picked up a pen and paper from the table, getting ready to write this song. Seeing this, everyone in the office was a little surprised. Did you come up with an idea so quickly? Wang Lin frowned slightly. Could it be that this Jiang Chen can really write songs? Wait, doesn't he need to prepare? Why is he writing so soon? She has met at least hundreds of domestic musicians, but it seems no one writes songs like this. She sat up slightly with a serious expression. Yang Shuaxin also stood up, staring intently at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen. What songs will he write? Could it be that song? Red Bean? Seeing Jiang Chen preparing to write, she took a deep breath in her heart. Jiang Chen, have you really thought it through? Does this song really meet my requirements? If this bet is lost, the situation of Chenwei Entertainment will be even worse. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen's fingers slowly stopped, the tip of the pen hovering above the paper, not falling. Seeing this, everyone was a little surprised. Why did you suddenly stop writing? Especially Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu, they have both seen Jiang Chen write songs. Although this guy is usually unreliable, when he writes songs, he is like a different person, fast and good. The songs he wrote casually were enough to shock the music world. Why does it seem like my thoughts are stuck today? Wang Lin smiled slightly and relaxed a little. How can it be so easy to write a song that can help a queen establish her position? She has only accumulated a handful of such classic songs in all her years in the entertainment industry. It is normal not to be able to write in such a short time. Yang Shuaxin and Xu Jingqiu both looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. Jiang Chen, who is usually a bit cynical and lazy, now looks a little solemn. He stared at the paper in front of him, lost in thought. His expression seemed a little solemn, and he didn't move for a long time. What on earth is going on? Yang Shuaxin frowned slightly and was about to speak. Jiang Chen slowly put down his pen and sighed softly. Forget it, I'll just sing this song for you guys. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Straight, continue singing. Jiang Chen nodded with a complicated expression, but did not explain. In his mind, this is a song that needs to be taken seriously. If you simply write it down on paper, it would be too monotonous. There is no way to express the complex emotions involved. You want to sing? I'll get the guitar. Xu Jingqiu stood up and asked. No. Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop her. After a pause, he said solemnly, let's use the piano for this song. Xu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. Jiang Chen's serious expression surprised her. She had never seen Jiang Chen take a song so seriously. The last time Jiang Chen sang Mo in front of all the trainees, his expression was much more casual than it is now. There's a piano in the music theory classroom downstairs. It's quite close to us, but it seems the trainees are having classes there right now. She pointed in the direction downstairs. Then let's go to the classroom. Jiang Chen nodded. Since we're going to sing this song, let's make it more formal. Okay, I'll take you there. After thinking about it for a while, Xu Jingqiu nodded without saying anything more. Anyway, this wasn't the first time Jiang Chen sang in front of the trainees. He is the music director, so it is only natural for him to occasionally demonstrate the process of making music in front of the trainees. Wait until Jiang Chen and Xu Jingqiu walk out of the office together. Concubine Chu Yufei saluted Yang Shuaxin and Wang Lin in a panic, and followed closely behind them. Only Yang Shuaxin and Wang Lin were left in the office. The two looked at each other. Do you regret it? If you want to change people now, it's not too late. I have plenty of time today. Wang Lin stood up and smiled. As for Jiang Chen, she felt that her victory was too easy. It even feels a bit like the big bullying the small. If I win the bet so easily, Yang Shuaxin 1T refused to admit defeat, right? However, Yang Shuaxin took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I believe him. And now, I can only trust him. she added silently in her heart. After all, apart from Jiang Chen, she really couldn't think of anyone else whose songs could compare with those of the old guys behind Wang Lin. The students of those teachers are almost all over the music world. Okay, as long as you don't regret it. Wang Lin was naturally relieved. He stood up and walked towards the office door. Yang Shuoxin took a deep breath and followed her. Chapter 66, As Wish. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Chenwei Entertainment, the corridor was empty, and there was a kind of tranquility unique to the afternoon. The trainees were attending classes in the classroom, and most of the artists who had nothing to do went back to the dormitory to rest. From time to time, a warm breeze with the temperature of the afternoon sun flows in from the corridor window, bringing a sense of relief. However, the people in the corridor at this time had no time to feel the pleasant midday breeze. As we approached the trainee classroom, the teacher's voice could be heard emitting from inside. When everyone sings, they must pay attention to putting their own emotions into it. Emotions can help us better express the meaning of songs. When Xu Jingqiu pushed open the door of the classroom, the teacher was teaching the girls. Noticing the sound of the door opening, the girls all looked in their direction. Xu Jingqiu looked at the music theory teacher sitting in front of the piano a little embarrassedly. "Cici, can we pause the class for a moment? We need to use the piano for something." When the music theory teacher heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. She is Chenwei Entertainment's specially hired music theory teacher. Unless it was something particularly important, she didn't want anyone to disturb her class. Even Xu Jingqiu couldn't do it. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse. However, at this time, the door of the classroom was pushed open again. Yang Shuoxin and Wang Lin walked into the classroom. There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom. "Oh my God, it's Queen Yang. Why is she here? Is there something important? Director Jiang is here too." The trainee girls were talking about it. Xu Jingqiu looked at Jiang Cici again with embarrassment and explained, "Director Jiang wants to write a song for Queen Yang. This is a very important matter." Jiang Cici is a senior student specially hired by Luowei from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. She has a solid knowledge of music theory. So she had to try to be polite when she spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Cici was stunned for a moment. "Director Jiang wants to write a song for Queen Yang? Jiang Chen. She didn't come to the company yesterday. However, I also heard that the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment is the husband of Su Luowei's junior schoolmate. Originally, she wanted to ask the girls about Jiang Chen's situation after class. But I didn't expect it. This rumored scoundrel writer actually came directly into the classroom and wanted to write a song for Queen Yang? Are you kidding?" Although she was a little confused, she nodded calmly and stood up from the chair. Even if she didn't believe Jiang Chen, she couldn't refuse senior sister Yang's favor. Xu Jingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the trainees in the classroom and clapped her hands. "Excuse me, girls, please take a break. Director Jiang will use the piano for a while." Jiang Cici nodded and instructed, "Everyone, please take a seat nearby. We will continue our class later." There were no tables, chairs or benches in this kind of music theory classroom, and most of the girls sat cross-legged on the floor. Yang Shuoxin is a queen of pop, so it is obviously inappropriate to ask her to sit on the ground like the trainees. Fortunately, there were a few small benches in the corner. Xu Jingqiu brought a few over. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and took it and sat down. Usually in her practice room, when she gets tired of practicing singing, she just sits on the floor. However, even when sitting on a small stool, her aura is still very strong. Her posture was elegant and graceful, which made the girls in the classroom unable to help but look at her. Even Xu Jingqiu was a little surprised. Who was this woman wearing sunglasses? Was she Yang Shuoxin's friend? Why was her aura so strong? Yang Shuoxin didn't say anything. She brought a small stool and sat down next to Wang Lin. The bet between the two was not told to anyone, and there was naturally no need to reveal Wang Lin's identity. And next, it's time to decide the winner. Yang Shuoxin clenched her fingers tightly and looked up at Jiang Chen. "This guy, is he capable of anything?" At this time, the scene in the classroom was a little strange. Jiang Chen walked to the piano seat alone and slowly sat down. Others either sat cross-legged on the floor or on small stools. It looked like everyone was listening to Jiang Chen's lecture. However, Jiang Chen's expression at this moment seemed unusually serious, as if he was preparing for something very important. He slowly adjusted his sitting posture and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he place his fingers on the piano keys and slowly closed his eyes. Is this looking for emotions? Jiang Cici, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then felt a little surprised. She had just mentioned in class that music requires emotions, and singing must incorporate one's own emotions, so that the singing will be more moving. Unexpectedly, Director Jiang gave a live demonstration. Could it be that he also understands music? Sitting in her seat, Wang Lin nodded when she saw Jiang Chen state. This Jiang Chen, apart from anything else, his posture and appearance seem quite similar to this. But that's all. She still didn't think that she would lose the bet. She has never seen a musician who can surpass those old guys in all these years. What's more, Jiang Chen is just a young man of only 24 years old. After a while, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, his expression somewhat complicated, and he slowly said, "This song is called As Wish and it's dedicated to all the fathers." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and a little confused. As Wish? What song is this? Could it be another new song written by Director Jiang? Almost all the trainee girls have heard Jiang Chen's live performance of Mo. Yi Munjing also knew that Director Jiang had also written two songs, Breathing Pain and Possibility. Therefore, their eyes were full of anticipation. Will this song, As Wish, be as good as Breathing Pain? Only Wang Lin and Yang Xuexin frowned slightly. As Wish, a song dedicated to our parents? What do you mean? Is this song Jiang Chen wrote for his father? Jiang Chen didn't explain, nor did he say anything else. His fingers then landed on the piano and pressed down gently. Ding 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 tilde. A piano melody with a hint of sadness sounded in the classroom. Wang Lin's brows suddenly raised. Jiang Chen's piano skills seem pretty good, right? As the saying goes, I am an amateur watching the excitement, while the expert sees the details. As soon as Jiang Chen's piano music started, she noticed something unusual. Because Jiang Chen has a good grasp of the rhythm of playing the piano, his movements are natural and the melody is smooth. This level of performance was not inferior to those piano masters she knew. Even Yang Xuexin couldn't help but be surprised again. The last time Jiang Chen played and sang with silence, she hadn't paid much attention to his playing skills. Now, after a careful feeling, I immediately discovered the difference. Jiang Chen's piano skills are not worse than his singing skills. Realizing this, a strange idea suddenly came to her mind. This guy, how come he seems to know a little bit about everything except writing? Chapter 67, a song dedicated to all fathers. Soon, the piano prelude melody came to an end. Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. You are the long road. Lights in the mountain fog. I am a child. Walking in your eyes. The voice was slightly muffled. The melody also carries a hint of sadness. Yang Xuexin and Wang Lin were listening attentively, savoring the melody and lyrics. Especially Wang Lin. A hint of shock gradually appeared in her eyes. Because of Jiang Chen's song. So far, there have been no problems. The melody and lyrics are well written. If it could keep going, it would indeed be a good song. You are the bright moon and the fresh breeze. I am the dream you care for. Whether we meet or not, I will embrace you for the rest of my life. And I will love the world you love. May the smile you wish for be with you. I am holding your hand. Please take me to tomorrow. When Jiang Chen sang to this point, the melody seemed to rise slightly. And his eyes also began to fluctuate unconsciously. This is a sign of being completely immersed in emotions. In the classroom, the trainee girls were a little surprised. Because last time in the big practice room, Director Jiang displayed a completely different singing style. The last time was full of affection, an outburst after emotions reached their peak. But now, they heard a hint of nostalgia in Jiang Chen's singing. The girls who noticed this were secretly surprised. Director Jiang's singing ability is truly unfathomable. It's a little different from the trainees. The two divas, Wang Lin and Yang Xuexin, were listening carefully to the lyrics sung by Jiang Chen. At their level, appreciating a song involves more than simply listening to the melody. More emphasis is placed on the mood and emotion of the entire song. A good song will definitely bring special artistic conception and emotional resonance to the listeners. Only songs like this can become enduring classics. When Jiang Chen sang, "I am holding your hand while staggering," both of them nodded. Jiang Chen's song commemorating his father seems to be quite well written. The melody and lyrics are well handled. It expresses a feeling of longing and gratitude. If there are no major problems later on, it would be a good song. But a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Just relying on a song like this to help Yang Shuexin establish her status as a queen seems to be a little short of the mark. A song in memory of my father. Although songs with this kind of topic are very meaningful. But unfortunately, songs of the same type have not performed well in the market. After all, father's love is like a mountain. Themes involving fatherly love generally seem heavy. And except for a few special days, this kind of song is rarely used. To sum it up in one sentence, the topic is popular, but the application scenario is very niche. It is difficult for such a song to help a queen establish her reputation in a short period of time. To be honest, she was already very surprised that Jiang Chen, the legendary gigolo, could write such a song. She was before today. It is absolutely unexpected that this famous Jiang Chen actually has such ability. But, unfortunately, the balance of victory in this bet still tilted towards her. It is still a bit difficult for this young man to write a song for the Queen of Pop. Maybe, in a few decades, he will have such strength. Wang Lin smiled slightly. Yang Shuexin didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes kept looking in Jiang Chen's direction. However, if you look closely, you will find that her fingers have been inadvertently clenched together. This bet, is it really going to be lost? Jiang Chen's singing continued. However, the lyrics seem to have gradually changed. If you were ever bitter than my sweetness, I want to live your life. I hope it will not be in vain and I will move forward courageously. Every day in this prosperous era. When I heard this sentence, Wang Lin and Yang Shuexin were stunned for a moment, and then looked a little confused. Every day in this prosperous age. What does this sentence mean? Isn't this song a tribute to my father? How did this kind of lyrics suddenly appear? Did Jiang Chen write it wrong? The two men frowned slightly and continued to listen. You are the long river of time. The sky of sparks. I am the one who looks up to you and I will sing you into a song. You are where I came from. It's also where my heart belongs. All roads in the world will lead to you. Lyrics line by line. It seems as if he is still praising his father. But the artistic conception displayed has quietly changed. Wang Lin and Yang Shuexin's brows furrowed more and more. Now they all realized that something was wrong. It seems that Jiang Chen is not just singing about his father. But what is he singing about? What is he missing? What is he thankful for? As you wish. What does that even mean? The mountains and rivers are safe, and fireworks are normal. But you looked as you wished. Sleep and dream, my children. As you love deeply. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly became much higher. His eyes had been red all the time, but at this moment, he finally couldn't hold it back. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Childhood memories slowly emerged in my mind. His grandfather was once one of these ancestors. He grew up listening to his grandfather tell stories about those difficult times. At that time, they were full of passion, fighting on the battlefield, defeating the enemy, and creating one miracle after another. Bullets flew and artillery fire roared. When the charge sounded, all soldiers will rush forward regardless of their own safety, use their bodies to block bullets, and build bridges for their comrades. The blood-soaked figure charged at the enemy again and again. Until victory. Jiang Chen would sometimes get curious when he was halfway through a story. Grandpa, war is so scary. Aren't you afraid of death? Grandpa smiled and touched his head. Who isn't afraid of death? Even the gods are afraid of death. It's just, we all know. If we don't fight this battle, then our children will have to fight it in the future. Your father had just learned to crawl at that time. When I thought about this kid going to the battlefield in the future, I wouldn't be afraid even if there were a lot of bullets in front of me. Jiang Chen was only 8 years old at that time, and his grandfather's tone was very calm. But he just stood there in a daze for a long time without saying anything. At that time, he could not understand all of his grandfather's meaning. But he could imagine what it would be like if he got married and had children in the future. So are you willing to keep all dangers out for the sake of your children? Yes. Definitely. Jiang Chen could give the answer immediately without even thinking about it. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a baby for him, he would protect them even if it cost him everything. This is a choice every father must make. Just like his grandfather did back then. So, our fathers back then went to the battlefield with such a simple idea in mind. I just hope that my descendants can live a stable and peaceful life. Now, many of them have grown old, and many have sacrificed their lives in those years. But their efforts were rewarded. This is a prosperous era. This vast land. This prospered. Just as they wished. This song is dedicated to all our fathers. Without their contributions back then, there would be no national prosperity today. Wang Lin and Yang Shuoxin's expressions gradually froze, and they looked at Jiang Chen in front of the piano in disbelief. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. No way. No way. Could it be that their as wished Jiang Chen just said actually meant this? To all our fathers also refers to. A tingling feeling on their scalps instantly struck the two of them. If this is true, then the meaning of this song. The two looked at each other. They both saw the disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 68. This prosperous era is just as they wished. Neither of the two divers could have imagined it. What Jiang Chen really meant by fathers turned out to be like this. At this time in the classroom, Jiang Chen's high-spirited singing continued. The emotions that had been brewing and suppressed in his heart finally came out completely at this moment. And I will dream the reunion you dream of. May your wishes come true forever. Walk the long path you walk. I love you like this. The melody of the song keeps rising, as if there is no end. Yang Shuoxin and Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The two of them didn't even realize that they had stood up subconsciously. At this moment, they finally understood the true meaning of Jiang Chen's song. And it is precisely because I understand. The hearts of the two were like a huge wave surging, and they could not calm down for a long time. What day is it this year? They know better than anyone else. Their whole country is in a prosperous period, the 60th anniversary. If this song could be performed on stage, it would be enough to make a sensation across the country. They could never have dreamed of it. This is what Jiang Chen meant by as he wished. This is indeed a song dedicated to our fathers. It is a song dedicated to their fathers by all the descendants of the prosperous China. The meaning of this song. It is extremely heavy, yet extremely precious. Behind the two of them, the trainee girls were looking at them with confusion and puzzlement. They didn't understand why Queen Yang suddenly stood up and looked shocked. Given their level, they haven't heard much from this song yet. I just think it sounds very nice, and it makes me want to cry. But why did Queen Yang and the others suddenly stand up? Even Xu Jingqiu was a little surprised. Her mind was a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Chen has written another amazing song? In this classroom, perhaps there is one person who can understand the shock in the hearts of the two queens. That's Jiang Cici. As a talented musician who graduated from Shanghai Conservatory of Music, she quickly understood the deeper meaning in Jiang Chen's song. She stared with eyes wide open, looking at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano in disbelief. This guy can actually write songs. And he is so amazing that he wrote such a touching song. After a full while, she came back to her senses and looked at Yang Shuoxin in shock again. This song should be written for senior sister Yang, right? Senior sister Yang's luck is too good. Such a song is perfect for this special day. She was almost certain that as long as senior sister Yang could sing this song, her status as the queen of the entertainment industry would be completely consolidated. In the short term, no one can shake her position. And she has just stepped into the position of queen. Write the poem you haven't written yet. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. Appointment with you for a clear life. Like your young face. Finally, Jiang Chen's singing slowly stopped. The melodious piano sound slowly stopped as the song came to an end. His fingers stayed on the piano keys for a long time without moving. After a while, when his emotions subsided, he slowly withdrew his hand. Take a deep breath. He sat in his seat and didn't speak for a long time. Xu Jingqiu looked at the solemn figure in front of the piano with a complicated expression. To be honest, she had never seen Jiang Chen in this state before. What does this song mean? Why would even the usually cynical Jiang Chen take it so seriously? Chu Yufei stared with her eyes wide open. Today was the first time she saw Jiang Chen sing. However, it turns out that this young director Jiang is not as cynical and unruly as the rumors say. He looked really serious and amazing when he was playing the piano and singing at the same time. His singing voice is very touching, and he can also write songs. This song is really nice. But why, even though he is so powerful, would he still go to war with Qingcheng Entertainment regardless of the consequences? Obviously, the most important thing right now is to stabilize Chenwei Entertainment internally. If all the artists in the company run away, then no matter how talented he is, he will have no place to use his talents. After a full while, Jiang Chen stood up from his seat and turned to look at Yang Xuexin. The complex emotions in his eyes seemed to have not completely dissipated, and he asked calmly. This song should be enough, right? It was not difficult for him to help Yang Xuexin establish her status as a queen. But it is not so easy to completely solve the problem of Qingcheng Entertainment at the same time. That's why he chose to bring out this song. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Xinshe, and this is the best day to release this song. Yang Xuexin opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. Before entering this classroom, she had no idea that Jiang Chen could actually write such a song. This song is more than enough. It's simply beyond imagination. She understood very well the special meaning of this song. In this special year, no matter who it is, as long as they can stand on the stage and sing this song, the influence will definitely be huge. This song can resonate with all the descendants of the Chinese nation. Because all of them were able to create today's prosperous era thanks to the protection of their fathers. Moreover, this song can do more than just increase the singer's fame. Both status and influence will be greatly improved because of this song. Even the queen is no exception. So, what is the true meaning of this song, as wish? She asked with a very complicated expression. Although she had already vaguely guessed the answer, for some reason, she still wanted to confirm it with Jiang Chen in person. Under her close gaze, Jiang Chen nodded gently and said in a very affirmative tone. Now this prosperous world is just as they wished. Isn't it? Yang Xuexin opened her mouth, but found that she was completely speechless. There was only shock and disbelief in his eyes. She knew that what Jiang Chen said was absolutely correct. The prosperity we have today is indeed achieved bit by our ancestors using their bodies and blood. Without their fearless battles, how could we have the peace and prosperity we have today? But how on earth did he come up with this idea? Wang Lin next to Yang Xuexin. The expression he looked at Jiang Chen was also extremely complicated. Compared to Yang Xuexin, she never dreamed that the answer Jiang Chen would give would be such a song. Chapter 69, Can I sing this song? Can those old guys write songs like this in such a short time? A question slowly emerged in Wang Lin's mind, and then he shook his head silently. Even if it's them, it won't work, right? This is a clever angle of approach. This kind of song that resonates with countless people. How could it be written without some divine inspiration? And this Jiang Chen seems to be only 24 years old. She took a deep breath. This song was completely beyond her imagination. If Yang Xuexin could sing this song, it would be enough to establish her position as a queen of pop. However, after carefully feeling and thinking about it in her heart, she slowly shook her head with some regret in her heart. This song, actually, is not suitable for Yang Xuexin. It's not that Yang Xuexin's singing skills are not good enough, but that her current fame and qualifications are not enough to fully control this song. This song is about choosing singers. Even if you are queen, not everyone can do it. Because the meaning and resonance behind it are so heavy. To sing this song well, calmness and experience are more important. Yang Xuexin is still a little young, and such a young queen cannot sing with that sense of maturity when standing on the stage. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Yang Xuexin also pondered for a long time. Her expression was very complicated, sometimes frowning, sometimes pursing her lips, sometimes struggling, sometimes regretful, as if she was making a difficult decision. Final. Several minutes later, she sighed deeply with a look of regret on her face. Then he smiled helplessly and shook his head. Sorry, Jiang Chen, I can't sing this song well. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Wang Lin's. As wish gave her a tingling sensation on her scalp. As a professional singer, she could sing this song perfectly, but as a junior with little experience, she was simply unable to control the sense of sedimentation in the song. Even if I am a queen now, it is still the same. This song represents so many things. It needs to carry the emotions and resonance in the hearts of countless people. Ordinary singers simply cannot convey the emotions. This song is really very picky, and she is not qualified yet. Maybe I can give it another try in 20 years. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What the hell? Didn't you want the song in the first place? Why don't you sing now? Are you kidding me? Besides, this is the song he intended to use to deal with Qingchang Entertainment. How can you just take it if you want it and not sing it if you don't want to? He frowned slightly, opened his mouth, and was about to say something when he saw Yang Shuaxin suddenly turn her head and look at the woman next to her who was wearing a hat and big sunglasses. Her expression was very complicated, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Sister Lin, what do you think? There's probably no one more suitable to sing this song than you. Hearing this, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Then everyone looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't say anything for a long time, his expression was very complicated, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Chen's song completely disrupted her plans and ideas. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Director Jiang, is there any possibility of peace talks between you and Qingchang Entertainment? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Who is this woman? Why is she suddenly asking about Qingchang Entertainment? Could it be an undercover agent sent by the other party to pull out the network cable? Qingchang Entertainment made my woman cry, what do you think? He raised his eyebrows slightly, snorted coldly, and spoke in a cold voice without any courtesy. From the moment the little girl's tears fell to the ground, Qingchang Entertainment was put on his list of companies that must be killed. No one noticed that after hearing his words, Chu Yufei, who was at the outermost edge of the crowd, suddenly trembled, and her rosy face was full of astonishment. I lost this bet. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then he sighed and smiled helplessly. As she spoke, she slowly took off her sun hat and sunglasses. Her beautiful long hair slowly fell from the brim of her hat, and her face was revealed to everyone. Oh my God! There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom. It's Wang Lin! It's Queen Wang Lin! Oh my God, I love her so much! Oh my God, I actually saw two divas. No wonder the aura is so strong. Wait, why is Queen Wang here? For a moment, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Xu Jingqiu and Chu Yufei also looked at Wang Lin in shock. They didn't expect that the person who had just been in the same office with them and sat on a small bench with them in the practice room was actually the Queen Wang who has been dominating the entertainment industry for many years. Compared with Yang Shuaxin, the new queen, she can be said to be the woman who stands at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen was also stunned for a moment. When the woman took off her sunglasses, he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed familiar. Later I heard the other girls exclaim. Then he realized that this woman was also a diva. Wang Lin smiled at everyone, responding to their exclamations. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and took a deep breath. After the song, As Wish, appeared, she knew that she had lost, and not only lost, but also lost miserably. In the end, you even have to pay with your own money. This is really a case of losing not only the wife but also the army. After all, even she couldn't help but be moved by the meaning of this song. Compared with it, the favors from Qingchang Entertainment were simply insignificant. This time, Chen Yuman has really hit a wall. She gave a bitter laugh, then said to Jiang Chen in a helpless tone. Director Jiang, can I sing your song, As Wish? After saying this, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Clearly, her purpose of coming here today was to persuade Yang Shuaxin to let go of Chenwei Entertainment. But now, she had to give up her original idea and even had to take the initiative to ask Director Jiang for a song. Simply because, the meaning of this song is so important. Yes. Just as Yang Shuaxin just said. When she finished listening to this song, she knew it was a song that suited her perfectly. In the entire entertainment industry, there are definitely no more than 3 people who are more suitable and qualified than her to sing this song. And even if she were to sing, she would definitely be taking advantage. This song will elevate her status and influence to a higher level. And this kind of influence is not just as simple as public awareness, but a completely different level. She finished her words. The whole classroom was silent. Everyone stared blankly in the direction of Wang Lin and Jiang Chen. What does this mean? Queen Wanlin is asking director Jiang for a song? Chapter 70. The Queens with full of charm. Xu Jingqiu opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. She is not a singer and still hasn't understood the deep meaning of Jiang Chen's song, so she is very confused. Is this song so great? Everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His original idea of preparing this song was for Yang Shuexin. In the upcoming confrontation with Qingcheng Entertainment, throwing out Yang Shuexin and this song will definitely be a trump card. However, Yang Shuexin nodded at him eagerly at this time, indicating that he should agree immediately. She is really not suitable to sing this song, otherwise why would she give up? However, she also thought very clearly. Even if she can't sing it herself, as long as Wanlin can sing it, it would be like finding a huge boost for Chenwei Entertainment. Wanlin's status in the entertainment industry is far beyond what she is now. If Wanlin could appear on the stage with Jiang Chen's songs. So for Chenwei Entertainment now, the significance is absolutely huge. In the entertainment industry, no one dares to look down on Chenwei Entertainment anymore. I can offer 5 million for this song, and I don't want a penny from the subsequent copyright share. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be still hesitant, Wanlin readily added another sentence. At this stage in her life, money is no longer important. What matters more to her is the meaning that this song can bring. Xu Jingqiu blinked desperately at Jiang Chen. Brother, she is Wanlin, the top queen of the music world. She sings your song, not only does she get paid, but she doesn't even ask for a share of the profits. Where else can you find such a good thing? Seeing Xu Jingqiu and Yang Shuexin both nodded at him. How could Jiang Chen not understand what they meant? However, compared with Xu Jingqiu and others, he is more aware of the meaning of this song. Having Wanlin sing this song will definitely help her a lot. So after hesitating for a while, he shook his head. I don't really care about the money. I have another purpose for this song. If you insist, let's go to my office and discuss it in detail. Wanlin took a deep breath and didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so easily. She nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's suggestion, and they turned around and walked out the door together. But before he even walked out the door, he heard Jiang Chen whispering to Xu Jingqiu behind him. Prepare a contract for 8 million. Also, please specify that we only accept lump sum payments. Installments are not permitted. Hearing this voice, Wanlin's steps suddenly stopped, he became a little disordered, and his face became extremely strange. Didn't this guy say that he doesn't care about money? And is it really okay for you to discuss killing people unscrupulously in front of their backs? She hasn't agreed to the 8 million. She turned her head to look at Yang Shuexin, but found that although the young queen had a strange look on her face, she tried her best to remain calm, as if she didn't hear what Jiang Chen said at all. As expected of a rising diva, her acting skills are really good. She sighed softly in her heart and pretended not to hear Jiang Chen's words. She returned to her normal pace and walked forward slowly. The group slowly walked out of the classroom under the dazed gazes of all the trainee girls. All the girls' eyes were a little dull. No one expected that the woman who had just sat in the same practice room with them would be the Queen Wanlin. What shocked them even more was that even a superstar like Wanlin came to director Jiang specifically to ask for a song. Not only did he not want any share, he also had to pay an additional 5 million in cash. They didn't know about the bet between Wanlin and Yang Shuexin, and just thought that Wanlin came to Chenwei Entertainment specifically to ask for a song. However, although the facts are somewhat different from what they thought, they are not much different. No matter what Wanlin's original intention was when she appeared at Chenwei Entertainment, the only thing on her mind now is to obtain the singing rights of As Wish from Jiang Chen. And the thing that shocked the girls the most was. These were the words Jiang Chen said before he left the classroom. Not only did director Jiang not agree to Wanlin's request for a song in person, he even raised the price to 8 million. This is really. At this moment, Jiang Chen, the new director, was rapidly gaining popularity among the girls. Suddenly, the silent girl seemed to remember something, and looked towards Yi Munjing with a complicated look. They all knew that Yi Munjing had even gone so far as to change the contract in order to get a song from the company yesterday. Some trainees who didn't know the inside story were secretly laughing at her for being so stupid. But now it seems. Yi Munjing seems to have gotten a huge advantage. Director Jiang's song was something that even Queen Wanlin had to spend 8 million to get. Yi Munjing simply changed the share in the contract and got it. If this isn't taking advantage, what is? Even Yi Munjing was shocked. The gratitude in my heart towards Jiang Chen increased again. Everyone, please pay attention. Today's events are not allowed to be spread outside. Before Xu Jingqiu left the classroom, he gave stern instructions to all the trainees. Queen Wang Lin is negotiating cooperation with Chen Wei Entertainment. It is still confidential at the moment and must not be made known to others. At this moment, she was also extremely excited. All the depression caused by Lin Lerong's discussion with her about the contract termination in the morning was swept away. Are you kidding me? Even the Queen of Pop, Wang Lin, is collaborating with Chen Wei Entertainment. What does a small, low-ranking artist matter to her? Is there any impact on the company? Chen Wei Entertainment. Dormitory building. Lerong, how is it? Did you just talk to Sister Jing about terminating the contract? What did Sister Jing say? Zhang Yaji and Yi Juwen gathered in Lin Lerong's dormitory and asked curiously. All the artists who have debuted under Chen Wei Entertainment have their own separate dormitory, which comes with a small living room and bedroom. Lin Lerong took out 2 bottles of juice from the small refrigerator and handed them to the two of them, but her expression was a little strange. We did discuss it, but she didn't say anything and just signed and agreed. R. Zhang Yaji and Yi Juwen were both a little surprised. You agreed straight away? No one tried to persuade you to stay. Lin Lerong shook her head. She also said that as long as I'm willing to stay at Chen Wei Entertainment for another month, she won't hold me responsible for breach of contract. This time, Zhang Yaji and Yi Juwen were really shocked. Not even pursuing liability for breach of contract. When did the company become so easy to talk to? Originally, they thought that given Chen Wei Entertainment's current situation, they would definitely use various methods to prevent the loss of artists. What is going on? Zhang Yaji frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and suddenly said. Do you think Sister Jing wants to ease the situation this way? Hearing this, Lin Lerong and Yi Juwen both looked at her. Zhang Yaji continued. After all, the entire entertainment industry is currently receiving negative news about Chen Wei Entertainment. If news of artists terminating their contract spreads again in the near future, wouldn't that just make matters worse? I think Sister Jing wants to stabilize the situation by making concessions like this. This way, at least it won't cause too much chaos within the company. And after a month, the company probably felt that Qingcheng Entertainment should have given up by then, and then offered better conditions to retain us. After listening to her, Yi Juwen and Lin Lerong couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that what she said made sense. Lin Lerong looked as if she had suddenly realized something. No wonder Xu Jingqiu was so easy to talk to today. It turned out that she wanted to make the company's situation look better in this way. She curled her lips, feeling somewhat disapproving. Xu Jingqiu's thoughts were too rosy. Director Yao had already told her that Qingcheng Entertainment was serious this time and would definitely bring down Chen Wei Entertainment and would not give up easily. After 2 months, only one of the two companies will remain. The one that collapsed was naturally Chen Wei Entertainment. No matter how Xu Jingqiu tried to stabilize the situation, it was useless. By then, we might be facing a situation even more serious than the current one. In that case, I'll be relieved. Yi Juwen patted her chest. Shall we go talk to Sister Jing this afternoon? Have her restore our announcement, otherwise, we will also file for termination of the contract. She looked at Zhang Yaji and said in a somewhat arrogant tone. As the most popular female artist of Chen Wei Entertainment, she felt that she had the capital to negotiate with the company. Zhang Yaji nodded. Okay, let's go together this afternoon. Sister Jing will definitely compromise. Are you really going to sing this song? What about the favor you owe Allure Entertainment? Walking in the classroom corridor, Yang Shuoxin suddenly looked at Wang Lin and asked curiously. At this time, her expression had gradually become relaxed. No matter what choice Wang Lin made, she would win the bet. Given Wang Lin's status in the circle, she will never easily go back on her promises. In the future, Wang Lin will at least not stand against Chen Wei Entertainment. Wang Lin's expression was still somewhat complicated. She sighed and said helplessly. I've done my best to fulfill my promise to Qingcheng Entertainment, but it seems they've hit a wall this time. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I don't know if it's because I've gradually let go of my worries. Her tone also became slightly playful. She blinked at Yang Shuoxin and said with a smile. And, do you think, compared to this song, the favors from Allure Entertainment are still important. Yang Shuaxin was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had seen Queen Wang like this. Although she is almost 40 years old, she still seems to have retained the innocence and fun of a little girl. No wonder. Back then, she was popular all over China and charmed so many men. However, she knew that what the veteran diva said was absolutely correct. When Allure Entertainment discovered that its opponent was this song, they will know what they are facing. She is now even looking forward to the scene at that time. No wonder Jiang Chen wasn't nervous at all. Had he anticipated all this? Xiaochu, do you have something to talk to me about? When Jiang Chen returned to the office, he found Chu Yufei still following him with a dazed expression, and asked curiously. Just now he saw this little girl following Xu Jingchu, as if she had something to say to him. When this little girl appeared in the office yesterday, she did leave a deep impression on him. Originally, he had not yet formed the idea of completely destroying Qingcheng Entertainment, but as Chu Yufei's little face was slapped red and swollen by other artists, the little girl's helplessness, grievance and tears, in his heart, Qingcheng Entertainment was also walking step by step towards the execution platform. Hearing this, Chu Yufei was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she had been distracted and left the classroom earlier than Sister Jing. I followed Jiang Chen back to the office in a daze. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, she quickly shook her hands and said in a panic, No. No. Jiang, Director Jiang, I'm fine, just. Seeing that the two divas on the side seemed to be looking over with some curiosity, Concubine Chu's face flushed red, and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it immediately, feeling extremely regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed you. Who knew Director Jiang was so powerful? Even when Queen Wang Lin asked him for a song, he didn't give her a share of the profits, and she even had to pay him millions in cash. What do these trivial matters in the company mean to him? Even if all these little artists were added together, they still couldn't compare to half of the Queen Wang Lin. Moreover, Queen Wang Lin had already asked for me just now. Director Jiang seems to have made up his mind to go to war with Qingcheng Entertainment, or the kind that won't allow for negotiation. What else could she say? Oh. Jiang Chen nodded indifferently and didn't care. He waved his hand gently and said, Since you have nothing to do, just help pour some tea here. We just happen to be short of an assistant. Yes. Concubine Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes suddenly widened. There are two divas sitting in this office. It is an honor to be able to say a word or two to them. If there could be more communication, it would definitely be of great help to her. She knew that Director Jiang was giving her a chance to leave a better impression in front of the two divas, so she nodded gratefully. Thank you, Director Jiang. I will definitely do my best. A few minutes passed. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl not far away who was enthusiastically making tea for Yang Shuaxin and Wang Lin. No one knew what the three women were talking about, but Chu Yufei's face suddenly turned red, and she looked shy and embarrassed. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Oh shit. He clearly meant to serve himself tea. How did you get there?